Chapter 2173. It feels surreal. Soft, delicate moans filled the forest as Ryu indulged in every inch of her body. He had been wondering just how this woman would taste for the longest time, and in truth, she was quite reserved, with rare hints of a lack of confidence leaking through her movements. But just like with all things she did, she also learned fast, maybe faster than any other woman Ryu had ever been with. Soon, she was winding her hips in ways that made even Ryu want to clench his teeth, snaking her little pink tongue through his mouth with a more and more practiced ease. She gripped onto his back, beginning to indulge herself more and more. The longer they spent connected, the more she felt she was in love with this feeling, intoxicated by it. Now, she could finally understand why others loved sex so much. It just felt so very good. Her body shuddered, a spring well of gushing water sprinkling down from her legs. However, she only took a split moment to breathe before her hips began to move again. It could be said that she was competitive in all the things she did. She was quite well aware of how many wives Ryu had. So at the very least, in this case, she not only had to quickly catch up to their expertise but had to surpass them all. Ryu grunted, and Surreal smiled, cupping his face with her hands and biting his lower lip with a slight hint of pressure. Both of them were upright, kneeling in the grass, but it wasn't long before Surreal had pressed Ryu beneath her. Her hips became wilder as she tasted Ryu's lips, growing more and more intoxicated with the feeling. Until she felt a sudden pulse within her. She subconsciously knew what it was, but she didn't run from it, pressing her thighs firmly into Ryu's hips and grinding down. The feeling of something gushing within her was enough to make her want to collapse, but her Tao heart seemed to shimmer no less brightly than it had been in the middle of their battle. She was already pulling herself up to go again. She had heard that men weren't very good at going multiple times in a row, so this was her best chance to claim victory. What she didn't expect was for the world to suddenly spin around her. She found a fiendish grin above her as her breasts shook beneath the dim lights. "All right, I think that's enough letting you win for today, don't you think?" Surreal hardly got the hum out before her eyes widened. Ryu seemed to grow another size within her as a droplet of embryonic chi circulated through him, and then through her. All of a sudden, Surreal felt her sensitivity increase tenfold. This time, there was no corralling her moans. At some point, she was pretty sure she started screaming. It would have been mortifying had it not been for the fact that her head was in a fog the entire time. She wasn't even consciously aware of what she was doing, and she allowed Ryu to swing her around like some sort of ragdoll or a small bit in the middle of a tsunami. Her small hands could barely hold on, her body shuddering against Ryu's pressing weight and his every stroke. Even when she thought it was finished, it wasn't. Even when she felt like he might spare her, he didn't. It was like he was trying to ingrain into her very psyche that her first victory had truly been nothing more than a fluke. Surreal lay sprawled across Ryu's chest, her naked body clinging to him in what looked like sleep. "Will I get pregnant?" Surreal asked. Ryu chuckled. "If it was that easy with our talent, then there'd be geniuses running around everywhere." "What, you don't want to have my baby?" "Not yet," Surreal said softly. Ryu didn't seem offended, though his words were layered with it. "What, you don't trust in me to get the job done on my own?" Surreal pinched his nipple with as much strength as she had left, which wasn't much at all. "I want to be a Tao god first. That will give them the best chance." "Is that so?" Ryu smiled. "And how many children do you want?" "As many as possible. You'd better not forget me, otherwise I really will cut it off. You might have my primordial yin, and my first, but my womb is still mine. If you neglect my wishes, I will ruin your reputation and mine." Ryu only laughed. If a woman he had yet to make his own had said this, he would have kicked her far away. But his leniency with his own wife could level mountains. From what it looked like today, it seems like the other way around. "It's you who won't be able to handle me." Surreal blushed, seemingly remembering hints of all the embarrassing things she had done today. "Don't worry, soon, there'll be 100 little fae running around everywhere." Surreal's blush deepened, seemingly only now understanding the implications. She was quite adorable when she wanted to be. Ryu placed a large hand on her head, gently stroking her hair. The two lay there in silence for a long while before Ryu finally asked the question that had brought him here in the first place. "So, when are you going to tell me the truth of what's happening here?" Surreal froze for a moment before she relaxed. Indeed, if she couldn't tell Ryu, then who could she tell? There were still too many secrets between them. Like, what was the link between the Fae and fiends? Why was she restricting herself for so long if her original goal was to find a husband worthy of siring children for her? How did all of this relate to the Ruin Master Guild? Ryu wasn't sure if she had the full scope of understanding, but she certainly knew more than he did. Ryu, Surreal said softly, strengthening her grip on him as though afraid he would vanish. It feels like the world could end any moment now. Chapter 2174 Fathomless Scope. Ryu frowned when he heard this. He didn't think that Surreal was the type to fearmonger without reason, and right now, he could hear something very distinctly, not like her in her voice. Fear. He could feel it almost palpably, as though she was only able to say so much because she was holding him right now. Just what could put Surreal in such a state, and what had she been doing this whole time keeping such a thing bundled up for so long? Ryu became several points more serious, even to the point of tripling the defenses in the region. He was pretty confident in his abilities, but this time he threw everything he had at the wall before looking down at Surreal seriously. What's going on? Surreal opened her mouth to reply, but it seemed that even she didn't know where to start. Honestly speaking, none of the things in her mind were concrete, and most of all, the things she knew were drawn from observation and inferences. She had collected many things over the years and had begun to slowly draw her own picture until she reached a final result that she didn't like in the slightest. Not one bit. Ryu was patient, but even after a long while stuck in her own thoughts, Surreal still hadn't said anything. At that point, Ryu decided that maybe they needed a different approach. He knew what Surreal was experiencing right now. Sometimes, when you had an inference built on vibes or vague feelings, they were the most difficult to describe. Someone else might think you were crazy or that you were blowing things out of proportion, and they wouldn't necessarily be wrong to feel that way. After all, it's impossible for you to pop your own brain out of your skull and swap it with theirs so they could experience every little thing that led you to your conclusion. At least, that would normally be impossible. Unless you had a husband like Ryu, that is. Using Surreal's primordial yin as a bridge point to their souls, Ryu decided to open up his own soul completely to Surreal, and she did the same after a moment. Their memories became akin to an intertwined box, and several of the things that weren't quite clear to Surreal began building into foggy shapes in Ryu's mind as well. Ryu quickly began to frown as a large tapestry of oddities made themselves known. There was the oddity of the rivalry between the Fae and the ancient beasts. And then there was the peculiarity of the relationship between the Fae and the fiend race themselves. Then there was the matter of the fiend race and its relationship with the Ruin Master Guild. And then there was the scope of the Ruin Master Guild's control and how that might or might not be related to the so-called Heavenly Court. There was a huge jumbled mess of nonsense that didn't even seem related at all. Even Ryu hadn't bothered to connect all of them, but that was because he lacked one thing that Surreal had: experience. Ryu had ultimately not been in the cultivation world for long, and the time he had spent in it was mostly spent alone. By comparison, Surreal had entered the depths of the cultivation world and spent a lot of time in various sects and powers, ingratiating herself, learning from them, and picking up on their secrets. The way she saw the world was hugely different from the way Ryu saw the world, so she was able to connect things that even he didn't. And because of that, she had been slowly drawing connecting lines between these seemingly unrelated things for years already. But even with all of that, there was still one thing that caught Ryu's attention the most. As though all of these matters weren't pressing enough, they all tied back to the very same thing in the end. The Phoenix Sky God. That was when Ryu felt the very crux of Surreal's fear. And that was when he also realized that it wasn't a normal sort of fear at all. What Surreal feared wasn't death or dying. She feared that she wouldn't have the time to grow, the time to establish herself well enough, that she would fail to live up to her promises to herself, to her family, all because she was born too late. That was what filled her with the greatest sense of unwillingness. She didn't want to have to suffer such a fate at all. Feeling through Surreal's memories, Ryu finally understood. All of these schemes, all of these movements, even the fiends that seemed to want the destruction of the world itself, were all just acting for the sake of dealing with the Phoenix Sky God. In their obsession with finding a path to break beyond the God realm, the Phoenix Sky God was leaving destruction in their wake. Hope's world was just one of the many that had suffered such a fate. But as time went on, and the appetite of the Phoenix Sky God became more insatiable, it became less and less likely that anyone would be able to stop them. Not the Fae, not the fiends, not the ancient beasts, not the Ruin Master Guild, not even the Heavenly Court. This was the very first time that Ryu had felt the devastation of the Phoenix Sky God in earnest. An existence so powerful, so harrowing, that they had gripped the hearts and souls of every power across all of existence. It was hard to even fathom just how powerful such an existence would have to be to reach this level, and yet beyond that, still be so obsessed with improvement that they were willing to sacrifice so much for an attempt at reaching a step that didn't exist. Maybe it was that sort of obsession that was required to create such a powerful existence in the first place. Maybe it was only by being so focused in mind that you could become as powerful as the Phoenix Sky God. At the same time, Ryu couldn't help but wonder about himself. Would he become so insatiable too? He had always said that he just wanted to reach the top of the world. He had also said that so long as he died in that pursuit, he would be fine with it too. But would he be? Would he be fine with dying, truly? Would he be satisfied with just reaching the pinnacle? Or would he become obsessed with chasing after a new high as well, making himself and his clan out to be the enemy of the world? Ryu shook his head. All of this was shocking enough, but there was something missing here for sure. It was still all too vague. What did the Phoenix Sky God have to do with the Fae and ancient beasts being mortal enemies? How were they related to the Fae and fiends being opposite sides of the same coin? But that was when Ryu felt it, the shuddering realization that had pulled Surreal down to the depths of hell in the first place. Ryu thought back to the tales and legends he had read of the Phoenix Sky God back in Sacrum. Back then, he had been forced to piece together so many tidbits of folklore and various footnotes of history before he could reach one conclusion that inevitably led to him killing himself for a chance at reincarnation. But what that experience had also taught him was that there were many iterations of the Phoenix Sky God across history. Still, no matter which it was, what was clear and obvious was that the Phoenix Sky God was not, in fact, a phoenix, but rather a member of a humanoid race. Ryu had no way of knowing exactly what that race was, but what if it was the Fae race? Ryu felt a shudder of danger and all the blood in his body immediately went cold. Still, his reactions were fast. He clutched Surreal in his arms and wrapped his robes around her, shooting up with a sharp light in his eyes. His breathing was somewhat heavy, and his gaze became bloodshot. His gaze swept around in a suffocating heft, and even long after the feeling had disappeared, he couldn't help but stay there in a protective stance for several moments longer. Suddenly, he understood just the sort of scope he was dealing with, and also why Surreal had no idea where to start. When you were dealing with something like this, how could you possibly know where to start? The Phoenix Sky God wasn't just going around to various worlds, destroying them, and swallowing up their paths of reincarnation. The Phoenix Sky God was manipulating the very fabric of the heavens themselves. Even the rivalry of the Fae and ancient beasts was constructed by the Phoenix Sky God for no other reason than to allow them to observe and strengthen themselves. What better way for a Fae following the path of a beast to improve than to watch countless iterations of these two paths clashing? Chapter 2175 Useless. Ryu stood in silence for a long time, the weight of it all finally hitting him like it must have hit Surreal. It was one thing to have a vague comprehension of the sort of pinnacle you were chasing after, but it was another thing entirely to truly see it, to feel it. The Phoenix Sky God was no longer just some vague entity to him now. They were very much real. He had spoken to them, and now he had seen just how deep the scope of their plans and machinations went. This wasn't just a normal existence. The Phoenix Sky God was quite literally using the heavens themselves as their chessboard. Surreal looked up at Ryu's side profile from her position in his arms, not saying anything to interrupt his thought process. She wondered how he would react to this. Would he still be the same Ryu? Or would he come to understand her perspective more? If he did the former, how would she react? Such a hard-headed man, she almost laughed inwardly, as though already knowing the result. However, for maybe not the first time, this husband of hers actually surprised her a bit. Ryu didn't flash a cheeky smile or a confident grin. Instead, he just looked off into the distance, the uncertainty in his eyes and the hints of confusion fading into a cool sharpness. This was the only word he said even after so long. Then he looked down at Surreal. Only then did he finally flash a cheeky grin. "Why are you still naked, ma'am? It can't be that you're already wanting more." Surreal was speechless. She was naked still only because this man insisted on bundling her up in robes. In fact, because of that, he was still naked too. This man was so annoying. Considering her speed and her familiarity with her own body, she could have probably dressed herself far faster than he bundled her up in the first place. She was growing more and more annoyed the more she thought about it, but when she saw Ryu's grin only widening, she snorted and looked away. Unfortunately, that choice seemed to have been a mistake, because before she knew it, she wasn't bundled by anything anymore, and her moans filled the forest floor once more. "Did you forget that we are in the middle of a trial?" Surreal berated, snatching Ryu's collar in what looked like an act of anger but was actually quite a covert and successful attempt at straightening it. "Of course not, but isn't pleasing my wife more important?" Ryu blinked innocently. "You're insufferable. Let's go." Surreal took Ryu's hand and stomped away. The world didn't understand much about what had happened at all. First, Ryu and Surreal were fighting a battle of life and death. And in the next instant, they were kissing. Then everything went black, only for them to return days later, rushing out hand in hand. It was hard not to be speechless toward such a result. This was probably the most sought-after selection in existence. Why were these two treating it like a joke? No, from what they could tell, this was mostly Ryu's fault. All things considered, the young woman had been taking things very seriously until he ruined all of her plans. At that point, it was already too late to take things the way she wanted to. Once again, this Ryu Tatsuya, no one quite knew how to react to him. A certain matriarch was no doubt grinding her teeth. She already knew that Ryu certainly had more than one woman, and it wasn't like her Deva's race was shy about such things, but it was hard for it not to leave a bad taste in her mouth when her daughter had only just been captured, only for Ryu to flirt and bed another woman right in front of the world. What was that supposed to mean? That this woman was worthy of status while her daughter was not. That this woman could be an official wife but her daughter was just fodder. The more she thought about it, the more infuriated she became, and the anger she thought she had long since buried came bubbling up once more. It was her husband that still remained the picture of calm. But this time, he didn't say much about his wife's tirade. That said, his feeling was much the same as it had always been. Whether his daughter would be able to make anything of herself or of this opportunity, would be up to her. There was another group reacting to this situation quite differently from others, though. And that was none other than the Fae. The Fae hadn't had too grand of an entrance, and they seemed to have been led by Surreal alone. Well, other than a particular young man with a white fox tail and ears. However, right this moment, their auras were anything but calm and tranquil. Quite honestly speaking, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. They had followed Surreal for a long time, not as her servants, but rather watching her progress. As someone from the lower worlds, she had always been someone with great potential, but she had to earn her way up because her foundation was too shallow. It wasn't lost on them just how much hardship she had been through, and how well she had to play a game of stick and carrot, not to mention power and politics, to make it to where she was now as such a beautiful woman. And yet, for all of that to come crashing down before their eyes after the rogue kiss of a single young man. It was simply unacceptable. In the center of it all, an old woman with two wrinkled hands on a cane stood the stiffest, her murky eyes staring forward as though she was looking through the projection rather than at it. It could be said that if 60% of the reason Surreal had been able to make it through was her own efforts, then maybe another 40% was this old woman. She rarely showed her face, and maybe even Surreal was only vaguely aware of her existence, but it could be said that she had invested a lot in this young woman. She didn't expect that her investment would slip out of her fingers just like this. After a long while, the old woman closed her eyes and her cracked lips parted. "Your son is useless," she said coldly. An older man to the side stiffened, as did a familiar elder brother. None of them needed an explanation. If falling snow had been able to do what he was supposed to do, then how could any of this have ever happened? Anger spiked in the hearts of the two men, but in the end, they didn't dare to say anything. They had a belly full of excuses and nowhere to vent them. How could they have known just how much of her true prowess Surreal was hiding? How could they have known that she had treated many of their geniuses like a joke for so long? How could anyone so young be so prudent and patient for so long? By the time they realized the truth, not only was she already under this old woman's umbrella, but she had already grown so powerful that very few could control her in the first place. And just now, they realized that even though they had felt they overestimated her, they had still somehow underestimated her in the end. But this Ryu Tatsuya, just how powerful was he now? Slowly, the two men regained their calm and their gazes regained their focus as they settled on their useless family member. Whether or not that was true would be up to him to prove. But what was clear was that the progress he had made until now wasn't enough to beat Surreal, let alone Ryu. If he was going to redeem himself, it was going to have to be left up to him making another breakthrough. Whether he could do that or not, they had no idea. He had the talent, and he could no longer be considered a greenhorn, but it was hard to manufacture true adversity. The next few months would decide whether he was a dragon or a fish in a pond. Ryu didn't have the mind to care for the reactions of others, not when he was busy sulking. After they quickly caught up with their previous bar, something that might have been difficult for others but was instead incredibly easy for them, Surreal insisted on going her own way. Well, rather than insisted, it was more like she kicked him away and then rushed off in another direction, threatening to cut it off if he followed her. Ryu could only chuckle and shake his head, picking another direction. Maybe it was about time he got a little serious. Chapter 2176 Interference. Ryu dropped a corpse from his hands, another worthless genius falling by the wayside, and yet another he didn't bother to turn into a corpse puppet. Though the concentration of high-level geniuses was greater here, this wasn't enough for Ryu to take an interest in a person. He either needed a powerful Dao heart to care to turn them into a summon, or they had to have an interesting enough path to be worthy of becoming a corpse puppet. He wanted something that stimulated both his anticipation for the future and his creative juices. Ironically enough, the higher level these geniuses were, the more rigid the paths they followed. They almost felt like cookie-cutter creations spit out by their ancestors, one after another, with hardly any variation between them. In Ryu's eyes, these were probably the most pathetic sort of geniuses. They had probably received praise all their lives, but they had never done anything worth accomplishing on their own. They just followed the steps of those who came before them. Honestly speaking, this was actually an incredibly difficult thing to do. It took an extremely powerful lineage to be capable of doing this in the first place. One of the things that should have been impossible to so easily pass along was comprehension, and yet these powers had managed to do it. Maybe that also resulted in geniuses that were worthless in Ryu's eyes, but if you could pump out this sort of genius on a large scale, then it could at least build a foundation. Then, so long as you had one or two legitimate powerhouses from every generation, you would truly be a force to be reckoned with. Unfortunately, all this made Ryu's attempts at building his army slow down considerably as he entered this bloated middle region. This place was probably supposed to be filled with the most danger, and Ryu certainly got into the most fights against those who very clearly overestimated themselves. But, for Ryu, I guess taking that route might also be possible. But I don't know how interested I am in it. Ryu's thought was simple. Even if these geniuses were worthless in the grand scheme, the methods used to raise them up might not necessarily be. If he took one or two in as a corpse puppet, then he could reconstruct their foundations based on the methods used to allow them to reach their current heights in the first place. Like that, he would actually have a legion for every power in existence, giving him the perfect counter option for them all. Though it sounded like a good idea on paper, to Ryu it could pretty much be summarized in a single word. Mediocrity. What was the point? If his army was just stronger than all of those powers, then he wouldn't need to worry about it at all. Ryu flicked his wrists, and the blood slid off his fingers like drizzling crimson slicking off a smooth blade. In an instant, it was as though he hadn't just had his claws knuckle deep in a young man's skull. "Where are you all?" A sinister light flashed in Ryu's eyes. When this trial first began, Ryu had run into young Mistress Knightley almost immediately. This went to show that his fate placement was actually quite poor, which made sense. He still needed time to catch up to the amount of fate these geniuses had been accumulating for a lifetime. Funny enough, Ryu was actually much younger than most of them. In addition, there was also the elephant of his restricted fate star in the room as well. Because of that, Ryu's seeding wasn't very good, so he should have run into more challenges than most to successfully become a dark horse. He had been looking forward to this, but since young Mistress Knightley, he hadn't met another genius of that caliber. Well, he had met Jaeger's son, but that didn't count because Jaeger very clearly moved off his normal track as well. And Surreal's situation spoke for itself. Something weird was definitely going on. It made sense for him to miss out on these geniuses while he was messing around and hopping from fate barrier to fate barrier without thought for progressing forward. But now that he was seriously moving forward again, he had yet to come across a comparable challenge. Is it the tidal steel that adjusted things in real time? Or outside interference, is it? Did I show off a little too much? Now you're afraid your little princes and princesses will suffer a loss. Ryu shook his head. Let's see just how long you can keep that up for. Ryu took a step forward, entering another ruin and clearing it in a matter of minutes. All this time, he still hadn't forgotten to humiliate the Ruin Master Guild and their so-called rankers all the more. It was even more impossible for them to hide from the likes of Ryu, and every terrifying loss they took was just yet another blow to their reputation. Ryu continued to move as though he hadn't sensed something wrong at all. He slaughtered those he came across, cleared ruins, collected quasi-embryonic chi, and crossed fate barriers. At the same time, he passively studied his embryonic silk meridians, his thoughts drifting to it from time to time as he deduced new methods of use. There was even a moment in there where he was pretty sure he found a method even more potent than Hope's pregnancy pill. Well, it would make his own seed more potent, that is. If this seed in particular was used to fertilize Hope's pill, then the results would actually be much more potent as well by extension. Ryu stepped through yet another fate barrier and felt yet another clear shift. The greenery was gone, as were the extreme battlefields of hot and cold or various other elements as well. This land was almost entirely flat. There was no escaping in this place. And Ryu immediately felt three auras lock onto him the moment he appeared. Chapter 2177 World Control. Ryu didn't bother to move as the auras converged toward him. They blazed across the skies, their speed quite impressive, but the subtle sort of fusion between them, despite the distance that should have separated them, was even more intriguing to Ryu. Interesting. All three came to a stop in the skies at the same time, an explosion of forces rippling out in all directions. As though a show of force, the wind pressure from their movement alone shattered the fragile space into shards. But all Ryu saw was a poor lack of control. Maybe they had done it on purpose, but as far as Ryu could tell, it was pathetic nonetheless. Griffins, indeed, the three figures standing high in the skies above Ryu were griffins, their wings proud, their paws standing atop the air as though on solid ground, and the gems at the center of their foreheads shimmering with strong might. In response, all three griffins just growled. No need for introductions. You three probably haven't realized that they've sent you here to die. So, how about, as a courtesy, I show you that first? Before the griffins could speak, Ryu stepped forward. His body flashed, and his palm was already near the gem of the middle griffin in the blink of an eye. Ryu, rather than finishing his attack, raised an eyebrow instead. Something was off. With a flash, Ryu vanished again. The space he had just been standing in suddenly bent and twisted, folding in on itself as though a spontaneous black hole had just taken shape. Ryu raised an eyebrow. Ah, I see. The Griffin race, what were they most known for? Weren't they the origin of the number 2 ranked heavenly pupils in Sacrum? The world pupils. These 3 griffins seemed to be capable of layering their world gems together, creating a far stronger effect than they could on their own. They were still in the same category of pathetic genius to Ryu. But pathetic was just a relative term. It was a different matter entirely if the 3 were actually working together. Because of that, they could actually cause quite some problems for a true genius. Logically speaking, these 3 shouldn't have been able to find each other and come together so easily in the tidal steel. But as Ryu had already noted, outside interference, a flash appeared in Ryu's eyes, and his somewhat chilled blood began to boil a bit. But not out of anger, he really couldn't be bothered to care about all that. Arrogant human, die. The 3 unfurled their wings, and a domain of fluttering, rich brown feathers formed. The feathers circulated in a whirlwind, blocking off all escape routes. The left griffin swiped out a paw. A powerful force appeared above Ryu, but as it descended, it doubled in power, then doubled again. What made the world pupils so powerful, was it not control? And yet, these 3 appeared with such a sheer lack of it. Now, Ryu finally understood why. They destabilized this region first, disrupting the laws governing it so that they could replace it with their own domain. This made their control over the region at least twice as effective. When their world gems were stacked onto one another, this effectiveness hit yet another higher tier. Ryu raised a palm above his head as the suffocating might descended. He looked like nothing more than a small, insignificant ant beneath the strength of the illusory paw. The griffins were already so much larger than him to begin with, but with the multiplying of its power, it looked as though Ryu was trying to catch a mountain with his bare hands. A grunt left Ryu's lips as he was nearly crushed beneath the might of the paw. The feathers suddenly surged in from all directions, slicing and dicing at his body. Fabric and blood flew. The paw collapsed, seemingly crushing Ryu beneath its mass. The three griffins stood proudly in the air, sneers on their snouts. They had been sent here to die. Was that a joke? They were sent here for just one reason, and that was to eliminate the man who disrespected their goddess. Idiots. I'll show you what real-world control looks like. The domain of rotating feathers froze. The paw above Ryu's head suddenly shattered. At some unknown point, Ryu, with his torn robes, stood high above the griffins. By the time they snapped their heads up, it was already too late. In Ryu's hand, a steely blue brush was already dancing in the wind, an illusory world taking form around them all. Ryu raised the brush high. A god's brush, earth. Ryu's arm slowly descended. Danger signs filled the hearts of the griffins, and they wanted to run. But for some reason, they felt completely frozen in place, their bodies suppressed to an extreme. It was like they were locked in a vice grip, their bodies being slowly squeezed. Blood began to run out from their eyes and ears, and then a fissure ran right through their world gems. Pain worse than a spear to the soul tore through their bodies. But they hardly had a chance to experience it before Earth descended. There were 3 explosions, but it truly sounded like just a single one. Blood, gore, flesh, and sinew were strewn about as the griffins found themselves shredded to pieces. The first stage of a god's brush had only half descended before they were entirely unable to withstand the impact any longer and were torn to pieces. Ryu stood high in the skies, his gaze indifferent. He had made it quite clear that they had only been sent here to die. It had little to do with him that they hadn't believed him. But what was this exactly? An attempt to tire him out? Ryu would have laughed if it were funny. Instead, the tiny bit of heat in his blood was increasing. Finally, some real fun. They had better start sending more powerful opponents. Chapter 2178 Why? Ryu waved a hand, and the cracked pieces of the world gem soared toward him. He pressed the pieces together, and though they didn't magically fuse once more, he could still get a feel for their strengths when they were whole. The world gem of the Griffin race was without a doubt their greatest asset and the source of their talent. It was what housed their soul, the core of the bloodline, the source of the world pupils. It was quite a special item, and a rare material to be sure. Though, it could be said that it was a valuable item without any sort of market. After all, who the hell would dare to offend the Griffins by distributing such a thing? There were almost certainly black markets out there, but they were under such secrecy that defining them as rare didn't quite do them justice. Of course, Ryu didn't give a damn about any of this. All he saw were some useful things for Kira to absorb. It was about time that cowardly corpse puppet of his started absorbing some real beasts. He wondered what kind of monster Kira would become in the future as a result. Ryu casually put them away, likely to the fury of the Griffins watching from the outside. But they had likely also known that this possibility had a high chance of occurring. It would be all worth it in the end. Ryu could easily guess at their thoughts, but not only did he not have any intention of dying in this place, not to mention the fact that trying to tire him out of all people was a joke, but while they sat on the edge of their seats waiting for him to finally collapse, they were going to end up suffering a lot of heartache. That was proven true quite quickly because, while they were practically urging Ryu to hurry on to the next region, Ryu took his time scouting the region, found the ruins he was looking for, and cleared them one after another. These ruins were, without a doubt, even more devastating to the Ruin Master Guild than the other had been. It was only natural that the harder to clear ones were placed deeper. And by extension, the weight given to them was also much heavier. Every blow here was like a gut punch, and Ryu made certain to take every single one of the chances he was given without fail. And it was only after Ryu was finished delivering his gut punches that he casually strolled into this next region. Well, this is certainly different. Ryu almost laughed again. Ahead of him, there wasn't a single person or even a group of individuals. There was an army of devas. Once again, he had no idea how this was even possible. Regions were separated, gathering 3 was still possible, but over 500 like here. Ryu looked around for a bit until he understood. Well, the devas are quite cruel, aren't they? Looking at the dead eyes staring back at him, Ryu realized that these were no longer geniuses at all. They weren't quite corpse puppets as they were still under vague control of themselves, but they might as well have been. What was for certain was that they had no chance of returning to what they had once been. They were in a state of half-life right now where they were neither dead nor alive. But that also meant their fate was in limbo, not allowing the tidal steel to detect them in the normal way. Due to that, they had probably swept through the fate barriers unhindered. No, not unhindered. I doubt there would be such a terrible loophole to take advantage of. If that was the case, it would have been taken advantage of more than what I've seen. There was probably still a price to pay, but I bet that price was a lot smaller than it should have been. Ryu stared forward, scanning each one of their faces one by one. Then, he looked up and shook his head. No, if we're going to do things like this, don't think that you're allowed to obscure what's happening from the rest of the world. Ryu pointed a finger to the sky, and a beam of light ripped through a veil. The army charged at the same time, but the deed was already done. Suddenly, a scene of 1 on 500 played out before the eyes of everyone present. Unfortunately, it seemed that these people had no idea what heavenly tribulation Ryu had to suffer through just to be able to stand here today. Ryu took a step forward, his great sword staffs flashing into his palms. He flicked one wrist, and as though dotting the skies with the delicate point of stars, a flurry of piercing lines erupted. His other arm almost lazily swung. The lines of piercing light shot through one forehead after another. The army had barely covered half the distance between them when almost 10% of them had already died. Numbers really weren't the way to deal with Ryu. Not if they couldn't at least hold their own just the slightest bit without such advantages. Ryu took another step forward, and his lazy swing finished completely. A wide arc was drawn across the ground, forcing the army to leap into the air. The organization was ruined in an instant, and the Diva elders responsible for setting this up couldn't help but curse beneath their breaths. Could it be that Ryu had seen through it all so easily? Might as well be an open book, Ryu said coldly. With a flicker, Ryu appeared in the skies as well, his blades dancing like the wind. No one lasted more than even a single exchange against him. There were no screams, and the blades were so sharp that they passed right through flesh and bone without even the slightest sound either. The only sounds in the region at all were the splattering wet noises as they fell from the skies, their eyes having gone completely dull. There was just the slightest hint of regret in their eyes as they breathed their last. Maybe even until now, they couldn't believe that their own clans had done something like this to them. Ryu continued to unleash a single-minded slaughter, and in a blink, less than half of the devas remained. It was then he sensed that something else was off. Ryu's greatsword staff flipped in his palm, its golden blade pointing downward. With a flex of his arm, he thrust down. A powerful momentum enveloped the land, and a beam of sharpened light descended in a torrent. Ryu had only just acted when a black dagger silently appeared at the back of his neck. Its timing was perfect, and not a single problem could be found. It was well and truly the best sort of assassin's strike. Clang! The dagger collided with Ryu's neck. At some unknown point, Ryu had suddenly been covered from head to toe in pristine, white scales. The dagger nicked against him, drawing just the faintest line of crimson, but unable to penetrate any further. The assassin's arm snapped back, a reverberating forward clang against their wrist. Ryu was already prepared, his greatsword staff swinging back and down as he pivoted his hips toward the perpetrator. The assassin's reactions weren't too bad either, managing to just barely slip out of range, burrowing Ryu's own momentum to retreat. Ryu's blade just barely missed their nose as they arched backward. 3 more devas shattered into a rain, and Ryu finally saw who his attacker was. It was actually one of young Mistress Knightley's little lovers. Or, rather, one of the consorts that were set up for her in the future. All things considered, this sort of genius wasn't on the level of young Mistress Knightley and the others, but they were only a half step beneath. There were only a dozen or so geniuses at that elite of an elite level. To be just a half step away really held some weight. But what was interesting here was that this young man was stronger than he should have been for a half step away nonetheless. It seemed that he had managed to make some progress in the title steal after. Ryu slowly lowered his greatsword staff, exhaling a slow breath as the wound on the back of his neck slowly healed. The young man stood there with black wings and crimson eyes, a pair of daggers in his hands as he stared at Ryu. "My woman, give her back." Ryu didn't reply, instead looking down at his great sword staffs. Then, as though thinking of something amusing, he sneered. He flipped his palms, his great sword staffs vanishing in favor of a pair of crystal-bladed, jagged-edged daggers. With a series of subtle flicks and rotations, the daggers danced in Ryu's hands like he had been juggling them all his life before snapping back into his palm with a satisfying echo. "Why would I spit out something I've already eaten?" Ryu asked, pointing a dagger right between the young diva's brows. Chapter 2179 Unfathomable. The young man's eyes turned malevolent. The skies seemed to darken further, the endless expanse of barren land rumbling. His wings spread out, all of them looking akin to devilish blades streaking through the skies. With a single flap, it seemed that space and time themselves were being shredded to pieces. And then he moved. The two figures cut across one another, and Ryu found himself standing with his back to the young man, looking down at the daggers in his hand. His wrist flickered and the blades began to dance, rolling between his fingers and spinning on their tips. All the while, he didn't even bother to look back as the white scales faded from his body. It was hard to tell when he had even summoned them in the first place. Well, I did already say that I was done messing around. Shiing. 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 Xiang, Puchi. The blades overlapped and four wings fell to the ground in heavy heaps. Each one weighed as much as a mountain, every crash leaving craters of earth in their wake despite the sturdiness of the realm. The young man stumbled in the skies, his body shuddering. To the Devas, the wings weren't just extremities. They were vital organs, they were symbols of pride, they were the very core of their beings. You know, before this little excursion, I had never even heard of Devas before. I can see why. Your birth rates are so low and yet you're still so foolish with your lives. Go in peace. I'll be sure to take care of your woman. Though, I don't know how you have the balls to call her that. Willingly being just one of her many concubines, not sure how you can call yourself a man. Ryu looked back, his dagger snapping into his palm. The blue crystal glint danced across his indifferent expression, playing to his silvery eyes and white as snow skin. The young man shuddered in anger as he felt the last of his life slipping away from him. And yet, as though he didn't feel like he had humiliated the man enough, Ryu actually spoke again. Maybe I should do you Devas a favor and castrate all the men. Then your women can really go out and find happiness. A slight smile played across Ryu's face. In a familiar bedchamber, Knightley's mother sat up in a rage, but she had barely flexed her toned torso when an oppressive might descended. Her throat hiccuped and her heart lurched. Her muscles seemed to lose control of themselves for a moment, but the patriarch had already stood to his feet at some unknown point. Knightley's mother knew quite well that it wasn't they who sent the young man. But Ryu's words didn't discriminate amongst the Devas at all. Someone was going to have to pay for the humiliation, and since it couldn't be Ryu, it was certainly going to be whoever it was in the background making such foolish decisions. But at the same time, there was no doubt that when the time came, Ryu would have to pay for it as well. It was just that judging by the cheeky grin and his indifferent demeanor, the boy didn't give a single damn about making an enemy of the entire world. It didn't matter how many of them were angry with him, if they continued to target him, he would continue to humiliate them one by one without regard for a single one of their faces. These powerful elevated worlds were going to learn who Ryu Tatsuya was one way or another. Ryu landed on the ground and pulled a wing out from the ground. It was indeed quite heavy, but it was also sharp. It was weirdly soft to the touch, yet if you caught your finger on an edge at the wrong angle, you could find yourself losing a hand. With a chuckle, Ryu tossed the wings into his inner world. Something told him that preserving wings was actually quite useless to Devas, so he might as well send them over to Knightley. Whether she used them now or not, he didn't really care one way or another. If she wanted to be sentimental, he would just force her to do it herself later. But if she was smart, she would probably do whatever she could to grow stronger, faster. This would give him the chance to observe how it was done as well. His Tao had given faint inklings of how this worked, but he obviously wasn't a diva expert. Observing this would save him a lot of effort in the future. He was also curious about his own wings too, actually. He had stacked 10 bone structures into one, but the one thing he didn't account for were his wings. Right now, he had wings that were very dragon-like. They didn't take good advantage of his phoenix bloodlines at all, and without direct support from a bone structure, they were quite lackluster. His wings, as such, didn't even provide much of a boost if they provided one at all. Though they weren't technically a liability, they might as well be. It was like having an extra limb for no reason. They were practically only there to look cool. It wasn't exactly a top priority of his to fix this issue, but it was interesting that the Devas seemed to want to present themselves on a silver platter. And if he was going to steal a pair of wings, well, he was pretty certain of whose head he wanted. There was a certain annoying war god pupil wielder that would certainly appear any moment now. Ryu dusted himself off, then headed off to clear more ruins. By now, his bundle of fate was growing extraordinarily large, so much so that he seemed to have formed another miniature sun in his internal world. Minutes later, he walked out of another few ruins and exhaled a calm breath. Time to do this all over again. Ryu's battles were quickly becoming the most entertaining segments to watch. It wasn't just that he was getting by far the most action now, but he, himself, was too entertaining. How often could spectators experience the humiliation of so many powerful races in real time? It was like some sort of fever dream. Devas, Fae, demons, fiends, griffins, powerful existences the likes of which many had only ever read of in legends and record books were making their presences known, only to be humiliated and talked down to by a young man they had only just learned the existence of. Many of the geniuses making their names known now had been known for a long while. Maybe not in all circles because of the sheer size of existence, but they were at least known to a decent segment of the population. This Ryu, though, was a complete anomaly. He just showed up with a Tao goddess wife with the strength to speak to the Phoenix ancestor, and then strolled into their lives with an arrogant grin and a razor-sharp tongue. It was one crushing victory after another, as though the people before him were nothing more than ants, as though their efforts, their machinations, their greatest hopes and dreams weren't worth much of anything before him. For the great powers, it was easy to see how he might become public enemy number one. But to those that had only planned on fighting for the scraps to begin with, his existence was like a tonic. They were just here, for the show, and his presence easily made him a fan favorite. The weight of the name Ryu Tatsuya was only increasing, and most shocking of all. No matter the challenge that was thrown at him, no matter the circumstance, no matter the danger he was supposedly going to be in this time around, he always won, and he always won easily. It wasn't the display of a valiant hero trudging through hardship and barely scraping by step like some would have liked to see. And then the challenges simply stopped. Ryu walked out of another ruin, his breathing even, and his body lacking even the slightest injury. If not for the fact his robes were tattered and littered with holes, one would have thought that he hadn't been in a single battle since he came here. One could imagine just how demoralizing it was to see this. His chi was an unfathomable well, his spiritual quintessence was an abyss so deep describing its depths felt like an impossibility, and his raw stamina and healing factor alone. It was hard to understand just how one young man could be so good at everything. And maybe they finally realized that it was a hopeless task. At least it seemed so, until Ryu crossed the next fate barrier and found the world around him had changed once again. He stood on a pillar of an unknown height in the very depths of space. However, he only had eyes for one thing ahead of him. The title steal. Chapter 2180 Only one. Ryu obviously wasn't the only one there. In fact, considering how he had taken his sweet time, it wouldn't be a surprise if he was the very last one to get there. It was just that he didn't care. Staring at the title steal ahead of him, he and it might as well have been the only things present in the world. Until, that is, he sensed his wife, and he looked over toward Surreal with a grin. The Fey beauty rolled her eyes and looked away. It seemed that she had been there for a while as well, and she was quite speechless that it had actually taken Ryu so long to make it. But it was also easy for her to guess exactly why that was. Of course that guy was messing around. Ryu chuckled. This time he really was innocent. It wasn't his fault that he was targeted by so many. Who would have thought that so many of the strongest clans and sects in existence would be so cowardly? Not even surprised, Ryu thought to himself, stretching out his back. A crackle and pop filled the region as he exhaled a breath. He looked high into the skies, a bright smile on his face, his fingers twitching as though they weren't yet satisfied with how much he had killed. Maybe he wouldn't be satisfied until his name was at the very top of that list. He looked up toward the title steal, but even now, he couldn't see the very top. Those arrogant bastards, he said through grinning teeth. To not even allow his eyes to see their names. They were going to regret that, very soon. Ryu stood there for a while, and then he yawned. He reclined onto his pillar and closed his eyes before directly falling asleep. It had been a while since he had had a good sleep. Even during these last several decades, he had to spend so much effort suppressing his excitement that he couldn't quite rest properly. But now that he was beneath the shadow of the title steal, he was so relaxed that sleep came with absolute ease. Many might have thought he was just showboating, until his rhythmic breathing became light snoring and his chest moved to a smooth cadence. He forgot about the world to the point even Surreal found herself rolling her eyes again. This guy was really too much. Slowly, more individuals began to make their presence known. The number continued to increase, and from the first few dozen, there came over 100 more, and then over 500. The numbers began to slow considerably when they got to over 900, and then 950, then 970, then 990. Until the very last 999th pillar was filled months later. All the while, there were many focused gazes on Ryu, many filled with murderous intent that would have probably disturbed the sleep of almost anyone else. But why would it bother Ryu? As far as he was concerned, the only reason so many great geniuses made it so far was because someone tweaked his path. If not, he would have taken out at least half of them already. They were lucky they had gotten more time to strut around like they did. Ryu's eyes suddenly opened. He didn't move from his position, but he seemed to have naturally sensed when the last person had arrived. What no one expected was that he would speak first. Silent Quibus, he said slowly. I know you're here somewhere. I went out of my way to not look for you, you see. That isn't because I fear you. It's more so because since I've already come all this way, I might as well do things at everyone else's pace. I know you have a fondness for gathering corpse poison, but you see, when it comes to people I hate, I also don't have a bottom line. I wonder what kind of expression you'll make when it's your turn. There was a chill that pervaded the air when corpse poison was mentioned. The words were laced with such a taboo that even the title steel rumbled as though in warning. But Ryu continued to speak as though he hadn't felt a single thing was wrong. Ruin Master, I was wondering who it was that they would send. I'm glad that it wasn't their so-called number 1 ranked. Overian, I think his name was. It hardly matters. It was smart of you all to send a Tao god after me. Well, foolish for your already damaged fate. But this is probably your best chance. Maybe you'll make it entertaining this time. What I didn't expect was that it would be an old friend, but you've already suffered a loss to me twice already, maybe third time's the charm. I am. Also, it's true. Fire dragon blood runs through my veins. So does lightning Qilin blood. So does fire, ice, dark, and Emperor Phoenix blood. Quite frankly, my body is still a bit thirsty for more. There was another rumble, this one originating from a completely different space, but Ryu still didn't seem to be finished. Ryu clasped his fingers behind his head, crossing one leg over another as he looked into the stars. He seemed to still half be in dreamland, his words coming out in a calm, lulling sort of cadence. Ah, martial gods, martial gods, martial gods, there are a few of you I can't kill. My wife's snotty-nosed little brother, you see, that wouldn't be a good look on my part. Her mother, yikes, maybe a few spanks. Her father, that man's already dead as far as I'm concerned. Ryu suddenly grinned. The rest of you, however, not a single one of you is making it out alive. Ryu finished speaking and smiled up to the skies, only for infuriated laughter to echo soon after. A fool who doesn't even understand how the title steel works. The ignorant truly say whatever they please. Young Master Bright's words cut through Ryu's momentum, his golden hair flapping wildly beneath his building momentum. As though on cue, the title steel rumbled. The clouds around it shook, and the bottom of the title steel trembled awake. A pair of characters floated out from the steel. Blade Disciple. The title caught the attention of several people, but the glow of it was dim. It was clear that it wasn't the best of the best in titles. There were actually 3 phases of the title steel. The first was to make it here, fighting it out from the 999th spot that would allow one to make it to this point. But then there was a second phase, a phase where the title wasn't yet forged by the user, but instead granted by the title steel. Not everyone had the right to even attempt to claim their own title, and it was said that the title steel itself had stopped granting unique titles casually long ago. If you wanted such a chance, you would have to earn it. However, that didn't change the fact that these named titles were already of great value. Earning one would already make you a pinnacle expert. Just being here already made you among the 999 best geniuses in all of existence. To claim such a title guaranteed you such a halo even into the Tao God realm. Yet, as though he hadn't heard young Master Bright's words at all, Ryu yawned, and his legs flipped up. He palmed the ground and jumped to his feet in a fluid motion. By the time he did this, 3 existences had already rushed out toward the title with the fastest speeds they could muster. Ryu stretched and then tapped his foot. In an instant, he had shot by them all. Several eyes widened all at once as Ryu stepped before the title, staring it down. There was a strong suction and repulsion force all at once, as though the title wanted Ryu to take it, but the title steel was saying it wasn't for him. A lot of nerve you have. I take what I please. Ryu plucked it out of the air. The three figures froze, not a single one of them having expected such a result. But then their eyes went red. They pulled out their sabers one after another, each one attacking Ryu viciously. Ryu overturned a palm, a spark of blue lightning shaping and then solidifying into a curved, steel-blue saber. He angled a pierce toward his back, gliding it up the shaft of one and then severing all his tendons and ligaments with a single blow. He took a step to the side, dodging the second, and then pivoted in a half-turn, half-facing the last and lopping their head into the skies. The third and final froze, realizing the trouble that they were in a step too late. But it all happened so fast. In one moment, they were all fighting over the title, and in the next, a blue steel saber ran through his chest. He looked down, his eyes colored in despair. Even in his final moments, he didn't understand. Why was such a monster fighting for such a small title? Didn't he know that he could only fight for one? Chapter 2181. Nothing. A blessing fell soundlessly from above, and Ryu took it as though he couldn't feel the weird gazes around him at all. There was something particularly calm and carefree about him, as though he was forever at peace with his decision. Surreal felt like banging her head against a wall because, unlike everyone else here, she knew that if there was going to be someone who made a mistake like this, Ryu would certainly be the last to do it. Ryu's ability to read a situation, comprehend intentions, decipher the methods of the heavens, and take advantage of them, at least within their age group, was certainly second to none. So how could he make a mistake like that? In which case, that meant he had actually come here for no other purpose than to make an enemy of the world. This wasn't just a case of killing a few geniuses and angering ancestors with a few words. He was quite literally about to make himself public enemy number one, and for no other reason than because he could. She wasn't even sure if he would get any real benefit out of this. Ryu looked over toward her and gave her a wink, to which he received a nice middle finger in return. Ryu laughed, his head tilting to the skies. At least in this case, his wife was very wrong. This would actually help him quite a bit. But no one needed to know what his plans were just yet. When the time came, the world would know to fear the Tatsuya name the way they were always meant to. And this time, it wouldn't be Primus who carried that weight either. When people said Tatsuya, they would mean him, Ryu. Ryu casually landed back on his pillar, a radiant aura emanating from him. Fool. Ryu scratched his ear. I know you're eager to die, but I would advise you to shut up. The more annoyed I get, the more liable I am to embarrass you. Young Master Bright sneered. The ignorant are truly fearless. The title steel rumbled again. Breaker of stone. Several gazes landed on Ryu, but he just stood there with a bright smile on his face. It was then they seemed to realize that the rules they knew of were nonsense. One really should only be able to fight for a single title. 4 individuals bolted out. Ryu observed for a bit, rolling his lips over themselves as though smoothing them out. Then, he suddenly took a step. Several gazes sharpened as a strong resistance force descended. However, before anyone could breathe out a sigh of relief, Ryu tore through it like a thin piece of tissue paper. The halo of blessings vanished around Ryu as though it was never there, and in a blink, he had appeared before the characters once again, reaching out with a calm smile. Surreal took a breath and exhaled with a sigh. It seemed that this was really the road they were going down. There was no escaping it. This was her fate now for having such a foolish husband. Ryu reached out and claimed the title once again. His 4 competitors froze, their anger flaring deep in their hearts. They looked toward one another and then charged forward. Ultimately, anyone who could make it here didn't have Dao hearts that were so easily swayed. Their bodies flared with all sorts of defensive methods, and some of them even grew in size until they towered even over Ryu. They converged from all sides, tacitly agreeing to deal a death blow to Ryu first, and only then would they fight over the title. Darkness flared in Ryu's eyes. Bang, 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 bang. 4 attacks that carried the booming cacophony of meteors falling from the skies landed on his body, each one more powerful than the last. However, soon it felt as though they had fallen into an endless abyss, vanishing into the depths of darkness, never to return again. Ryu caught a fist out of the air, pushing it to the side and driving his own into the attacker's gut. There was a pause, and then an explosion seemed to sound within their body, a booming burst of air shattering through their back. They hacked up mouthfuls of blood and tidbits of organs, only for their body to be spun into the air and used to block a second blow. The human shield shattered to pieces on impact, their body's remnants used like a smoke shield as Ryu passed through as though it wasn't even there. His fingers reached out in a clawing motion, piercing through the eyes of the next attacker. Screams filled the skies, but Ryu had already hooked his claws in, yanking down and driving a knee through their head. A headless corpse fell to its knees in the skies as Ryu took a step back. A fist passed across his chest, and he almost carelessly wrapped an arm around it, pressing it even more firmly against his torso and snapping it at the elbow. It was a pure dismantling. It didn't even look like a battle between cultivators. It looked more like Ryu was strolling through a street fight, his chi not even moving. Every title came with its own merits. If the first tested the mettle of a blade master, then the second was meant to be for those with strong bodies, namely, powerful defenses. These were some of the best geniuses across existence. Their bodies should have likewise reflected that since they dared to come and fight for this title. And yet, before Ryu, it was like their bodies were made of clay, fragile and soft, flexible and pliable. Ryu punched out, his fist ripping through the heart of the last of them. Ryu blinked. 2 hearts. Interesting. You can come. Ryu shifted his arm, and instead of bursting out with a strong pulse of energy that would shred everything apart, he captured the man instead. After studying him for a bit, he nodded and then tossed him into his inner world. Then, without much of a care in the world, he returned to his pillar. It rumbled, another blessing falling from on high, this one slightly more substantial than the last. It was clear that in the opinion of the title Steel, this title was worth just a little bit more. But now, no one knew how to react. This wasn't supposed to be possible. And what did it mean for this to be possible? How far was Ryu planning on going, exactly? The title Steel rumbled again, and yet another title took shape. This time, instead of stepping forward, Ryu looked toward young Master Bright. What? You have nothing to say this time? Come on, you seemed to have such a sharp tongue before. Darkness pervaded Bright's gaze, his golden irises swimming with a hidden blackness. Nothing. Did we learn a lesson today, then? About how to shut our mouths when we don't know what we're talking about? A nice lesson, don't you think? My words remain the same. You are a fool, young Master Bright said coldly. Is that so? Just because you're too afraid to step on toes, too worried about what might happen when your backers can't protect you? I've been walking this road on my own for a very long time. What you see as foolish only exists because you're too much of a coward to do it. Then again, even if you grew some balls, you don't have my capabilities, now do you? Young Master Bright's eyes bulged. Just tuck your tail and wait for your turn. If you dare to step out when the time comes, that is. Ryu raised his foot, and his body flickered and vanished. Once again, there was resistance, and then the halo around him vanished. He shot ahead, landing in front of the title first once again. Palm Adept. The ending was just the same this time, and the next time, and the time after that. Frustration was beginning to grow, but Ryu was simply insatiable. There was hardly a single soul here that wasn't from a power that had pissed Ryu off in some way, shape, or form, and honestly speaking, even if they weren't, why should he care? This was the world of cultivation, it wasn't a land of charity. He had come here to win, and he had come here to win in resounding fashion. He was also quickly proving to the world that he had no weaknesses. Whether in body or chi, in close combat or weapon, in attack or defense, he was untouchable. And then the next title descended. A true, bestial sort of rumble came from the title Steel, and this time, several perked up. Beast Air. This title shimmered differently from the others. It was the first truly ranked title, and this time, it was asking something that shouldn't have been possible for Ryu. There was a very big difference between being born a beast and having beast blood. And yet, Ryu didn't seem to register the difference at all. Chapter 2182 isn't for you. This isn't the place for you, a growl came from the side. Large numbers of beasts soared into the air. With the previous titles, there seemed to be some jockeying for position, some silent communication made through eye contact and the like. But the beasts did no such thing. The moment they saw a title they liked, they all shot forward at once. The only ones that didn't react were the top-flight beast princes and princesses. Why would they need a title to tell them that they were a beast heir? Just the act of being crowned by their ancestors alone was worth just as much as this beast heir title. However, those of them who were their subordinates and the like couldn't possibly sit idle while things went on. And they certainly wouldn't be able to survive anyway if they allowed a human, of all things, to gain the beast heir title. The one that spoke was a growling dragon, scales of black and brown coating him from head to toe. There was a vicious scar running down the length of his snout that made it look as though he had lost his mouth at some point for not knowing when to shut it. Or maybe that was just Ryu making up such a story because he found the dragon's words annoying. No one knows when to be quiet these days, Ryu sighed. Surreal rolled her eyes. Sometimes she wondered if this guy knew that he was speaking about himself when he said things like this, or if he just did it on purpose to piss everyone off. She had seen battle-hungry people before, but Ryu was the first person she had ever met who actually went out of his way to make an enemy of everyone and everything. It was almost impressive. The numbers continued to increase, and soon hundreds of wild beasts had filled the skies with their auras. This time, Ryu couldn't just blitz his way to the title because there were too many creatures that were physically too large to make it through. Fairness wasn't something the title Steel was known for, so not everyone was equidistant from the title they wanted. Ultimately, some would end up closer than others. The only saving grace was that no one could escape back to their pillar from the title, not until every other fighter for the title had given up their right to fight for it, or simply died. The odds of the former happening were quite low for obvious reasons. Unless you were able to display absolute power and might, most here would just try to use numbers to their advantage and hope to squeak out a victory. Quite frankly, Ryu found it a bit pathetic. If you couldn't fight for the title under your own merit, then what was the point in having it? Of course, that wasn't to say that he was crying foul. He didn't care one way or another. In fact, having things like this made them far more interesting. It was just that he didn't understand how someone could have a Dao heart weak enough to willingly rely on such a thing in the first place. How did they sleep at night? He bet not well. Ryu yawned. His hand was halfway to his mouth when he felt something odd. Oh, well, that's a little interesting, I guess. Ryu was finding much of his body suppressed, including his bone structures. He found that particularly odd because he had used concepts of Dao bones in his White Phoenix spiritual foundation to complete his bone structures. Dao bones were special etchings that only the most talented of beasts would have. So, Ryu half expected that the title Steel would register almost all of his talent as that of a beast. But it hadn't. You're angry with me? Who would have thought that such an ancient treasure would know how to throw a tantrum? It's unbecoming. The title Steel wasn't a fool. It knew that Ryu was taking advantage of a loophole to gather up all of its talents. It seemed that it had finally decided to retaliate a small bit. Sensing Ryu's aura suddenly begin to plummet, roars filled the skies. Subordinates of the Dragon Prince and Princess were the first to react, the most aggressive of them opening their maws and unleashing vicious breath attacks from above. Ryu looked up to find a rainbow of chi descending on him from above. In his life, Ryu was very used to the fire dragons ruling everything. But from what he had seen, this dragon prince he had yet to exchange a single word with was actually a golden dragon. Ryu looked off to the side to find the dragon prince curled on his pillar, his enormous body wrapping around it, his chin resting as though in a nap. At the very least, there was one other person here who knew how to relax. The dragon prince never seemed to react to Ryu's antics, and even now, he didn't seem to care about the outcome. But that didn't mean Ryu wasn't fascinated by him. Just what was a golden dragon? What did they represent? He had vaguely heard of legends of golden dragons before, but they were all symbolic. They were worn by emperors, and their strength was usually decided by their 5 claws. Well, this dragon prince had 6 claws, and his wife had lavender scales for some reason. This golden dragon wasn't the only oddity here either. Ryu was very used to the lightning Qilin being rulers of the Qilin, but this time it was actually a fire Qilin. His gaze shifted to the Qilin prince, and he was wide awake, unlike the lazy dragon prince. His fiery ruby scales glistened beneath the rain of attacks, tufts of hair that danced around his hooves and mane billowing in the wind. Ryu and the fire Qilin's gazes met, the fire in the latter's light almost making Ryu feel the heat even at this sort of distance. Fascinating, indeed. This rain of attacks was just as peculiar. There wasn't a single fire dragon here. He sensed an earth dragon, a wind dragon, he even sensed a lightning dragon mixed in there, all of them breathing down their rain of fury. But it all almost felt out of place. Ryu was suddenly swallowed up by the breath attacks, or so it seemed. He appeared high in the skies, somewhere out of range, only for a rock to suddenly slice through the air toward him, a wing as sharp as a blade, carrying the speed of the fastest creature of the skies, manifesting at his waist. Ryu's eyes narrowed. Fast. He turned to his spacetime soul nature, but he hadn't even finished the thought when a phoenix appeared high above him, its cage forming a claw that struck downward. If it was just a claw, it would be fine. But it was actually a strong spatial restriction. A spatial phoenix. Looking at the silvery flames that coated the creature's body, Ryu was a bit speechless again. What was the point of all of this? Back in his day, ancient beasts were given assignments by the heavens, and they stuck to them. If ancient beasts could just represent anything, then what was the point of all the... Ryu's eyes widened. It can't be. In his distraction, the rock wing sliced into his body, nearly splitting him in two. Without the strength of his bone structures, blood spurted. Surreal rushed to cover her cherry lips, a string of curses coming only to be muffled by her palm. She didn't know what Ryu was distracted by, but didn't this idiot know that there was a time and a place for everything? The phoenix claw never stopped coming above for even a moment. Space became more and more constrained, and Ryu quickly realized that even his spacetime soul nature was being suppressed. This was the Beast Air title fight. His eyes, his bone structure, his chi, his meridians, his spiritual foundations, they had no place here. It was either he fought like a beast or he died like a human. No, even death like a human wouldn't be up to him. However, Ryu himself was still in a bit of a daze. Are the plans of the Phoenix Sky God really that deep? There's just... Ryu's gaze shifted, and his eyes landed on the Phoenix Princess, wrapped in a rainbow of colors. She was absolutely gorgeous, but most importantly, absolutely nothing like what a phoenix should be. These idiots have forgotten what it means to be ancient beasts of their races, unbelievable. Ryu raised a hand as scales slowly coated his forearm and palm. He caught the phoenix claw out of the air, holding the rock wing to his gaping wound with the other. Sparks flew, and the air whined. It seemed he would have to remind them of what the true ancient beasts were like. Chapter 2183. A True Beast. Dragon's Roar. Ryu's head tilted up to the skies, and for a moment, it seemed impossible to see a human in his place at all. It felt like a dragon emperor had lifted his head to the clouds. A thunderous, booming, throaty sort of roar rose up from the depths of a black abyss, piercing through the veil of the heavens and shattering the dome above. The beasts froze for just a moment, and then Ryu moved. In one moment, Ryu was pincered between a claw and a wing. In the next, a phoenix claw flew, and a rock wing peeled across the skies, its silvery, metallic wings splaying out, its feathers fluttering down below in a heavy rain of blades. Ryu appeared high above the phoenix, which still had yet to register the loss of its claw, his two fists coming together in a hammer above his head. His silver eyes slit down the middle, separating into a demonic hue as he smashed. His fists deformed around the head of the phoenix, practically tearing through the layers of its flesh and bone at the same time. The rock was falling through the skies by the time the phoenix's head shattered into a rain of blood. White scales reflected across Ryu's body, crimson liquid seeping through its crevices as though it was greedily swallowing it all up. With a flash, Ryu appeared at the gaping wound of the rock's torn wing. A violent attack smashed against Ryu's side, practically turning half of him into a meaty pulp, but it was like he didn't notice at all. With one of his arms out of commission, his teeth bore down instead, his canines glistening through the air as he ripped into the flesh of the rock with his jaw while his only working arm gripped the other side. Like a savage that had lost his mind, he bit and ripped, yanking his jaw to one side and his arm to the other. He tore the rock in two. Screams filled the air, and the skeleton of an ancient beast was twisted into a mass of gore in the skies. Ryu bounded through the rain of blood, all of his actions more savage and erratic than the last. It didn't feel like they were facing off against a human at all, but rather a beast even more gutturally primal than any of them. He leapt and bound, scratched and clawed, using every bit and piece of his body without regard for what might be hurt or what already was. He leapt through the skies like an ape, using the back of a griffin with a hole right through where its heart had just been as a springboard. His body bent in an arch, his arms and legs reaching back as though a powerful coil about to unwind a great amount of strength in a single bound. His arms smashed against the head of a dragon, deforming and melding it into a completely new shape. The black-brown dragon from earlier swiped right at Ryu, disregarding the safety of his own kind. Blood flew, and the dragon was blinded in an instant, a deep trench being torn out of its skull in an effort to chase after Ryu. Ryu bent and twisted out of the way, grabbing onto a long whisker of the now dead dragon and swinging from it. He curled through the skies, reached back with 2 claws to his hips, and erupted with both of their strengths at the black-brown dragon's chest at the very same time. Bang! Bang! The 2 layered on top of one another, the chest of the dragon deforming for just the briefest instant before it popped back into place. Ryu was sent flying backward, but so too was the dragon. In the brief instant Ryu lost control of his body, a savage stomp came from above, the billowing flames of a qilin and their mighty momentum falling like a meteor. Ryu's skin spontaneously combusted before the hoof even landed, and then came the physical form of the hoof itself. Fire bent and twisted, and for a moment, it seemed like Ryu was going to be swallowed whole. Without his bone structures, his bloodlines alone couldn't generate enough power. Otherwise, that double claw just now would have shattered the black-brown dragon into a rain of blood and gore. Now, he was facing off against a hoof before his body had even fully recovered. There were too many of them, and he was far too suppressed. It was the logical conclusion anyone would have come to. Except seemingly Ryu himself. There came a second roar, this one from the very depths of Ryu's soul. It carried a heavy defiance and a Tao heart that overshadowed mountains and blanketed the skies, replacing the dome of the heavens themselves and shaking the gates of the heavenly courts. Red-black flames erupted across Ryu's body, peals of radiant blue lightning coming soon afterward. He had said that he would show them what it truly meant to be the ruler of an ancient beast race. Rage flames, tribulation lightning, death flames, ice flames, rebirth flames, emperor flames. To use mere qilin flames to try and suppress him, it was nothing short of foolish. The heat that Ryu was experiencing seemed to vanish into thin air. His body burst with its own fires instead. The hood descended, and yet it was ash before it even touched Ryu. The qilin didn't even understand what happened when heavenly patterns began to cut across the skies, crawling up the length of where its leg had just been. Ryu's claws lengthened as he flexed his torso. His body, flying downward parallel to the ground, suddenly twisted, his back arching and his arms swiping up with vicious momentum. A dragon's claw can split the world in 5. I do it in 6. 5 scythes of black and red tore through the skies. Ryu vanished, not even watching as the qilin was split into pieces. It didn't end up mattering. Why would it when it fell into odd bits only for those very bits to turn to ash moments later? Ryu appeared before the black-brown dragon again, his eyes blazing, flames and lightning dancing around him. Storm. He grabbed at the skies, a lance falling down from above. It slammed into it rather than falling into his palm, deforming into an armor that coated him from head to toe. He smashed against the chest of the dragon once again, knocking it down below. With a flash, he disappeared in a stream of lightning that appeared before the dragon, knocking it upward with the same 2 blows to its chest. Roars filled the skies, echoes of a relentless barrage leaving the black-brown dragon rebounding every which way like a ping-pong ball. Streaks of lightning fell from the skies, forming its cage as though the world itself was responding to Ryu's call. Ryu drove a knee up the black-brown dragon's snout, appearing above and driving a heel down from the skies. Scales and blood flew, the crunching of bones as dense as the cores of worlds echoing time and time again. Bang, 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 I'll show you what a true beast looks like. The wrathful tempest billowed up from Ryu. He seemed truly infuriated that these people wanted to question him. Ryu had never seen himself as a beast, would never see himself as a beast. But who were they to tell him what he could and couldn't be? A spiraling pillar of black and red flames tore into the skies above Ryu, swirling into a mass of raging clouds. Heavenly phoenix patterns peeled across them, and all of a sudden, the booming cadence of thunder rippled. Ryu reached up and grabbed. Lightning God. Ryu's chest expanded, his head tilting to the skies as he inhaled. His roar continued to echo through the world as tribulation clouds for hundreds of miles were sucked into his body. Silence fell for just the briefest of moments before Ryu looked down at the sparse enemies that remained. There wasn't a single stage in existence that he didn't have the right to stand on. Ryu unleashed a final roar, a dragon's breath of fire and lightning falling in a spiraling mass of death and destruction. Black, red, royal blue. Space shattered, the skies overturned, even the pillars themselves swayed wildly back and forth as though they might collapse at any moment. At that instant, even the dragon's prince slowly opened his eyes, his swaying pillar too much for even the likes of him to ignore. And for that brief instant when he looked at Ryu, he thought he was seeing his father unleashing an almighty breath that encompassed the world. Slowly, the skies fell into silence, and a lull fell over the battle. There, Ryu stood alone high in the skies. And the beasts, they were nowhere to be seen. 1555, Chapter 2184 Beast Air. Ryu exhaled a breath. There was a certain glossiness in his eyes that slowly faded away in that moment, almost as though he hadn't been entirely aware of what he was doing. He had let his bloodlines rampage for the moment, and they did as they pleased. It was a feeling that he didn't usually allow, even back when it would have suited him the most. Well, not that it would have been very possible back then either. Back then, his bloodlines weren't exactly entirely awake. They were mostly in a deep slumber, because waking up would have meant shredding him to pieces. Even now, Ryu was questioning whether he had gotten everything out of his bloodlines. Of course, if others knew his thoughts, their responses wouldn't be the most kind. He wasn't even a beast, but he had just used those very same bloodlines to destroy some of the greatest geniuses of beastkin before the world. If his bloodlines weren't good enough now, what exactly did that mean for everyone else? But in Ryu's opinion, it wasn't his bloodlines individually that were so powerful, but rather the combination of them. And that wasn't exactly the same thing. If he just had to rely on his dragon bloodline, or just his Qilin bloodline, or just one of his phoenix bloodlines, how powerful would he be? When he thought about it, no matter how he simulated it, he felt that he would have probably died within the first few exchanges. He mulled this over in his mind as he stood there, almost as though he wasn't aware that he was holding up the rest of the title steal proceedings. His mind swirled with thoughts, and then he felt something. The Beast Heir title. He stared at it. Or, rather, felt it swirling about in his body. In truth, Ryu wasn't gathering these titles for himself. He didn't give a damn about any of them. These titles were for his corpse puppet and summon army. There were a lot of people who could claim to have powerful corpse puppet armies. There were none who could claim to have given their armies titles from the title steal. It could clearly be seen that Ryu's ambition wasn't on a level most could even begin to fathom. In fact, even now, he wasn't quite satisfied. But now, he was wondering if he should take this Beast Heir title for himself. He couldn't absorb it now, or else he wouldn't be able to continue snatching titles. But he wondered if it would be possible to use it to shore up what weaknesses he perceived to still have. The truth was that there was certainly a better Beast Heir title coming, that much Ryu was certain of. If the very best beast title was here, then the likes of the Dragon Prince and others would have long since acted. But there was also a possibility that the best of the geniuses here wouldn't move no matter what for these titles, obsessed with ensuring that they could get a unique title of their own. It wasn't impossible to get both. It was just that you could only get one prepared title before you fought for your own unique title. However, in many circles, fighting for a weaker prepared title might be seen as self-doubt. Depending on the type of Dao heart you had, you might choose to put all your eggs in one basket. Ryu, obviously, wasn't such a person. He didn't care about what others thought, and he could fight for more than one anyway. The whispers of others weren't going to move him off of his game. Either way, this wasn't what was important. What was important was the fact that this Beast Heir title wasn't the best, so it was odd that Ryu would even be thinking about absorbing it. The reason he was hesitating was because he was thinking of giving Kira the best beast title there was here. That would really shore up that corpse puppet's abilities and bring out the greatest strength of his ancient sinew bone structure. By comparison, Ryu didn't think he needed much of a push. Plus, he wasn't going to use the title in earnest. Rather, he was going to take advantage of its fate, tear it apart, take what he needed, and discard what he didn't. He didn't think he needed the absolute strongest beast title to do that. Dilemmas. Ryu spent so long standing there that some probably thought he had truly overexerted himself this time. They weren't foolish enough to think that Ryu was just at the level of the beasts he had just killed. They were all geniuses and much smarter than that. They knew that for Ryu to fight for the Beast Heir title, he had been suppressed in pretty much all other aspects. He hadn't even been allowed to use his heavenly pupils in earnest. But that was precisely what made the fact he might have overexerted himself feel more real. Only Surreal, who knew about Ryu's embryonic chi, was starting to grow impatient. This guy was doing things at his own pace again. Hurry up and heal yourself. Get off the stage so I can fight too, my hands are itching. Surreal was only growing more impatient every time Ryu fought. She wanted to fight too. She wanted to show the world who Surreal Mu, Tatsuya was. She had barely had the moon thought when Ryu looked over at her with a glance. A shudder ran through her body, and then she rolled her eyes. Don't read my mind. I'm not, Ryu said. I just felt a disturbance in the fabric of fate and I had to make sure that a certain someone didn't forget their loving husband. Surreal shook her head and looked away, a slight blush on her cheeks. She just wasn't used to using someone else's last name yet. She hadn't done it on purpose. Ryu smiled, feeling that Surreal could be quite adorable when she wanted to be. In the end, Ryu didn't make a decision. He just took the Beast Heir title and walked off to the side. He took a seat, bloodied and beaten. There was a huge gash across his side, and one of his arms looked like it was still hanging limply. Ghastly bruises were revealed across his pale skin once his white scales retreated. Quite frankly, he looked like he had a foot in the grave already. Surreal only internally rolled her eyes when she saw this as well. She knew that Ryu could easily heal all of this, and yet he chose to stand there in pain instead. For what? To lure in idiots? Sometimes the way Ryu's brain worked made absolutely no sense to her. On the one hand, he was sometimes so very arrogant. And at other times, he was so very hypocritical. Didn't he want to beat everyone at their best? So why was he pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger now? The worst part was that even if she brought this up, she knew she would just get a cheeky grin and he would find a way to steamroll over her with logic you'd have to squint at to make sense of. Ryu closed his eyes in meditation, and the title steel finally rumbled again. Emperor's Sword. Surreal stood so fast her pillar almost shattered. Ryu opened a single eye, and then closed it as though he hadn't seen a single thing. The timing truly was impeccable. Now he could use his wife to pretend to be even more of a pig. Wasn't it amazing how things worked out? This was certainly a coincidence and had absolutely nothing to do with him. Surreal was the first to react, but she was far from the only one to do so. Ryu had only just closed his eyes when he opened them again. His head shifted, landing on the group of martial gods and specifically, his so-called mother-in-law. Aurelia calmly stepped into the air, her dress fluttering as her dainty feet walked across the skies. If one looked closely, it was possible to see that her ankles and the soles of her feet were actually wrapped in a silky cloth. To her back, a sword seemed to manifest out of a ribbon of silk, the fabric dancing around it with a flair for theatrics. Ryu's eyes narrowed. He wasn't the type of person who would ever react to such a thing, if he was the one who was personally fighting. But he wasn't the one who was personally fighting. If Surreal was able to use her full host of abilities, he might not care very much. But this was a battle for the Emperor's Sword title. Nothing but sword aura could be used. Aurelia's appearance was far from the only change. That was because, to everyone's surprise this time, the Dragon Princess also moved, her large, snaking lavender-scaled body moving through the skies with an elegant grace. Chapter 2185 Dragon Princess. The Dragon Princess didn't seem to have any intention of turning into a human. She didn't speak a single word, but her actions said all that needed to be said. If a human could take a Beast Heir title by pretending to be a beast, she would naturally be able to take a human title while very much being a beast. She was superior in every way, after all. Sometimes, in a world like this one, silence and action were all that was required. Surreal looked over to the Dragon Princess, finding herself irrationally angry. Maybe it was because she had repressed her feelings for Ryu for so long, but in her mind, it didn't matter how unruly or unreasonable Ryu was being. Whatever he wanted, the world owed him. Who was this Dragon Princess to appear here and try to make a statement about her husband? A sword howl came from Surreal's katana, sharp blade winds cutting across the skies with savage momentum. Her sword hardly quivered, and yet the world bowed into obedience. Aurelia only elegantly pointed, and her silk-laced sword fluttered down from her back, landing in her palm as though it had always been there. The Dragon Princess looked to Surreal, her lavender-slit eyes flickering with blade lights. She raised a claw and pointed toward Surreal. That was the only way it could be described. It was like it ignored time and space, blinking out of existence and then back into it. In one moment, the Dragon Princess had raised her claw, and in the next, the blade light was already at Surreal's throat. No one even saw Surreal move, however. The blade light shattered, a rain of fragmented glass falling down as her cascade of black, shimmering hair danced amidst the wind. Her long ears trembled only the slightest bit, as though in acknowledgement that she had, indeed, moved. Surreal's eyes were a much deeper shade of purple, and when she looked at the Dragon Princess, it was as though she was trying to decide exactly how to slice and dice her up. Her white gown fluttered in the air, and she took a step forward. In that moment, the two women seemed to have completely forgotten that they had a third opponent in the first place. But Aurelia didn't seem to care either. She just stood there, her eyes half closed, silky ribbons fluttering around her delicate body. Cyril and the dragon princess vanished. Kai, 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 Kai. It was impossible to see their bodies. Streaks of purple and lavender filled the skies, and in brief instances, it would be possible to see a silvery arc of a katana or a piercing strike of a claw. There wasn't even the slightest hint of chi used, the truest display of swordsmanship dancing across the skies. With the backdrop of darkness, it felt like they were watching shooting stars connect star maps, the start and end of the universe all at once. Until blood spurted, and a roar filled the skies. The spectators watched as a scaled finger fell through the skies. The dragon prince stirred, a deep, rumbling growl coming from the depths of his soul. But as soon as it appeared, so too did a second rumbling. Ryu didn't even open his eyes, but a guttural growl came from the depths of his chest. The vibrations were so violent that his pillar swayed from side to side. A clash of two men echoed across the skies, bouncing against the barrier protecting the title contestants and causing it to quake nonetheless. Neither of them opened their eyes, and yet they both knew exactly which of them was acting, and exactly why that was. The dragon princess appeared in the skies, and the world finally saw the sight they had been hidden from. Her gorgeous, lavender-scaled body was covered in streaks of sword marks, and now, one of her claws was missing, dripping with what was probably some of the most precious blood in the world. If you want to show others up, you should probably check to make sure you have the strength to do so, Cyril said coldly. A beast will always be a beast. Don't overestimate yourself. The dragon princess's eyes bulged, fury billowing off of her in waves. Her aura was slowly growing, and then, before everyone's eyes, she began to shrink. Slowly but surely, a woman with beauty beyond words appeared in a lavender dress. On her head, a pair of horns curled as though she refused to give up the last bit of dragonkin in her. Blood dripped from one of her hands, but as the droplets accumulated, something shocking happened. They slowly began to form the edge of a blade, then its body, and then its hilt. Soon, the dragon princess stood in silence, an enormous, curved greatsword the length of her body resting in her palm. It was true, she had been quite stubborn trying to stay in her dragon form to win this battle. If this wasn't a title battle, it would have been just fine. That was because she would have access to her full range of abilities. But just like Cyril and Aurelia, she was suppressed. She could use nothing but the sword. Trying to use a human weapon in beast form while her other abilities were suppressed had handicapped her to less than 10% of the strength she should have otherwise been able to display. And now her stubbornness had gotten her injured. Whether she could even still participate in this battle as an equal or not was in the air. But she would surely try. She raised her blade. "Do you think this will make a difference?" Cyril asked. The words had hardly left her lips when they both moved. The clash of swords filled the skies, but without having to deal with such a large target, Cyril's blade became smoother, faster. She hadn't been used to fighting such a large opponent with only her sword available to her. While the dragon princess thought the bump in strength would make a large difference, to Cyril, the shrinking in size was practically like putting her head on a platter for her. Especially since the dragon princess's raw strength plummeted off a cliff. Their blades intersected, reflecting off one another. Both blades were exceptionally long, but one of them was thick and unruly while the other seemed to vanish in certain lights. To her credit, the dragon princess wielded the heavy greatsword as though it was nothing more than a feather, and her speed was no less dexterous. Cyril's wrist suddenly twisted during a particularly heavy clash. The dragon princess couldn't react in time to the sudden shift in angle. Or rather, she would have been able to, had she not been missing a finger. The dragon princess tried to apply pressure on the region to stop Cyril's blade from sliding up her own, only to hit nothing but air. When she realized that Cyril was targeting her missing finger, her expression changed, but it was already too late. Her arm flew into the air. The dragon princess's eyes bulged not with pain, but fury. She had never felt so humiliated in her life. Unfortunately, Cyril's blade never stopped and was already coming for her neck. Raising her only remaining hand, the dragon princess burst back into her draconic form. Another arm flew into the skies, but the size change was enough for the dragon princess to escape. She retreated wildly, the wounds Cyril left on her body being so clean that it wasn't until several moments later that blood began to pool at all. The dragon princess's hot breath filled the space as her body pressed against the barrier. Another step back and she would be giving up on the title. But her heart was entirely unwilling. It was all her fault. If she had just entered her human form immediately, there was no way this battle would have ended so pitifully. Her pride had gotten the best of her. Return. The deep rumbling voice of her husband shook the dragon princess awake. She lowered her head in shame and left the barrier before Surreal could attack again. Come here, the dragon prince spoke again. The dragon princess obediently flew over. The two beasts intertwined their bodies, and the dragon prince began to lovingly lick at her wounds. The dragon princess practically purred, curling into her husband's body. The deep shame she felt only grew deeper under his care. She felt like she had let down their entire kind because of her pride. The dragon prince didn't say anything else, but his fury caused the space to tremble. Cracks began to appear in the pillar they intertwined their bodies on, causing several pupils to constrict into pinholes. Just how much power did it take to do such a thing? Just how dense was a material formed by the tidal steel? There was no doubt that the dragon prince was truly infuriated this time. Chapter 2186 One outcome. The moment between the dragon prince and princess had absolutely nothing to do with Surreal. To her, that battle could have only ended one way. And so too would this one. Her sword angled downward, pointed forward toward Aurelia. She didn't seem to care that she had just fought a battle, nor that Aurelia hadn't used up any of her strength. As far as Surreal was concerned, the world of cultivation had never had anything close to that of fairness, and she had already been living in such a world of unfairness for her whole life. She had made it this far, and this martial god wouldn't change a single thing. Surreal didn't bother to speak a single word. She only looked at Aurelia for a single instant of time before her blade moved. Afterimages filled the air and time seemed to bend and warp, reality forgetting what was true and what was false for a moment as her sword gracefully danced through the air. For such a long blade, Surreal wielded her katana as though it was a true extension of her arm. In just a simple swing, she carried a myriad of variations and changes that left the eyes of many spinning. There was no doubt a majority on the sidelines right this moment that felt as though there was simply no way they could block such a strike. And then there were those even weaker than that who couldn't fathom how anyone could possibly fall into such a trap to begin with. That latter group had no right to be here. Aurelia moved. Silk fluttered and her blade danced across the skies. The two attacks seemed to pass through one another, their illusions missing by a large margin. But then there was the slight sound of blade meeting blade before they separated. The echo of the blade seemed to force their real bodies into existence, the afterimages dispersing to reveal two beautiful women crossing blades for the briefest of instances before their swords accelerated beyond what light could keep up with. Kai, Kai, Kai. Every blow was so light and delicate that it was impossible to tell that they were moving so fast to begin with. It was said that speed could translate directly to power, but something about the control these women were exhibiting made their blade tips as fast as lightning and yet their attacks as light as a feather. They fluttered around one another, their hair, their robes, their swords dancing in the wind as though either one could be blown away at any time. They were probing, poking at weaknesses, trying to find an opening the other could give. And every exchange only seemed to become faster and faster, more relentless. The silky ribbons began to multiply around Aurelia's body. They wrapped around her delicate feet and the length of her arm, sometimes unraveling and spinning out in a drilling mass of destruction. Surreal dealt with them with the same practiced ease. The increase to the number of attacks didn't change her flow in the slightest, her illusory blades multiplying with the speed of her katana. Her stance shifted, and for the first time, she placed two hands on the hilt of her weapon. Her aura completely changed and a heart-shuddering sharpness radiated through the air. Logically, her power should have increased while her agility plummeted. And yet, both seemed to increase. The skies seemed to be seeing double, then triple. One surreal after another manifested, surrounding the martial goddess in a holy sort of dance. Streaks of violet and blue filled the skies, sword chi howls beginning to grow more menacing and frequent. It felt like they were watching two women battle on the edge of an abyss. Each exchange brought them closer and closer to that edge, their toes tiptoeing around the blade's finer corner, gliding across the muse of death as their speeds accelerated. Surreal's blade was suddenly intertwined with a spinning mass of silk ribbon. The numbers of the latter were also growing at an astonishing degree, and each slice was no less deadly than a sword. The ribbon quickly flew down the length of the blade, unraveling and then tightly winding down on its body. Surreal's forearm flexed and the sound of metal grating against metal echoed with a savage sort of momentum. It felt as though a gear had gotten caught in a gear, their teeth grinding against one another in a bid to loosen themselves. And then, xianxia, the silky ribbons sliced apart, fluttering down like the petals of a blossom's dance. However, in their midst, the point of a sword appeared. Aurelia pierced forward, her blade tip, much shorter than Surreal's own, having appeared at the young Fae's throat. Surreal swayed to the side, her afterimages layering onto one another in quick succession. Blood spurted, a line following Aurelia's blade as it curled through the skies. A searing pain ripped through Surreal's throat, but there was a deathly sort of calmness in her eyes as she faced off against this danger. How many times had she tread on the line of life and death? Too many to count, and every time, her reaction would be just the same. Focus. Her body finally shifted all the way to the side, waterfalling crimson falling down the length of her neck and soaking the collarbone of her dress through. Her katana, finally free of the ribbons, sliced right for Aurelia's sides. But the martial goddess was calm beyond compare as well. A mass of silky ribbons had already appeared through the one angle that Surreal could attack from. That was why it was such a surprise when Aurelia's pupils constricted as she felt a searing pain from the complete other side. Both women explosively retreated before coming to a halt that somehow felt just as explosive. Surreal reached up to touch her neck as Aurelia looked down to the gash at her side. Both wounds seemed far too ghastly to appear on women so angelic. One had half their throat cut open, while the other had their inner organs struggling to remain within their bodies. And yet, the instant they accessed their injuries, they burst forward again. The dance of life and death began once more, and this time, they seemed even more vicious than they had been in the past. They didn't know blood loss or pain, ribbons of silken blades cutting across the air like a symphony of colors. Neither had access to their full range of abilities, and yet their blades painted their own stories. It was the sort of beautiful story that one had to be there to experience, despite the gruesome nature of the exchange. The wounds of the women only became worse and worse. Stabs through the chest, the severing of tendons, even slices around the face. What once was their beauty was quickly being marred as they raced around the skies. Each one was silent, each one endlessly focused on the task at hand. They forgot everything but the blades in their hands, and to the shock of the crowd, they were quickly finding the weight of a true genius. They should have been slowing down with their injuries, but somehow they were only accelerating. Their skills were becoming sharper, more refined. There was less thought before each one of their moves, and every time they acted, the heavens seemed to radiate a light in praise of their efforts. The title steel shook and the Emperor's sword title grew brighter and brighter as it shook violently, eagerly awaiting the one that would take their title. For the first time, the crossing of their blades wasn't nearly so delicate. They smashed against one another, separating violently only to fly into one another once more. Surreal's blade cut a wide arc, slicing a chunk out of Aurelia's belly. Aurelia's silky strands danced, cutting a piece of Surreal's scalp away from her skull. Flesh and blood oozed and the howls of the title steel only became more feverish. To the side, Salvador watched his wife's battle with an eerie calmness. There was a tone hidden deep within his eyes that painted the picture of why quite well. To him, there was only one way this battle could end, and that was with a martial god's victory. It wasn't just about the type of women Aurelia was. The martial gods didn't lose. The clash of the women seemed to reach their peak, space rippling, time warping. It was hard to tell whether their exchanges were happening in real time or if they were witnessing exchanges that happened several hours ago. Reality warped and bent around them, the strength of their blades tearing into the void and ripping it open with the momentum of a heart-shuddering battle. Ryu suddenly opened his eyes, a deathly sort of sharpness in them as the situation changed. Aurelia's sword pierced forward, silky ribbons winding around it as though to turn it into a lance. The ribbons suddenly separated, parrying each one of Surreal's illusory blades away, including the very real one. The sword in the middle stayed true, piercing through Surreal's chest. Chapter 2187 Taint. Surreal looked down at her chest, her eyes narrowing. There was something odd about her reaction, as though she was more surprised than in pain. Just now, there was a definite unnatural shift in the world that she couldn't quite explain. However, whether she could explain it or not, a mouthful of blood came from her cherry lips, her body shuddering as it began to shut down. She didn't think that she would experience death so soon. But maybe she never really considered it at all. In her mind, No matter how many times she danced on the edge of life and death, she would inevitably come out on time. Ironically enough, she was a lot like her husband in that respect. As much as she talked about the danger of the world, and as cautious as she was with her every step, she was still endlessly arrogant. Maybe she thought Ryu was stupid for acting like he did, but the irony of it all was that deep inside, she felt that even if she acted exactly like Ryu did, she would make it all the way to that mountain peak too. In a lot of ways, she was practically the perfect mirror to this husband of hers. It was just a shame that she wouldn't be able to stay by his side any longer. Surreal felt her life slipping away. In death, she was quite calm. In fact, her hand still raised in a steady motion, her blade perfectly level and not carrying the slightest hint of a tremble as she readied herself to swing down with whatever she had left. Surreal felt her body pierced through by countless silk ribbons in the briefest instant of time. She knew then that she wouldn't be able to complete her swing, but that was only natural. With an opponent as skilled as Aurelia, there was really only one way this could end if she was ever on the losing end. They had been so close, a fault like this would definitely be exploited. In the end, there was nothing she could do. She felt her body about to be shredded to pieces and she relaxed. Facing that calm moment in the end, she knew that she had given it everything she had. It was just a shame that she wouldn't be able to revive her clan like she wanted. But that was when she sensed a streaking light. "You idiot," she thought silently. She had really been trying not to think about it. There was an elephant in the room that she had completely disregarded because she was hoping that he would make the smart choice for once. The title steal wasn't some playground no matter how casual Ryu seemed to be about everything he had done. Every time he flouted the rules of the title steal, there was a price to pay. Maybe he could easily take it, or maybe it was small enough for him to disregard in most cases, but there was no doubt that there was a price. Most often, Ryu was bending the rules a little. Whenever he came out to fight for another title, he wasn't technically breaking the rules because he had already given up on the title he claimed before, obscuring it from the eyes of the title steal so that it registered him as someone without a title already. But this time was different. Very different. The warriors fighting for the Emperor's Sword title had already been chosen. You couldn't just wait on the sidelines and then act when everyone was already heavily injured. At that point, it'd be a battle of who could hold out the longest instead of a true battle for the best swordsman in existence. But obviously, Ryu didn't care. He had already moved and slammed against the barrier. There was an indifferent sort of darkness in Ryu's eyes as he slammed through. What should have been an impenetrable barrier shook under his might, and then caved. The title steel trembled in response, a rain of fire and hell coming down from the skies. It didn't matter how strong Ryu's rebirth flames were, it was like the heavens were reminding him that there was always a sky beyond the sky, a heaven beyond the heaven. A furious rain fell on Ryu's body, and in an instant. It didn't seem like he was human any longer, but rather a seething ball of hellish flames. Hearts shook and souls trembled. Even from a distance, the geniuses of the world felt as though their Tao hearts might collapse just looking at the flames. Looking at the colorless, odorless, auraless manifestation, they felt more fear now than they ever had in their lives. These weren't normal flames, they were karmic flames. Ryu's very destiny was being burned away right before their eyes, in real time, as though his existence itself was being expunged. There was a flash in Ryu's eyes and his embryonic chi churned. He burned through it all in an instant. The barrier shattered and Ryu crossed through the skies, his body a burning mass. He moved so fast that he looked no different from a streaking meteor across the stars. There was a shuddering feeling of danger that took hold of Aurelia's heart. She was just one split moment from taking Surreal's life, and logically speaking, Ryu wouldn't make it in time. And yet, she felt like her entire life was flashing before her eyes, as though if she took Surreal's life now, she would experience the regret of a lifetime mere moments later. There was only a brief moment of hesitation before Aurelia's heart steeled, her gaze flashing. She was Aurelia, a martial goddess. She was meant to stand atop the world, commanding it from the clouds. No one could tell her what she should or shouldn't do. And yet, that brief instant of time was all Ryu needed. A hand descended from the skies, grasping Aurelia's blade in a flaming palm of colorless flames. Ryu's arm trembled, the pain wrecking his very soul, piercing through his being. The rage of the title steel made many shrink back, but the hold Ryu had on the sword only tightened with every passing moment. In his flaming form, maybe the only part of Ryu's body that could be recognized at all was his pair of floating silvery eyes. They stood out even amidst the colorless flame, blazing with their own aura. He squeezed down as punishment continued to reign. The deathly stillness of his pupils told their own story. Even in the face of the heavens themselves, if he wanted to save someone, he would do it. He squeezed down harder. Aurelia's eyes opened wide and fear overwhelmed her again. It wasn't just from the crack in her blade now, but the flames that were eating away at Ryu's very being. She didn't want to touch them, she didn't even want to get close to them. Her body was shaking before she explosively retreated, her chest heaving. She had already been heavily injured in her battle against Surreal, she didn't have much more to give to begin with. Ryu directly ignored her, catching Surreal before she fell. Without the blade and ribbon supporting her, it was impossible for her to remain in the skies, not given her injuries. "I hate you," she said softly. The words were barely audible, so long in fact they sounded more like a whispered gurgle than anything else. "I was bored," Ryu replied. He should have been in heart-shattering pain, and yet there was a steadiness in his voice that turned many serious. It was easy to be calm when you had the world in the palm of your hand, when you felt that no one could defeat you. It was another thing entirely when everything was crumbling down around you. Many here knew that Ryu was dangerous, even the most arrogant of them all. Whether it was young Master Bright or the Dragon Prince, they all understood that Ryu was an opponent they had to take seriously. But right now, they felt like those thoughts were kicked up several notches. Somehow, Ryu felt more dangerous now while half crippled than ever before. Their intuitions were sending them blaring warning signals. "What is that supposed to mean?" Surreal coughed out. "If I don't give them a handicap, what chance do they stand?" Ryu replied just as calmly. "You idiot." Surreal didn't believe Ryu for one instant. Even at full strength, he was facing too many enemies. Now, he had gone and gotten an injury that he couldn't possibly heal himself from. This wasn't a joke. Ryu could have only been so casual until now because he had yet to battle the true geniuses of existence, let alone face off against the enemies in the shadows that were very much still targeting him. Why couldn't he see that? Ryu reached out and the Emperor's sword title trembled. The flames that coated his body began to tremble, growing stronger and more feverish. "Stop," Aurelia roared. "I think we both know that you don't deserve this title. You martial gods are truly the bottom of the barrel. The most disgusting, vile example of human in this world. Every moment you remain breathing in this world is another chance for you to taint it. I'm going to enjoy wiping out every single last one of you." Ryu's hand didn't drop down, but his head shifted to Aurelia, his cool silver eyes displaying his rage for the first time. The world seemed to solidify. Chapter 2188 Doubts. Ryu's Tao heart almost seemed to become tangible. It was at that moment that many realized that the only reason he was still alive at all right this moment was because of how strong his Tao heart was. Being burned through by karmic flames like this, it wasn't the first time Ryu had experienced such a thing. The very first time was none other than when he met Mei's family for the first time. But this time, his Tao heart was on a completely different level. It wasn't the sort of thing that he would allow even the heavens to shake. So when he grabbed at the title, even if the title steel threw a fuss, even if the heavens themselves opened up and unleashed their full reign of fury, he had every intention of taking it. Holding Surreal in one arm, Ryu's eyes flashed, and a furious momentum came from him. How could he care about the heavens' fury when his own was burning so brightly? Here, if he wanted to be the skies, then he would be the skies. If he wanted his woman to have this title, she would have this title. A towering sword god aura came from Ryu's body, so menacing and imposing, so all-encompassing and suffocating that the Emperor's sword title shivered. Several hearts constricted as pupils shrank into pinholes. Right now, fueled by his Tao heart, Ryu's control pierced through a veil. It wasn't that he had a breakthrough, but rather that no one could force him to have such focused attention until this very point. And when he unleashed that fury, focused by his burning dragon bloodline, the world bowed. "Come!" Ryu's roar shook the fate barrier surrounding the battlefield. It bowed and whined, twisting and shuddering under the pressure as the title was forcefully ripped out of the skies. Aurelia overcame her fear, dashing over in an attempt to cross the distance and close the gap. This title was far too important to her, and she had put too much on the line. But it wasn't enough. Ryu snatched the title out of the air and pressed it into Surreal's chest before the karmic flames could burn them to ash. The world paused. Because of Ryu's actions, no one had ever truly absorbed a title until now. It was easy to forget, Then, what truly happened when someone succeeded in taking a title? Surreal's body convulsed, and then a radiant light began to spread out from her. A sword howl that pierced the skies shot to the clouds, soaring beyond even the stars and lighting up the darkness. There was a tremble from Surreal's fallen katana, and it shot up from the depths of black that it had fallen into. The katana shivered with excitement, beams of sword chi splintering off. In all directions, Aurelia covered her eyes with a forearm, her eyes blazing with rage. She wasn't a woman who showed much emotion to begin with, but seeing the title she had worked for so unceremoniously taken by another, it was hard for her not to feel frustrated and enraged. But there was nothing that she could do. A violet gold symbol was etched into Surreal's forehead, her bodily wounds beginning to slowly heal in real time as though the sword chi of the world was blessing her. The characters pulsed, and her sword god aura took steps forward by leaps and bounds. Straggling insights and loose ends she had never tied up over the course of her life reformed one after another, adding to the foundation of her swordplay and soaring upward with her aura. There was a beautiful sort of change to her countenance, not necessarily in terms of looks, but rather her demeanor. Surreal had many personalities swirling around inside of her. Although she and Ryu were quite confident in which one was the real one, how difficult would it be to feel your personality change so actively within you without the chance to fight back against it? It could be said that the power of Surreal's cultivation method was precisely this. Having to fight back against changes to your personality to find your true self time and time again. But inevitably, there would be some imperfection, and maybe that was precisely why she hadn't managed to truly perfect her Tao just yet. There were still some inklings, some deviations within her, where she couldn't quite find her true self. And ironically enough, that was Ryu's fault. When Ryu first met Surreal, she had been stuck in one of those personalities, having yet to break free. She was shy, demure, reserved, almost all the things the real Surreal was very much not. And that version of her fell in love with Ryu. When she was exposed and her true self came out, in a coincidence of fate, she found that her real self had feelings for Ryu as well, not as deep or profound as her shy self, but enough that there was a small mark left on her heart. Ryu was just the sort of man she took a liking to the most, and it made it even harder to get rid of his shadow when her shy and demure self had gone and given their first kiss to him. It could be said that until that point, Surreal had followed the path perfectly. She had always been able to draw a strict line between the parts that weren't herself and the parts that were. But because of Ryu, that line blurred just the slightest bit, making it hard to find exactly where the edge was. For the first time, Surreal understood why it was the clans and sects were so protective of their women. For something like love to ruin her path to perfection was something that both left her resentful and helpless. It simply wasn't something that she could change. However, right this moment, like a shining beacon, her sword lit the path ahead of her. The Emperor's sword cut through all things, including her doubts. Chapter 2189-1. The skies overturned, and Surreal's body convulsed. Although her eyes were shut firmly right this moment, Ryu could feel the shift and change. 7 pupils, once separated and very much distinct, were slowly fusing into one. When 7 fell to 6, there was a shudder through the world, and Ryu found that it was difficult to even hold onto his woman. But he had a stubborn streak. He'd be damned if his woman grew too powerful for him to even hold her. He would rather die. 6 fused to 5. Ryu wrapped Surreal in his arms, the karmic flames that still burned through him seemingly not touching her at all. Everyone felt the truest form of fear when they saw these flames, but the reality of it was that karmic flames could only burn their target. Truthfully, it went to show just how impressive Aurelia's Tao heart was that she was able to overcome that fear and rush forward nonetheless. But unfortunately for her, that didn't make the slightest hint of a difference. 5 fused into 4. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood that surprised even him. Not because he was shocked by the pain or backlash, but rather that he didn't think he had any more blood left to cough up. It seemed that his body was better than even he thought, amusingly enough. 4 fused into 3. There was a shredding at the core of reality itself. All this while, young Master Shade had been immovable. Even during the Dragon Prince's fury, and Ryu's retaliation, he hadn't said or moved anywhere. But right this moment, he too opened his eyes. His face shifting between a man handsome beyond words and a ghostly skeleton, he looked ahead with a frown. The power Surreal was radiating right now, he didn't believe that it should be possible for a lord. What was happening? 3 fused into 2. Ryu's chest blasted apart. No, it was even more shocking than that. The karmic flames, burning infinitely across his body, themselves were shaken. Surreal shouldn't even be able to touch them, but right this moment, it was as though that didn't matter in the slightest. She had transcended the gap between illusory and reality that the karmic flames resided in, and with a violent sort of push, she oppressed even the flames that endlessly burned through Ryu. Although she was still out of it, Ryu could feel that her own Tao heart had grown so strong that it was suffocating the karmic flames. He had seen many breakthroughs before. He had witnessed Eska and Ismind's. He had replayed Ailsa's own breakthroughs in his mind. He had seen Hope's breakthrough even. All of them had been impressive for their own reasons. But right now, he felt that what he had seen in the past simply paled in comparison to what he was seeing now. He couldn't even put into words what sort of power Surreal was outputting now. And the most shocking part about it was that she was still in the Lord Realm. This was very much still the aura of the Lord Realm, and yet it felt like there were Tao gods in existence that she could crush with a single lift of her finger. Ryu's eyes narrowed as he looked into the skies. Something was coming. He could feel it. A lot of fucking nerve. Ryu already felt fury before it did, but he could feel that his body didn't have much left to give. Just as he was feeling this way, he felt Surreal's aura suppress his karmic flames even more fiercely, and then again, and then again. The skies rumbled. Stop, Ryu said. Surreal completely ignored him. However, he could feel the fluctuations in her primordial yin and through their connection. She was just as stubborn as he was. I said stop. This sort of thing can't stop me. Ryu's voice practically came out in a growl. He was getting angry this time. Surreal faltered slightly, but then she continued as though she hadn't heard the slightest thing. Ryu was growing frustrated, but nothing he was doing was getting through, and it wasn't as though he could just let Surreal go. He didn't want to do that either. Fine, Ryu said after a while, his anger disappearing like the spring breeze. I already promised to destroy them anyway. Now I just have one more reason to. Surreal shifted slightly, her head falling on his chest. Standing there, curled in his arms, one would have thought that the one having such an earth-shattering, heart-pounding breakthrough was Ryu and not Surreal. But right that moment, Surreal truly felt like a wife for the first time. One thing was for certain, she would never accidentally call herself a moon again. From today onward, she was a Tatsuya. There was a blooming sort of feeling in her heart as she seemed to truly give herself to Ryu. Maybe there was always a little part of her that remained fiercely independent even after allowing Ryu to take her primordial yin. But it was hard to still feel that way when watching the man she loved be burned by heaven's fury for no one's sake but her own. That wasn't something even the mighty Surreal could ignore. Her last two pupils fused into one. The world fell into an eerie silence. The force winds, the shuddering chi, the splitting in the skies, the relentless barrage against the fabric of space and time. It all came to a grinding halt in an instant, including Ryu's karmic flames. It was as though they had never been there, so firmly suppressed by Surreal's Tao heart that they were snuffed out from existence. Ryu had never felt something like this in his life before, and now he stood there, a charred mess of a human, the only parts of him left untouched being his eyes themselves. And then, it happened. A familiar golden door appeared high in the skies, and for the first time, Ryu felt like the tidal steel was suppressed. Chapter 2190 Unprecedented. Ryu looked at the skies as the golden door opened. He knew that this would happen. After Surreal crossed over a certain threshold, she wouldn't be allowed to stay. He, himself, had been given a mere 100 years to remain here. Honestly speaking, maybe it was a good thing that he had yet to well and truly break into the Lord Realm. If he had, maybe they would have moved up the timeline once again. But there was no doubt that Surreal had soared by whatever that threshold was. Golden light spilled down as the doors began to creak open further and further. Once again, there was just a sliver of a crack before a golden-wreathed young man walked out once more. Surreal's eyes were still tightly closed, her body curled into Ryu's arms like some sort of kitten. She was already awake, but she found herself liking the feeling quite a bit. The time extended in her mind, and she sank into the feeling, trying to feel it for as long as possible. After a while, she finally realized that she had no choice but to open her eyes. She looked up and her heart shuddered when she saw Ryu's state. He didn't look like a living man at all. His handsome countenance was nowhere to be seen, his face becoming a half-melted, half-peeling mess. He stood there as though he didn't feel any pain whatsoever, but she could feel the shuddering in his very soul. It was the one place he couldn't hide it at all. Surreal had been alone all her life. She couldn't remember ever experiencing this sort of protection from someone. It was always she who had to take the extra step, put in the extra effort, for no other reason than to protect herself. It was that very thing that caused the rift between her and Ryu in the first place. She had no choice but to be fiercely protective of herself, otherwise how would she fulfill her wish to revive her clan? There were just certain sacrifices that she had to make in order to aim for something much larger than herself. And maybe that was precisely why Ryu's actions hit her so hard. Her hand trembled as it moved up to his cheek. She seemed to see right past the ugly state of his face to the very depths of his eyes and the soul beyond. Ryu's head shifted, looking down at her. Then he flashed a bright smile. Surreal grimaced. You look terrible. What, you want to divorce me now? I didn't expect that you would have married me for my looks alone. That hurts a little bit. I don't remember ever getting married. I do remember someone pressing me down in the middle of a forest, though. It wasn't very romantic at all. I didn't take you for the type. I'm not, but you should at least give me the chance to reject it. First, Ryu burst into a fit of laughter. As the saying went, women were indeed complicated creatures. Tell you what, I'll forge your wedding ring out of the heavenly court's gates. The young man in the skies narrowed his eyes. I would advise you to watch your tone. There are certain things. That's a promise, Surreal replied, cutting the young man off. If you ever lie to me, it's over. I'll find someone else to give me a gang of children. I don't break promises to my women. I'm more than happy to lie to anyone else, though. Like right now. Ryu looked up to the young man. Don't worry, I really have no intention of sticking my foot up your ass at some point. Rest easy. Surreal giggled beside herself. It was the first time Ryu had seen her laugh like this, at least with her true personality. And for some reason, he couldn't help but feel warm. It was the sort of feeling he had with all his women. His words weren't empty when he said he wanted them to be as willful and carefree as they wanted. He wanted them all to live lives where they could laugh in happiness just like this. Their burdens, he wanted to carry them all on his shoulders. Surreal seemed to feel what was radiating from Ryu's soul and gently pressed her head against his chest. I'll go for a little bit. They won't be able to hold me for long, anyway, she said softly. He doesn't even feel all that strong. I could probably kill him with a finger. But then they'd send more of them. The lips of the young man twitched, but this time he didn't dare to refute. He could feel an oppressive aura coming from Surreal, the likes of which only the fewest handful of geniuses could match in the Lord Realm, even in the whole heavenly court. You won't have to wait for long because after I'm done here, I will come. Ryu said calmly. His voice wasn't somber at all, he was only casually speaking a fact. Standing there, half dead, with who seemingly made up the entirety of existence wanting nothing more than to see him dead, he was still so completely and utterly confident in his abilities. It wasn't that he had the strength to accomplish these things right now, but rather that he knew that once he made it through this crucible, he would fear no man. Tao God or not, he was Ryu Tatsuya, and the confidence he had in himself was unmatched. Surreal felt her heart flutter and she recalled why it was her real self had fallen for this man. She really did like arrogant men. But she liked it even more so when they knew how to back up their words. And that was all Ryu ever seemed to do. She should have known that the moment she saw Ryu again after all those years, seeing how far he came, she definitely couldn't escape this man for the rest of her life. Even if he hadn't wanted her anymore, she would have probably been completely unable to forget him. I hate you, she eventually said. Ryu's laughter filled the skies as Surreal stood from his arms. She began to walk away, floating to the heights above. But after a moment, she paused and looked back. Don't die. For saying that, I guess I'll have to teach you lesson 3 when I see you next. Surreal smiled. I'm looking forward to it. Ryu felt a burning in his chest. Maybe this was why he loved arrogant women so much. Just how much sweeter was it when a woman with all the pride in the world looked at you like that? The gazes of his wives flashed by in his head, and even as Surreal disappeared, and Ryu stood in the depths of space, blackness all around him, he felt akin to the last burning light of a flaming star. Like he had said, this wouldn't be the place he fell. Not by a long shot. Standing there, his silvery eyes as bright as the stars and his white grin the only unshared part of him remaining, he faced off against the world with a blazing Tao heart. Maybe you all might stand a chance now. I look forward to it. A towering pillar of will came from Ryu, his Tao heart practically manifesting into a tangible star all on its own. His great sword staffs appeared in his hands, the movement causing flakes of blackened skin to fall off of him in an ashy rain. They danced off into the wind, falling as though peeling from the fabric of clothes rather than the flesh and blood of a real, living being. But Ryu himself didn't seem to notice it at all. His eyes were focused on the heavenly court's doors as they slowly closed, his words reverberating through the air. As the sliver of the door closed, and the blinding golden light also faded, leaving Ryu alone, there seemed to be another blinding light that replaced it. Ryu had already made his decision. Until the very end of the tidal steel, he wouldn't be returning to his pillar. He would either die here in a blaze of glory, or he would stand at the peak. And he had no plans on dying in the slightest. The tidal steel shook. As though provoked, it released a furious tempest. Looking at it, Ryu realized that there was something truly peculiar. It had felt suppressed by the heavenly court doors, but something made Ryu feel as though that had been nothing more than a facade, as though the tidal steel was playing a game of cat and mouse with the world itself. But now, it was displaying just the slightest portion of its truest self. The skies churned as a new title began to appear. But when everyone finally saw what it was, they couldn't help but tremble. Had the tidal steel ever given out a title of this caliber before? What was it trying to do? Godblade. Chapter 2191 One Chance. Ryu looked at the title for a long while. He never left the battlefield, but he could feel the oppression that came from it. This is your method of trying to kill me, huh? Is that it? Ryu looked up at the tidal steel. Even now, the top of the obelisk was obscured by clouds. It was impossible to see the individuals that had left their names beyond. It was almost like it was taunting him, reminding him that he hadn't reached such a level yet, that he was still inferior, still beneath them. Ryu grinned, raising one greatsword staff and resting it on his shoulder, then raising the other one and pointing it up at the tidal steel. He had heard that the tidal steel was the one that etched your name into its being once you voiced it. But he had other plans. He was going to etch it in himself. That was the price this thing was going to have to pay for pissing him off. Pillars shook and the skies quaked. Yeager's sun moved. Falling snow moved. The Rock Prince moved. The Phoenix Princess moved. The fate barrier shook beneath their presences. Each one had the destiny of someone that could shake the world. Oddly enough, even the likes of falling snow were among this number. But whether he had truly shaken off his greenhouse flower aura, that was something that only time would tell. But it wasn't just them. Zalvador moved. Baltar moved. Aurelia wanted to move again, but was far too injured to do so. She had no choice but to retreat, her heart still seething with fury that her chance to become the Emperor's sword had been so unceremoniously snatched from her. Surreal's breakthrough, it should have been hers. It was what she deserved. It was what she had fought for. Her Tao heart flickered and roared in her chest, and this usually calm woman looked at Ryu as though her gaze itself could burn him to ash. But even so, she turned and left. Her control over herself could only be said to be immaculate. She sat down on her pillar, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. It was like she had forgotten everything in the world around her, like the tidal steel had nothing to do with her. She would have her revenge. Ryu stood in the midst of all of this, his body hardly having any blood left to boil. Seeing so many move, he knew that they had also seen just how special this title was. But more importantly than that, they all seemed to ignore him. Their gazes, sharp, scanned over each one across from them, and whether by coincidence or not, they all skipped over him. And maybe that made sense. Considering his state, they probably thought that he couldn't even make it back to his pillar. That was why he was still foolishly standing here, holding onto his weapons as though he were really some sort of threat. Ryu's gaze, though, was still focused on the tidal steel as though he hadn't seen their appearance at all. As much disregard as they had for him, he seemed to have even more for them. He was playing a completely different game. His intent, his focus, his Tao heart was shining for something very different. Maybe these people here knew what the Heavenly Court was, maybe they didn't. But as far as Ryu was concerned, even the Heavenly Court itself was nothing more than a stepping stone. The reason he had yet to go was because he had bigger fish to fry. He felt that this tidal steel had something far more important waiting for him. Plus, he didn't want to leave his wives. And yet now, this Heavenly Court he saw as nothing more than a stepping stone actually had the audacity to come down and take one of his women away. There might be a grin on his face right now, but he was pissed. The boiling remnants of droplets of blood in his stream right now weren't there because he was excited to face off against these few. They were there because he was absolute, completely, and utterly furious. At that moment, the Phoenix Princess seemed to finally realize that Ryu was ignoring their presences. The tension in the air was practically palpable, and with 7 geniuses, 6 by their estimation because most ignored Ryu, not a single one had moved just yet. But for obvious reasons, she didn't like Ryu very much. It wasn't much of a surprise that she was among the first to notice him. She moved. The tension rose in an instant. The sudden movement was elegant and graceful, a single step across the void of space. But every one of them watched her intently as though they would all skewer her the instant she showed any intent to deal with them. Ryu's gaze, though, only shifted to her when she was already within 5 meters of him. Even a distance of 1,000 times that was nothing more than a blink of an eye to cultivators at their level, let alone such a fraction of that. "Your wife was very arrogant," the Phoenix Princess said in a calm, sultry voice. "And she still is," Ryu replied. His blades trembled. "How much longer do you think she'll be able to be when you can't even keep your ridiculous weapons steady? I see that you're not very experienced. Usually, when it starts to pulse, it means that things are close to reaching their climax and someone's world is about to be painted white." The Phoenix Princess frowned, not understanding the innuendo at first before her gaze flashed with rage. The feathers that adorned her hair trembled. "I'll give you one chance," Ryu spoke before the Phoenix Princess could speak again. "I would advise every one of you to lay down your pride and attack together. If not, I can tell you what will happen right now. I will pick you off, one by one, laying your head to rest at my feet, soaking in your blood to soothe my skin, eating your flesh to satiate my thirst. When I'm cutting down the last of you, you'll feel regret, you'll feel helplessness, you'll feel hopelessness, you'll wonder why it was you who didn't listen to me in the first place, you'll feel everything you had accomplished until now crumbling before your eyes." Ryu paused, and for the first time, he seemed to look at them. Really look at them. It was then they felt just how much Ryu's Tao heart was still blazing. "Die," the Phoenix Princess said coldly. Her palms flipped and the feathers on her hair extended, a group of them forming a peacock tail on her back and one of them landing in her small palm. The aura of a saber and sword filled the skies, the chaotic aura of the two clashing and yet somehow also melding into one so perfectly and seamlessly that it seemed to form an entirely new weapon aura. She thrust forward, aiming right at Ryu's chest. It was a direct and pride-filled attack. It wasn't just complexity boiled down to absolute simplicity. It was truly simplicity itself. There were no variations, no changes, just an abrupt and violent point. In that moment, it embodied the saber just the slightest bit more than the sword. However, the instant it was about to reach Ryu, it fluttered. Its aura changed again, and the blade seemed to dance, its tip becoming impossible to track. Somehow, it kept the same power, but it gained the flexibility of a sword. It seemed to attack Ryu's chest in countless different locations at once, and it was almost impossible to tell which one was real. Ryu crossed his great sword staffs over his chest. He was sent flying, his arms nearly ripping from their sockets. His muscles had atrophied so much that even his bone structures couldn't help him much. Not that they could, considering this was yet another weapon or a title. They couldn't use their other abilities here even if they wanted. They had nothing but the blades in their hands. The Phoenix Princess took a step forward with an indifferent air. As calm as her sentencing Ryu to death was, her movements were even calm. No matter how violent her blade, her expression was unmoved. The cheery, laughing, seductive princess was gone, replaced by a cold, calculating assassin, a warrior goddess with every intention of cutting down everything before her. She suffocated Ryu, her blade undergoing a myriad of changes with every step. At some point, it became clear she was toying with him, humiliating him, putting him in his place as her blade began to seep through his defenses, slicing into flesh and scraping against his bone. This Godblade title was made for her. Her sword saber soul aura would rule the Phoenix Princess's head flew into the skies. The arrogant expression was still frozen on her face, her blade still prepped to levy another strike. And yet, she would never get the chance. Ryu stood in silence, his great sword staffs pointed toward the ground. Next. Chapter 2192 Respect. The Phoenix Princess's blood didn't so much as soak Ryu's blade. He stood there in silence, his body beaten and broken, more shattered than even before. And yet, it wasn't he who stood there as a headless corpse. It was the once beautiful woman in front of him. The Phoenix Princess's body collapsed and then morphed into her true form. A bird of prey that could only be described as one of the most gorgeous creatures in all of existence lay there, its rainbow flames dimming before their eyes. Even after several seconds, no one could seem to understand what happened. It was only young Master Bright, who sat silently on his pillar, that showed a flicker of rage in his eyes. He didn't enter this competition because he was a close combat expert first and foremost. Also, his pride told him that he didn't need these titles, all he needed was his own. He was the sun that lit the skies. He didn't need anyone else to illuminate his path forward. But he knew exactly what was happening here. His arch-nemesis of this lifetime, the mystery lineage. In a battle where one could only use their blade skills, where their other talents were suppressed and oppressed, not allowed to be tapped into or used, just who would have the greatest advantage? Would it not be the man with the eyes that could see through the mysteries of everything? While the Phoenix Princess was unleashing all of her moves, one after another in a bid to humiliate Ryu, he was simply calmly analyzing. Unfortunately for them, the Godblade title didn't suppress either Ryu's eyes or his Dao because both were key parts to the creation of his blade aura. Normally, the fact Ryu's Dao didn't provide raw combat power was a bit of a detriment to him. With all of these geniuses around with shocking abilities, like Surreal, who could even break into the Dao God realm when activating her Dao, he seemed to be lacking. But Ryu never felt that his Dao was lacking compared to anyone. And the world would learn of that right this moment. Silence greeted his words. What? No takers? Ryu asked, taking a step forward. He could feel the field tense. Like he was a looming mountain stalking forward, they gripped their weapons, their eyes sharpening. I didn't know that the best geniuses in existence were such cowards. Ryu stepped onto the Phoenix Princess's corpse, his blade piercing down and right through her heart. With her size, just the thickness of her walls was taller than he was. But there was a pulse that ran through the world, Ryu's bloodmancy activating as the Phoenix Princess's blood rose out in a rainbow mixture that poured into his body. Ryu raised his head to the sky, releasing a hum. Flakes of rotted, ashen, and burned skin fell off of him. It was clear at a glance that Ryu wasn't even truly healing. He was using the Phoenix Princess's blood like jet fuel. The lingering effects of the karmic flame refused to allow him to heal, but that didn't mean that Ryu couldn't use the extra energy. Flames appeared across Ryu's body again, the burning fires of an infuriated Phoenix bloodline. But at that moment, even beneath the suppression of the Godblade title, the call of another Phoenix suffocated it. The Emperor Phoenix. Blazing golden flames appeared across Ryu's body. I already gave you all one chance. You won't get another. Ryu took another step forward. You overestimate yourself, Falling Snow said slowly, stepping out. I do not care for the others, but I do not fear you. I have long forgotten you. I have stepped beyond those shadows. Ryu's blade swept out and another head flew into the skies. Idiot, I have already fought you. I don't need to fight you again. The distance that had separated him and Falling Snow had been as much as thousands of miles. Maybe he thought that at that distance, Ryu couldn't do anything to him. Or maybe he thought that he had improved enough that things would change. But to Ryu, he was nothing more than an ant. The only reason he killed the Phoenix Princess first was because she was foolish enough to try and be the first to fight him. He didn't care how much Falling Snow had progressed. With his Dao, he could see not only a person's current progress, but all the possible steps they might take in the future. He existed on a completely different plane from these so-called geniuses. His Dao had yet to be truly sensed by the world because he was only a quasi-lord. But there was no doubt in his mind that when it was sensed, it would stand alone at a mountain peak. Falling Snow had improved, and he had improved greatly. Unfortunately for him, he hadn't improved beyond Ryu's sight. This was the gap between his talent and Ryu's own. What he had taken decades to accomplish, Ryu had seen through on the day they met. He had been destined to die beneath Ryu's blade. Falling Snows. Death seemed to awaken everyone else. The shrill cries of the phoenixes filled the skies. This was the first time a genius of the Phoenix Princess's caliber had died during the Title Steal event, and she had died so terribly, so unceremoniously. Roars came from the side of the phase. A long distance away, Falling Snow's elder brother felt as though his eyes were about to bulge out of their sockets. He gripped his fists so hard that the crackling of space tore into his skin. Blood dripped from his palms, but he didn't seem to notice in the slightest. There was a sort of oppressive air that hung over his head, heavy and burdensome. He knew that this might happen. But there was something about the casual air to it, the indifferent swing of Ryu's sword, the careless disregard for the life of someone he cared so deeply for. Falling Snow's elder brother had killed many people in his life, and maybe some of them had experienced these same emotions. But this was the very first time that he had experienced such emotions. Something cracked within him, a deathly aura seeping out. The elders around him didn't say a word. This was a crossroads that he would have to pass on his own. If he chose the right path, maybe he would be able to take that mysterious step. If not, maybe they would lose two geniuses today. Inwardly, though, they felt regret. This was their fault. You raised them in a greenhouse, and now you know how to feel regret. The old woman who practically raised Surreal spoke lightly. She didn't seem to care at all about what was happening. Her eyes were still on Ryu. It seemed that Surreal really knew how to pick her men well. She wasn't sure if she hated this young man anymore. It was unfortunate, the tides of fate would inevitably pit them against one another. The old woman looked to the skies. Whether by coincidence or not, she was staring right in the location of where the heavenly court was. Ryu's momentum continued to come. Is this all you have? Yeager lightly tapped at the ground, his eyes narrowing as he extended the distance between himself and Ryu. It didn't make any sense. One of them was heavily injured while the others were as fresh as daisies. And yet, it felt like they were the ones trapped here with Ryu. Yeager realized what was happening and couldn't help but increase the distance. Much like Falling Snow, he too had also fought Ryu in the past. He was familiar with his patterns, and unless he changed on the fly, he just might die no less pitifully than Falling Snow. After making a decision, Yeager retreated until his back touched the fate barrier. Then, he gave up on the battle, returning to his pillar. Smart choice, Ryu said, his voice growing colder. Now, only three remained. The Rock Prince, Zalvador, and Baltar, one beast and two martial gods, facing off against a single human. Until now, both Zalvador and Baltar were eerily calm. By comparison, the Rock Prince was looking at Ryu with an odd light in his eyes, one that was almost worshipful. My father said that you were the man he respected the most in his life. I thought it was an exaggeration, and it also didn't make much sense to me at all. But now I think I can understand it. Ryu's gaze shifted and landed on the Rock Prince. Father. Ryu's eyes narrowed before a flash rippled through them. You are Little Rock's descendant. The Rock Prince grasped at the air, a sparkling light of lightning taking shape into a spear that howled. I would love to fight you, Mr. Tatsuya. The voice of the Rock Prince was almost childish, as though he hadn't quite gone through puberty yet. A bit of Ryu's aura faded and his gaze softened. All right, chapter 2193 Rock Prince. The Rock Prince's demeanor changed the moment Ryu accepted. There was a sharpness to him that rose to the skies and settled to the earth. It was forward and yet steady, menacing and yet controlled. Then he moved. In an instant, his lightning spear was at Ryu's throat. Ryu took a half step back, his light greatsword staff raising to block. His arm trembled, his blood jostling through his body. In that moment, his blade nearly flew from his palm. It felt like little at all had changed. His body was half broken, his strength minimized to an extreme. What the Rock Prince could learn from him seemed to be nothing at all. However, the Rock Prince didn't stop his attack, nor did he seem to change his demeanor. There was one thing he was focused on: victory. Ryu didn't react much to the change either, fielding one attack after another with a focus. Despite this, though, each one sent him back. Over time, the Rock Prince seemed to grasp his blocking patterns. The light greatsword staff was far better at taking this head-on, its sharpness piercing. By comparison, the dark greatsword staff was far better at parrying, obstructing, and diverting. The two played well together, especially when facing off against a single weapon. Depending on the attack it faced, there were an array of changes that it could make. But when the Rock Prince began to focus attacks that they weren't particularly good at dealing with against one another, he began to turn the tides to an even fiercer extent. It had always been Ryu figuring out the weakness in others, but now the Rock Prince seemed to be doing what he did best himself. There was an air of arrogance in his actions, as though he was trying to prove a point to Ryu, as though he was trying to show him that he wasn't the only genius here. Memories flashed in Ryu's mind of the first time he met Little Rock. Back then, they had started off with a clash too. The two stubborn men had butted heads, fighting it out on that mountain peak. In those days, Little Rock wasn't even a true lightning rock. His bloodline was too sparse. It likely took a great deal of effort to reach this stage finally, and now he had such a talented descendant, prepped to look out onto the world. Even as the Rock Prince oppressed Ryu more and more firmly, beginning to litter wounds across his body, he couldn't quite seem to deal the death blow. Every time he was close, Ryu seemed to just barely shift away at the last moment. There was a calmness in his silver eyes that never vanished. After several more exchanges, his lips slowly parted. If you do not display your path of the spear, you will never win this. The calmness of Ryu's voice belied the terrible state of his body. It felt as though what he was saying was nothing short of ridiculous. However, the Rock Prince's eyes flashed. His spear danced, lightning sparking with a healthy radiance. Thunder clapped, and a single strike rang out like three in quick succession. The world seemed to pause for the sake of this strike. Ryu watched on calmly, not truly feeling like much had changed at all. That was because the Rock Prince didn't listen to his advice. But maybe he was right too. Right now, all of the Rock Prince's attacks were the simplest of the simplest. They were practically the foundations of martial forms, just the slightest tick up. However, because of that, there was no immediate or obvious flaw to pick out. His defense and attack methods were airtight. It almost felt as though Ryu was asking him to change his tactics for no other reason than to hopefully find a chance to win. Ryu lightly shook his head. His blade suddenly moved, the light greatsword staff suddenly swapping hands with his dark greatsword staff. In that moment, Ryu began seamlessly swapping his weapons between his palms as though they had always been there. The situation on the battlefield changed. The light greatsword staff caught at the tip of the spear, both weapons freezing in the air with a tremble. Then with a flicker of Ryu's wrist, the spear bent and bowed, violently popping upward. The Rock Prince couldn't immediately regain control of the spear as it wobbled above. The light and dark great sword staffs swapped again, and the slash of Ryu's dark sword staff became that of the golden blade. The air exploded as the blade came to a stop by the Rock Prince's neck. "When I speak, you listen," Ryu said like a strict drill sergeant. "My weaknesses aren't so easy to exploit. If you can find them, I've found them long ago, and delved into how to best make use of them far deeper than you can imagine." Ryu's great sword staffs were fused into his very body. They might be tattooed onto a particular forearm, but swapping them was as easy as breathing for him. It was just a matter of a nudge from his soul, so trivial it might as well not be an issue. He had never even bothered to use this ability before because it was entirely unnecessary. Ryu retracted the blade, a cold sweat sheen appearing on the Rock Prince's brow. "Again," Ryu said lightly, "this time, with everything." The Rock Prince took a breath and then exhaled. The last bits of doubt in his heart vanished and his stance changed. Bracing the body of his spear against his body, he sank into a deep horse stance. And then a second lightning spear appeared, bracing against his other hip. Ryu blinked as though he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Then, he began to laugh uproariously. In this world, the only one ridiculous enough to dual-wield spear had been himself. And yet, even he had ended up abandoning the path, opting for great sword staffs instead. Deep within himself, this was a bit of a regret for Ryu. He had been strong-armed by the heavens into abandoning a path he had designed for no one other than himself. There was no doubt that Little Rock had said something to his son about this, and this was the ultimate result of it all. It was so crazy that Ryu's laughter boomed across the skies. There was only one reason Ryu had abandoned that path. It was for the sake of his wife and her intentions. It was Ailsa who wanted him to veer onto the path of the greatsword staff, and maybe she hadn't been entirely incorrect. To think, though, that the heavens would give him a chance to correct this path deviation. Ryu no longer had interest in dual-wielding spears, but for no other reason than his own satisfaction. Just how good would it feel to help another accomplish it by proxy? "Come," Ryu roared. The Rock Prince didn't have to hear this twice. He moved, his elbows almost whipping as he lashed out with both spears at once. There was a flicker of understanding in Ryu's eyes. The Rock Prince might be in human form, but he was still a rock. Such birds, even in ancient beasts, had hollow, extremely flexible bones. But more importantly than that, their arms directly translated to their wings in human form. Because of that, it felt like Silas could practically see a majestic creature soaring right toward him. Ryu's grip on his great sword staffs tightened just the slightest bit. The first clash echoed, and time seemed to freeze for just the smallest instant as there was a struggle that Ryu almost immediately lost. And then, they erupted. Their attacks were relentless, filled with the fiery passion of what felt like their fates intertwining with one another. Ryu's arms were no less flexible than the Rock Prince's own, and while his power was lacking, he didn't seem to fatigue beneath this relentless barrage either. The chi-chi-chi of their blades colliding came to a grinding halt as their four blades crossed. They were forced to retreat, the Rock Prince taking a single step back while Ryu took a full three. Your blade is strong, and you've already realized that using both weapons for offense is the right way. You are far ahead of me at this age than I was. However, your flaws are also obvious. Your arms are flexible, but not near as much as your wings. You are limiting a great deal of your own potential because you've yet to realize this. If you want to be in human form, what you've done is enough to crush weaklings, but someone who knows what they are doing will make you suffer. Ryu began to list off the main weaknesses of the arm. The details were so fine that the Rock Prince began to wonder if he was hearing directly. He had only observed him for barely 10 minutes. You are especially poor in the clockwise direction, you overuse the flexibility of your arms, your footwork needs to be more active. Come, again. Chapter 2194. It's mine. Ryu clashed with the Rock Prince again and again. Every time, he seemed to be left in a sorry state. As the battle continued, one could clearly see that Ryu's stamina was plummeting down a cliff, and his ability to rebound was becoming weaker and weaker. And yet, he had had 6 or 7 opportunities to kill the Rock Prince already, but every time, he simply rested his blade against his neck and then pushed him back, telling him to come again. No matter what sort of person you were, or what sort of feelings you had about Ryu, the sheer arrogance, the bravado to train an enemy at the expense of your own self, right in the middle of a battlefield where countless people wanted your head. It filled many with doubt. Could they do such a thing? Could they be so confidently selfless? They didn't know what sort of relationship Ryu had with the Rock Prince's father, or how the likes of Ryu could even have such a relationship with a figure on that level to begin with, but it didn't matter. Who would give up their best chances to stand atop existence for the child of a friend? Some felt their respect deepen. Others felt their disdain deepen. He truly didn't take the heroes of the world seriously. For some, that didn't make them more fearful, it made them feel as though Ryu was truly ridiculous. They were ultimately the geniuses of the world. The confidence they had in themselves was endlessly deep and vaster than oceans. For them, they didn't see Ryu's display as confidence, they saw it as wild arrogance. But not once did Ryu spare them a thought. Truly, they were overestimating themselves. Ryu wasn't doing this to prove a point, he had truly forgotten to care about the title steal. All he saw was a friend's child before him in need of guidance. It was amusing. The Rock Prince might have the voice of a child, but he was actually far older than Ryu himself was. Even so, they fell into their roles of mentor and mentee with ease. Ryu's great sword staffs had slowed considerably, the blood in his body no longer churned with the same vigor. Sweat covered the body of the Rock Prince as he unleashed a relentless barrage. His arms had become more flexible, every swipe of his spears coming from wilder and wilder angles. Then Ryu suddenly attacked. Every time this happened, the result was obvious. Ryu pierced the dark greatsword staff forward, his pincering attack from both spears being parried with a single motion. With a slight twist of his wrist, the dark greatsword staff completed a half circle, catching the blades of both spears. The Rock Prince didn't feel as though Ryu used much strength at all, and yet it was almost as if his weapons were flying out of his hands on their own accord. They were so easily swiped to the side that he almost completely lost his balance. Flexibility is nothing without strength, Ryu spoke out, a line that seemed to bury itself into the depths of the Rock Prince's soul. Ryu didn't speak much, but every sentence was like the grace of a grandmaster. With his intelligence and talent, the Rock Prince grasped what Ryu meant in an instant, but that didn't stop Ryu's blade from resting against his neck once more. Again, Ryu commanded. Heaving out a breath, the Rock Prince slapped away Ryu's great sword staff and stabbed out. He lunged. Flexibility, power, both as one. It was easier said than done. Making the muscles limber weakened them, but making them strong stiffened them. Every sentence Ryu spoke was clear, but the difficulty of following through on them was growing. As talented as the Rock Prince was, he was struggling particularly with this one. Usually, after Ryu spoke, he had a large leap in strength after a few exchanges. But this time, Ryu's state didn't become worse. While he was still being knocked back again and again, the Rock Prince didn't feel like he was getting closer. And then Ryu's stance suddenly changed once again. The Rock Prince thought that he would receive a blade to the neck once again, but no. Instead, he almost heard the howl of a bird in his ears. Ryu's arms spread out, his great sword staffs almost fluttering. There was an elasticity to his movements that belied the rigidity of his weapons. He crossed into another threshold and for the first time, the Rock Prince felt a dense killing intent lock onto him. He realized at that moment that Ryu was about to try and truly kill him. The Rock Prince's heart constricted as Ryu's blade rippled. They fanned out almost like wings. This was entirely unlike Ryu's previous style. In shock and awe, the Rock Prince realized that Ryu had comprehended his path and took it to the extreme limit. At that moment, he didn't have even the slightest hints of other weapon auras. His weapons hadn't changed, but it was as though he was truly wielding two spears. The skies changed and clouds of black churned. The Rock Prince's pupils constricted into pinholes. It was either he broke through, or he died. There was no third option. Ryu took a step forward and thrust. The first hadn't even landed when the second came, his body bent and twisted, his arms looking as though they didn't even have bones in them as they whipped through the air. In an instant, the Rock Prince found himself surrounded by blades, bending through time and space alike. There were just two blades in Ryu's hands, but it felt like he was attacking with countless, each one forming the sharpened feather of a wing. For a moment, it didn't look like a human dual-wielding sword blades at all. Instead, it felt like a rock god descending from the skies, a single flap of his wings leveling mountains and drying seas. The Rock Prince's Tao heart trembled a single time. It was hard to look at this. Hard to accept that a path he had dedicated his life to was being taken over by someone else so thoroughly and perfectly that the heavens were on the verge of granting him a new god aura. It should be his. How could the effort Ryu had put in for just the mere last few hours match up the hundreds of years he had given? For the first time, hints of something else appeared in the Rock Prince's heart. Unwillingness, rage, fury. He couldn't accept it. He wouldn't accept it. His lips opened and a howl left him. The cry of a bird with no less pride than the phoenix formed. Beneath the tribulation clouds gathering for Ryu, he soared into the skies. His arms spread like Ryu's had, appearing from above and striking down. Ryu's skill might have far surpassed his own, but Ryu's body was still heavily limited. In terms of raw speed and leaping ability, the Rock Prince, despite being fatigued, was far beyond him. Descending from above, he thrust out hundreds of times in an instant. If he couldn't match Ryu's skill, he would just take it by force. Using his speed to replace the technique, his blades fanned out, multiplying several times over. The two clashed, thousands of blades overlapping one another. The Rock Prince's roar became more prominent. Faster, faster. He had to be faster. More, sharper, more flexible, more power. His spear blades were quickly being overwhelmed. Ryu had less, but his efficiency was greater, his accuracy more precise. Every time he struck, he landed on a critical point, wiping out 2, 3, sometimes even 4 of the Rock Prince's attacks. Streaks of gold and royal blue clashed in the air, 2 separate sparks of lightning forming. The world watched on in shock, feeling as though they were watching something ridiculous. Weren't other abilities supposed to be suppressed? Maybe it was fine for the Rock Prince to use lightning since his spear was lightning-based, but how was Ryu doing it? A blade flew past the Rock Prince's cheek, and for the first time, Ryu sliced into him. The flare of pain was immediate, but it only spurred him on. A slice cut across his ribs, sliding through their defenses so deeply it almost cut into his lungs. He became more relentless, more fiery, more passionate. Streaks of blood appeared across him continuously, his body becoming riddled with injuries. But all he could see ahead of him were Ryu's cold pair of silver eyes, the rest of him having faded away entirely. One of the Rock Prince's legs flew into the skies. He didn't notice. His ear was cut off, taking a slice of his skull with it. He didn't react. His other leg was severed at the knee. His spears only became faster. Whittled away one piece after another, he fought until there was nothing left but the blades in the palm of his hands. A strike of lightning fell from the skies. The Rock Prince roared, "It's mine." His Tao heart bloomed and his control clicked into place, his intent guiding his blades. In an instant, the number of spears in the skies increased by a factor of 10, his arms blurring and streaking through time and space. Ryu's great sword staffs shattered to pieces, his body instantly becoming littered with so many holes he didn't even look human anymore. Lightning sparked and the tribulation high above trembled, its target shifting as the Godblade title shook in place. Chapter 2195 Together. Ryu coughed, his body almost entirely shutting down on him. He didn't even need to look at himself to know that he wasn't in a good condition. Well, The pain was certainly enough to tell him that. And yet, his eyes weren't focused on himself at all. Instead, he was looking ahead to the rock prince that basked in the tribulation lightning above, a wide grin on his face. He had been told all his life that dual-wielding spears was impossible, so much so that he had abandoned the path himself, taking another. A part of him had always lusted after that for nothing more than his vanity. But for the sake of his wife, he didn't bother to return to it. He had tried other things, even going toward close combat for a while, but these were all in acknowledgement of Ailsa. It was what she would have wanted him to do. This was for him. He might not be the one basking in the glory, but he didn't seem to care very much at all. As far as he was concerned, Little Rock's son might as well be his own. As for the price he had paid to allow it, he didn't even think twice about it or even consider it much of an issue. There was something about doing things the way you wanted to, when you wanted to, that embodied the path of cultivation he loved so much. Nothing could make him feel more whole, more complete. Nothing could possibly satisfy him more than this right here. The Godblade title continued to tremble, shivering so fiercely that even with the tribulation above, it was impossible to miss. But by the time everyone noticed, it was already too late. It shot into the skies. Ryu's grin became wider. Salvador and Baltar moved at the same time, but Ryu somehow appeared before them, his body littered with wounds. "You didn't imagine that I would let you do as you pleased, right?" Ryu said lightly. His demeanor changed, his smile fading. Standing there, littered with holes, lightning knot of his own creation sparking across his body, he looked like he might keel over any moment now. Salvador held a simple sword, and Baltar rested a glaive on his shoulder. The two came to a stop at the same time. For a pair of men that were always at loggerheads, they were oddly in sync right now. They had seen the number of people that died at Ryu's hand by now. Right this moment, they didn't dare to take him as lightly as they had once wanted to. They didn't know who Jaeger was, but since he could make it this far, he was certainly a genius amongst geniuses. Yet, he hadn't hesitated to step away and leave the competition. However, this pause of theirs only lasted the briefest instant. Salvador slashed out. Right then, he didn't look like the playboy or the casual fling. His eyes were emotionless as the bottom of the ocean, carrying the same unrelenting pressure. There was a sharpness to him that he always kept sheathed, and in a single instant of time, he released it all at once. Ryu's words echoed lightly. He had no blades left, his great sword staffs having been shattered by the Rock Prince. It was hard to fathom just how shocking a feat this was. He had forged them with the help of a Tao goddess, their materials formed of the bodies of false shrines. And yet, they were now finished. But there wasn't the slightest bit of panic in Ryu's eyes. In his life, he could remember a few embarrassing moments, but being scared of death, being scared of an enemy. Those he couldn't accept. He flipped a palm and the blood of the Phoenix Princess surged, forming two rainbow swords of violet, blue, and pink. They took the shape of feathers, the very essence of the Phoenix Princess exuding from them. The saber sword soul aura poured in from the surroundings, and Ryu seemed to have embodied everything about the Phoenix Princess's path in an instant. But there was a difference. This time it was perfect. Ryu slashed out, the blade swift and heavy. After the briefest of clashes, it suddenly became flexible, his wrist trembling the slightest bit as it curved and arced through the air. Salvador's pupils constricted as he felt his sword almost fly out his hand. He quickly retreated, accelerating back. Baltar's eyes narrowed, but from start to finish, he didn't move. And neither did Ryu. Standing in the same place, Ryu raised the blades as the booming tribulation clouds above grew more feverish. "You see, I've never really had a blade path," Ryu said lightly. "I've yet to decide the sort of path I want my weapons to embody. I just casually hop from thing to thing, mostly relying on fundamentals and finding the flaws of my enemies. So my style is bland and it only works well to counter, it's not as good at taking the initiative." Ryu looked at them plainly. "You're probably wondering why I'm explaining this to you. Usually, I wouldn't bother. I would rather have your heads on platters. But this time, I'm explaining this to you so that you understand how inferior you are." Ryu's rainbow feather blade settled in the air, steady as the earth itself. "I don't even need to use my own path to defeat you. It's unnecessary." Ryu had completely changed. Since the start, he had only waited for others to attack before finding their flaws and countering. This time, he took the initiative. The aura of saber and sword, warlord and emperor, mixed across the skies. He attacked both martial gods at the same time. Body beaten and broken, he suppressed them with nothing more than skill. It was clear to all that he didn't have much strength in his arms. His every strike was slow, having to react to 3 sweeps of a blade with just one of his own. Direct clashes he hadn't been able to avoid before, he slipped out of them with ease. When the martial god duo thought they would face a heavy strike, they experienced a swift change instead. Ryu continuously baited them, and in the very moments they thought they could just ignore his heavy attacks and prepare for the swift ones, they suddenly came. Baltar's spear swept out, ready to parry what he thought would be yet another light strike, only to lose a hand. As though Ryu could see through the future itself, his heavy chop continued, severing Baltar's hand at the wrist. Pathetic. The word wormed into Baltar's heart, echoing through his Dao heart. If it wasn't for just how firm it was, he would have felt it crushed right that instant. He hurriedly retreated, holding out his spear with a single hand. But he was no rock prince, and he certainly was no Ryu. He might still have some skill, but it wasn't nearly enough. It truly was pathetic. With Baltar retreating, Salvador might have held his own for a few moments, but quickly, wounds began to litter his body. Ryu's strength seemed to come from a different depth. He wasn't just fighting to fight, there was someone in the skies that he was protecting, and these two were overestimating themselves if they thought they could make it by him. Blood dripped from his feather blades. Disappointing. Neither Salvador nor Baltar responded. From the start, the two of them hadn't spoken a single word. Baltar looked down at his lost hand. The bad news was obviously that he had lost it. The good news was that Ryu's current weakness was very obvious. His skill was heart-shudderingly high, but his physical presence and prowess was highly limited. Because of that, Baltar was able to quite easily recover his hand before Ryu could destroy it entirely. Reattaching it wouldn't be a problem. However, there was a deep unwillingness within him. Just how could a gap in comprehension be this vast? Were they not all geniuses? Together, Salvador spoke for the first time. His voice was a bit stiff, as though he was saying a word that he didn't want to. No one really understood what this meant either. Hadn't they already been working together? What was the point of saying this now? Baltar gave Salvador a look. But eventually, he nodded once. Putting his severed hand away, he raised his spear with a single arm. The two stood shoulder to shoulder before Ryu, but all of a sudden, in his senses, they almost became a single person. Ryu's eyes narrowed. He had never seen such a thing before, and this shouldn't be a bloodline ability. If it was, the title would have suppressed it. Plus, he knew what bloodline abilities the both had. Salvador was a divine wing and Baltar was a divine hegemon. Neither had the ability to do this. But even in his narrowed eyes, there was a savage grin hidden within. They had already tried to cheat his wife, wouldn't it be natural that they try to cheat him? Chapter 2196 Smile. Ryu stood there, his feather blades calm and steady. He had thought a lot about what the martial gods were doing. Even for him, it wasn't immediately obvious. Even now, he felt like he only had about 90% of the story. Cheating something like the title steal wasn't easy. Ryu felt that doubly so after feeling its interaction with the heavenly court doors. While it had felt like the title steal had cowered, Ryu felt something peculiar about its actions, as though it wasn't cowering but sheltering itself for a moment, as if it were actually trying to hide something from the heavenly court. That much was odd, because there was no doubt the heavenly court knew that the title steal existed. It wasn't like the thing vanished off the face of existence when the heavenly court appeared. And given how many tabs the heavenly court no doubt kept on this world here, it would make even less sense if they didn't know what all the strongest powers were chasing after. This made the title steal even more curious to Ryu, but that wasn't what he was considering right now. How were the martial gods tricking it? It sounded like a silly question, especially since Ryu had managed to trick it several times now. After all, he should have only been allowed to fight for a single title outside of trying to stamp his name onto the body of the title steal. In that case, why could he do it but no one else? Was he just being the typical arrogant Ryu once again? This time, the answer was no. Ryu didn't think that he was the only one that could trick the title steal in that way. It was just that those with such abilities were either of higher cultivation levels or felt no need to do so. After all, Ryu was only fighting for so many titles because he needed them for his corpse puppet army. Not many people followed such a path to begin with, and if you had the skill to trick the title steal, you would be entirely uninterested in such low-level titles. So why was he so stunned by the martial gods? It was because his method of tricking the title steel involved using its own rules against it. While colloquially the rule was that one could only fight for a single title, this wasn't actually the case. The true rule was that one could only claim a single title. This meant that so long as Ryu never integrated with the title, but instead just took it and passed it off to someone else, it wouldn't count as claiming, and thus he could fight again. The title steel could feel what he was doing, and it was angry about it, but ultimately it was an item. Much like the heavens, it strictly followed its own rules, so it was forced to allow Ryu to participate. What the martial gods were doing was very different. They weren't using the title steel's rules against it, they were pulling the wool over its eyes. During the battle against Aurelia, Surreal had kept it close. Honestly speaking, it wasn't yet obvious who would win. If Ryu was being unbiased, the chances were still practically 50-50 at that point. It was just that Surreal had maybe a percentage point or two in her favor. In a battle of that high level, those 1 or 2 points would make all the difference, which was why he was confident in her. But it wasn't to the point that Aurelia had no chance at all to flip the situation if she had a sudden breakthrough or something of the like. But then the situation changed. Aurelia suddenly flipped the situation without any sort of breakthrough at all, as though she had been hiding her own power from the very start. But Ryu, though he couldn't understand how at the time, he knew what was happening. Aurelia had pulled the wool over the title steel's eyes, tapping into power external to her blade alone. Essentially, she tapped into her Holy Wing bloodline abilities. She had parried Surreal so easily back then because of the unique Holy Wing ability to control atmospheric chi. She had dispersed Surreal's sword chi without her noticing. It was only a small tick off, but in a battle that was so close, and with Surreal having already calibrated her every action to perfectly match the situation, it made all the difference. While it had looked like Aurelia used a great skill, parrying Surreal's sword several times over with piercing silk ribbons, that had been nothing more than a facade to hide her true actions. This situation here, though, was different. The martial gods seemed to be pulling the wool over the title steel's eyes in a different way. But oddly enough, this was the last piece of the puzzle that Ryu needed. The reason they weren't using the same method as Aurelia was that they were afraid he would see through it. Others might think that he was talking nonsense before, but the martial gods knew what Aurelia had done. So when he said that Aurelia was cheating, most might think he was just trying to protect his wife's dignity, while the martial gods had felt their hearts constrict. There had to be a reason for that. This meant that whatever method they were using now, if Ryu actually saw through its secrets, he would either be able to counter it, or this would expose something that the martial gods wanted to hide for much longer. Even as Salvador and Baltar rushed him, Ryu's eyes almost seemed absent. His gaze shifted, landing on the title steel in the distance, and then toward where the heavenly court doors had manifested. Why had the martial gods hidden all this time? Wasn't it for the sake of hiding from the heavenly court? They're tied to the Ruin Master Guild, unexpected, or maybe it's only natural, and should have been obvious. If the Ruin Master Guild was able to manipulate the title steel world to have their little ruins, then maybe it should be obvious that the title steel would have been manipulated in other ways as well. But the Ruin Master Guild should already know that I've seen through them. So why so scared now? Why so intent on making sure I didn't understand this one particular situation? The Ruin Master Guild had always been the outward-facing facade. It was relentless in the pursuit of something. Are they really connected? When he thought about it, they were quite similar. The foundation of the martial gods was their relentless pursuit of knowledge. They based their entire culture around it, not acting like many other clans at all. They didn't care who their geniuses married or who they had children with as long as they proliferated, created new bloodline combinations, and forged new skills and techniques. It was what they pursued with every fiber of their being. Ryu's gaze flickered as he thought back to the Phoenix Sky God and the deductions that Surreal had led him through. No, the martial gods and Ruin Master Guild probably aren't connected. Their fingerprints on things just feel too different. It's just that, they and the Phoenix Sky God, they're all chasing the same thing. Was it a new cultivation realm? Were they all pursuing what was beyond the Tao God realm? Looking to step beyond it? Divine chains? Salvador and Baltar might be absolute powerhouses, but there was one that stood beyond them, and there was only one bloodline of the martial gods that stood as the real hegemon despite the namesake of Baltar's bloodline. Ryu's gaze shifted again and landed on a woman who was completely silent. She was the only one that had never moved a single inch since the battle began, when even the arrogant Dragon Prince and young Master Bright had done so. Solara. Slowly, her eyes opened, her gaze meeting Ryu's as though she could feel it. There seemed to be a spark between the two of them, and this stoic, unmoving woman, who didn't seem to have ever had the slightest bit of emotion, smiled. It was a genuine, sweet smile. It didn't seem arrogant in the slightest. It was almost like she was having fun looking at Ryu, having fun playing this game of chess, having fun watching him try to figure it all out. She knew that he was missing a piece, missing something so functionally important, that he would never be able to figure it out, not completely. And for some reason, that pleased her. Once again, not in an arrogant way, but almost a teasing, school playground sort of way. Ryu could tell from that look this woman longed for a challenge much like he did. She had been quite bored until he appeared and surprised her again and again. Now, she felt like things might be a little bit interesting. Ryu was certain of one thing, though. She was the most powerful lord in existence. Even Surreal didn't hold a candle to her, not yet, not while her new strength was still so fresh and new. There wasn't a secret or conspiracy here at all. There was nothing but the brutest of strengths. Ryu looked up and for the first time, his eyes saw them, only because Solara allowed him to see them. To see the chains that covered the whole of the battlefield, including the title steel. The title steel had cowered because Solara didn't want the heavenly court to sense her and take her away too. Chapter 2197 Boiling. Ryu's expression remained placid for a moment, looking Solara up and down. He was sure that she was a beautiful woman. But right now, he couldn't see anything but those eyes and that smile. No, there was something else he could feel as well. That battle intent. A wild grin spread across Ryu's face. His boredom vanished in a flash, and in that instant, it was as though a blazing fire had been lit within him. He spoke just as Zalvador and Baltar's blades had come upon him. He knew why they were able to work so seamlessly together now. There was a divine chain linking between the two of them, allowing their actions to flow smoothly between one another. It was such a complex application of the bloodline that Ryu hadn't even known it was possible until now. This was the first time he had ever experienced such a thing. Against others, he could perfect their methods even better than they could. Right now, he wasn't even using his own sword saber soul method, it was the Phoenix Princess's. However, even more shocking than that, he had the divine chains within him. The ability, at least, though not truly the foundation, had long been copied by his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. And yet, after it had been with him all this time, he had never once thought of such a method. If it was the case that such a thing just wouldn't be useful to him, maybe he could let it go. But just imagine if he used such a method with his corpse puppets. Wouldn't such a thing be far more effective than any army formation could ever hope to be? It was an enormous game changer, and yet he had never thought of it. It made his blood, or what was left of it, boil. When Ryu reincarnated the first time, for a long while he ignored secondary professions and the use of his mind. He often got himself into trouble, refused to use his intelligence for anything other than quickly improving his cultivation, and was an all-around dullard. He had done that on purpose. He didn't want to skate through life on his mind. Even when he gained his Tao, and he knew just how useful the chaos half of it was, he rarely even used it because of the implications that came. After spending his entire first lifetime hoping and praying for strength and power, and having nothing other than his mind to rely on, he just didn't want to be that man anymore. His truest goal was to reach the top of the cultivation world, and when he envisioned it as a child, he never imagined it would be about outsmarting everyone he came across. Unfortunately, people were just too stupid in his views. Their minds weren't nearly as flexible as his own, their ability to adapt, read, and shift and change in a situation was extremely limited to the point he had a hard time not looking at them like they were children. This was supposed to be a battle to decide the pinnacle geniuses of existence, and yet it was child's play to him. The only chance they had was when he quite literally couldn't match up to their talent. Now that he could, the amount of added strength his intelligence and Tao heart gave him made it so that in this sort of situation, they could hardly match up even when he was half dead. It was mind-numbing. Even though he had grown beyond the person he had been when his second life first began, he still had that yearning inside of him. The most fun he had had here other than his battle with Knightley was his battle for the Beast title, but even then that was only because he had allowed his mind to be turned off. In this situation, though, maybe he wouldn't have to. Seeing Solara, he felt that maybe for the first time, he was staring at someone no less intelligent than he was. If you were fighting against such an individual, in the end, what was left if not raw physical prowess? The eagerness in Ryu reached a fever pitch and the canines in his mouth lengthened all on their own. Maybe he would have even released an almost feral growl if not for the fact that Salvador and Baltar's blades were now truly upon him. He moved. There was only one thing on Ryu's mind. Solara wasn't the only one that could show off. Ryu took a step back, his arms dancing. Kai. He parried their blades and then took another step back, and then another. From an outsider's perspective, it looked as though he was being entirely overwhelmed. But Salvador and Baltar felt that something was off. This wasn't the first time Ryu had been beaten and battered. But this time, he was taking one calm step after another rather than being sent flying and spurting up blood. The difference was palpable. Was it because of the sword saber soul method? Was the difference really that great? Or, their pupils constricted, sword and saber chi rolled through the air, forming intricate lines. It was so subtle that it was nigh undetectable. The only reason they sensed it at all was because Salvador was a master of the sword and Baltar was able to sense it through their connection. What was happening? The weapon chi didn't seem like it was very dangerous at all. In fact, they were mostly wrapping around Ryu alone, so what exactly was happening? Ryu suddenly became sharp and faster. Formations formed of saber and sword chi so thin it was invisible to the naked eye and even spiritual quintessence formed in rapid succession. Every time he stabbed out, his blade would pass through one of them, suddenly explosively increasing their power. He swept and weaved, his arms moving in an independent and yet interlinked dance. In that moment, he didn't seem like he was injured in the slightest. No, it was nothing more than a facade. If one placed the Ryu of hours ago with the Ryu of now, there was an obvious gap in just how fast the two were moving. This Ryu was much slower, much more labored in his movement. And yet, he was moving so fluidly, so gracefully, with such elegance that it didn't seem as though he was struggling at all. He had completely eliminated the jerkiness of the Phoenix Princess's weapon style, truly made it his own. There didn't seem to be any transition between sword and saber at all, and when they swept forward, they almost encompassed the entire world. They felt a fire coming from Ryu's Tao heart right this moment that made them realize they had never truly felt the depth of it until this moment. No one had been able to stoke that flame. Not even the Tao gods Ryu knew were hiding in the shadows. Not once in his life did Ryu ever feel like he had a true rival. His blades clashed against Baltar's spear blade, an eruption of power descending. The formations slapped into one and Baltar felt as though he was meeting a dozen powerful strikes at once instead of just one. He buckled to a single knee, struggling to keep his spear above him and stop Ryu from severing his neck cleanly from his shoulders. At the same time, as though he had two brains in his arms, Ryu's blade flickered against Salvador's arm. One blade was heavy and strong, the other soft and gentle. He met Salvador's speed with 3 quick strikes of his own, the very tips of their weapons colliding in the air thrice in quick succession. Salvador felt himself neutralized and he needed a moment to gather himself for another attack. Ryu needed no such thing. The fourth was already coming. In truth, Ryu's own momentum was already dead in the water as well. However, an invisible sword formation took shape, gathering up his dispersed strength and recentering it. His wrist twisted in a fourth thrust, this time just barely missing the grazing tip of Salvador's sword and skimming against the length of its bottom. The curl of his wrist sent it flicking upward. Salvador had no strength in his arm and he almost lost grip of his sword entirely. He couldn't even react before the blade slipped into his ribcage, sliding in an infinitesimally tiny space between his heart and lungs. A searing pain racked him from top to bottom. "I really do want to kill you," Ryu said with that wild grin on his face. "But if I do that, who will my father kill? You should know not to overestimate yourself. Who do you think you are?" Ryu's wrist vibrated and Salvador was sent flying, unfortunately, not before a series of sword and saber chi imprinted themselves into his chest. Salvador's eyes widened, a fury coursing through his body. He felt it immediately. He had no ability to control his lower half any longer. Ryu had somehow made him impotent. "Ryu Tatsuya, you," however, Ryu continued with the same grin, his blade still firmly pressing down on Baltar's spear. "What purpose do you serve at all?" Ryu's second sword, now free of Salvador, pierced forward. But, unexpectedly, not toward Baltar. Instead, it looked like Ryu was aiming right at empty space, and his attack was almost too gentle. But that was because he wasn't thrusting at all. He was picking something up. The undetectable chain between Baltar and Salvador. I could have severed this the moment you exposed yourself. But where would the fun be in that? Ryu's grin turned to Solara as he lopped Baltar's head into the skies. Chapter 2198 Sword Saber Soul. Ryu's sword pierced out, catching Baltar's head on its tip. Its blade pierced through his skull, skewering him like he was some sort of piece of meat rather than someone's life. Solara hardly reacted to this at all, the smile on her face having long faded and her eyes having long closed. She had returned to a calm state, unbothered and unfettered. Ryu, however, with a tremble of his wrist, Baltar's head shattered, a rain of flesh and blood falling. Ryu looked up to the skies, ignoring Salvador as though he was nothing more than air. To Ryu, one opponent, especially not one he had exchanged so many blows with already, was worth his time or attention. Solara had certainly triggered him a little bit. When his competitive spirit was stoked, his gear changed as well. He had never felt what it felt like to have a true rival before. He rarely respected anyone, and most of his enemies were people he thought had little more on them than years. When he was facing people like that, it was hard to care. They were those he knew he would surpass in due time, how could they make him care? What Ryu had also never considered was that always being so confident was a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it made him dauntless. But on the other hand, it also meant that he would never truly feel the weight of a challenge. Was it still bravery if you didn't feel fear? This was the paradox Ryu had always faced. Only against an opponent that could truly make him feel something would there be a difference. In the past, that had once been surreal, but she had become his wife. He couldn't possibly use her as a target, now could he? There was also the Phoenix Sky God, but whoever they were still much too far away from him. Now, there was this Solara. This was far more interesting, and she had also pulled out a great deal from him. She had an interesting effect on him. Feeling the sword and saber chi rotating around him, Ryu smiled lightly, allowing it to sink into him silently. It was doubtful that most would be able to sense it. Not even Salvador had noticed this tidbit. He had been thinking about how to win this for a while now. After this Godblade challenge was finished, the odds that the real battle for claiming a title would begin were extremely high. In that case, it would be no holds barred, and his chances to rely so heavily on his comprehension would be limited. It was no secret why he could kill so easily here. Everyone was limited to their skill alone, and it was impossible to outskill Ryu of all people. So how would he survive the next round? His body had nothing left other than his chaos chi. His embryonic chi production had slowed to a crawl, every droplet being diverted in an attempt to undo the damage of the karmic flames. But karmic flames were precisely what burned corpse poison into being. It might be a form of energy even higher than embryonic chi and its counterpart. It was just that it wasn't something that could be wielded by cultivators. Then again, embryonic chi wasn't meant to be wielded either. Regardless, Ryu's embryonic chi was completely occupied with an extremely slow-paced healing. The only reason he had his chaos chi at all was because it was connected to a separate world. But his chaotic silk meridians, well, they were the third strongest material in the world, not the first. And even if it was the first, it wouldn't stand a chance against such boiling karmic flames. While he still had his chaos chi, just circulating it made him feel as though thousands of fire ants were rushing through him. His actual body and physical strength had even less to be said about them. They were all but destroyed. He was barely standing. Right now, he hardly looked like much of a human at all. From a handsome young man, he looked like a walking corpse, and the only reason he didn't look like a charred corpse instead was because of the Phoenix Princess. But he had already used up what he could from that, and at best, the changes were cosmetic. This was all to say, how the hell should he win? Well, the answer had been obvious to Ryu from the start. If his body realm was useless, and his chi realm was compromised, the answer would lie within his mental realm. That was simple enough to Ryu. He would figure the rest out. Of course, karmic flames wouldn't have such an obvious weakness to it. It definitely targeted his soul as well. The difference was that Ryu had a perfect blackbody soul. Compared to the rest of his body, he could withstand the hit with much greater ease to his mental realm. Especially since he had done something quite crazy that he hadn't let surreal sense. But that was something that he would keep in his back pocket as he continued to suppress the pain that came from this very choice. Still, all of this was to say that his mental realm was weaker now than it had been in the past, and by a considerable amount at that. Though he could still use it with much greater ease than his other two realms, it wasn't ideal. At least not for now. He still needed time. He needed a holdover until he was ready, until he could truly unleash. Ryu just thought about using his summons and corpse puppets. That was the obvious answer. It was the smart answer. It was what any sane man would do. But he didn't want to. There was no elaborate reason, no great secret, no logical deduction. He just wanted to claim this title with his own hands. So he made a different decision. Why not just create a new cultivation method? Sounded simple enough. The sword saber soul method sounded so unique. What made him especially curious was why the Phoenix Princess added the soul aspect to the name at all. Why not just sword saber? After analyzing the method, he understood why. Controlling sword and saber chi to cooperate with one another was incredibly difficult. They were incredibly incompatible, though that could be said for all of the weapon auras. They were designed to be themselves, not anything else. But it could be said that the saber and sword were special opposites because they took such similar forms, and yet completed such different actions. In order to force them to sync, the Phoenix Princess needed the soul aspect. She was using her heart as a guide to direct her weapon to harmonize. As such, her weapon aura was as much her soul as it was her saber and sword. And that fascinated Ryu. It was a truly unique method. It was just that the Phoenix Princess was too weak, her comprehension too lacking. All Ryu needed to do was feel out the rhythm of her soul to sense when she was harmonizing and when she was switching over. During a lull, he lopped her head off, timing it perfectly. However, he had ended up keeping her blood essence for himself for good reason. Barely anything about him had changed after sucking up the Phoenix Princess's blood essence. That was because very few realized that it was all focused in his mental realm. The winding, invisible filaments of sword and saber chi were intertwining with his soul, pulling at the white flame and forming layers of formations that filled in the gaps. These gaps were actually just examples of severe damage to his soul. But now, these sword saber soul formations were filling in the gaps. The question was, what were they doing? What did it even mean to form formations of sword and saber chi in the first place? Well, the world was just going to have to wait to find that out. That was because this little nephew of his seemed just about done. The tribulation above shuddered. The first thing anyone noticed were the majestic, metallic silver wings of a lightning rock. They flapped out from the black clouds, blowing a tempest of wind into the surroundings. And then a neck just as majestic, long and mighty, stretched out. The savage call of a bird standing on a mountain peak echoed, a screech that stopped time and reversed the flow of space shot into the surroundings. The feathers of the rock prince's wings spread out, sharp spear chi radiating out in all directions. And for the second time that day, the heavenly court doors opened. Ryu clicked his tongue. Maybe I'm a little bit too good at this. They were just simple words, and yet they made the hearts of several tremble uncontrollably as they suddenly understood something. Several gazes snapped to Ryu with a feverish intent. Ryu rested his feather blade on his shoulder, chuckling. Are you under the impression that if you capture me I might help you reach an entirely new level? Why is the world filled with such stupid people? If this is what I've done for someone else, Ryu's momentum began to grow, his soul finally becoming whole again. A savage momentum spread, violent and filled with unbridled killing intent. What the hell do you think I've done for myself? I've already given enough warnings. Come if you dare. My blade is still thirsty. Chapter 2199 something. Ryu's grin seemed brighter than even the heavenly court doors above. He didn't even bother to glance at the very same young man that stepped out once again. He didn't even turn to say goodbye to the Rock Prince at all. Because he was quite sure that he wouldn't have to. The call of a bird filled the skies. It didn't feel like it appeared. Instead, it felt like the noise had always been there and they were only just made aware of it. The skies shuddered and the tidal steel seemed to dim. A pair of silver wings that encompassed the skies themselves flew overhead. It was the very essence of speed. It was said that the rock was the fastest creature in all of existence. There were probably many who were against such a thing, many who believed that their speed was greater, superior. But when laying one's eyes on a real rock, it was impossible to feel any other way. This wasn't just speed, it was pace incarnate. There was no spatial manipulation, no warping of time, and yet they naturally melded themselves around a single flap of those mighty wings. A head the size of a world peered down, looming larger than even the doors themselves. Who told you that you could come to claim my son? The voice was quite gentle. It didn't carry the moment of an ancestor at all. It was composed, calm, unassuming even. But it carried an underlying firmness that laid the foundation of not a beast, but a man supremely confident in his abilities. The young man who stepped out from the heavenly court doors trembled violently. There was a faint mark on his cheek, one that was hardly discernible and almost looked like the fading edges of a shallow paper cut. However, Ryu sensed the aura of that cut without even turning around. His grin widened, but once again, he didn't say a single word. Even now, he had still yet to look at the ancestor rock that had appeared. Maybe the only two who understood why were the two of them. If Ryu looked now, he would certainly have to go and fight. And if he went to fight that behemoth in the skies, wouldn't he lose? How embarrassing would that be? Absolutely ridiculous. He refused to see Little Rock again until they could stand toe to toe like they had on that mountain of obsidian the first day they met. Little Rock understood this more intimately than anyone else. If not for the fact his son was about to be taken away, he would have never come here in the first place. If there was someone he respected in this world, it was Ryu. If there was any other choice, he would never put him in such a compromising position. But this heavenly court just had to test his bottom line. An old man stepped out from the heavenly court doors. Rock Emperor, you know the rules. Step aside, the old man said coldly. Ryu recognized the voice as well. He was the very same man who had appeared back then as well, the man forced to appear by Ailsa, Eska and Eismine. He had never bothered to learn their names, he had no need of it. As for the young man, he cared even less. What need was there of it? He didn't fear him or respect him. The last time a young man stepped out from their gates, Ryu had crushed him just the same. Well, that was a projection with limited abilities. But why mind the finer details so much? I didn't come here to negotiate with you, Little Rock said just as softly. At some unknown time, his son was already on his enormous back, having fallen into a deep slumber. The Rock Prince had returned to his true form. Yet, as large as he was barely a dot on his father's back. It was hard to fathom just how Little Rock had grown so large, or even why. Ryu couldn't help but be curious, and the fact he couldn't figure it out in a short time only made him all the more interested in the answer. Nemesis was the perfect example. The Sin Talent Adept body was the reason why what should have otherwise been a pitiful low-tier beast had earned itself such shocking potential. Concentrating its power into a small body had made it shockingly powerful. Why Little Rock would choose to grow so large in size to the point that he dwarfed worlds, well, Ryu didn't know. But what was clear was that it didn't hamper his strength at all. At the very least, it didn't seem to. He had appeared with a single flap of his wings, and something told Ryu that even though Little Rock had been several worlds away, that single flap they had all seen was the very same flap he started in his world. In fact, something even more sure told Ryu that Little Rock hadn't been planning on coming at all until the heavenly court appeared, which meant that he hadn't even been in a position to move initially. This was all to say that despite his shocking size, Little Rock had come from worlds away to appear here in an instant and with nothing more than a single flap of his wings. Just what level of speed was this? Even Ryu felt his heart trembling. Now, he knew he definitely couldn't look back. If he got his ass kicked by his brother, he wouldn't even be able to raise his head anymore. At the very least, when it was younger he could play it off because he was a shameless bastard. But Little Rock was too calm and too controlled. He probably wouldn't even understand the jokes Ryu made about it. No, that definitely couldn't be allowed. He would stick to taunting these so-called geniuses. Are you challenging the heavenly court, Rock Emperor? The old man asked slowly. The old man exploded into a rain of blood. The bolt of lightning, if that was what it was at all, was so fast it couldn't even be registered. The only reason Ryu felt that it was lightning could only be due to the density of lightning chi in the air afterward. Little Rock didn't even bother to argue. After the old man spoke again, he simply killed him. The heavenly court doors trembled and something seemed to be coming, but Little Rock only calmly looked down toward Ryu's back. Neither said a word as Little Rock turned back. Given his size, it should have been a laborsome issue, something that took maybe years to complete as though the orbit of a planet around a sun. And yet, Little Rock's movement felt both measured and shockingly fast. When he faced the direction he wanted, his wings rose. There wasn't even the slightest wind as he flapped downward. There was a shuddering ripple of chi in the air, but it passed through all those present without causing the slightest hint of damage. And then, in one instant, Little Rock was there. And in the next he was gone. Ryu finally allowed himself to look back up to the skies. He couldn't help but wonder what Little Rock had experienced. It seemed odd that he didn't choose to help Ailsa out of her trouble despite wielding such strength. The only explanation should be that he was occupied by something as well. What situation could tie down the fastest cultivator in existence for so long? Ryu's gaze flickered. It seemed that he would have to start getting stronger for reasons other than his own vanity. Honestly speaking, even after Surreal spoke to him about the Phoenix Sky God matters, his thought process hadn't changed much. He wanted to defeat them for his own ego, to truly stand atop the world. Well, there was obviously his promise to his wife as well, destroying the Ruin Master Guild and dealing with the Heavenly Court and all, but those matters were also somewhat routine to him. This felt different, though, but not necessarily disconnected from these matters he was already aware of. Ryu watched as the Heavenly Court doors shuttered. The young man who had come out from it seemed to have lost his soul. But then his head suddenly snapped toward the door. Realizing something, the young man shot toward it, barely slipping inside as the shuttering doors slammed close. Then, the doors vanished. It ran. Ryu frowned. Was Little Rock truly that powerful? What was he missing here? Yana, where are you? Ryu suddenly thought, looking toward the doors. There was Little Rock, there was Ailsa, two of maybe the strongest cultivators across existence, and yet they still couldn't find her. Something was going on here, and Ryu didn't believe that it was that Yana had been lost to time. If that was the case, the two would have long figured that out, and he would be able to sense the truth from their minds. If the Heavenly Courts had not one, but two of his wives, there would be more than just hell to pay. A slit on Ryu's forehead wiggled just the slightest bit before returning to a thin golden line. He would go through the stream of time and wipe out their entire lineage, bathing them in blood. The title steel trembled and the battlefield changed once more as the Godblade title had finally been claimed. Ryu, still feeling the stoking flames of fury, knew it was coming. The final run. Chapter 2200 Almighty. The pillars began to tremble, the skies overturning, she rolling in waves. Rainbow-like colors filled the dome of heaven above, the clouds that obscured the top of the obelisk shimmering. It seemed like they would disperse at any moment, and yet they were only growing thicker. Then they abruptly separated. However, the sight everyone thought they would see wasn't there. Instead, there were lines of clouds, each one layering over a name that stood tall above the rest. Each rainbow cloud, growing ever thicker and brighter in substance and presence, obscured the name of a cultivator that had once placed their title down. The path forward was obvious. Climb as high as you could, as high as you dared, and see if you were worthy of being among those few. Ryu only gazed at it for a moment before he took a step. In an instant, he had flashed ahead. It seemed that he had completely forgotten about the others around him. He never did things based on the opinions of others from the very beginning. The peak of the martial world, that was what he sought after the most. In a flash, Solara had vanished from her seat. The pillar continued to wave around in the raging winds, the violence of the atmosphere growing to a fever pitch. Those that found themselves too weak to withstand it could already feel in their hearts that they didn't have the right to participate in such a matter. But the unwillingness in their hearts made them continue on. Whether this would allow them to break through, or if they would crash and burn like so many before them, only time would tell. But the end result for most had long been decided already. Yeager's son launched himself up with a light step. Hand in hand, the Dragon Prince and Princess did the same. The fury that hung around the former was very much still there, but the small hand of his queen seemed to satiate them just the slightest bit. As for why they had entered their human forms, maybe only they knew. Young Master Shade was the slowest of them all, young Master Bright having already formed himself into a beam of golden light that tore through the skies, with his aura howling. However, this didn't seem to be because he was actually so slow and incapable of doing more. He just seemed to like his leisurely pace. As his face flickered back and forth between a handsome countenance and a skeleton, he strode across the skies. His head turned in a certain direction, landing on a few figures, dark horses that had yet to make a single move. His lip curled, his skeleton rattling. Amusing. Several of them shattered into a rain of blood. Go dream of success in the afterlife, he said calmly. He had been getting antsy for a long while, unable to fight a single battle. It was starting to drive him crazy. This damn title steal liked to take its sweet time getting to the main event. If he didn't vent a little bit now, he would end up doing something stupid at the wrong time. If you're trash, understand your standing in the world, Shade spoke lightly as many froze, looking at him warily. Now you too, though. Shade grinned at a pair of figures that hadn't even looked at him. They were separated by light years, their bodies shrouded as they shuttled ahead at an unhurried pace. Interesting, indeed. He didn't even bother to try to fight them. There were enough pigs to slaughter already. He pointed out a bony finger that flickered to a fair digit and then back to an outstretched bone. Death and destruction reigned. Young Master Shade laughed to the skies, slaughtering one group after another. There weren't even very many to begin with. Of so many, only 999 made it so far. Then Ryu had killed so many of them because he wanted to snatch and monopolize the named titles. By now, there were barely more than 700 left behind, but now Shade was killing them in droves. Every time he killed, he sucked up a mouthful of breath, swallowing their souls with a cackling smile. When his human form flashed, he looked quite normal. But when it faded and the skeleton king beneath took shape, it was possible to see a universe pulsing about in his throat. Every time he swallowed another soul, a new star was formed. From high above, Ryu noticed this, as did many others. But those that had reached this stage didn't waver easily. There was no amount of improvement that Shade could make right this moment that would make a large difference to the outcome. In fact, if that was what Shade was trying to do, then he would receive nothing but disdain from the rest of them. Trying to improve at the final moment meant that one wasn't confident in their abilities. If you weren't confident at this point, then you might as well place your head on a platter to be cut. Who did you think you were to continue participating? But what was clear here was that Shade wasn't doing this to improve, he was just feeding his sadistic nature. If there was anything about him that was improving, it was his Dao heart as he finally managed to calm the restlessness in him. Watching Ryu fight again and again had truly started to piss him off. Every arrogant word Ryu spoke just pissed him off further. There was only room for one man at the top, and that was him. Just because he hadn't moved before didn't mean that he was alright with everything that was happening. He was going to crush everyone in his path. Shade sucked in a final soul and exhaled a breath. Ah, I feel much better now. He returned to his usual calm self, a smile that was far less murderous returning to his face. There was a light and airiness about him now that made it hard to fathom that he had just slaughtered hundreds of geniuses. Clasping his hands behind his back, he stepped forward and shot up like a rainbow. There was a calm determination in his eyes. This victory would be his. It seems that some have grown very arrogant. The voice came from the vast nothingness. But rather than black, it was a sea of delicate gold. Somehow, though, this grandeur felt empty, not because it lacked substance, but because it was so large that it felt as though it couldn't be properly fathomed. As such, when most faced it, they would feel nothing at all. One of our own has died, Almighty. We must do something about this, or else the influence of the heavenly court will plummet. And what do you suggest? Raid the title steal. They place so much importance on it. Show them how easy it would be for us to claim it all. You underestimate the title steal far too much. There's only one man in history that it hasn't been able to name. And I'm sure you're aware that the heavenly court has no desire to face him. He does not interfere with us and prefers to manage his own corner of existence. It is so separate from our own it might as well be a separate existence entirely, Almighty. And do you believe that the heavenly court does not want to control all things? The man had no response. A silence fell as a result, but the man still didn't speak, feeling as though the Almighty was lost in his thoughts. There were many titles that didn't appear from the title steal this time, and that was because of one very specific reason. The title holders were still alive. In fact, some of the strongest titles in all of existence were still in the hands of existences that seemed undying. The Almighty, this was none other than one of them. He had long since forgotten just how long it had been since he claimed his title, but he knew for a fact that the title steal couldn't be so easily underestimated. The only reason it had changed its methods, allowing others to choose their names now, was because of what that man had done to it back then. That, combined with the fact so many titles had already been claimed by old men and women cheating death. And this was the only path left to take. The heavenly court knew that the title steal was unhappy about this, but what could it do if those that should have long since died continued to live? Now, it was just waiting for someone to execute a culling. And it seemed that that madman was the Phoenix Sky God. It was a secret that most of the world didn't know, that most of even the heavenly court didn't know. The title steal, the most powerful treasure in all of existence, stood with the Phoenix Sky God. There was a flash of murder in the Almighty's eyes. I've made a decision. Chapter 2201 Victory. What are you looking off into the distance for? Your husband is right here. Focus. Ryu's projection spoke to Ailsa, waving a hand in front of her face. You should learn to be less rude to one of the most powerful warriors in existence, you know, Ailsa replied after regaining her focus. I don't know what you're talking about. All I see is a disobedient wife. In that case, do something about it, Ailsa said with a teasing smile. You won't be so cocky for much longer, Ryu replied with his own sneer. Do you think trillions of years are so easily overridden? I think you've forgotten that our minds are connected. You know, as they say, what's yours is mine. That's not how it's supposed to work. What's yours is mine, and because I'm your wife, what's mine is also mine. I don't think you've read the husband handbook properly. Also, aren't you a bit too shameless? Shameless? I wouldn't say so at all. Go find me another lord capable of parsing through trillions of years of a Tao God's experience, and then you're free to say that to me. Ailsa rolled her eyes. She found that she really couldn't win an argument with this guy anymore. Now that she thought about it, maybe it wasn't that she won in the past but that Ryu was too cold, too distant, too arrogant to continue an argument he already had a path to victory in. It was like he felt it was a waste of time. She could still remember their first interaction was an argument, but Ryu hadn't even bothered to reply to her final statements. She had felt quite good after that, but now she was second-guessing it. Looking toward her husband, and seeing his smile, Ailsa felt like rolling her eyes again. Insufferably shameless. Winning an argument doesn't always mean you're right, Ryu said after a while, his smile softening. Sometimes it isn't worth it to argue because even if you win, it's meaningless. Are you saying I'm too stupid to win even with the facts on my side? Ailsa raised an eyebrow. Ryu laughed, sweeping his wife's waist into his arm. You're getting much better at being spoiled. It's cute. Ailsa was stunned for a moment, but this time, her natural response wasn't to blast Ryu into pieces. As far as Ryu was concerned, this was what they called progress. And you're getting bolder. I still haven't decided to forgive you. I'll have trillions of years more to make up for that. Then you go on and wait those trillions of years. A woman of my caliber isn't so easy to taste. Ryu rested his nose in the crook of her neck, taking a light sniff of her delicate scent, feeling the softness of her skin against the tip of his nose and his lips. It didn't feel as real as he wanted it to because this was nothing more than a projection. In fact, only Ailsa could truly feel his presence while he was relying on his soul to sense these things. But it still felt nice to hold his wife nonetheless. Ailsa rolled her lip. She would be lying if she said having Ryu hounding her all this time wasn't nice. She had, of course, been pursued by more men than she could count from the time she was a teenager to this moment today. Countless years had passed since then. But for one, there was a very good reason Ryu was her life partner. When he returned to his truest self, it was as though it was impossible for him to say something she didn't like no matter what sort of lukewarm reaction she had to it. And more importantly than that, she had never really given those men the time of day. If they had hounded her like this, they would have long become a mist of blood. Ryu, though, well, even if she was filled with enough hate to do such a thing to her husband, which she certainly wasn't, he was just a projection. She knew that he would form again and act even more shamelessly. However, that didn't stop her from being a bit embarrassed. She felt her knees going weak to the touch of a mere projection. It had really been far too long, and this arrogant bastard knew that. Truly insufferably shameless, Ailsa whispered. When you're with me, I don't care how powerful you are. Ryu raised his head, softly whispering into her ear. If you dare to pay attention to other things while we're on a date again. Ryu gave Ailsa's ass a crisp slap. She shuddered and then pushed him away. You're getting a little too arrogant, she said in a fit of anger. Ryu grinned, the softness of his voice vanishing in favor of laughter. Don't look in that direction again, little lady. We have other things to do. Like finding Yana. Onward and forwards. Ailsa gave Ryu a look and then slowly shook her head. Fine. The direction she was looking in could have been more obvious. Of course it was the heavenly court, and most importantly, what she sensed them doing. She didn't like it one bit, and she knew that very soon, it would almost certainly affect Ryu. All this time, Ryu hadn't talked about what was happening at the title steal a single time. A large part of her just wanted to go and observe, but she knew that Ryu wouldn't allow it. This barrier, he would cross on his own. If Ailsa were there, she would almost certainly act. And if she acted at the penultimate moment, he wasn't sure if he would be able to cross that barrier. There was only one thought in his mind right now, and that was victory. Ailsa didn't have to interfere at all. That was because today, he would remind her what it felt like to be his wife, what it felt like to be protected to his back. Chapter 2202 First Place. Ryu landed on the first rainbow cloud, his lips touched by a light smile. An attack almost immediately came from his back, but his body shifted, becoming a stream of darkness. The beam of light passed right through him as though he were entirely intangible. If you want to prove your little lineage to be so great, attacking from the back isn't exactly what you should do, don't you think? Ryu didn't even look back at young Master Bright, his eyes ahead. There was a peculiar feeling about this world of clouds. The beam of light shot off into the distance, being swallowed up by the rainbow lights ahead and then vanishing. Ryu looked down at his feet, feeling that there was solid ground beneath him, and yet not being able to sense exactly where it started and finished. Rainbow colors of violet, blue, and pink rolled over his feet and ankles. If there was a particularly powerful wind, it would even stream over his calves from time to time, displaying an odd fluidity. Just staring at it, Ryu didn't feel like the clouds were following the usual laws of fluid dynamics. There was another force acting on it other than the obvious. Fate. How fascinating. This was fate in yet another form, and until now, this was the third that Ryu was seeing. Ryu began to second-guess it. He had to count embryonic chi. Technically speaking, it was probably the purest concentration of it. It was what decided the talent of a youth before they were even born, and there was nothing more important than that at the very beginning. But then there was the quasi-embryonic chi of the tidal steel world. It was the first time he had seen such a thing, and Ryu found that it was the key to starting to use his embryonic silk meridians the way that they were meant to be used. Now, however, he felt like he was experiencing yet another. This energy, it should be what forms the titles. So this is a complete and active form of embryonic chi. Just how powerful is it? And how do I control it? Reaching quasi-embryonic chi was actually quite easy. But staring at the complexities of his rainbow energy, Ryu felt like he was looking at something so complex that even his own mind was having trouble wrapping his mind around it. It was a feeling that he rarely had at all. There was so much calculation involved. The reason he couldn't follow the fluid dynamics of these clouds was that they were working on a completely different principle. I see, there's no way I can control this energy, not right now, maybe not even when I become a sovereign. A sharpness radiated from Ryu's eyes. In truth, he wanted to say not even when he became a Tao god as well, but he suppressed that thought, burying it so deep and violently that it was shattered beneath the might of his Tao heart. There was simply no way that he would ever have such a thought. The day he became a Tao god, was the day everything would be in his reach. This energy, the Ruin Master Guild, the Heavenly Court, Yana, if there was anything that he couldn't accomplish, it would mean that he hadn't grown as powerful as he was meant to, and that was unacceptable to him. He would never fail, he couldn't allow himself to. And it all started right here and right now. Even if it meant that he had to climb to that mountain peak on one leg, using a cultivation method that he had only just created with the path of comprehension of another. He would do it, because he was Ryu Tatsuya. The air around Ryu rumbled. Young Master Bright had long since shot ahead. The reason Ryu had been able to dodge his attack so easily was because it was nothing more than a probe and a casual stroke. Seeing Ryu just standing there, Bright had been unable to contain himself. But he also managed to restrain himself to just a single attack. I might not be able to create you, or destroy you, but... Ryu looked off into the distance. By now, his small paws had already left him near the back of the ground. In the distance, young Master Shade caught up and he grinned at Ryu from a far-off distance, his battle intent radiating like a torch in the darkness. Then, he too became nothing more than a dot in the distance. Everyone was already looking for the entrance to the next platform. How could they possibly be satiated with the lowest rung? But Ryu, after giving them a glance, ignored them. His eyes began to scan. If there was one thing that was completely unaffected all this time, it was his focus chi. While he had been relying on nothing but his heavenly pupils, and such a thing should have drained him, the truth of the matter was that analyzing the methods of lords when he was capable of analyzing even Tao gods was child's play. His focus chi was so full to the brim that he could do this for millions more years without even breaking a sweat. Right now, though, it was rapidly draining. He sank into one state of meditation after another, the swirling feeling around him shifting. I see, there's no need to do all of this. Ryu stopped after 20% or so of his focus chi vanished in a blink. A wild grin spread across his face. This battlefield was truly meant for him. He would like to see who dared to stand in his path now. Wind wrapped around him, his bone structures were too injured for him to rely on azure cloud vein. Instead, he pulled on the yet other thing that wasn't damaged. His beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. And most importantly, the rainbow wind natural treasure within it. How could his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation be so easily affected by karmic flames when it had already survived being burned by them before? Ryu became as light as a feather, the effects of the northern heavenly wind sinking its grip into him. And then, the cloudy energy beneath him moved. Ryu was carried by it for a moment, and then he vanished in the blink of an eye. Nothing but a hollow wind remained, leaving one wondering. Had he ever been there in the first place? Chapter 2203 Good. When Ryu appeared again, a bolt was just passing by before it froze. Young Master Bright was so fast that even though he reacted instantly, he was already thousands of miles ahead of Ryu by the time he turned around. His pupils constricted into pinholes. How had Ryu made it here before him? Ryu didn't even look at him. Like he had been from the very beginning, these geniuses were nothing more than stepping stones in his eyes. As far as he was concerned, he would crush them one after another, no matter the challenge they posed, no matter the state of his body, no matter what outside forces wanted to interfere. The result would be just the same in his eyes. He would never lose. Ryu vanished again. Young Master Bright hung in the skies as some began to catch up. The Dragon Prince and Princess soared in after him, their speed slowed down by the fact they insisted on moving together. Then came the large number of figures. But young Master Bright was still there in a bit of daze, unsure of how to act or react. He was a genius, he could vaguely sense what Ryu had done, but this was that breath of quintessence. Meditation state, breath of earth, breath of heaven, breath of world, one with self, one with earth, one with heaven, one with world, and then there was the absolute highest of them all, a state of meditation that loomed mighty and should have been untouchable. Breath of quintessence. It was said that a single whiff of this so-called breath could bring a mortal to Tao God in an instant of time. It was also said that this was the energy that descended when a mortal reached enlightenment, allowing the gentle progression of their abilities to the very peak. How could someone just casually enter it? It wasn't that young Master Bright didn't know of the abilities of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. It might not even be an exaggeration that he was more familiar with their parameters than Ryu himself was. This wasn't to say that Ryu didn't understand his heavenly pupils. But Ryu's pupils were very different from those of others because he had unlocked all 999 seals so early on in his cultivation path, not to mention pushed them so far they went dormant, only to be revived by a mutated phoenix rebirth talent. Ryu's pupils simply weren't the same as others of the mystery lineage to begin with. Plus, there was the fact that young Master Bright had grown up in a far better environment than Ryu, not to mention had a vested interest in understanding everything about the mystery lineage. That was all to say that he knew that the focus skill of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils existed, but maybe even Ryu didn't know that he wasn't supposed to be able to use it with such impunity. Ryu had never struggled with focus. As early as he unlocked his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, he had easily been able to sink into the first three states. As his cultivation increased, the others came only just as naturally. It wasn't even remotely a struggle for him. When he could finally touch breath of quintessence, he didn't even second-guess it. But aside from shock right now, there was a light of furious greed in Bright's eyes. If he could just have the faintest whiff, just the slightest bit of a touch of breath of quintessence, just how powerful would he be? He clenched and unclenched his fists as others soared by him. He hardly reacted to them at all, his mind elsewhere. He had been studying the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils for too long, and they were simply perfect, to complement his war god pupils. The strongest combat heavenly pupils paired with the strongest comprehension heavenly pupils. Just what sort of monster would that create? Young Master Bright pivoted in the air and shot off again, this time even faster than before. He zoomed by one participant after another, a fiendish howl coming from his Tao heart. This place would be where he rose to the very top. Young Master Shade came to a stop, once again at the end of the group. He rose his nose to the skies, sniffing slightly. Then, a peculiar expression crossed his face. He passed me. When? What scent is that? Why is it so strong? Why does it fill me with such excitement? He didn't realize it, or maybe he did, but he was standing in the same exact location Ryu had been in when he suddenly appeared on the second platform. Fascinating, 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 I can even sense nether chi coming from him. Is this the power of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils? No, it feels more powerful than any I've seen before. Shade chuckled. It seems that there was a reason why it had taken so long for another pair to appear. The balance of karma was hard to predict, and if such a valuable talent was born, then it could only be the case that heaven had given it a lot of tender care and affection before it was successfully formed. Shade licked his lips, the excitement in his eyes only growing with every passing moment. His bloodthirst sank into his very being and threatened to overflow once again. A tent began to grow on the lower half of his robes, his blood flowing to places it hadn't in a very, very, very long time. His excitement reached a peak and he covered his face with a palm, laughing up to the skies. He had really thought that he would be bored coming here. But to think that there was such a man waiting. Good, good, good. Ryu appeared on the highest of the clouds, his expression calm as he looked ahead to find that someone had arrived first. Chapter 2204 Rage. You are quite fast, Solara said lightly, her back still to him. You are faster. I don't think you mean that. I don't, Ryu said, a grin spreading across his face. Solara had almost certainly studied the title steel ahead of time. There was a vast gap between someone who had comprehended things on the fly and someone who had prepared a comprehension long ago. Of course, the jury was still out on which of them was actually faster. The reality of the matter was that unless they started at the same time, it would be impossible to tell. But the fact that Solara was able to prepare in advance also told of the gap between them, a chasm that existed between their foundation, their knowledge, their upgrading, maybe even their talent. There were certain things that simply weren't so easy to bridge no matter how talented you were. Solara had grown up in a martial god clan that was prepping to raid against the heavenly court. Just how many resources had she received? How much knowledge had she benefited from? To her, it was only natural that she grow so strong. If she couldn't do this much, then she would simply be too pathetic. Standing there, the winds blowing against her dress, hugging her curves, she looked quite at peace. She had calmed from her initial excitement, realizing these matters. I would advise that if you can, you should leave. I would prefer not to kill you now, it wouldn't be fair. Not only are you not at the Lord Realm yet, but you also don't have a foundation that matches mine. Go, train, bridge the gap that exists between our backgrounds, and then maybe one day we can fight again. In fact, if you so choose, you can join my martial god clan. You already have a wife and your child will be of our blood. We are willing to accept talents of all ilks, that has always been our creed. When our starting positions are the same, the day we reach Tao godhood, we can fight again. Usually when women propose this sort of matter to me, they offer their bodies at the very least. Where is the sincerity? Ryu asked. Solara's head tilted back, looking at Ryu. There was an amusement hidden deep within her eyes. Handsome enough. Unfortunately for you, my body is promised to the heavens. The sentence was light and airy, and almost plain in its simplicity. And yet, the clouds of rainbow beneath her feet rotated wildly. Ryu laughed to the skies. Handsome enough. Right this moment, he looked like a walking zombie. The pieces of his skin that weren't a rotting mess were reddened beyond belief as though it were the flesh beneath. His head had sparse strands of hair, he was completely naked, and what was left of his lower half was also its own charred mess. All things considered, if one were to say he was the ugliest man in the world right now, he would have no way to refute them. He truly did look the part. Tell me, woman, which of your ancestors chained my fate star so I know who I have to kill? Solara looked back at him, her neck still craned. Her small, slender hands were clasped behind her back as though she were a young maiden waiting for her boyfriend, her fingers just barely intertwining. She didn't look like she was prepared for combat at all. My grandfather, she eventually said. And is that the same man Primus faced against? Or was that a different man? A different man. My grandfather wouldn't bother to act on such a thing twice. Is that so? I guess that's less disappointing. If your grandfather was defeated so easily by a sovereign, I would have to question if you are as powerful as you say you are. But considering you come from a family of cowards, I guess I should be doing that anyway. Solara didn't react with anger to these words, her expression remaining just the same. But Ryu could tell that she didn't like them one bit. When such a genius was enraged, it wouldn't be their expression that showed it, the world itself would react. Somehow, even these bright clouds of violet, blue, and pink dimmed. She stood there just the same way, her thoughts calm, and then she looked ahead. Do you recognize that name? Should I care? Ryu hadn't bothered to look at the obelisk a single time. While they could finally see the names here, he didn't care in the slightest to do so. What did they have to do with him anyway? He would just overwrite them very soon. But since Solara did mention it, he looked over. It was a name engraved with the sharpest and boldest of lines. When Ryu was ignoring it, he had felt nothing at all. But the moment he looked at it, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body convulsing. His soul waned and almost winked out. In that moment, his body seemed to remind him what kind of state it was in. He was much too weak right now to be so arrogant. But hadn't he always been too weak to be so arrogant? He heaved for breath, but he refused to look away. If he looked away now, then wouldn't that mean that he had lost? Unacceptable. He would rather die right here and right now than lose to a mere name on stone. It's an interesting name, don't you think? When I saw it, my reaction was much the same. He is quite overbearing, so much so that the only way to not be crushed like you're being right now is to look away. I didn't want to look away either. It was my grandfather that shuttled me away. I do not think I've ever been more enraged in my life. Now, when I stand here, it doesn't react to me at all even when I look straight at it. Now you tell me, after such an experience, do you think that your words can make me feel the same rage? Ryu had completely tuned her out, his gaze on the name. Except, it wasn't a name at all. You don't qualify to name me. Chapter 2205 Always. Ryu's presence was practically sucked into the title that wasn't a title, the cracks around it akin to fissures in reality themselves, not descending to the abyssal plane or even the void, but rather a true nothingness. It was as though the title erased what was meant to be and what had been, existing as a marker of failure for the strongest treasure in all of existence and a reminder of a cultivator beyond cultivators that had once been here. Ryu couldn't focus on anything else even if he tried. Right now, this title was trying to crush him, but it wasn't just the momentum that was killing him. He could feel something familiar coming from it, a cascading sort of variation, erratic and all-encompassing, the sort of twisting, winding change that he had only felt from one other thing before. Reincarnation. There was a strong reincarnation here, one that told Ryu that somehow this very same title hadn't just been stamped by one person, but multiple. No, it wasn't multiple people. It was the same person throughout several lifetimes. And that was what stabbed at his ego the most, it was what truly had him frozen here. If not for this, his Tao heart would have long shrugged it off. He would have long been able to do what Solara hadn't been able to, or, rather, hadn't gotten the chance to even try due to the interference of her elders. It was also because of this that Ryu knew that Solara wouldn't interfere. If she killed him now while he couldn't move, it would be like she was losing twice over. Once when her grandfather interfered, and right, this moment now, there was only one way for her to remove the only stain on her Tao heart, and that was for Ryu to not only succeed, but for her to then kill him with her own hands. That was the only way forward. For the very first time in his life, Ryu might not be first in wanting to succeed in a cultivation endeavor. Ironically enough, it was the enemy to his side cheering for him the most. But right that moment, he felt that emptiness looming, a weight he had pressed down and ignored returning in full force. No, he hadn't pressed it down and ignored it, he well and truly believed that he had long dealt with it, that it would no longer interfere with the man he was now. He had said it plainly and clearly, those past lives, they weren't him, he could get over them because he was a new man now and he would never live another life again. But then what was this? Who was this man superior to himself, capable of living out so many lives and ending up with the very same conviction every time? Was he actually inferior to someone in Tao heart? Was he so weak, so pitiful? Had he just grasped at any excuse that he could find to make himself feel better while in reality, there were lofty existences laughing at him from above? Ryu stared at the title, and stared at it, his teeth clenched, veins popping across his body, and fissures, for the first time since it had formed in this iteration, began to squeal across his Tao heart. There was no escaping it this time. It was a mirror put up to his face, a strong slap across his very own cheek, a reminder of weakness, of folly. The last time he had ended up in such a state, Ryu walked alongside Ailsa and suddenly became very quiet. This time, it was he who looked off into the distance, his gaze somewhat blank. What happened to paying attention? Who's looking off for other things now? Ailsa said. Her voice was somewhat soft as though she had already sensed what had happened. She could remember her words back then as well, and honestly speaking, she had felt them to be quite cruel. She was a wife before she was a cultivator. How could she not allow her husband even a single moment of weakness? Wasn't it in sickness and in health? It couldn't be that she was the only one that could feel pain and sorrow, right? But back then, Ryu's weakness had been boiling over into a strong frustration for her. It wasn't just his limitations, it was the chains his limitations placed on her as his wife and life partner. There were things she simply couldn't do because he was too weak, and it was hard for resentment not to build over so long. After seeing him pop up in an even worse state than she remembered, she couldn't even hold back anymore even if she wanted. She might be Ryu's life partner, and their personalities were perfect mirrors of one another, but that didn't mean that they weren't different in their own ways. Or maybe not. Ryu also had his own breaking point with her, did he not? Maybe if he was a little more stubborn, and had trillions of years to ruminate on it like she did, he might have truly gone forward with their divorce. It seems, Ryu said lightly, that someone has done something that I couldn't. There was a matter-of-factness in Ryu's voice, one that didn't seem to carry the real emotions his body was facing. And that was because he had purposely cut that off. He had no desire for Ailsa to see him in that state again. I'm sorry, Ryu, she said softly, taking his hand. I was very angry back then. Ryu looked down at his covered palm, remembering this as the only time since he met Ailsa again that she had initiated any sort of contact with him. He took his hand back. Not like this, he said coldly. Ailsa's pupils trembled, but she soon regained her calm. After a while, she nodded. The two fell into silence. I believe in you, she said softly. I always have. This time, it was Ryu's pupils that trembled. Chapter 2206 or. Ailsa looked at Ryu's side profile and fell into silence once again. Looking down at her hand, she felt a hint of pity. That feeling was nice. Why had it taken her so long to feel it again? And now, she would have to wait for longer. She had already guessed what Ryu was facing. Part of her just wanted to tell him that that man had already reached the pinnacle of existence when he reincarnated the first time to bring his family back together once more, that he had his moments of weakness as well. But she couldn't, because Ryu wouldn't want to hear it, and because it would make no difference to him. That truth might only make him feel worse. A gap in power was one thing to him, a gap in Tao heart, in will, in determination, that was unacceptable. He had always been chasing the pinnacle of the world, but that wasn't for the sake of forging his heart. He had always thought his Tao heart to be impenetrable. Why would he need to increase his cultivation for the sake of improving it? Why did his Tao heart need to rely on the heavens? Why did it need to rely on time? Why wasn't he already perfect? The frustration was boiling his blood on the inside, his thoughts so focused on his weaknesses that he missed the forest for the trees. Ailsa slowly put her hand down and the two traveled forward in silence. She didn't ask any questions, and with Ryu cutting off most of his senses and emotions from this clone, she couldn't feel what the real Ryu was going through even if she had had the heart to do so. But did she have the heart in the first place? She really didn't want to see him in that state again. Her gaze shifted to the cold side profile of her husband once again. He stared off into the distance, his mind and body so focused he seemed to forget that she was there in the first place. Suffocated. That was what she was feeling now. The day Ryu first confessed to her, the day he accepted her as his wife, she remembered it so clearly. It was out of the blue. She had fallen out of the habit of checking his mind because he never checked hers. With her pride, she just silently stopped doing so, at least to a great depth. But she could remember the ecstasy she had felt, because it was like he was bearing his soul to her of his own accord, gracing her with his thoughts and feelings not because he had to, by mandate of the heavens and their life partner title, but because he wanted to. She had forgotten the value of that feeling, it instead boiled over into frustration as she suffered loss after loss, not because her own cultivation talent was lacking, or because she hadn't had enough time, but rather because her husband was too weak. A swelling of regret pooled in her chest, her eyes misting over before her chi evaporated it away in an instant. Suddenly she stopped. Ryu's clone looked her way. What is it? He asked. Ailsa gave him a look, then suddenly pivoted. She stomped a foot into space and then dashed in another direction. Ryu's clone frowned. That direction, wasn't that where his true body was? Ailsa's speed was great, far greater than anything he could measure up against, if it wasn't for the fact that he had tethered this clone to her fate. It was how he had been able to find her in the vastness of space to begin with. As such, despite how fast Ailsa had been moving, he had always been able to keep up. Now was no exception. "What are you doing?" he asked, his body floating by her without the slightest hint of strain. Ailsa didn't respond. Ryu's eyes narrowed. "Ailsa, reform the connection or I'm not speaking to you anymore," Ailsa screamed. Her voice came out more shrill than she expected, and far more agitated. The echo of her voice pealed across the darkness they were soaring past, world after world, twisting laws and shifting runes flying by them as they stepped from one world order to the next seamlessly and unhurriedly. Ailsa might have been moving fast, and Ryu could feel that she was actually pushing to her limits, but her face didn't look very much strained either. Ryu was taken aback by Ailsa's reaction. He paused, not sure of what to say for a long while before he shook his head. "No." Ailsa's heart trembled. "If you want to go back and see this, you're free to try. I will defeat this challenge before you arrive." Ryu's clone vanished. The suffocating feeling in Ailsa's chest was only rising. A shadow that had been hanging over her, one that she hadn't even known was there before, became larger. And then she shattered it. Tears fell from her eyes in streams. A striving for perfection was probably what plagued them both. She had failed to protect Nemesis. She had failed to protect Yana. She had failed to stop the fiends and the Fae. She had failed to stop the Ruin Master Guild. She had failed to stop the Heavenly Court. One after another, she failed, and she failed again, and then she piled it all up on Ryu so that she could escape the fate of blaming herself. It was easier that way, just like it was easier for Ryu to pretend as though his former lives weren't him at all. But that weak Ailsa was her. And in that state, she had said things to her husband that had made the state of his own heart far worse instead of better. She was his wife, and yet he refused to allow her to see him at his weakest. And now, he just might do something reckless to ensure she never did. He was determined. She would either arrive to see a man that had risen above it all, or Ryu. Ailsa's shrill cry filled the abyss. A corpse. Chapter 2272. What did it feel like to be frozen in body and in soul? Ryu couldn't say he knew even though he was experiencing it right this moment. That was because his mind itself was frozen as well, his thoughts falling into an endless lull, his plasticity completely gone. He could only think about one thing, focus on a single matter. There wasn't a second. One would think that the entirety of existence had vanished, and all that was left was this one title. Memories of what happened with Ailsa flashed into his mind and his eyes became endlessly sharp, veins popping across them. He clenched his teeth so hard that it seemed he might shatter them all on his own. The sheer violence in his eyes could have murdered an entire race of beings. His unwillingness and feeling of inferiority was suppressed only just the slightest bit by the fire of his wife being on the way. He couldn't do this again, he couldn't fail like this again. It was the only thing keeping him together. Pride. It wasn't the same sort of power as determination alone. For the first time in his life, Ryu's progress was related to what he felt someone else thought about him. He didn't even realize when he sank into the difference. It was a different type of fuel that he had never experienced before. But it was tainted. It wasn't pure. It wasn't entirely him. He thought it would be fine. He thought that since he loved his wives so dearly, that he had come here with no other intention but to please her, that she was his life partner, that things would work out the way they should. But he quickly ran into a wall. It wasn't enough. That weakness was still on his chest, burying him and suffocating him. His wife couldn't follow him through reincarnation, now could she? "I won't reincarnate again," Ryu roared. He wouldn't have another life after this. Why would this be a problem? He planned to live and die with this life right here, having already cut himself off from all other cycles. He would be his own man. Only this version of himself meant anything, only this version. Only this one. The veins popping across his body popped. They didn't have much blood in them to begin with, his body barely holding itself together at all. They oozed out in a slow, sad mess, marring his already crippled body. His knees trembled as though he might fall to at least one of them, if not both. But he refused. He wanted to be on his feet. He wouldn't fall to this title. There was absolutely no way. Here he was, coming here to rely on a title steal to give himself power, while there were others out there that didn't even allow it to name them despite having received its acknowledgement. The thought came out of nowhere like a flashing bolt of lightning, striking him down in the very middle of his forehead. He couldn't hold it back. He coughed up a mouthful of black blood, falling to a single knee. His back arched, his spine creaking and almost shattering. Tears of blood ran down his eyes, but they were so dry that it wasn't even more than a few seconds before they had formed cracked streams of rusted brown red down his marred cheeks. Solara watched on from the sidelines, her expression calm. One would never guess by her expression alone just how much she wanted Ryu to succeed, but seeing the current situation, she could only shake her head. Her gaze shifted, landing on the title once again. Just how powerful was this man? In reincarnation, what was Ryu talking about? She looked at it, trying to decipher what she was seeing. But unfortunately, the title no longer radiated any aura for her to sense. Would this just be a regret for the rest of her life? No, I don't care what grandfather says, I will stay in the Tao Lord realm for as long as I have to, until someone appears that can face this title, then, I will kill them. When she had this thought, her somewhat agitated Tao heart calmed once again. Whatever weakness she had had vanished in a flash, and thoughts and dreams of defeating that person became a relish to her. Then she looked back toward Ryu. She thought about raising a hand and just killing him, but in the end, she decided against it. Even if there was a small sliver of chance, she would allow him that chance. Why kill him? The title could do that for her when he failed. If he survived, all the better. Then she wouldn't have to wait. She had been in the Lord realm for long enough already. She was eager to see what the pinnacle of power truly felt like. Would the Phoenix Sky God truly be a match for her when she stepped into godhood? Honestly, she wasn't convinced. Every step along the way, she had always been the pinnacle of her cultivation realm. Never once had she failed to achieve something that others could only hope and dream about. After she cleared this challenge, the Heavenly Court would be next, and once she had whet her blade against them, then, she would face off against that almighty existence. There was only room for one cultivator at the top. One woman, Solara said coldly. She wouldn't marry in this lifetime. No, she would marry nothing but the heavens themselves. The weakness of women when they gave themselves to a man disgusted her to no end. She had never loved and she never would. Nor did she care how much her ancestors insisted her bloodline should be passed on. She was a martial god, but their culture wasn't her own. In this world, she needed to rely on nothing more than the chains in her hands and the fire in her heart. She looked toward the title once more. I will name you too, she said coldly. Chapter 2208 Weak. The title steel shuddered and Solara was forced to take a step back. But the sneer on her face was just the same. So what if it was stronger than her now? Wasn't that just because she had suppressed her cultivation for so long? If it wanted to fight, she would gladly return when she had stepped into the Tao God realm and see if she couldn't scratch that name that had pissed her off for so long off. Staring at it filled her with nothing more than fury. Solara took a breath and exhaled. Then, she closed her eyes, ignoring the rest of the world. Now wasn't the time yet. Once Ryu died, she would etch her name above the heavens themselves. Ailsa continued rushing through the darkness, cursing herself for having gone so far. She had already searched everywhere with life in the first place, now she was just aimlessly searching in the vast void in hopes there was some world that she had missed, some existence that existed beyond existence. Because of that, she was impossibly far away. And unfortunately, she didn't have Little Rock's speed. It would take her time to get there, and she could only hope that because it would take her that time, that Ryu would take that into account and not push too hard. Please, please, please. Droplets of tears, with the faintest hint of golden runes in them, fell from her cheeks, fluttering into the darkness and blooming. In a far-off future, these tears would almost certainly form treasures or worlds, and no one would know that they came from a wife's grief. Ryu tried to grip at the ground, but there was nothing at all to grip. He scratched against an impenetrable surface, his nails bending back, and yet that pain was far better than the one roaring through his mind right this moment. There was nothing he wanted more than to forget, but he wanted to press forward. He couldn't bury it again. It had worked once, but it wouldn't work again. He could trick everyone in the world but himself. This was the one thing that he could never make up for, the one thing that he could never explain away. Someone had done something he couldn't. And that ate at him, again, and again, and again. No, it wasn't just that they had done something he couldn't, but it was in a path that he took a great amount of pride in. He never once felt that he was inferior to any other in Tao heart. He had even had it shattered before in the past and simply continued as though nothing at all had happened. Now, I'm weak. The words were becoming harder and harder to ignore. Those lives, every time he did something foolish, something cowardly, something that would fill him with disdain right this moment, it was like another knife was twisting into his heart. You are kinda weak. A voice of a man, gruff and deep, arrogant and aloof, echoed in Ryu's ears. Ryu grinned, blood flowing from his orifices but his pride kicking in again. Go fuck yourself. Ho ho ho, tough words. What? You want to do what I did? There's only one me, kid. Oh, and I feel like I should tell you, but the first iteration on that little steel you're seeing right now, I was 16 years old. Ryu's pupils trembled. He didn't need to think about it. He knew it wasn't a lie. A man like this would have too much pride to lie. Then came an uproarious laughter. There's only one me in this world. I guess I could take you as a disciple if you choose to be obedient. Don't let me figure out where you are. Ryu could practically feel the grin falling down on him. You're lucky I'm in a good mood. I just set my daughter off and I'm having a good time watching her grow right now. Otherwise, I might smite you for saying something like that. I would be careful making comments about my daughter, if I was you. As much suffering as the title I left as a teenager can give you, I assure you I can make you suffer far worse. Ryu hacked up a mouthful of blood. The intentions of the man might have been unclear to anyone but Ryu. He didn't come here to make sure he didn't gain any competition. He didn't come here out of curiosity, he came here out of sheer boredom. Maybe he was projecting his mind from a distance that was impossible to find. If you, Ryu continued as though he hadn't heard the man, can find my wife for me, I will. The man seemed confused for a moment before he understood. Then, he began to laugh uproariously. You want me to use my strength to help you find your wife in exchange for what? For you to become my disciple. He laughed so hard that Ryu could practically hear the tears flowing out of his eyes. Listen, kid, the voice boomed. You might be very used to using that tactic already, and I admit that it's kind of cute that you can lay down your pride for your little woman. I can give you a tick up in the win column for that alone. But let me make one thing clear. I'm not like the little so-called immortals you follow around like a lapdog. I don't need your fate, I don't need your talent, and quite frankly, I don't care enough about your woman to help you find her. You are weak, a pitiful little ant, you hold no value to me and you never will. In this world, there is only one nameless immortal god. I encompass all, so much so that I can't even be bothered to name myself, let alone let a pitiful little treasure do it. The sound of patting echoed. Alright, I think I'm bored of this right now. Ooh, it looks like my little girl is doing something interesting again. Kick his ass, honey. The voice faded away. Ryu looked down toward the rainbow swirling clouds in silence. His skin darkened and his body seemed like it might crumble to ash at any moment. His cracked lips suddenly parted. Follow your path. How arrogant. I have every intention of writing my title on this steel. I can't wait to lop your head off your shoulders. Ryu's head lowered to the ground, roaring into the nothing as he gave it a last push of everything he had. His Tao heart gave way, crumbling. Chapter 2209 Week 2. Ryu hacked, but nothing came out. His body was empty, his soul was dry, and now even his spiritual foundation didn't seem to have anything left to give, having collapsed and given up. Ryu's head hung low, his body having fallen to its knees and his back rounding. It looked like he might tip over at any moment, but his frame, or what was left of it, had barely reached some sort of balance. He knew, honestly, he knew that trying to brute force his way through wouldn't work. But he had tried to do it anyway. This was probably what Ailsa feared the most, the combination of him overestimating himself and rushing so that she wouldn't get here. And this time, his Tao heart had shattered not just because of some poorly calibrated treasure, but well and truly because of himself. It was a pain that was entirely different, a far heavier cost that weighed on more than just the soul, but fate and life itself, if there was any life left to begin with. Annoying, Solara said coldly. A flash of her true feelings, an anger that rested in the depths of her heart, flashed for the briefest instant before she suppressed it. If she had to wait, then she would just wait. She raised a finger and a beam of concentrated law came from its tip. It sliced forward, piercing through Ryu's forehead and sending him sprawling to the ground, unmoving. There wasn't even the slightest hint of blood, and why would there be? Ryu's body had nothing left, and even if it did, her control was far too high to suffer from such a thing. Solara turned to the title steel, a frown on her face. Whatever, she didn't have the time for this and she wouldn't let her ego get in the way of what she had to do. She was disappointed in the fact that she couldn't fight someone she thought was worthy of her, but she wouldn't waste her time on small fry in some vain attempt to make up for that. Since she was here, she would just claim her title and end all of this. Ryu's eyes glazed over, staring into the skies as he felt himself slip away. There was an odd sort of finality to just how silent it all was. There wasn't the sort of fireworks and fanfare one would expect at all. Recalling his life, the one life he wanted to be the truest of them all, he wondered if at any point he truly thought that he would ever fail. But then there was a split in his memory. Was this his truest life? Was this the man he was supposed to be? Just how easily had he ignored his supposed first life? Hadn't he become another sort of pathetic man by then? There was little he had wanted more than to reach the mountain peak of the cultivation world. And yet, he had reached the silliest of conclusions when he faced his truest roadblock. This was his only life. The only one that mattered. Well, hadn't he had pathetic experiences in this one too? Or was he only going to count the moments after the Phoenix Sky God intervened on his behalf? When he thought about it in those last fleeting moments, it was hard to feel that it was anything but pathetic. He felt a sort of somber sadness to it all. It wasn't rare that he reached conclusions that were incorrect. He had made many mistakes before in the past only to end up pivoting toward new directions when he picked up on them. But this still felt different from the others. Because it just felt pathetic. It reminded him that he was only able to make it past the last hurdle, the only true hurdle he had ever faced, by ignoring the obvious conclusion. That he was never all that special to begin with. Even in this life, he was only one cultivation level away from being the same pitiful worm. If not for the fact he had his heavenly pupils in his first life, maybe the few accomplishments he did have would have never happened. What if he had to watch his body atrophy away without any unique abilities to rely upon? Was he anything at all without his talent? It was just a shame, all the people he was letting down. His wives, he had promised them that they could be as willful as they wanted. If he wasn't the strongest, if he died, hadn't he just been lying to them all this while? Blowing out air from his mouth. His unborn child, he was ready to promise them to the world, to hopefully be as good a parent to them as his own parents had been to him. And yet, he would never meet them. His parents, his grandparents, he wanted to see what the former could grow into without the shadow of the martial gods looming over them. The latter, he had promised revenge, they had died protecting him, protecting their legacies, their clans, their bloodline. They had such pride in him, such hope, every one of their last moments replayed in his mind. Only his grandma Tatsuya had said it out so explicitly, but they all wanted him to win, they all wanted him to rise to the potential they knew he had and claim the heads of those that had made their clan suffer so much. He owed them that. He had owed them that. His mind went blank for a moment, and then as though to remind it, it dredged up memories he had long since buried, memories that he separated from himself as though it wasn't just a lifetime ago, but wasn't his life at all. Memories of the Tor clan, of the humiliation he suffered, the constant defeats, the constant horrors. Being blinded as a child, never being given the chance to cultivate, being publicly whipped in the arena, being forced to watch Granny Miriam die right in front of him. Because he was too weak to do anything. Some of the memories were so shocking that he wondered how he had even made it through them. But they were also a reminder. A reminder of what could happen when you had no strength, no power, when you had nothing more than a sharp tongue and a will to bloviate. In that despair, Ryu had missed the obvious. In that life, as little as he had, he had still very much been Ryu. That little boy that he liked to pretend hadn't been him at all, probably represented what should have been the proudest moments of his life. It was that little boy alone that represented all the things he hoped he would be even if he had no strength at all. But he couldn't find himself taking pride in it at all. It wasn't the sort of pride he wanted, it wasn't the sort of thing that he wanted. Looking through the shades of his life throughout time, he had had his moments of that pride, that arrogance, but it didn't manifest in the way he thought it should mean. He didn't have the talent, he didn't have the strength, so it only appeared in short spurts before flaming out. Who knew, maybe in that life too, as his so-called parents and the Tor clan wore him down, he would have reverted to the same pathetic state he had in all his other lives. What the difference? I don't know, what is the difference? He had already thought of it. He just didn't want to admit it. Even now, his mind was too flexible. Solara's blow hadn't even injured him. It hit him in his incomplete third eye. Being born from his heavenly pupils, although it wasn't yet as powerful as them, its sturdiness was something to behold. For others, their eyes were the most fragile parts of them. For Ryu, it was probably the exact opposite. Much like Solara was ignoring everyone else, Ryu had practically ignored her, lost in his thoughts, uncaring of what she might be doing at this very moment. His thoughts, his focus, his heart was on that one answer. Support. In that life, he had Granny Miriam. In his life, he had his parents and grandparents. But it wasn't the answer he wanted. He wanted to reach the mountain peak on his own. He wanted it to be by his own merit. He wanted to be strong because he said he was strong, not because he had been coddled and received love as a baby. He felt that it was just so pathetic, so human. He and this nameless immortal god were not the same, they had never been the same, they would never be the same. But Ryu was asking for the impossible. He was essentially enraged with himself for ever having been a child that needed the protection and affection of others to begin with. That weakness, any sort of that weakness, infuriated him like nothing else. The same way his wife had to coddle his emotions during his first time infuriated him. The same way having to take his own life just to hope the Phoenix Sky God would choose him infuriated him. The same way a lifetime that he should have taken pride in because it was filled with far too much weakness infuriated him. He hated to be weak. He hated weakness. He would rather die. He would rather sever his own life than be weak. I will never be weak. Again, I will rewrite my name. Solara's head snapped back toward Ryu. Chapter 2210 Rewrite. Ryu unleashed a howl. He didn't sound human at all, nor did he sound like a beast. It was more like an ancient primordial monster, a lurking fury hidden in the depths of an abyssal darkness. It was like something within him was rampaging with all the rage in the world. It rattled against its cage, lashing out, violently pulling against the sides of his soul and the walls of his heart. Black flames erupted from him, pouring out in all directions. Not red-black in the slightest, and not carrying the same fogginess of another familiar type of flame. It didn't seem to be either his rage flame or his death flame. It didn't really feel like a fusion of the two either, instead, there was a third in there. It was as though the rage flame, the death flame, and the white flame had all combined to form a completely new sort of flame, one that was the very antithesis of the white flame. He was a man that had built his Tao heart on hypocrisy. Who cared if the heavens said he shouldn't be able to brute force this sort of mental breakthrough? Who cared if he had said the heavens weren't at fault for the hardship he had faced in the past? Fuck the heavens. When Ryu realized just how irrational his own fury had been, he doubled down. He would rewrite his name. And he meant it with every fiber of his being. As for what that meant, just what that represented, he didn't give a damn. He would do things the way he wanted to do them. He didn't need anyone else, he didn't need support, he would do it on his own. This time, he swore he would do it on his own. This nameless immortal god, he could feel it. He was a sentimental man, someone who cared deeply about every little thing. He had reached the pinnacle and then gave it all up to return to the very start, reliving every aspect of his life once again. Ryu loved his family with every fiber of his being. But he wasn't the same man. He would never allow his women to die in the first place. There was another path to breaking through. He could feel it. It was the path the heavens wanted him to take, the logical path. To acknowledge that he needed the help of others, that he needed support, that it was okay to have been a child that needed the caring caress of his mother, of his caretaker. He didn't want it. He didn't care for it. That wasn't the man he wanted to be. He wanted to be that resilient child that was indifferent even to being whipped until he lost 3 layers of skin off his back whether he had Granny Miriam in his life or not. He didn't want his heart to rely on others. He didn't want his emotions to be tethered to the love he experienced. He wanted to be the pillar that held up the skies. He wanted his wives to live a carefree life, for his children to have everything they could ever want, to repay his parents for what they had done for him, to allow his grandparents their revenge. If he was going to be a pillar, he had to be akin to the heavens. Unfathomable, unflappable, unmovable. He couldn't grow into it. He had to have always been that man. Ryu's shoulder moved, slowly being pulled up as though a string was pulling him along. His chi rippled through the air, his spiritual foundation roaring back to life. Pools of white flames poured out from his white phoenix spiritual foundation, ripping through his body and combining with his rage flame and death flames. He didn't care about anything else, his thoughts focused, yet wild. He converted whatever strength there was left in the Phoenix Princess's blood into his own flames. His fury fueled his rage flames. The Phoenix Princess's blood poured out and fueled his death flames. And his white Phoenix spiritual foundation churned, pumping out what it could in waves. And then came his cosmos fog. Spark of life. That was what they called the white flame. It was too optimistic for his taste, too steeped in the normal ways of life, of the ebbs and flows, the ups and downs. He wasn't interested in it. Give him something else, something that was more in line with his personality, something that was more in line with the fury burning in his heart right now. He wouldn't call it spark of death, he wouldn't call it a spark at all. It was a smothering abyss, a dense suffocation of the normal ways of life, an ignorance of the laws not because he was too stupid to understand them, but because he didn't care to understand them. He didn't care what the normal path was, he never had. He didn't care about what should have been natural, he would write his own rules. Spark of life would just follow those rules, bending them a little bit here and there, but ultimately the foundation would remain the same. He didn't want that. Rewrite it all, including his past lives. Ryu's second shoulder moved, his body lifting itself up. The flames were blacker than night, blacker than the void, so dense and heavy they almost lashed out like real whips as they lashed out at the air. Like the tendrils of a puppet master's strings, they attached to his body, forcefully yanking him up from the ground as though they wouldn't take his state into account. Who said he was injured if they said he wasn't? The world bent and twisted, large clouds of complex runes jumping into form and then vanishing, only to appear again with slight tweaks. The words seemed to be the only thing driving him. Again and again, he pulled on the core of his being, ripping through the doubt, the shame, the weakness. He tore it all to pieces. Solara's eyes had widened more considerably than maybe any other time in her life. She wasn't even sure what she was looking at. Hadn't Ryu already failed? What was this? What was she looking at right now? What was this feeling? How was he even doing this? What was that flame? Why did it make her feel so? She couldn't say the word. Her Tao heart suppressed it so furiously that it was snuffed out along with the feeling before it could even fully form. But then there was that howl. Ryu's body was completely obscured by those thick flames. Honestly speaking, they hardly looked like flames at all anymore. They were more like thick shadows, dense obsidian without the slightest hint of the rock's reflective properties. Every single bit of light that fell into it vanished. If not for how bright the rest of the region was, Ryu might have vanished entirely. A tendril of line grabbed Ryu's head and his body was finally pulled up from the ground entirely. Rippling waves of a mysterious might spread out in all directions as though a new energy was being formed in real time. Ryu's white phoenix spiritual foundation became a sea of black, his soul appearing at his forehead with the very same dense blackness. Perfect black body. Maybe there was a very good reason why this was his soul. Endlessly flexible, endlessly hypocritical, able to take in everything and deal with anything. It could rewrite what it was any time as though it had never been anything else in the past. It was what embodied who he was the most, the soul meant for a man like him, a man who cared for nothing more than the pinnacle of cultivation. When he said that nothing would stand in his way, he meant it with every fiber of his being. When he said that he would have his cake and eat it too, he meant that even more. He wouldn't sacrifice a single thing. He would be a hypocrite not just with his own emotions, but the laws of the heavens themselves. And what could it do to stop him once he had the strength to turn his nose up at it? Ryu's body began to rise into the skies. Everything was encased in a deathly black, wings spreading from his back. The only things that carried the slightest hint of light at all were his eyes. All three of them, one foggy, unformed mass at the center of his forehead, and two silver stars shimmering even in the depths of darkness. Claws grew from his hands, black tendrils forming his hair. His chest beat, the echo of an oppressive Tao heart spreading out in all directions. Some geniuses still working their way up the platform of clouds froze in place, their own hearts shattering in place. Their eyes dimmed and they fell to their knees, their paths of cultivation coming to an end right then and there. Ryu's howls peeled across the skies like arching strands of lightning. And then his gaze locked onto Solara, who still stared at him in abject shock. She had a hard time even reacting before a fist drove into the gut. Her eyes bulged, her tongue flying out so fast it looked like it might disconnect from the base of her jaw. She sputtered and her body shot out in a shockwave, her back slamming into the tidal steel so hard it trembled. Chapter 2211 Fine 1. Ryu landed on the ground, his aura almost demonic. There was a violent swirl of what could almost only be described as madness around him, and yet there was a chilling calm in his eyes that made it feel all the more suffocating. It didn't even feel like one was looking at a human anymore. It was more like they were looking at the embodiment of an ideology, the core of a being, a way of life. A Tao heart. Ryu had rooted his very life itself in his determination. It was a step maybe even wilder than severing his path to reincarnation. He wasn't just banking his life on this last chance. He was banking his life on never failing again, on never again being weak, on never again having to rely on anyone or anything. The moment he wavered, the moment he slipped, the instant he could no longer be the heavenly pillar that held up the skies above his own head, he would collapse, crashing and burning in an inferno of his own making. But he had no intention of ever failing in such a way. He didn't intend to fail, to slip up. He intended to blaze through right to the very end, to stand at the pinnacle that others couldn't reach. His maw split apart like sticky cobwebs pulling against one another, a howl akin to that of a monster pouring into the world. It was hard to describe in any way but fiendish, relentlessly demonic. Compared to the beauty of the true fiend race, this was something else entirely. But what was the scariest of it all was that Ryu was perfectly rational. Solara coughed, trying to force her airways to open up again as she recovered. With her strength, she wasn't used to crashing into things in the first place. But usually, when she did, it would give way. The fact that the tidal steel hardly trembled at all meant all the power was transferred right to her. Not only that, but all the pressure of the strongest existences to ever reach this point poured down on her. In that very instant alone, just by catching her off guard in this way, Ryu could have certainly killed her. Between the power of his attack and the blankness of her mind, that brief instant would have been enough. His howl echoed in her ears, a translation she didn't need pouring into her psyche. Get up. Rage flared in Solara's eyes. This was the second humiliation she had experienced in her lifetime. The first was when her grandfather didn't believe in her, ripping her away from an opportunity of a lifetime. And now, this ant was actually treating her like the whetstone here. She stood to her feet. Her hair began to whip about, chains pulling out from what looked like other dimensions. They rippled and waved, entering one portal and exiting another until one chain after another formed in the skies in an endless stream. With the number of them that there were, they should have tangled up into a mess, losing their function and form. And yet, they seemed to be organized, so purposeful, so oppressive even to the laws they deemed to control themselves. A pathetic existence like you has no right to battle me, but I will have you learn your place. To allow your own heart demon to take over your body just for a small chance to survive, I would rather die. The words sounded so similar to something Ryu had said before, so close it pinched down on a nerve and ripped it up as though to remind him of the pain. And yet, there was the very same chilling light in Ryu's eyes. His focus belied the rampaging aura billowing out from him. He vanished. There was a blur before Solara's face, but she reacted quickly. Her hand elegantly graced the skies and then it suddenly accelerated, pointing down in a violent motion. The path before Ryu was pierced through with chains, but Ryu's body had contorted. His legs and arms moved independently of one another, his torso twisting in the air and his flexibility being placed on full display. His gaze never left Solara, as though he had no need to pay much attention to the attacks at all. And then his head twisted, his neck flexing to one side. His entire body flipped upside down and he seemed to slip through all the attacks, his back arching as he somersaulted, landing on his feet facing away from Solara. Another attack was coming, but this time it ripped through Ryu as though he wasn't even there at all. A palm slammed against Solara's back, or rather it almost did so. A chain of laws had appeared and calculations sparkled in Solara's eyes as she understood something. One of the chains and sets of portals in the air froze and then broke apart into runes. Those runes vanished into a glass dome that flickered only once before disappearing from sight entirely. In that instant, Ryu felt as though a part of him had been ripped away from the world. His warping control of space was stripped. Ryu vanished again nonetheless. Solara's eyes narrowed. Slap. The echo of a palm streaking across her face rang almost hollow. Her eyes widened, but she hardly had the time to pay attention before a fist drove right into her gut. Her body convulsed and a powerful pressure ripped right through her. Concentric circles of exploding air extended out from her back, her spine nearly shattering to pieces. For a moment, she couldn't fathom just how Ryu had so much raw power. Wasn't his body a mess? Wasn't he only a quasi-lord? What was going on? Fine, she growled. Her aura and demeanor changed. Wings extended from her back and then doubled, only to double once again. A crown rose from her head, growing larger and shimmering like the halo of an angel. Somehow, she tapped into all three of the martial gods' most powerful bloodlines. Chapter 2212 Fine, 2. Originally, Solara didn't want to do this. Ryu was already a cultivation realm beneath her, so she had also suppressed herself to quasi-lord. But even though she had used her chains to do this, she knew that there were certain advantages that she would always have, so she likewise chose to restrict some of her abilities. However, watching Ryu toy with her like this was well and truly pissing her off. Since he seemed to think he somehow had the right to stand on the same stage as her, she would show him just how much she was holding back. Or, rather, the tip of the iceberg. The chi in the region solidified. Her wings fluctuated just once and it was as though a layer of black had been peeled off of Ryu's body. She appeared before him in an instant. Sever. An arm flew from Ryu's body, only for tendrils of black to snag it out of the air, forcing it to reconnect. Ryu sidestepped a slashing chain, grabbing at it with his perfectly healthy arm. Fast and sharp, his movement didn't hold the slightest hesitation, but that didn't stop Solara from sneering. Trying to grab her chains of all things. A dense fog suddenly coated Ryu's palm. Cosmos fog. Solara's expression changed as she lost connection to her chains for the briefest of instances. It was only a split moment, but it was enough for Ryu to grab onto it and pull. She was launched off her feet, not having expected such a thing. An elbow drove into her face. Her skull deformed, a chilling pair of silver eyes becoming the fuel of nightmares as Ryu took another step into it. She was sent flying even faster than before, but this time she barely flew 10 meters before her wings flared out. She purposely took on more damage just to save her own pride, the tendons and ligaments of her wings being pushed to an extreme just to stop her in place. Her hands were already moving, one seal after another quickly taking shape. The crown above her head shimmered, making every seal easily 10 times more powerful. The divine hegemonic crown communed with the heavens, making it feel as though an army of Solaras were forming seals instead of just one woman. Claps of thunder rang through the skies, tribulation clouds forming. But then runes on her wings lit up, sucking them inside. The divine wings pooled in its power and controlled chi, rippling with streaks of lightning as they concentrated over their surface. To commune with the heavens. To control its energies. And then, to write its laws. Divine chains flared to life. Divine chains descended from other dimensions, piercing into Solara's body. Veins popped across her, and then a skin-tight armor began to take shape. And yet, just looking at it, Ryu knew that this armor weighed as heavy as worlds. It was just that rather than making it bulky, she had somehow twisted them to maintain her endless flexibility at the same time. Solara smashed her fists together, chains extending from her back akin to a peacock's tail. She vanished. Ryu took one step back and then erupted with a roundhouse kick, his torso practically tearing into itself with how hard it pulled on his abdomen for more torque. Two shins met in the skies, a reverberating power echoing on in all directions. Ryu's leg split in two, his bone cracking beneath the pressure entirely unable to withstand it. A chain lashed out from Solara's back, slapping against his face in retaliation. His body spun, but as though she didn't feel like it was enough, a chain descended from the skies, piercing right through his chest and nailing him to the ground. Solara appeared above him high in the skies, releasing a relentless barrage of fists. One after another, craters of howling winds extended from her knuckles, the laws of the world forcefully shaping them into a fist aura that devoured the might of the world. When it first formed, it was nothing but air pressure. But then it communed with the heavens through her crown. And then it sapped away the heavens, energies through her wings. And then it wrote its own laws of power with her chains. By the time it collided with Ryu, its power was so great that it was easily hundreds of times what was already a shockingly mighty blow. Ryu hacked, but his body had no blood left to give. There is only one, there can only ever be one. And it will be me. Solara's voice echoed as though it came from the dome of the heavens. She raised a palm high into the skies and the tribulation clouds that had been sapped into her wings were ripped out, forming an enormous javelin in her hands. It tried to resist, pulsing with a dark gold might, but then chains began to sink into its body. It doubled in size, and then doubled again. But then it began to violently shrink, and every time it did so, it became more and more stable until it looked no different from a silent dark gold spear. Solara cocked it backward, her eyes blazing with a deathly might. Her shoulders stretched back, her hair fluttering wildly beneath her billowing aura. There was such a fierce light in her eyes that it seemed as though she might be able to pierce through even the hollow emptiness of the void with her gaze alone. Her arm suddenly accelerated forward so fast that its movement was impossible to track. It was like in one moment her body had tensed to its limit, and then in the next her hand and finger were pointed ahead, booming, shattering concentric circles of air and space rippling again in larger and larger plumes. The javelin tore into Ryu's body seemingly the very same instant Solara released it, warping spacetime much the same way Ryu had before, as though she had devoured his abilities as well. And then it exploded along with Ryu's body. Chapter 2213 Pathetic. Solara exhaled a breath in the skies, exuding a fiery sort of coldness. The dichotomy between the two pulled on the soul and shattered the Tao heart. If those not confident in themselves stood before her now, their path of cultivation would likely be severed right here. Her eyes suddenly sharpened. Dense blackness pooled along the ground, a heart thumping with great might, exuding a radiant aura as the bits and pieces of what once was Ryu came together. But it wasn't just those bits and pieces. It was also the tribulation cloud energy. Ryu seamlessly took it, and a foggy construct that had once been at the center of his forehead pulsed with life. It was only just the slightest bit, but the shift and change was enough for it to solidify just the slightest bit more. And then time directly reversed. Fate reversal mutated under the effects of his third eye, becoming time reversal. The world rippled and whined, but Ryu's Tao heart and will were like a clamp suffocating its complaints. If he wanted the laws to be rewritten, they would be rewritten. Spacetime exploded, and, like his Tao heart had formed a black hole, Ryu was snapped back into place in an instant of time. Solara's eyes narrowed, but then puckered out of her control. It certainly didn't help that a fist had suddenly appeared at her fist. While she was distracted watching a scene, she didn't realize that time had already been bent out of place. She was watching something that had already happened with rapt attention as though it were in real time. While her enemy had long appeared before her, her face was already beaten and bloodied from their earlier battle, but it was even more distorted now. It felt as though three Ryus were slamming into her face all at once. Time reversed and he smashed again, and then again, and then again until her skull fragmented. Every time spacetime backtracked, she would feel as though she had been healed just the slightest bit, only to suffer an even worse blow. Her mind spun, finding it difficult to solidify itself in time. Confusion painted her features and she felt spells of dizziness. Ryu had realized long ago that the advantage of his spacetime soul nature came from how he could take advantage of the complexities of the fabric of reality. By layering on the changes to space and time, making them difficult for others to follow, he could then make himself a true king of this world. Space, time, and fate were things that all cultivators could gain some degree of control over so long as their realms progressed enough. If that was the case, the only way to gain an advantage was by being even better. Since Solara had so graciously taken such a powerful pool of tribulation lightning for him and concentrated it even more with heaven's laws, how could he not oblige? Just now what she had done was actually quite shocking. She had borrowed from her future sovereign tribulation to power a technique in the present. It would almost certainly make her sovereign tribulation even more difficult to pass, but at their level, when did they ever worry about such things? However, she had no idea that such a thing was exactly what Ryu needed. His ability to control spacetime reached an all-new level and he peeled back more mutations to his heavenly pupils, using them with impunity. Ephemeral tapestry shifted and changed, showing him not just the shifts to chi, but also to spacetime itself. He grabbed hold of them, manipulating them, twisting them to his favor. From an outsider's perspective, it looked as though he was dozens of people and Solara was nothing more than a punching bag. She was relentlessly pulled in and out of the stream of time, every barrage landing, retracting, and sometimes even layering into one. Bruises, cracked bone, shattered limbs, and peeling lumps of flesh began to fall from the skies as she was beat like a drum. Sometimes the pain was delayed so much that she didn't even register what was happening until there was a sudden spike, and that made a brief moment of clarity she might have had shatter apart under the tides of signals. Solara knew that if this continued she would die. Ryu would obviously not slip up and make such a mistake, but the moment he caught onto an advantage, it was like there was no getting out of it. She knew she was stronger. But there was something about facing Ryu that made it feel like it didn't matter. He would always find a way no matter what the situation. Even if there was a gap in power, he would suppress her intelligence and skill. She had never experienced such a thing in her life. And she had no intentions of allowing it to start today. Solara's body trembled as it began to shut down. Her inner organs gave in, starting with her digestive system and then even working their way to her heart. Soon, even her brain itself might give in. But right then, just as she bucked up against what could have only been a true death, there was a roar in her mind. A seal within her was undone. She knew it would happen. The moment her body began to shut down, it was impossible that her seal on her cultivation would continue to remain. From the quasi-Lord realm, she shot back up to the Lord realm, her overwhelming aura alone sending Ryu flying off into the distance. But she didn't move at all, even though she could feel that half the bones in Ryu's body had shattered from that shocking wave alone. She hung almost limply in the skies, her body quickly healing itself under the effects of her divine wings, and yet blood still pooled and leaked down her fingers and toes, dribbling from her chin. "So very pathetic," she said softly. But this time, she wasn't speaking about Ryu. Her head slowly tilted up. This time, there was something very different about her pupils. Chapter 2214 again. Ryu sensed it maybe even before Solara did. There wasn't just a single seal on her body that had been undone just now, but two, and the second of them had been placed on her eyes alone. Emperor pupils. But they weren't normal emperor pupils, just the same way his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils had long stopped being normal as well. The fifth-ranked heavenly pupils on sacrum, a pair of eyes known for their lofty might. But honestly speaking, Ryu had always thought them to just be an inferior version of the number 2 rank world pupils. Emperor pupils were akin to world pupils, but far more narrowed in scope and focus. World pupils could manage and control the world, while emperor pupils targeted the minds of people, controlled the masses, and wielded puppets. If you were clever enough with world pupils, and talented enough, you could certainly do the same. Though, this was just Ryu being nitpicky, honestly speaking. The characteristics of the two were very distinct, and saying that they were the same was akin to saying that the two halves of Ryu's Tao were the same just because one could see through the world and the other saw through people. That said, there was still a reason the emperor pupils were ranked beneath the world. Pupils. All things considered, aside from Ryu's own bias and pettiness, the emperor pupils had their own merits and carried with them a shocking amount of power. Its most fundamental ability was known as Emperor's Crown. It allowed its user to force others into submission. Its second most important ability was Emperor's Scepter. It allowed its user to use those that it had forced into submission as fate farms to strengthen themselves. These two abilities alone were enough for a wielder of these pupils to rule worlds, overturn oceans, and conquer laws. The speed of cultivation because of these two alone was mind-boggling. If an Emperor pupil wielder had the support of powerful cultivators, they could probably reach the Sky God realm in a single day as an infant without the slightest hint of impurities or lingering dangers remaining. And that was because with Emperor's Scepter, it wasn't just the fate of one's subjects that they could take advantage of, but their comprehension as well. That meant that if you could force a Sky God or multiple Sky Gods into submission before even reaching that realm, then you could use their insights to form your own unique Tao. Therein probably lay the real reason Ryu had always been disdainful of these pupils. It wasn't that they were truly just inferior forms of the world pupils, they were truly their own distinct existence. It was that they couldn't even be considered true cultivation anymore. Everything could be handed to you on a silver platter if you were lucky enough, and in his first life, Ryu wondered why he had been born with the first-ranked heavenly pupils instead of these fifth-ranked ones. With them, he could think of 100 different ways to cultivate even without a spiritual foundation. And that sort of weakness, he absolutely hated it. A growl came from Ryu as he recognized the pupils. There might be some sort of relationship and friction between the war god and mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, but he could hardly give a damn. He didn't even spare the likes of young Master Bright a thought. However, these pupils, he hated them because of no one else but himself. And that was enough for him to rampage. He didn't even care what sort of mutation Solara had successfully formed from them. All he wanted was to feel them in his palms as he crushed them. He stomped a foot and shot forward. Solara still seemed to be in half a daze. But this time, when Ryu's fist approached her, it stopped a full 6 inches away. She looked up, shaking her head. It seems that, maybe my grandfather was right, Solara said softly. Right now, she didn't even want to be here anymore. As far as she was concerned, she had already lost. Thinking about what her goal here was, and what she had to do, her gaze flickered. But then she shook her head again. Maybe another time. She didn't care about what goals the martial gods had. They could figure it out on their own. She turned and then vanished. Ryu's fist suddenly continued forward, shattering through a rain of space as though it were crumbling glass. But Solara was already gone. His knuckles passed through nothing at all. Ryu felt confusion for a moment, and then rage. He raised his hands. Solara crossed through the emptiness of space and then suddenly came to a stop. A figure had appeared before her. Girl, this isn't the plan. I don't feel like it anymore, Grandpa, Solara said softly. The old man opened his mouth and then slowly closed it, shaking his head with a sigh. Fine, fine, maybe I've allowed you to be too willful in the past. Solara was still looking forward, but it was almost as though she was looking through her grandfather instead of at him. Her mind wasn't focused at all. It should still be fine, the old man said after a while, but whether you can make it through this will be up to you alone. Your heart can only be decided by yourself. If you had chosen to leave out of fear, I would stop you. But you are leaving because you have already accepted your loss and feel that there is no point in fighting in your fully powered state as it will make things meaningless. I can accept this. You were not ready to face the nameless immortal god. It was my mistake for allowing it so early. It is impossible to fathom how strong a Tao heart like his is when you have never faced an opponent that was your equal. Now, however, you have. What you choose to do with that? The old man's gaze suddenly became malevolent. He tried to act but he couldn't. He could feel that the tidal steel would blast him to pieces if he did. Space twisted around Solara and her vision blurred. By the time she reacted to the scene around her again, a fist had already slammed into her nose. Again. Chapter 2215 Dome of Heaven. Ryu's fury seemed poured into his very fist itself. His emotions were like a firing kennel, concentrated into a ceramic and then exploding forth the instant it reached its limit. He had already been swinging his arm before she even appeared, and the moment his knuckles crackled, the world folding away before him, he unleashed it all at the same time. Who was she to decide when their battle ended? When he didn't stand a chance? When he was too weak to continue? Who did she think she was? Solara's body practically folded out of the way, the great amount of pressure concentrating onto her face making it bow and whine for the briefest of instances before she was sent flying away. She rolled along the rainbow-clouded ground, her body flipping and twisting. The teleportation had left her a great deal disoriented, and she still wasn't sure which way was up and which was down. Forcefully teleporting anyone to begin with was extremely difficult with an enormous gap in power. Shattering it was too easy, especially if it was from a far enough distance like this time. But Ryu had not only done it, he had done so in the face of a Tao god, all while his target had cultivation that was far deeper and superior to his own. It was something that didn't make any sense at all, until you saw the confusion in Solara's face still being there. Even now, it was hard to tell if she was aware that she had been teleported away the first time. That was when Ryu appeared above her, his fists coming together in a hammering motion as he flexed his torso as though it were a spring. He pulled all the strength he had, the tendrils of blackness that coated him tightening like steel wires as they pulled on his body as well. Solara might have been disoriented, but she knew how to sense danger. In the end, that danger became like a beacon in the dense darkness. She rolled. Ryu's fists heavily slammed against the ground, a large number of chains rolling toward him. The difference was striking, suffocating, even. The chains hadn't even landed when he felt the laws restrain themselves in their presence. His Tao heart trembled as though it might collapse, and the chi in the surroundings fell into silence. It didn't even seem like she was actively trying to do this. Instead, the mere presence of the divine chains alone was enough to cause this as though it were baked into their very being. His body twisted in attempts to dodge, but he couldn't stop two of them from landing, one right through his shoulder and the other through his leg. Solara, still disoriented, used her divine chains to sense Ryu's exact position. In a flash, she was up, her fist driving into his face. If Ryu still had blood left to give, maybe this blow would have caused a spurt, a geyser of bloody red. But instead, it just deformed his face to the point that its already unrecognizable mass of black flattened and then nearly continued into a concave curve. It was clear that Ryu's skull had already shattered apart. The only thing that remained was the skin of black that kept him intact, a skin that Solara's fist couldn't seem to make it through. Even so, with a shattered head, how was survival possible? Such things were rare even at their cultivation level. But Solara knew that it was far more over. Ryu's head almost violently snapped back into shape, as though nothing at all had happened. A second fist from Solara was already on the way, slamming against his chest. Then a third came. Every blow was like the descent of another meteor, every one cratering holes in Ryu's body. Ryu himself was having trouble moving with the laws of the divine chains keeping him in place. She unleashed a relentless barrage against him, every one aimed to kill. At the same time, she was slowly becoming less disoriented until she snapped out of it clearly. Her eyes revealed a sea of chains, swimming through the air like flood dragons pulsing with silver blue might. They were so numerous and concentrated that it almost looked as though they had replaced the dome of the heavens themselves. Confusion colored her face once more. When had she summoned so many divine chains? She definitely hadn't. Had she grown more powerful? She hardly felt a dent in her focus chi and chi. Well, she was actually quite sure that she could easily summon this many. It was just that she would have to be against an opponent that was actually worthy. And Ryu didn't fall into that category. Die, she said coldly. Ryu's maw snapped open, a howl blowing her hair back in response. Solara froze, feeling as though she was staring into the depths of an abyss. Somehow, the sound of the howl was still translated to her mind. Disappointment. He was disappointed in her. There was a rage that flared in Solara's eyes. How dare he? Her thoughts froze. The chain in Ryu's body suddenly shattered, and the chains in the skies vanished. In its place, the projection of Ryu's inner world remained. At that moment, Solara understood Ryu's disappointment. He had wanted a battle where he could shut his brain off, where he faced off against someone no less powerful than himself so he could see just how far his fists alone could carry him. At the start, Solara was able to do that. But in the middle of the battle, Ryu had a breakthrough in his third eye. And she was entirely unable to keep up after the fact. In fact, she was the one who foolishly gave him the chance to begin with. Pathetic. A god's brush. Heaven. Everything reversed, a color being painted into the world that crashed down onto her body. Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 2216 Own Making. Solara felt as though all her blows against Ryu had suddenly been refocused onto her. She hadn't even noticed that Ryu was using fate reversal continuously, using the space aspects of his incomplete third eye to fuse it into his a god's brush technique. It still didn't make sense to Solara. Ryu shouldn't even have the ability to cast such a skill, not when his body was in its current state. Nothing was adding up right, and it made her feel as though she was trapped in a world that didn't make sense. A world of Ryu's own making. As her own blows landed on her again and again, shattering her down to her very being, she realized that there was a darkness in the skies that hadn't been there. He didn't use his chi to build this world. The realization slowly hit her. Just what were those flames? No, were they even flames in the first place? Just what was it? It didn't make any sense. The moment she saw it, she thought that she was certain of what it was. The manifestation of a heart demon. It wasn't exactly something common. That was because while heart demons were fairly common themselves, the manifestation of one required the collapse of a Tao heart that had already reached a shocking level. It was commendable that Ryu had a Tao heart of that level, but it was far less commendable that he had allowed a Tao heart to eat him alive. He didn't even seem human, and honestly speaking, a large part of the reason she had no interest in fighting him anymore wasn't just because he was so much weaker than she was, but because why should she waste her time fighting a heart demon? Most heart demons could never improve after they took over their host body. And even in the case that they could, it would take them a while to get used to their new bodies and find a method of cultivation that worked for them. Ryu's heart demon probably could do so. After all, it had the support of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. This was why she had let it live initially. Maybe in the future it could be a worthy opponent. But right this moment, no, it shouldn't be capable of that just yet. So how had it already found a completely new way to cast Chi realm techniques? How had it cast a Chi realm technique without using Chi? Solara coughed up mouthfuls of blood, feeling her bones shatter and her inner organs rupture one after another. She couldn't even begin to fight back. In that moment, she seemed to realize how others felt when they were fighting her. Controlling the dome of the heavens, The qi, the laws, its runes, and their formations. It was like she was watching the birth of a true god. She knew that it was just a technique, one that she somewhat even understood the concepts of. If it had been formed of qi, she would have already grasped it entirely. Contrary to what was happening right now, she was a genius. Oh, that was when the last piece of the puzzle fell into place. Her chains, some of them truly had been real. In fact, it was because they were real that she had accidentally allowed such a thing to happen. Analyzing the strongest state of her divine chains, especially while they ran through his body, constantly pouring their laws into him, was precisely what Ryu needed to complete the last leg of his comprehension. It sounded nice to rewrite the laws of the world into your own liking. It was an entirely different matter to actually understand how to do so. Someone might want to create a master painting, but did they even know where to start? They saw an array of colors, but how would you layer simpler colors to create it? Ryu wanted to be his own heavens, but after nurturing his own inner world for so long, he knew just how difficult and nigh impossible it was. Sealing had always been the opposite side of the coin to formations, and Solara's divine chains had grown to the point that her Tao passively suppressed everything it came into contact with. If you wanted to seal something, you had to understand its ins and outs, its strengths, its weaknesses. All Ryu had to do was allow it to seal his inner world. And then counter it. Every time he countered it, the seal would change, and he would adjust it, making his inner world stronger, and stronger, and stronger. Until Solara no longer had the method to suppress it. At that moment, he unleashed everything she had levied at him in a torrential rain of blows, shattering her in body and spirit. By the time the last blow landed, she was a mess of blood and flesh on the ground, barely breathing out shallow huffs that moved her chest only just the slightest bit. Ryu stood, huffing out his own breaths, but they sounded far more akin to the growls of a beast. Layered in menacing battle intent, his every inhale and exhale came with howling winds, the sudden and continuous reversals of the flow of air causing violent vortexes to form continuously. Solara coughed. I admit, she said softly, that you are strong. It's unfortunate that you've lost yourself. She began to slowly stand, pushing herself up. When her body was too weak to continue, chains manifested, some wrapping around her, and others piercing right into her own body in a ghastly sight. She replaced her broken bones with her own chains just so that she could stand. There was a pumping determination in the depths of her heart. This battle, she refused to lose. How dare he look down on her in disappointment? That was something only she could do to others. Her eyes sharpened, her heavenly pupils sparking with life as her Tao descended from the skies in full force. I won't lose to someone who succumbed to their own weakness. Chapter 2217 Tendrils. Solara became a mass of chains, many coming into and ejecting out of her body. She had almost become a queen of arachnids, her chains lashing just as often as they became her legs. She lifted herself up into the air for only a moment before the world changed again. She felt as though her connection to her Tao was severed. All Ryu did was lift a finger and a beam of black cut at what looked like empty air. And then it was over. She had barely just risen again when she came crumbling back to the ground. Ryu had already been studying the passive form of her Tao. He had literally used it to rebuild his inner world and refine a god's brush. Activating it now only made her even more vulnerable to him. The same echoes of disappointment thrummed in her mind, and there was nothing she could do to escape it this time, even if it was exactly what she wanted. Never did she think that the first time she unleashed her Tao into the world in so very many years would end like this. It didn't even fully manifest, its might wasn't even displayed to the world before its wings were unceremoniously clipped. Shattered, she collapsed to the ground, the echoes of a beast's growl resounding in her ears. No, it felt more like a wounded beast backed into a corner. And yet, it was more than willing to fight for life with everything it had. And then it was over her. Ryu grabbed her throat and lifted her up. His grip was so tight that her already injured body almost shut down. His body should have been too weak to even begin to harm someone as powerful as she was. And yet, he had managed to do it without relying on his own fists at all. It truly was pathetic. Solara coughed, her feet dangling in the air. But she didn't so much as reach for the hand on her throat. Another howl blew her hair back, and once again, she understood the words perfectly. I am the heavens. Words that were arrogant beyond belief, and yet she couldn't gather up the same disdain, just a laugh. Maybe I should marry you, then. No, Solara spoke out weakly once more, but she couldn't resist. She was pulled into Ryu's inner world. It was nothing more than a joke at her own expense. When Ryu first appeared, she had said the heavens was the only thing she would marry. Now, having lost to a man who claimed to be it, and feeling more pathetic than she ever had in her life, she said this. In reality, she would rather die. As for Ryu, he didn't even react to it, as though he was entirely incapable of comprehending what she had said. He was entirely uninterested in killing her, not when she would make a summon that was far better. Or maybe, he would turn her into a corpse puppet. How good would that feel, to take the granddaughter of the man who had tried to ruin his life and turn her into a slave? A savage grin spread across his face. He would be the dome of the heavens. His presence couldn't be blasphemed, and all those that did would have to pay a dear price for it. His gaze shifted, landing on those familiar words on the obelisk once again. An equally familiar pressure washed over him. Ryu howled. The divine chain ancestor was forced to take 2 heavy steps back, cursing as the barrier stopped him once again. He had far more power to use, but the tidal steel barrier was like its own paradox. The last time he broke it, the treasure had been in a state of dormancy, so he had been able to save his granddaughter. But this time, it was fully awake. If he used too much power, he would be blasted apart. But if he used too little power, he would be blasted back like this. There was probably a sweet spot he could find, but by the time he did, his granddaughter would be. The old man's head snapped back. A zooming power over the distance caught all of his attention. For the moment, he even forgot about his granddaughter, his eyes sharpening. A beauty with fluttering golden hair and crimson eyes as dense as rubies coated in blood appeared, small beads of sweat falling from her brow like droplets of diamonds. The old man was floored by her beauty first, and then he became confused. Just what was such a powerhouse doing here? And how hard did such an existence have to push for them to look so tired? He was directly ignored. The beauty didn't even look his way, as though he wasn't there, slamming into the barrier with a palm. Her arm exploded into a rain of blood, but she didn't seem to notice at all as she slammed out with another. A fairy appeared above her shoulder, weaving its golden lights into her empty arm socket. Her other arm shattered, but her first had already grown back and she slammed out again. It was a continuous, vicious cycle, endless and relentless. The old man watched from the side, his pupils trembling. Injuries created by such a powerful treasure, especially one that controlled fate, shouldn't be even remotely so easy to heal. If they were, why would he just be sitting around here? Damn it, damn it, damn it, the beauty roared. The old man could feel that she was trying to close in on the sweet spot he had been looking for too. But the problem was, it doesn't exist, he spoke to himself softly. This wasn't a normal treasure after all. There was no way to make it through. Tears flowed from the beauty's eyes, a dense regret pooling out of her. Tendrils of black began to emit from her chest, her tears became howls. Chapter 2218 Him. Ryu's intent gaze on the obelisk paused as he looked off into the distance. He only gave it a brief glance before he snorted, his gaze turning back to the obelisk. The density of darkness around him deepened and he released a growl. It couldn't be seen, but veins popped up across his skin beneath the plumes of blackness. His strain increased considerably in a brief instant, but he stood there unmoved. He wouldn't fall here. No one could stop him. He would rewrite everything if he had to. Ailsa felt something ripped out of her. The tendrils of darkness quickly accumulating vanished. The old man had accelerated into the distance, his eyes on full alert. He had been certain that something he didn't want to be around for was happening, but then it suddenly vanished. Ailsa almost stumbled as though something that had a strong tug on her had let go. She stood in a daze, raising a palm to her chest as tears fell from her eyes. It was her fault, it was all her fault. What sort of wife was she? He was so stubborn, she knew exactly how stubborn he was, and yet she had still pushed him so far. Tears fell from her eyes even faster than before, sparking like stars as they fell through the endless darkness. Ryu ignored the world, staring at the title before him. The pressure was only increasing once again, but he continued to force himself to stare. Nothing would stop him, nothing at all. A figure burst through. Stumbling forward, young Master Bright stepped onto the cloudy island, his intent burning. When he saw the black figure in the distance, he didn't even know that it was Ryu. All he knew was that someone had actually gotten here ahead of him. One figure after another shot out. Yeager's son, young Master Shade, the dragon prince and princess. Some looked more leisurely than others, but they all had gazes that landed on the black figure in the distance. Ryu didn't seem to be paying attention to them at all, but they were also in great luck. That was because his body was obscuring the words that might have otherwise crushed a large majority of them. And then, his head tilted back. They didn't recognize the face, the twisted maw, or the depths of darkness. But those eyes, they were geniuses, they would never forget them. Ryu. Salvador and a horde of martial gods burst through just as Ryu looked back. They recognized him immediately as well, but when they saw a striking lack of Solara, their hearts shook. Aurelia's eyes were particularly wide. She probably knew better than them all just how powerful Solara was for reasons she would rather forget. Seeing only Ryu here, she couldn't understand what was happening either. Young Master Bright's gaze flashed with a malevolent light. He took a step forward, an armor of illusory light, shimmering with the brightest of royal blues clinking and clanking into place on his body. Every piece came with the satisfying slap of metal. He raised his fists, gauntlets that seemed to descend from the heavens themselves sliding into place just as a visor covered his eyes. He unleashed a roar. He didn't care about anything else. Since Ryu was here, he would crush him. The pressure of a Tao heart towering to the heavens came from him. He stomped a foot and then surged forward. In the blink of an eye, his fist had appeared at Ryu's twisted head. Ryu was sent flying back, his body slamming against the obelisk. Young Master Bright had already closed the distance, following so closely it almost looked as though he was flying along with Ryu. Ryu tilted his head to the side. A shriek came from young Master Bright's lips as every bone in his arm shattered. He hadn't held back in the slightest, and his knuckles cracked against the tidal steel, a reverberating impact sending him flying back. Or rather, it would have had Ryu not grabbed the collar of his armor. To his credit, young Master Bright dismissed it with great speed, causing Ryu to only grab onto it briefly. But it was enough to stifle his momentum, and Ryu's palm crossed young Master Bright's face. His skill was so high that his hand had already been moving after his first action. One would think that he was peering into the future. The war god pupil wielder was sent sprawling into the distance, his body rotating, grinding, and flipping across the ground of rainbow clouds. Ryu took a step, space warping as he appeared just where young Master Bright was about to stop. The young genius had only just been about to stop his momentum, and hadn't even had a chance to unleash his fury for the slap, when a foot descended from above, slamming into his other cheek and grinding his face into the dirt. Ryu tried to crush his head, but young Master Bright's body was too powerful and his own had grown too weak by now. He simply couldn't manage it. But the humiliation the war god pupil wielder was experiencing was unlike anything he had ever felt in his entire life. A roar came from his lips and a great amount of strength and pulsing chi sent Ryu rebounding into the distance. He flipped through the air, landing on his feet. There was an indifferent coldness in Ryu's eyes, but it belied the almost manic howl that came from his maw. Tendrils of black split his mouth apart, ripples of darkness extended from his hands to form claws. Dragon's claw. His palm became as large as his body, sweeping out. There didn't even seem to be a singular target. They were all his target. Since they had interrupted his meditation session, every single last one of them would have to die. Solara was right about one thing. They overestimated themselves too much. There was only room for one at the top. And it would be him. Chapter 2219 Trash. Ryu seemed to have completely lost his mind. Most were just standing by the sidelines, but he didn't care for their intentions at all. Since they were here, wasting his time, ruining his comprehensions, every single last one of them could die. He didn't care if only the best of the very best could make it up here. He didn't care what their backgrounds were, or which of their ancestors were watching right now. He didn't even care that it might have been smarter to at least kill young Master Bright first. Every single one of them was beneath his notice. Not a single one of them was worthy of standing before him. Including the man who cared not to be named behind him. Frowns came from the various geniuses, clearly not expecting Ryu to take such an action either. But the current Ryu's raw power was severely lacking, and he was attacking way too many of them at once. Under normal circumstances, if he targeted just one, they might have at least needed to put in a token effort. But this time, their blades moved, and the dragon claw was shattered, dispersing through the air as though a child throwing a tantrum. The wave of power might have vanished, but what they didn't expect was the secondary pulse that came afterward. It carried no power at all, but it sounded as though a dragon had approached their ear, roaring into them and turning their minds to mush. Ryu had watched his father combine 2 dragon talents in the past. So by now, how couldn't he have figured it out as well? Even the dragon prince and princess were shaken by the change. They had access to the talent as well, but they had never seen it used in this way, and there was something about Ryu's dragon's roar. It wasn't just the emperor status of the fire dragon they seemed to be reminded of, their dragon bloodlines almost bowing in obedience, it was the fury of the rage flames. It wasn't just the might of an emperor descending, it was his unholy reign of judgment from above. It wasn't normal by any means. And that was because Ryu had combined the fire dragon's fury against the heavens with the lightning Kilin's judgment. Who cared for the rules of the heavens? He would rewrite them all. The geniuses froze, and Ryu completely ignored young Master Bright, appearing high above the dragon princess and smashing down a fist. Tendrils of darkness wrapped around his arm expanded, and his fist became as large as their kilometer-long heads. He smashed down with a mighty tempest. The dragon princess snapped out of it at the last moment, but it was already too late to dodge. Her jaw smashed against the rainbow-clouded ground, her jaw shattering to pieces and her own teeth running through one another, piercing delicate flesh and bone. Ryu didn't have the raw power to do this. His body was too weak right now, but he had angled his punch just right, forcing the jaw of the dragon princess to shift slightly out of alignment, just enough that her row of sharp teeth punctured through herself. She was heavily injured in an instant. Her skull was just fine after the impact of Ryu's fist, but her maw had become a mangled mess of flesh and blood. The dragon prince unleashed a howl of fury. Ryu was batted out of the air by a tail. It was so large and looming that it felt almost as though a moon had crashed into him. There was simply nowhere to dodge, even the wind pressure almost shattered the bones of his body. He was sent flying into the distance, crashing into an invisible barrier. It was a barrier that he could have allowed to phase right through him, one that he could have used as a passageway to leave and exit this overwhelming battle. And yet, it was one he used all his intention to force to remain intact, withstanding the full force of the blow. His body almost completely shattered on impact, but it was the almost sticky, tar-like blackness that coated his body that kept him together. His own maw snapped open, and despite the size difference, he roared right back at the dragon prince, the echoes and reverberating masses of their formed sound waves crashing in the air. Space collapsed and distorted, twisting masses of the fabric of reality bending and deforming beneath the echoes. And then Ryu suddenly grabbed at the air. As though his claws sank into space itself, it latched into it and then pulled down. The distortions in the air were all calculated by his mind. 2 peaks could combine and multiply. A peak and a trough cancelled each other out. Ryu lined up all the peaks as though the world was nothing but a blank canvas for him to draw on. And then he snapped his arms to the side, his torso flexing and his body rotating. His and the dragon prince's sound waves fused into one and then compressed into a single large cannon that blasted against the beast prince's head. It was as though the dragon prince was flattened in a single instant of time. The concentrated waves of 2 dragon roars were compressed into a single wave. His golden scales were peeled off, the length of his maw compressed against the rest of his skull. The sickening sound of bone being crushed and deformed filled the skies. The body of a dragon was so impossibly powerful that it was difficult to fathom. The sound of them shattering, as such, felt like they were listening to celestial bodies falling from the skies. Ryu stomped a foot in the air, surging forward. The black tar that coated his body began to redden as though masses of magma were pumping beneath its surface. Veins and pulses of magma rippled across his body. And then another dragon roared. This one sounded like it came from a distance. Not just a distance of space, but also one of time, echoing across the annals of history. The reverberating impact made the blood of the 2 dragons grow cold, buried secrets they had long forgotten surfacing in their blood. The true emperor of the dragons, the one that stood above them all. Their eyes, blurring, looked into the skies to find a scarred face covered in red scales, carrying a crown of bone and horns extending out from its body. This crown wasn't an external item but rather a formation of its skeleton, rising out from its skull as though it was born to rule over all. The mighty momentum of a dragon. The dragon emperor. The fire dragon. Its illusion flickered in the skies until it suddenly solidified as though pulled through the stream of time. Ryu opened his maw once again, the accumulation of flames and fires within him forming into a mass of raging crimson that flickered like the solar flares of a red star. Dragon's breath. PA. The sound was almost out of place, almost as though something that had been in place had suddenly been popped out, forced, pushed out, and replaced by something far mightier. There was no choice other than to die. The dragon prince and princess pair were enveloped, their bodies unable to move, their heads beaten and mangled, their pride crushed into the very roots of the ground. It was the sort of impact that didn't seem to have a sound at first, until the world suddenly gave up trying to suppress it. It rippled out in all directions, the suffocating impact of compressed, fiery air causing even many of the geniuses present to retreat. Ryu stood in the skies, allowing the pillar of fire that rose out from the ground to envelop him as though it didn't count for much of anything, as though he feared nothing. By the time the flames flickered out and dimmed, there was nothing left of the two dragons but a pair of Dao bones and beast crystals. Ryu waved a hand, and his mass of blackness enveloped them, swallowing them whole. They and their auras vanished from the air. Young Master Bright's face was stomped into the ground once again. He didn't even realize how it happened. Ryu had just been in the skies, and he had been standing in the far-off distance. When had Ryu appeared above him, and when had his cheek been ground into the dirt again? His eyes bulged with fury, but Ryu was already gone, appearing before Yeager's son, a slap resonating across the world. Yeager tried to raise his saber to block, but it was meaningless. Ryu howled, and the translation was beamed to all of their minds once again. Trash. The eyes of all the geniuses by young Master Shades bulged with fury. He wasn't taking any one of them seriously. Chapter 2220 Useless. Ryu seemed to toy with Yeager's son. The fiend tried his best to keep up, using his two sabers to block an attack, looking for openings. But it was useless. Yeager had already escaped Ryu once before during the Godblade title battle, knowing that he would be at a disadvantage because Ryu already understood his battle style. He thought that outside of that title battle, he would be able to make a great difference, using his other abilities to bridge the gap. At least back then, he hadn't truly gone all out with things, it hadn't been time yet. But even when he brought out his full host of abilities, it was like it didn't matter. Ryu saw through them and countered them as though he had already seen it all before. Recalling the battle he had just seen against the dragons, Yeager realized that Ryu had somehow transitioned to an even higher state of comprehension. It was then his eyes widened. He had been so focused on the things happening around him that he couldn't see the bigger picture. What was this overwhelming, suffocating aura? Why was it that he felt like there was an enormous umbrella above their heads? He couldn't figure it out, but Ryu could surely tell him. That umbrella was his breath of quintessent state of meditation. Since the very start, he had never dismissed it. But that was the real reason for his boost in comprehension. The real reason was thanks to Solara. Who asked her to give him pieces of her sovereign tribulation so that he could improve his third eye once again? He wasn't just seeing comprehension through the present anymore. He was seeing it through prisms of the past and the future. His mind was on a level they couldn't even begin to fathom, and against opponents like these, he could practically see the future. 7 more moves. In 7 more moves he would take Yeager's son's head. The premonition seemed to Yeager as well. It wasn't that he could see the future, instead, it was the echoes of a warrior's intuition. He could feel his loss coming, his imminent death. He had never felt like this before in his life, even when his 3 elements were rampaging in his body. Everyone assumed that he would die back then, but he had always survived, had always found a way to make it through, to strive forward in ways others couldn't fathom and accomplish what they thought he couldn't. But this time, it was like an unsurmountable mountain, a powerful pressure that descended from above like a god. Rewriting the laws of the world. 3 fists landed on Yeager's chest in quick succession, slipping through his twin sabers as though they didn't exist at all. The wind pressure of 2 of them seamlessly combined their own peaks and troughs, parrying one of his blades just enough that its edge only barely nicked the edge of Ryu's neck. It was a level of combat and calculation that Yeager couldn't even fathom. It didn't feel like Ryu was battling against opponents of his own level at all. It was more like a martial arts instructor playing around with children. How was it even possible to use wind pressure alone to do such a thing unless he knew exactly what trajectory his blade would take? But he had attacked first. That was the only reason he could land 3 blows before his one, and that one missed miserably. These thoughts flashed through Yeager's head, his mind spinning as he realized just how inferior he was. There was no catching up to his sort of monster, there was no way that he could bridge this sort of gap, no way that he could hope to beat him. The echoes of a dragon's roar filled his ears again and his Dao heart almost shattered. His voice was almost too soft given the occasion, but for Yeager, it might as well have been a roar of his own. There was a shuddering, and his voice clapped like his own personal thunder. "You've all remembered what he said," Yeager roared. "If you don't work together now, you can forget about getting your titles today. We will all die one by one. If you do not overwhelm his ability to calculate with numbers and variations, it doesn't matter how weak his body becomes." Yeager called out, his senses having already picked up on the enraged young Master Bright. The young man hadn't said anything, but Ryu stomping on his face again and again was like a kernel firing in his gut right now. He had been chasing after them the whole time, but Ryu kept bending and twisting space, disorienting him and not allowing him to get close. So after yelling out to everyone else, pretending as though he wanted to rely on them to save him, Yeager changed his tactics. He attacked again, but this time, he aimed for a shift in the spatial nodes. Young Master Bright finally broke through with his hold, and things almost flipped on their heads. It felt like down was up and up was down for a moment. Yeager was confused, and young Master Bright, who had only just gotten close, almost went in the completely wrong direction before he stopped and realized that something must be wrong. Yeager reacted on instinct, swinging out his blades to his back. A fist came from his front. He hadn't even noticed that he accidentally attacked from the front instead of where he thought he was going. Another slap rang across his face and he was stomped down from above. His chest caved in and he coughed up mouthfuls of blood. What was happening? Where was young Master Bright? Wasn't he supposed to be helping? Yeager couldn't understand. His ears rang as two fists slammed against the sides of his head. The world overturned and the shattering of his inner ear made him feel like he was trapped in a tunnel of howling wind. Thunder clapped and a punch ran into his gut. His body curled and he almost let go of his sabers. The power he was experiencing now was worse than he had in his entire life. It wasn't the strength that was the problem, it was the gap in understanding. But as the seventh and final blow descended from above, he seemed to finally understand. What a monster! The energies in Yeager's body reversed and a scene that he had avoided all his life unfolded. They said that fiends were supposed to be free and clear after they reached the Lord Realm, that even if they were born with more than one element, things would be too stable to go wrong after the fact, and that was true, unless there was outside interference. Much like the dragons before him, Yeager was too powerful for Ryu to kill with the current state of his body. Instead, he used Yeager's own body to kill him. He died just as pitifully as the dragon prince and princess. Ryu landed on the ground, young Master Bright's face beneath his feet again. He pushed down, squishing his cheek and grinding his heel in. Yeager-san was right about just how much Ryu understood his techniques, but he had underestimated him by the sheer amount. Ryu didn't just understand his attack patterns, he understood his entire chain and meridian system. The spatial nodes that Ryu was creating weren't just so powerful because of randomness, they quite literally followed the patterns of Yeager's meridians. When Yeager attacked to help young Master Bright make it through to attack Ryu in unison, the result was his chi pouring into what was effectively his own meridian chain system. Normally this would be fine, except for the fact Ryu took control of the chi after the fact, forcing it to flow in reverse. What were meridians if not formations? They contained the secrets of the universe, and it was through meridians that many techniques, formations, and cultivation methods were birthed. This was an inescapable fact. Yeager poured his own chi into a meridian system identical to his own, yet not under his control. And the worst part was that it was spatial chi as well, making the process seamless and hard to detect. By the time Yeager understood what was happening, it was too late. The meridians in his body had synced with the formation in the outside world. He had spent so long learning how to control his three elements so that they didn't crash and burn against one another. Only for Ryu to force exactly that to happen. The fiend could only smile bitterly before his body exploded. He combusted from the inside out, his chest expanding and then imploding. Before he could affect Ryu, though, he was sucked away by a mysterious force, vanishing. Ryu only observed this for a while before he disappeared. The formation of spatial nodes young Master Bright was trapped within exploded as well. Chapter 2221 What It Means. Ryu's aura seethed. He was by far the weakest on the battlefield, and yet his stamina felt endless, his bag of tricks even more unfathomable. It didn't seem like he thought of things in advance. His mind was just sharper, his thoughts quicker, his confidence unflappable. He didn't care about charging into battle without a thought or care in the world. He didn't need a plan before he acted, he was confident to the point of arrogance. These so-called geniuses, these pinnacle existences that stood atop the world, that had refined their skills for centuries, pampered by the best teachers, the best techniques, the best resources. It only took him a glance to see through their weaknesses. The explosions to Ryu's back calmed to reveal the visage of a beaten and bloodied young Master Bright. His armor was chipped in countless places, his body leaking blood caked in flakes of gold. It looked as though they were watching a god bleed ruby and gold, almost as though liquid so precious shouldn't be shed at all. He stumbled but caught himself before he collapsed. Looking at Ryu in the distance, there was a seething rage in his gut, but it had become impossibly calm, the sort of focused will and intention that concentrated his chi until it was as heavy as metal and pure as ice. Young Master Bright clenched his fists, his armor slowly reforming as he poured more and more chi into them. With a clink, a new visor slipped over his face. Even now, though, Ryu didn't look back at him. They still hadn't learned their lesson. Young Master Shade seemed to show that he still had no intention of interfering. There were a few shadowy figures in the distance that seemed to be black horses. Most were shocked had even made it up here. And then there were the martial gods, or what remained of them. Without Solara, they seemed to have huddled around Salvador. The mere fact so many of them could make it up here painted its own very obvious picture, but what did that have to do with Ryu? Steam came from Ryu's maw. His body had long hit its limits, but he kept pressing past it. There was no one that could decide his limits but himself. Even his own body didn't have the right to draw that line. The steam coming from his maw sparked, flames spontaneously combusted as a silence fell over the battlefield. The words he had spoken earlier still reverberated in their minds, pulling on their pride and plucking at their heartstrings. If they didn't work together, he would kill them one by one. As they fought over their pride, they would find those they thought to stand equal to them, or maybe just a mere half-step below, falling one after another, until there were none of them left. They all knew what they had to do, but none seemed willing to be the first to make the choice, almost like doing so would be admitting defeat. Then Ryu grinned, savage, dismissive, uncaring for his state or theirs. It was a grin that was disdainful of each and every single one of them. Then, he looked off into the distance. He seemed to be able to see through the layers of the heavens, ignoring them all until he landed on a woman with tears streaking down her cheeks. Undefeatable, indomitable, a man who stood at the pinnacle of the world. That was what he would be. His women would be the most carefree people in this world. None here truly seemed to understand just how much he stood by these words. If not for hope in his child, he would have gained another realm heart. If not for Ailsa, this heart demon wouldn't be nearly so powerful or suppressive. He wouldn't have rushed himself and he wouldn't have to waste so much of his soul strength suppressing what was happening to his Tao heart. If not for Surreal, he wouldn't be so heavily injured in the first place. Even if he set that aside, he had thought of 7 different ways to use her to complete his third eye, none of which he had even considered using because of their implications. He had his own principles, his own way of viewing the world. Standing at the top of the world wasn't just a flex of power to him. It was what it represented that meant the most to him, what had always meant the most. To give his parents what they wanted, his grandparents, his wives, himself, his future children. When that was taken from him in his first life, he did everything he could to be useful, but was it ever truly for himself? How much effort did he put into mutating and improving his parents' spiritual foundations? How much effort had he put into finding the lost shrines to revive the Ice Phoenix clan to its former glory? How much wealth and prosperity had he bought to his 4 maternal and paternal clans? Even to this day, had there ever been another person to come up with a method to evolve a spiritual foundation? But he had done it as a mortal, using the library of an inferior world, with nothing more than the most basic form of his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils to rely on. The savage grin on Ryu's face grew wider. From the days he was his weakest, to this very day where he stood at his strongest even while half-crippled, he had always striven for the top. He was the umbrella that would cover his family, his wives, his children, from all the storms the heavens could throw at them. He would be his own dome of the heavens. Veins of blue began to appear across Ryu's blackened flames. Veins of red gold followed suit, a growl etched in black appearing above his head. Go. Sensing Ryu improve again, they couldn't hold themselves back any longer. They surged. Chapter 2222 Approach. Ryu raised his head to the skies, unleashing a howl that blanketed everything. The air seemed to freeze, black wings of tar extending out from his back. But then they too were encased in beautiful Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns. No one seemed to notice that these heavenly patterns weren't coming from Ryu's bloodlines. He had none left in his body. For a long while now, he had been completely bone dry. Even his bone marrow itself had turned to nothing more than ash in his body. When he said that it was a miracle that he was even standing right this moment, it couldn't have been more true. These patterns, they came from a very different place. Ryu's Tao heart pressed onto the world, his control reaching a state these geniuses couldn't fathom. This world was his to control. A gravelly voice filled with the menace of an abyss of killing intent filled the air, blooming forth like waves of black wind. Ryu spun, blocking a blow from Bright. His forearm rattled, but a shattering impact that should have ripped him apart formed scales of ice in the air instead. He was still sent blowing back, but Bright forcefully shook his gauntlet, wasting a split moment shaking the ice off. There was a change in the air, and Ryu felt the blow coming before even his spiritual quintessence picked up on it. A sword, sharp, fast, heavy, swirling with a might that gathered all the chi for kilometers and concentrated it into a single edge. Elena's mother. If not for Elena, all of the martial gods would long be dead. The wild grin on Ryu's face grew wider. He loved it. Challenge him more. Press him into an even smaller corner. Try to bury him beneath your techniques and your spirit, your Tao hearts and your chi, your cultivation methods and your confidence. He wanted it all. Even in the face of it all, he would do things as he pleased. The blade passed right through him, cutting into the tar-like flames that covered his body. Or so it seemed. The tar deformed, the blade entering so sharply it split Ryu down his collarbone and chest, even aiming toward his hip. But then it suddenly bounced back. Ryu's split body rebounded, the tar still covering what should have likely been a gaping wound. But he hardly had the chance to recover before Elena's father and stepmother acted. Ryu laughed into the skies. Who told you that you could live? It felt like a demon was speaking down from the clouds above, a contradictory dichotomy that played with their hearts and psyches alike. Ryu's wings flapped once as though he had only just now remembered he had them. He had watched the entire battle between Cyril and Aurelia. He knew her battle style like the back of his hand. How could she possibly hit him so easily? That went doubly so for Salvador, who he had fought personally. So how was it that right after Aurelia's blow connected, Salvador's came next, slicing into him? In fact, it almost looked as though Ryu had thrown himself into the blade. Salvador's expression changed, feeling that something was definitely wrong. But it was too late to do anything. The red-gold heavenly patterns on Ryu's body could have only possibly come from one creature. The sword chis of the husband and wife pair were torn out of Ryu's body, pulsing through the patterns in the tar-like blackness until they suddenly formed at Ryu's palm. Ryu's hand landed on Leander's chest. Elena's stepmother's eyes only opened wide for a brief moment, her last thoughts of wonder. Just how was it that she had died so easily? She wasn't that much weaker than Salvador and Aurelia. She only finally realized it the instant before she exploded into a rain of blood. Ryu hadn't killed them because he couldn't. He hadn't killed Aurelia and Salvador because he didn't want to. Leander. Salvador roared, his expression cracking to give way to grief and rage. The echo of a palm crossing his face resounded through the world. Losing your cool in the middle of battle. I could have taken your head 10 different times. You call yourself a genius. You only live because of your daughter. Father. In the far-off distance, the few martial gods that hadn't moved held Elena's little brother back. Ryu only flicked a finger, a solid block of wind hitting the young man in the gut so hard he keeled over. Salvador clenched his fists hard, blood seeping over the hilt of his sword. What? Are you very angry? Do something about it, then. A sharp wind came from behind Ryu. Stay down. Ryu vanished, appearing behind the soaring young Master Bright and grabbed a hold of the top of his head. All of young Master Bright's momentum seemed to be ripped out of his control, his body veering through the air as his head was sent smashing into the ground. By now, he had attacked too many times. Ryu saw through his patterns, and that was that. This idiot had none at all. He relied so heavily on his heavenly pupils that he fought on nothing more than instinct. Because of this, young Master Bright's Tao wasn't directly related to combat at all, but was more of an auxiliary ability used to strengthen his body by proxy. It was part of the reason he had survived the explosion in the first place. He was a healer. Killing him would be as difficult as killing a cockroach, but it only seemed appropriate. In that case, Ryu would take a completely different approach. Do you know why I keep humiliating you like this? Ryu asked, bending down as he pressed young Master Bright's head into the ground. It's because you annoyed me. Honestly, I don't want you to die so soon. So how about you stick around to watch how I achieve what you wanted your entire life? Young Master Bright released a roar of absolute rage, but it was the clapping of someone else that cut the tension one more. Not bad, not bad, young Master Shade's voice echoed. Chapter 2223 Home. Ryu didn't even look at him. He wasn't interested in what young Master Shade wanted to say. If he wanted to attack, then attack. As far as Ryu was concerned, everyone here was an annoyance. Other than the ones he consciously chose to spare, the rest would all die. Every single last one of them. Including young Master Shade. Ryu's arms flashed and he was already punching forward before there were any changes to the region around him at all. A bony arm wrapped in chains appeared from empty space. You really should pay attention while I'm. A fist slammed into young Master Shade's back. He was sent flying into the distance, his body rebounding across the ground. You're the weakest of them all, Ryu said coldly, still not quite looking at young Master Shade directly. I'm not sure where your arrogance comes from, but your Dao heart is volatile and weak, and your body shifts between corporeal and incorporeal not for some cool effect, but because you have no ability to properly control yourself at all. You bit off more than you could chew, stepping onto a path you're too weak to follow, but somehow you think that gives you the right to be arrogant. Young Master Shade's pupils constricted before the flesh on his face vanished once again, revealing the skeleton beneath. Then he grinned, a savage grin lacking even the slightest hint of humanity. But that means that you have the solution. I do, Ryu replied, his hands slowly coming together to form a seal. I'll give it to you. Just obediently become a summon. Young Master Shade was stunned for a moment before he laughed uproariously. Why would he take such a path if not for avoiding this precisely? He might look like he was in a ridiculous state, but that was only to Ryu's eyes. The fact that Ryu could see through this didn't make him more apprehensive. If anything, it made him more excited. That meant if he could capture Ryu, his path to the peak would be completed. The demon slowly stabilized his body, but then he froze. Ryu formed a second seal, and then slowly formed a third. There seemed to be a pressure trying to keep his hands from coming together, but he only continued to move. By the fourth seal, their combination caused a clap of air to collapse space around his palms and fingers. Young Master Shade couldn't even move anymore, his teeth gritting against one another as he tried to pull himself out. But he seemed to have been forcefully snapped into his skeleton king form and he couldn't come out of it no matter how he tried. Mixing the path of demon and fairy. You tried to become a Quibus fairy and contract yourself, gaining the ability to perfectly control your Dao path and lord over death itself. It's an interesting path, you're just not smart enough to use it properly, and you don't have nearly the talent you need to execute something like that. To others, you're powerful. To me, you've always been an ant never worth my attention. The sixth seal formed. Are you all just going to stand there? Young Master Shade roared. The seventh seal seemed to rewind time, and the demon's voice echoed again, falling into an abyss of nothingness. I already told you what would happen. Why you, as a demon, think you can stand before a summoning necromancer and keep your life is beyond me. Obediently yield. The eighth seal formed and Shade fell to the ground, his body convulsing. He could feel that it was over. There was nothing that he could do at all. It was then, when Ryu was slowly forming the ninth seal, his forearms and wrists trembling in an attempt to keep his fingers straight and true, that a figure moved. A black shadow, shrouded in a cloak that seemed deeply entrenched into the very bounds of space themselves, closed the distance in the blink of an eye, slamming out a bony palm toward Ryu's back. Ryu's maw opened, a sneer painting his face. As savage as Shade's grin had been earlier, this was even more so. Shade might have been a demon, but at this moment, picking between the two, there was only one devil present. And it was Ryu Tatsuya. Ryu continued to press his fingers together, and all at once, the pressure on Shade vanished into thin air. Then it formed over the man behind him. The pressure descended from the skies. The figure was driven into the ground. It was only a brief instant before they broke free, their shadowy figure vanishing into motes of blackness that reformed in the distance, but that brief instant was enough for Ryu to grab out. There was a tearing sound through the air. The pressure had already shattered the cloak of the figure, but that wasn't Ryu's real aim. A rattling filled the air and a figure was ripped out. Chains of blackness and foggy darkness filled the air, each lashing carrying the howls of souls and the dispirited air of bad karma. And then came the wall of crimson. A hoofed steed with a majestic mane and arrogant disposition manifested. The once cloaked figure reached out, trying to grab at one of the chains, but it was too late. The delay in its escape ripped it out of striking distance. Ryu grabbed out, grabbing one himself and pulling. The crimson steed bucked, rage and fury coming from it as it lashed out against everything and anyone. Ryu's arm was almost ripped from its socket. He didn't even have much strength left in him. The steed's bucking and whining were enough to destroy worlds, its stomps cratering space itself. Every buck was like another smashing fist against Ryu's body. But Ryu held on. At the same time, the dissipating seal energy in the air seemed to converge once again. Come home, Nemesis. There was a calm rumble to Ryu's voice. Chapter 2224 Make It Harder. Ryu's methods weren't things that others could wrap their heads around. But to him, they came like free-flowing spring water. Calm, unhurried, and exactly when he needed them. When he saw Shade in the past, he knew that there was a chance. A genius as arrogant as Shade would know of the weakness of his race and have no desire to fall into it. The reason he was the best, and the reason the demons only sent a single one of their kind, was because he was not only the best of the very best, but also because he was the only one that couldn't be so easily captured by necromancers. Shade had given up everything to gain a path of fairies to add to himself. Because of that, he had been able to resist all attempts to contract him in his lifetime. In fact, he had made all those that attempted to do so suffer fates worse than even death. However, his method was imperfect. Much like Surreal, he hadn't managed a full merge, and quite a lot like Selhera, he was struggling with combining two such different paths as well. But it was precisely because Ryu had seen this so many times in those close to him that he recognized it immediately. He knew someone followed an unfocused path when he saw it, but he also knew something else. What were the odds that his main target was a Quibus controlling his demon partner as well? While it looked like he was using a unique sealing method for a man combined with the path of a fairy, instead, he was really planning on countering a Quibus and sealing a very familiar demon. When the seal shattered the first time, all Silent Quibus had done was break the exterior, shattering the pieces meant to counter a Quibus. And all that was left in the middle were the runes perfectly designed to pull a demon into submission. Would the seal have worked to suppress Shade? Yes, it would have. But that was part of the brilliance of it. Ryu had formed a trap that would have worked out in his favor no matter the situation. And now, Nemesis came to a healed stop, his head looming large over Ryu. The aura of a sovereign radiated outside, but seemingly suppressed by something, the tidal steel didn't react to it at all. All of a sudden, it seemed that Ryu was in control of the most powerful existence on the battlefield. Go rest, Ryu said softly. Nemesis lowered his head, plumes of hatred and other emotions coming out in waves. And then, he vanished. Ryu stood there in silence for a moment. Was it selfish of him to not allow Nemesis a chance at revenge? Maybe in part, but today, he had long made his decision. He had countless trump cards he could use. His army of summons was easily the strongest among lords now. And yet, he had never had the intention to summon even one of them. Today, he would force the world into submission with his own hands. That was his promise to himself. Ryu looked toward Silent Quibus, a rage he had buried deep within his heart bubbling forth. Standing there, without his cover, the fairy looked small. Compared to the others on the battlefield, even the women, he had the smallest stature and the slightest frame. But there was a devilishness in those small eyes, that pale skin, that existed on a plane of its own. It was evil incarnate, savage and unrelenting, but somehow also emotionless. And Ryu didn't care at all. Most who saw this gaze cowered. The weakest suffered severe damage or even collapse of their Tao heart immediately. Even the strongest would feel discomfort and a willingness to avoid if the opportunity was given. He was the sort of man who would clear a table at a restaurant with his presence alone, the sort of scourge that birds fell silent before and the wind chilled against. All Ryu saw was a target that would fall very soon. A man that had enslaved his companion. A fool who saw it fit to go after his wife. He had thought a lot about exactly how he would kill Silent Quibus. Even standing before him now, Ryu hadn't quite decided. He realized then that when he put his intelligence towards such a thing, the number of twisted things that he could come up with were truly endless. But he didn't move. No one moved. Shade was still gasping on the ground, his Tao heart seemingly on the verge of collapse after everything he had built it on was on the verge of crumbling. But on a battlefield as cruel as this one, he seemed to be easily forgotten. For all intents and purposes, it looked as though Ryu had already claimed his victory. The martial god's best had already collapsed while the others didn't dare to move. The representative of the fiends had collapsed, the beasts were done, the demon prince genius was on the verge of collapsing, Bright couldn't hold a candle to him. It seemed as though the end result was obvious. Now, there was only one man worthy to stand at the top, only one man that ever would. Every battle Ryu won was like another weight on their hearts and soul, suffocating them to the greatest extent. But then, the aura of a Tao god began to spread. Silent Quibus didn't even look over as though he had already expected this much. There was a calmness in his eyes that had never shifted. Ryu only gave the figure a glance, the shift in his eyes hardly registering at all. He could see through their cloaks as though they had never been there in the first place. I am. The two figures stood apart, and yet the auras of Silent Quibus and I am might as well have been linked into one. But Ryu's aura bristled just the same. To him, the challenge didn't matter at all. In fact, make it harder, make it more difficult, give him more. It was only in this way that he could establish his true Tao, a title to reign through the ages. His wings spread out, space shattering like glass. His hands shot out right afterward, grabbing onto two shards as though they were blades. Come die. Chapter 2225 Monsters. Ryu's Tao heart seemed to echo through the skies, but the state of his body painted a very different picture. He looked like a flickering candle about to go out at any moment, an ant that could be crushed with the slightest breeze, a cultivator that had long been devoured by his own desires, his very own darkness. And yet, those here had long since given up on trying to paint him in that light. They stood in place with hardly any control over themselves. Many of them had already let their apprehension and fear eat them alive. In Ryu's presence, even if they normally wouldn't have made any mistake at all, they would certainly do so now. This was the pressure of facing someone you thought was perfect, someone you thought to have the entire world in the palm of their hands. Someone willing to face off against the aura of a Tao god and not even question the title steel behind about how this could possibly be allowed. He didn't care about fairness or unfairness, he didn't care about the mountain he had to climb or the sort of corner he was being painted into. All he wanted was a battle to prove himself. Not to the heavens, not to his clan or even his wives, but to himself. He was the man he had always thought himself to be, the man he had dreams of being, the cultivator that could hold up the skies with a palm and stabilize the earth with a step. He was. A booming roar of thunder echoed in Ryu's mind, blood spurting out of him from what were seemingly fountains of nothingness. The heavens seemed to be targeting his very blood essence itself, forcing him to leak out whatever semblance of life he even remotely had left. And then he moved as though he couldn't sense it. If they didn't want to come to him, he would come to them. Ryu seemed to lose the ability to speak once more, a manic howl coming from his lips. Heavenly patterns, once beautiful and shimmering in delicate hues, became more akin to cancerous growths around him, gripping onto the air and the fabric of reality, pulsing into them, and releasing a shuddering, menacing air. They corrupted life and even death itself, pulling at their edges and twisting them into something entirely new. Ryu completely ignored I am, appearing before Silent Quibus with a claw that grew to the size of the fairy's body. Silent Quibus moved, his body becoming illusory as it slipped into the ethereal plane. Space folded and his steps accelerated. Unlike I am, Silent Quibus had regressed his cultivation. As such, he was truly at the Lord realm. Of course, compared to other lords, he had touched the edges of the God realm, so his strength was still on a completely different level. His body had also been tempered by sovereign chi in the past, so he was much more difficult to harm by extension. However, he was still susceptible nonetheless. After seeing Ryu's methods and strength, while he was confident, it wasn't to the point of taking him lightly. There was a calm reassurance to his expression, though, as he slipped away seamlessly. The layers and complexities of his methods would be far beyond these kids. Ryu, even with his eyes, wouldn't be able to see through him so easily. A slap rang across Silent Quibus's face, a shin slamming against the block of his elbow in his hip in quick succession, before a claw ripped through the robes and skin of his chest. The fairy managed to arch his back and dodge at the last moment, Ryu's series of combos so quick that he was sent flying diagonally to the side. The chilliness in Silent Quibus's eyes remained the same as he somersaulted through the air. His calm gaze looked down at his chest and bruised arm when he landed on his feet. He really shouldn't try to get into a close combat battle. He was a fairy, after all. Unfortunately, the only corpse puppets of his main lineup that he could summon were nemesis. But now the steed had been taken from him, and so easily at that. That pissed Silent Quibus off a bit, but he could only blame himself for his own failures. And, how could he come here so ill-prepared? He would never be. Swirls of darkness appeared around Silent Quibus, one portal after another beginning to appear. Monsters that could have only come from the sick, twisted nightmares of a madman began to step out one after another. Ogres with their skulls sewn together, a pair of women that had chains bolting their swinging breasts now and their necks twisted to the side, men that had iron balls hanging from their crotches, dragging them along with every step they took. It was a sight that was hard to describe and accept even for those that weren't of the faint of heart. But if one looked closely, one after another, it would be possible to recognize these monsters. These were geniuses that the world had lost track of long ago. Each and every one had once had a bright future, and now they were out for the world to see, out for the world to understand just how tragically each and every one of them had died. A female corpse puppet with her jaw hanging by a single long ligament reached forward, ripping the spine out of an ogre that was easily 3 times her height. With a screech that could make the strongest of heroes' hearts itch with goosebumps, she swung the blood mass like a whip right at Ryu's head. There was a shift in the air, space warping and yet obediently remaining intact as it appeared right about Ryu's head. It was a level of precision and control that none of the geniuses here seemed even remotely capable of replicating. Ryu had no choice but to dodge. Chapter 2226. Did it matter? Space was entirely locked down. Beneath this control, it was like even Ryu's third eye was being suffocated. Chains rotated through the air and oppressed the wind itself. Ryu's body was smashed into the ground, flattened as though a pancake. Then, like he was some sort of rubber ball, he was bounced out of the air, the elasticity of the black tar-like flames covering his body making it look as though he had no bones at all. But he felt every single inch of it all. His body fragmented to pieces once again, his mind blurring. The pain was unbearable. Until now, he had been able to ignore it, but there was something about Silent Quibu's control that seemed to snap him back to reality, as though to remind him that his control was far from the pinnacle. How could he dare to control the heavens and become the sky itself if he wasn't even capable of controlling the space around a sovereign that had regressed back to lordhood? He was entirely unworthy, too obsessed with his sense of self and carrying a lofty image of what he could be as though he was already it. Once again, he was too arrogant for what his strength bore out, too self-interested to realize that there were more geniuses in this world aside from just him alone, too ignorant of just how truly weak he was. The one setback was like an avalanche of suffocating thoughts running through his mind. Every victory was another sharpening at the whetstone. Every failure was like a grinding mass that dulled his blade once more. And then there was the corpse poison itself, the antithesis of embryonic chi, the kernel of all that was bad and terrible. Facing this sort of energy now while his Tao heart was teetering and a heart demon was threatening to consume him was worse than walking on a razor's edge. And then he laughed. Ryu's laughter pealed across the skies. Is that what you think of me? Ryu seemed to be speaking to no one other than himself, because he was. His words weren't directed at anyone else, and as he was bombarded from all sides by a control he couldn't fathom as a mere quasi-lord, he felt every aspect of it. From the beginning, he had only judged himself based on his own standards. He wanted to climb to the top of the world, but that wasn't for the sake of measuring up to others. If that was the case, he would just aim to match the strongest cultivator there was. No, his goal was very different. His aim was to crush the world, to grind it into submission. He had wanted to do it ever since before his father handed him his first spear. And it was that spear that showed him how before it was ripped from him. Ryu allowed the corpse poison to seep into him. He knew that this was the last piece he needed long ago. He could have turned to old Wan's corpse puppet anytime he wanted to pull it out. But he had promised himself from the start that he would do this by himself. No corpse puppets, no external items, nothing but himself and his fists. He would prove to himself that he was worthy, and that he could stand at the top of the world, that no matter what odds he faced, he could overcome them. As the pain wrecked his body, he remembered those past lives once again. Every humiliating moment, every slash at his morale, every time he lowered his head. The swirling emotions filled the rage flames that pumped through his body, the black tar only growing darker and darker, more suffocating, more unforgiving. At some unknown point, the slashes against his body began to rebound back harsher than they sent him flying. Every whip might have echoed with a louder and louder boom, but it was only I Am whose eyes seemed to sharpen in time to realize what was happening. Just as Ryu was about to pierce through that thinnest of thin veils, I Am shifted from his position. There was a large gap between every royal cultivation realm. Every one carried a completely different sort of weight. Silent Quibus had already made Ryu feel like he couldn't react well. The gap in power was one thing, the gap in control was another, the sense of timing and ability to grasp opportunities yet another. For I Am, it was on an even higher level. Ryu had been ready for a counterattack. He had still underestimated the sort he would receive, though. I Am seemed to slip through all of his countermeasures, appearing before Ryu in a blink and punching out with a fist that seemed almost foreign to him. Ryu could feel the difference. The difference between a technique that had just been picked up and one that had been honed and mastered over years. It wasn't just a matter of skill gap, but he could quite literally feel the gap in fate as though it wasn't truly tied to the man. So this was how I Am had hidden himself. He had masked his Tao with others, picking them up and incorporating them into himself until he managed to maintain his god control while the likes of Silent Quibus had to suppress themselves. A claw was ripped through Ryu's chest. For the first time, the tar-like flames couldn't maintain themselves, and I Am's chi poured into Ryu's true body, tearing him to pieces and ripping out everything that it could find. It was relentless and didn't carry the slightest hint of mercy. The principle that Ryu had felt so intimately while scanning his lives played out once again. The butterfly effect, just the slightest hint of a change could blow everything off course, it could shatter what it meant to be you. So the question was, how was it that he had managed to remain himself during the Phoenix Sky God's trial? How was that one of the only lives which, despite the humiliation, he could be proud to say was him? Well, did the answer matter? It seemed that today would be his death date. Chapter 2227. Who cared? Ryu looked down at the arm through his chest, or maybe that was what he tried to do. In the end, the only thing that shifted were his eyes, his body lacking the strength it needed to even move in such a way anymore. Feeling its presence, and the way a burning fire ripped through him, he was eerily calm facing the end. There didn't seem to be anything to fuss about. Had he wanted victory? Yes, he had. More than maybe anything else in this world. But this was just how the world of cultivation was. He had killed more than his fair share of people who had their own dreams and aspirations, their own hopes and goals. He didn't even think twice when he did it. He had said it more than once, even ironically at that. He didn't need such hypocritical feelings. He laughed to himself. He was such a hypocrite that he was even willing to decide what was okay to be a hypocrite about and what wasn't. That was who he was. His creed came down to his personality and his personality alone. He didn't allow outside influence, even a so-called moral compass, to decide who he was. And that was when the answer finally came to him. I see, Ryu said softly. Ryu's eyes shifted up from the arm in his chest as he met I Am's gaze. There was a calmness in there that belied the savage nature of the aura he was giving off, nor the dense corpse poison and heart demon aura. He looked like that scholar sitting at the library once again. What was the main difference between the Phoenix Sky God's trial and these others? It was that compass. Throughout all these lives of his, he really had been the same person. The difference was in what he decided was important to him and what he decided wasn't. Whether it was as the heir to the Tatsuya clan or the heir to the Tor clan, he was a noble in both lives. In one life he was coddled and caressed, shown love and support. In the other, he suffered untold humiliation even by the hands of his own parents, seen as little more than a tool to be used or executed for the sake of a legend that wasn't even his own, all because he had been born with a hair and eye color that he shouldn't have been. But in both lives, he had chosen defiance. That was the underlying difference. Defiance against the heavens. Defiance against the Tor clan. They were two things on completely different scales. To say that he was the same in both almost seemed asinine as a result. But to a little boy who knew nothing of the world, who could see nothing of the world, the Tor clan was his heaven. It was a matter of perspective. Could you truly look a child in the eyes and laugh at them because of this? By extension, could you look at any one of his other lives where his choice was something else and look down on them just the same? There was a flash in Ryu's eyes. Of course, he could. He didn't like their decision at all. How dare they humiliate him in this way? How dare they stain what it meant to be him? But as he slowly shifted his lenses, as he began to see them in a different light, Ryu began to see other things. He didn't just see a man lowering his head to a noble. He saw a man who chose to lower his head so that this noble wouldn't target his wife and children. He didn't just see a monk following an inglorious, annoying path of gathering fate and tricking others. He saw a man steeped in discipline, willing to cut from himself the insecurities and temptations of flesh. One after another, his lives were recontextualized in his mind. Surreal was a woman he had once adored, but fell out of favor with him because of her choices and decisions. But logically speaking, was she any different from the woman he had taken a liking to back then? He had eventually gotten over it and changed, embracing her as his wife. But had he ever really faced exactly what that meant? Maybe in part, but it wouldn't be unless he embraced it for himself that it would make all the difference. And why do I have to do that? Ryu asked, once again speaking to himself. There was a shift in the air as he seemed to be talking to no one at all. Even his sense of self seemed to have vanished, replaced by nothing. Most, even I am, seemed to believe that this could only mean one thing. Death. What else could it possibly mean? Ryu, however, was still lost somewhat, drifting through the empty abyss. Even if he understood, it didn't mean he had to like it. He accepted Surreal as his wife not because he was in favor of her actions, but because it didn't matter to him. Normally, he would be a man disgusted by Alina's laziness, her distaste for battle. Even if she was willing to go all out when the moment called for it, it shouldn't be enough for him to love her as much as he did. He could go down the list of qualities about his wives that he didn't like one by one with great ease. Even Ailsa, his own life partner, had quirks about her that he didn't like, and sometimes ironically enough, those quirks were just perfect reflections of himself. But he didn't care, because as he had said, he would hold up the skies for them. Who cared if Elena was lazy? Who cared if Surreal preferred to keep a low profile? Did it matter if they could stand behind their husband's back? If he could protect them as he had always promised to? But his standards for himself, those were very, very different. Chapter 2228 I Am. The wind shifted around them as I Am pulled his arm back. Ryu's corpse collapsed to the ground, tar-like flames sticking to the fluttering rainbow clouds. A pair of silvery eyes looked up to the skies, but they seemed to be all that was left. I Am looked down, and then reached to pluck Ryu's eyeballs out for himself. He was a member of the Rune Master Guild, how could he not be fascinated by researching such special eyes? But he hardly made a movement when everyone acted at once. Their greed had already been boiling over, so how could they allow I Am to take hold of it without any pushback? I Am's eyes narrowed, but he suppressed his urges. His aura flared out and he struck out with several palms. However, it was young Master Bright and young Master Shade that suddenly appeared before him, a scythe and a fist pincering him from two sides. I Am was forced to retreat. Suddenly, the confidence everyone was feeling seemed to return. None of them had experienced anything like Ryu before, a man so weak and yet able to pressure so many to such a shocking degree. I Am might be powerful, and his control was exceptional, but he was using techniques he wasn't completely comfortable with, and they had a numbers advantage. On top of this, they could all feel the Tao God aura. As such, unlike with Ryu, who was a lord in most of their eyes and they couldn't bring themselves to truly fight together against, I Am was free game. The worst of it for I Am, though, was Silent Quibus, who was the only one that hadn't moved. It felt like the eyes of a viper were behind him. Now that Ryu was dead, there didn't seem to be a need for their agreement to continue. Ultimately, they were also part of two different organizations with two vastly different plans for the future. This restricted what I Am could do even more, and he was forced to slowly back away from Ryu's corpse. However, he also didn't allow anyone the chance to take it for themselves either. Those eyes could be the breakthrough they all needed, it would certainly help him reach the next level. So how could he so easily let it slip? Ailsa stood as though she had completely lost her soul. She stared ahead, not blinking once as though she was waiting for the illusion to fade, but it simply refused to. It had looked like he was going to win, she had truly been hoping, even though the pit in her gut was only increasing again and again with every enemy he took down. He was too injured, too broken, he had given up too much. Maybe if he hadn't had to save Surreal, maybe if he wasn't foolish enough to look at that title, maybe if he wasn't foolish enough to strip her of her own heart demon, he could still be standing. But right now, he wasn't. He was like a broken mass in a sea of nothingness, and her heart felt so very empty, so very shattered. And yet, as much as she willed it, to end this pain, to escape this misery, it refused. And she knew why. Ryu had already taken on her entire burden. Unless she self-destructed herself, she would likely never die in such a way. He probably knew it, he probably knew that this would happen. He probably knew that because she knew he had sacrificed so much, she wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Wouldn't that just mean that she had made his sacrifice worthless? Ailsa sobbed, her shoulders quaking. Ryu's mind was blank, a canvas of nothingness. But there seemed to be something burning within. He heard the sobs as though they were right by his ears, and he finally understood, and yet his life was simply slipping away faster and faster. There wasn't anything that he could do about it. It. The echo of something in the deepest depths of his mind pulsed. All the will in the world wasn't enough. There were limits to what drive could do. It was why he had needed circumstance to push him part of the way to where he stood today. He took hold of the reins himself afterward, but there was no denying this fact anymore. It was a good thing, then, that he had a plan. He wasn't the same Ryu of the past. He had once hated the heavens with his very being for what it had done to him. But then he had grown to accept that the heavens were just a mass of laws, it didn't owe him anything. If anything, it had helped him a great deal. However, it wasn't until this moment that he fully embraced it. The butterfly effect, the circumstances of his life, the pieces that had to fall into place to allow him to be here. He was always the same man, he would always be the same man. He could only ever be one man and would always be one man. And then Ryu's voice echoed as though it descended from the dome of the heavens itself, the entire battlefield freezing over. I am, Ryu's voice rumbled. The sky above the sky, the Tao above the Tao, the heavens above the heavens. I am, omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent, all-powerful and eternal. I will have a name that resounds above all, looming like a dome above existence. The title steel rumbled. Lines of gold and violet swirling as a name that had birthed its own humiliation was extricated, its power used to write a new name. In a far-off place, the nameless immortal god sensed something and then scoffed. He didn't seem to care enough, returning back to his wives. The lines continued to morph and change, a new name being written. I will be the mountain peak you all chase for the rest of your lives. The title steel suddenly fell into silence as though to ensure the rest of the world listened carefully. I am. The echo of Ryu's voice pealed across the rumbling clouds like splitting strokes of thunder. Ryu Tatsuya. The final strokes of the title were emboldened and the dome of the heavens shattered. Chapter 2229 Pulse. The words echoed across the world. As though the fabric of reality itself was reacting, rippling waves shook it all. Ryu had thought a lot about what his title should be, more thought than he had maybe put into anything else. As a master of linguistics, he had learned countless languages, and even more methods of conveying thought. As a rune master, his views on the world were endless compared to the fellow cultivators of his generation. It could be said that if there was anyone in this world that could pick the perfect title for themselves, that man was Ryu himself. But, no matter how he twisted himself and bent himself silly trying to think of the perfect title to encapsulate all and everything he was, the further he got away from making a decision. It didn't matter how long he made the title, how many things he tried to encompass within it, nothing seemed to be enough. So he went the other way, trying to constrain the title, shorten it, forcing himself to find words that could mean many things at once. And that was when it clicked for him. A short title representing everything you were. What was that if not your name? All of these people and geniuses were chasing after titles that could only be shared once, hoping and praying that the title they chose for themselves, some variation of a title that had likely existed at some point in the past, were wasting their time. Were there people in the past that had the name Ryu? Almost certainly. Were there others with the last name Tatsuya? There definitely were. Were there those that had the combination of the two, formed together? He could already sense them where he stood. He knew other Ryu Tatsuyas existed. The world was simply too large, too vast. There might even be Ryu Tatsuyas out there that had gained their names by the accidental choices of syllables of their own unique language but didn't have the same meaning to the characters at all. But what did that matter to him? There wasn't a single word in the world that couldn't be found in some other place, representing some other thing. He had already felt that the title steel itself was greatly restrained by the sheer number of titles that it had given out in the past. But from now on, when the name Ryu Tatsuya was spoken, it would only represent one man, one existence, encompassing the cultivation path of a single powerhouse. He would force his name, handed down to him by his parents and his grandparents before them, to embody something on a plane of existence all its own. When the name Ryu Tatsuya was echoed, they would understand precisely what that meant and what it represented. The title steel shook and quaked. Pulling on the faith that was once left by the nameless immortal god, it wrote Ryu's title into the annals of history. This was clear favoritism and there was no getting around it. Ryu's title, much like the nameless immortal god's, wasn't set in stone like another's title might be. What it represented depended on what they would accomplish, had accomplished, and would continue to accomplish. This wasn't the title steal saying that Ryu's title was superior, but rather that it finally had the momentum it needed to express its distaste for the nameless immortal god's methods and praise for Ryu's path. It was the title steal. What it wanted to see the most was the birth of new titles and talents to represent them. That was why it had handed out so many powerful methods. If the nameless immortal god had simply written, "Nameless," on its title steal, it would have been accepting of it. But to disrespect it so unnecessarily for doing nothing more than trying to help him. The title steal almost scoffed in displeasure. A treasure that had lived for so long had certainly long birthed its own intelligence. Now that it finally had a chance to vent, how could it not? It seemed to have completely forgotten that Ryu had only just been trampling all across its rules as well. But as far as it was concerned, Ryu was at least technically following the rules and helping its titles to spread. The nameless immortal god, however, not only did he trample on its rules, but he had denied it the chance to birth maybe the strongest title to ever exist. Just how much would the title, Nameless, be worth? How many things would it embody? If that damned immortal god hadn't been so stubborn, would all the things that happened afterward have been triggered? Now, he was off on vacation, living up his life, while existence itself crumbled. Yet he took no responsibility for it at all, as though it had nothing to do with him. To make matters worse, the treasures of the world capable of striking the balance and leveling things out once again were all in his possession. He didn't even need them, but he kept them for no other reason than he didn't like giving up his things. It was ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. He would likely only step in when the world actually showed signs of impacting his own life. But at that point, how many would die? The insufferable bastard didn't give a damn. Ryu could practically feel the frustration of the title steal boiling over, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Honestly, he wouldn't give a damn either. Maybe the title steal was being a bit too eager here. Yes, you would. The message was clear and obvious. It was in a mixture of emotions and runes that others wouldn't be able to decipher at all, and yet it only took him a moment to settle into this language. Ryu paused. Why was this title steal so confident about that? Oh, is that why? Ryu nodded. That was possible. This nameless immortal god seemed to already sit perched at the top of the world. He didn't care to rush around proving himself against every challenge and found basically everything to be beneath his notice. But Ryu, there was still a burning fire in him. He hadn't even become a lord yet, let alone an immortal god, or whatever the hell that was. Something told Ryu by the intent behind the language that the cultivation systems were different, and that fascinated him. Ryu had been across many worlds, but everyone seemed to follow the same cultivation system. Where had this other one come from? Had he not gone far enough away? Or, I see, is that the case? Measuring cultivation had never been an exact science. What if he had been seeing different cultivation systems all along and just converting them to what he was used to? More than that, he often had to translate himself when he entered new worlds. The words they used to label their cultivation methods, when translated by him, could easily be slipped into the system that he was used to as well just by reading their intent. That's a possible explanation, but that isn't everything. Just like, Ryu also didn't feel like the title steal's words were so simple either. What reason could he possibly have to care about the collapse of existence beyond trying to prove himself as the strongest? What was it implying, exactly? What did it know that he didn't? There wasn't much time to consider it all as his title solidified. Ryu felt a great amount of power flood into him. Ryu knew when he chose his title that it would be up to him to make it powerful. What he maybe hadn't considered enough, because he wasn't used to it, was just how powerful he had made it already. Just how many powerhouses were watching this battle. How many had witnessed his strength. How many shocking geniuses with fate that should be much stronger than his own had he crushed already. While he was still very much ready to build his title up to the level he wanted it to be at, he had neglected to understand what sort of level he had already reached. Amongst his generation already, Ryu had maybe the greatest fate there was. In the abyssal plane, a fate star that had once been dull and lifeless, unable to spin on its own, was rotating faster and faster, solar flares of gorgeous silver akin to molten steel forming large arcs across millions of miles. Magnetic pulses radiated outward, and a faint star in the distance, a distance that had once been far too far for them to even interact, was suddenly sucked into its orbit. A whipping power lashed out, devouring it whole before it could do anything. The collision of two stars should have been enough to erupt with a blast seen across countless light years. And yet, this second star was snuffed out as though it had never existed at all. But the silver star was still hungry. A pulse akin to a roar radiated out. Chapter 2230 End. Ryu's body convulsed, his eyes snapping open. As though his Tao heart was only now being awakened, radiant power echoed through the planes of existence. Akin to a slumbering dragon being poked awake, he stared up at the skies, his body laying there with a gaping hole in his chest. But judging by the placidness in his gaze, one would have never thought that he had experienced such injuries in the first place. What a peculiar feeling. The spiritual foundation was in the abyssal plane, but so too was the fate star. Ryu had never truly connected the two because they seemed unconnected. He had lost count of the number of ancient texts and annals of history he had poured through. Not a single one of them had any mention of any sort of connection. So why was it that he felt so awake right now? I see. Another radiant pulse came from Ryu's mind and he was enlightened to something truly shocking. But it had nothing at all to do with his fate star, his Tao heart, or its relation to his control. Well, he guessed it did in part. But regardless of that, it didn't matter. What truly mattered to him was the conclusion, and it alone had him laughing. The laughter filled the air, his eyes brimming with what looked like tears. Ryu couldn't remember the last time he had felt such a way. Maybe on the night he had taken his life, but this time, his reasoning was very different. So unfair, so very unfair. This world is quite cruel. The echoes of Ryu's voice pealed across the skies, clouds dispersing and words collapsing as though feeling his odd happy melancholy. Never again, he said. This time, the words carried a conviction with them that radiated like the sun. It was beyond just words. It was ingrained into his very title, a foundation he chose to lay for himself. He would never fail them. Never. If he did, his path of cultivation, everything it had ever meant to him, everything it had ever represented, would collapse. And by extension, as this was his last and final life, he would lose it as well. But he had no intention of allowing such a thing to happen. He was Ryu Tatsuya and the path in the future, the peaks he would reach, weren't something that anyone else could hope to fathom. A link between Ryu's fate star, spiritual foundation, and control grew fiercer. He had slowly begun to understand that this was a link he was missing for his new cultivation method. In fact, he should probably be thanking himself for being stuck at Quasi-Lord for too long. If he hadn't, he would have left behind a flaw that would have been difficult to fix. Of course, it was his cultivation method, so he would have most definitely found a way to turn things around. But why go through the trouble if he didn't have to? Why fail if he didn't have to? Why take a step back if he didn't have to? From now on, he would only walk forward. What was the greatest control if not that of fate? He already had such a great affinity for it, but what he had never truly contextualized was how other cultivators gained it. He had a strong affinity for it because this was the way he was born. Eventually, he integrated it into a soul nature, but he had always had it. It was likely that for normal cultivators, as they approached Tao God, and spent long periods of time within it, they too grew closer to their fate star. Being able to sense all aspects of themselves and have perfect control of one's path through all planes of existence. That was what it meant to be a Tao God. But Ryu's cultivation method was a step beyond. He had incorporated control into every aspect of his being, from the earliest cultivation realms to the highest. When he stepped into Lord, it wasn't just a matter of gaining a closeness to his fate star. He gained real control, real dominion, real dominance over his own fate and the ability to swallow, suppress, and crush that of others. A formation was triggered in the depths of his dantian and the linkage was completed. A trifecta of soul, spiritual foundation, and fate star was created. Absolute carnage was being wrought in the abyssal plane. A single fate star swallowed everything in the vicinity, growing larger and swallowing up more. It reached the bounds of existence itself, growing so enormous that it couldn't grow any more, not without crushing everything. But then it pushed past that boundary. Beyond perfect extreme, the abyssal plane fragmented around it. Ryu's aura had grown so powerful that none was capable of standing near him, let alone actively trying to get close. Like a flickering flame carrying a density of power and might that could burn a world to the ground, he just lay there. Until reality shattered, Ryu found himself falling, or so it felt. Beneath him, an enormous silver star had appeared. Alina's little brother stared at it far too intently. While most others smartly looked away, his stubbornness was his undoing. He screamed as his eyes were burnt away, his irises becoming nothing more than flashes of white as blood fell like a rain of tears. Ryu fell toward this star, his body still limp and unmoving. But soon, it became clear that he was falling, much too slowly. Rather than falling, it was more like reality had been twisted so much that their usual judgments were impossible to follow. And then the silver star rotated. There was a huge suction of energy, but it didn't come from the fate star, but rather Ryu himself. The enormous star, unfathomable in its scope and even larger in its dominance, was obediently pulled into Ryu's body. But just when it seemed that things were finished, the world shattered once again. This time, it was an enormous sea of blue-silver, so large and expansive, and filled with such dense chi, that the surroundings felt dull and uninteresting by comparison. However, within it, treasures so rare a single world might only be able to produce one of them in a lifetime floated within. But their greed couldn't even grow before it, too, was sucked into Ryu's body. Batum, power radiated out of Ryu in waves, thrumming energies from all places were sucked away. With a crack running through the planes of existence, chi of all kinds were pouring in toward the sudden formation of a void. With the fate star having appeared and then vanished, and the same happening for the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, it was like the region around Ryu had become an area of especially low concentration. In response, energies naturally flowed to the region, and right into Ryu's body. The black tar-like flames on Ryu's body grew thicker and bolder, shrinking into his shriveled-up corpse and then latching onto his perfect black-body soul. At the same time, the spark of life flames of his white phoenix spiritual foundation poured into his body. Black flames circulated into Ryu's chaotic silk meridians, white flames pulsing into his embryonic silk meridians. For the first time in a long while, he felt alive. The karmic flames that had been burning him alive were swallowed up whole, his fate star, lodged in his inner world, rotating and devouring it all. His fate star seemed to seamlessly borrow the powers of his perfect black-body soul, and his soul and fate star alike borrowed strength from his spiritual foundation. And by extension, his spiritual foundation borrowed abilities from his fate star, gaining a sea of karmic flames to them that radiated out into the white and black flames of Ryu's body. Ryu exhaled a breath. Finally, embryonic chi began to manifest within him faster and faster until it became a sudden flood. Mixing in with his spark of life flames, it was as though he had reignited his own body. Because that was exactly what happened. Ryu continued to lay there, just staring up at the skies or what was left of them. His thoughts were still on the matter that had just become clear to him, and it was hard to shake himself free of that. But as his bones grew back, and his muscles and sinew began to wrap around them, only for his flesh and blood to slowly fill in the gaps, he knew that he couldn't just continue to lay there. The longer he did, the longer it would take to get that moment, the moment that he could set all of this back to the way it was meant to be. It seemed that the title Steel was correct. He would indeed get him involved. In fact, anyone that tried to stop him from doing so would suffer a fate worse than death. Ryu felt his fingers fully form once more. He clenched his fists a single time and space shattered around them. It was time to end this. Chapter 2231 open. Ryu took a breath and exhaled, his body thrumming with dense might. There was a flash, and in the blink of an eye, he was covered in white scales, a pair of wings unfurling from his back. He was small, especially compared to the large and looming expanse of existence, and yet, for some reason, those wings felt as though they blotted out the skies. The world fell into silence for a moment, and then Ryu reached out a clawed hand. The skies thrummed and a bolt of royal blue lightning descended as thick as a mountain. But by the time it landed in Ryu's palm, it had become a needle with two pointed edges, the thickness and length of a spear or javelin. Ryu spun it in his hand with a twist of his wrist, sparks of lightning spontaneously cracking along the depths of space and time until it came to a snapping halt. It was only a single snatch at the air, and yet. The platform of rainbow clouds shattered, the bounds of laws in reality threatening to collapse. Ryu pulled his arm back, his face deathly still and entirely expressionless. Until now, not a single soul had moved as though they knew it was futile. Or, Maybe they were just waiting for judgment to descend. With a flex of his torso, Ryu's arm suddenly accelerated forward. It left nothing more than a blur in the air, a booming air current exploding out in a ring of destruction as his hand released. Young Master Bright couldn't even react as his chest was pierced through, his body being pinned into the once impenetrable platform of rainbow clouds. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide. I would turn you into a puppet, but I'd rather transplant your eyes into someone less annoying. Scram! The young diva was shattered to pieces, his wings and eyes fluttering to the ground as though indestructible. And yet, everyone knew that the real reason was that Ryu's control was simply immaculate. It had reached a level where it seemed to warp fate itself. Ryu snapped a finger and Bright's eyes were brought to him, the several pairs of golden wings deconstructing into complex runes before fusing into Ryu's own. Exhaling a breath, Ryu only seemed to take a short, few-second break before raising his hand. His actions seemed almost lazy, but in an instant, young Master Shade was wrapped up by several chains, locked in place and entirely unable to move. You're interesting enough. With a flash, the young demon lord was stripped of his autonomy, his body warped into Ryu's inner world. Now, which of you is next? Are you going to stand there and decide amongst yourselves? Or are you going to come together? There was a flash of malevolence in Ryu's eyes as he looked toward I Am and Silent Quibus. Nothing to say. In that case, I'll come to you. The region Ryu stood in exploded, his silver eyes leaving streaks in the air as he suddenly appeared before I Am. There was something particularly devilish about his approach as he clawed an open palm toward the ruined master's face. I Am tried to dodge, expertly using his control to counter Ryu and find a path to slip away. Ryu's palm slammed into I Am's nose, his claws driving into his hair and the top of his scale. Driving down, Ryu slammed the latter's skull into the ground, feeling the cracking deviations in it as his body exploded. Ah, he had missed this feeling. The feeling of a powerful body, of the fluidity of motion, of his bone structures. 3 echoes came from his 9-revolution skybreaker, a vicious light and desire for combat filling his eyes. Suddenly, Ryu vanished, a streak of black passing right through where he had just stood. In you, Ryu drove a fist into Silent Quibu's gut. He had wanted nothing more than to drive through it in a single bound, but he knocked him into the air instead. With a flash, he appeared high above the floundering fairy, driving a heel down in a devastating axe kick to the back of his skull. The fairy didn't even have a chance to hit the ground before Ryu appeared to his side, kneeing him to the side of the head. Each blow seemed more devastating and lethal than the last, but anyone with high enough cultivation would know that Ryu was simply humiliating them on purpose. Against opponents of this caliber, even in this state, he couldn't gather up the amount of energy he would need quickly enough to execute it before they could react. But what he could do was attack too fast, too unexpectedly, and too unpredictably for them to save any semblance of face. Ryu landed on the ground lightly, his wings unfurled to radiate out sharp streams of air that had them rolling along the ground. If you insist on thinking that you can get out of this without sacrificing a great deal, I can save you some time and help you accelerate to the only logical conclusion. Bring out what you have now, or else you'll lose your head just like all the others before I've had my fun. A wild grin spread across Ryu's face, veins of black running out from the corners of his eyes as a darkness slowly enveloped the white of his pupils. He reached out one hand as the black tar flames appeared once more, forming a greatsword staff of dense dark energies. Reaching out his other, cotton-like white flames solidified into a blade of pure and delicate white. He extended out his hands and pointed the tips of the 2 blades toward the rolling figures in the distance. His momentum began to climb, reaching towering levels. Since you don't seem to take me seriously, I'll show you just how big the gap is. There is no one left in this world my blades won't work against. Heaven's Gate, Open, Chapter 2232. Real 1. Ryu's aura bloomed, his cultivation skyrocketing into true lordhood. For the first time, Ryu's prowess as a lord shook the world. Most didn't even have the time to register that they hadn't been facing the true extent of Ryu as a lord until this very moment. All they could feel was a towering mountain rising into the skies, both literally and figuratively. Ryu's Shrine Mountain Natural Enlightenment Sword. I've been waiting to use the full extent of this technique a long time, Tatsuya Judgment. The full name of the technique finally manifested itself and Ryu swung down. All the color was stripped from the world. I Am and Silent Quibus scrambled to their feet, their own auras erupting. 2 enormous figures appeared before Silent Quibus and the rage of 2 races fell toward him. But before most could register that, I am had also changed, large amounts of fate wrapping around him in solid blocks of white until he seemed to have doubled in size. Ryu ignored I am entirely, though objectively, what he was doing was far more impressive. What Silent Quibus had just brought out intrigued him. The Griffin Prince and the Qilin Prince. At some unknown point, Silent Quibus had actually contracted them both as summons, and they didn't seem to have the slightest bit of resistance. Ryu thought about the actions of Little Gem and wondered if it was at all related. But then he shook his head. That little girl was just being willful. Though, he doubted if he could really get away with calling her little anymore even after the regression. After all, she too had experienced trillions of years. What are trillions of years if not just a few extra thousands of years? Is this your trump card? Ryu asked, looking at Silent Quibus as though I am didn't even exist. He's controlling fate on a scale most here couldn't fathom, and you brought out two geniuses of the young generation that I could kill with a snap of my fingers. Honestly, for someone daring enough to try and claim my wife as your own, you lack any redeeming qualities. You're a disgusting dreg, you lack strength, you lack power, you hid from a woman for millennia, while building up a false reputation of her actually caring for you. As a man, I have no idea how you live with yourself. Silent Quibus didn't respond, but Ryu only smiled in return. I know, for a person like you to have committed so many vile acts, how could your Tao heart be so easily shaken? From start to finish, Silent Quibus had never spoken a word. But Ryu continued as though he didn't realize that he was being tuned out and ignored. You've probably also thought that I was speaking nonsense. My wife, to you, it probably does sound ridiculous. How could a pitiful worm like yourself possibly understand how a lord could gain the love of a goddess without having to lie about it? You know, not everyone is as shameless as you are. Some of us are born with a great deal of charm and just a little bit of luck. Ryu's aura completely changed, and in that moment, he seemed to have vanished, only to be replaced by the perfectly replicated aura of a cultist fairy. For the first time, there was just the slightest hint of a change in Silent Quibus's expression, his pupils shrinking by half and trembling. Oh, you seem to have finally registered it. Ryu nodded slowly. I thought long and hard about why a sick bastard would use such a cheap ploy. Even for you, trying to lay claim to a person's wife just by way of rumors feels ridiculous. Killing babies is less pathetic in my opinion, at least it might serve a purpose in your own twisted ways. So originally, I thought that maybe you were farming fate, trying to attach yourself to a goddess in hopes that would help. At least that might make some logical sense. Of course, I ignored maybe the most obvious reason, that being that you actually wanted a chance with her and somehow you thought that this might be the best way. It would probably be too bold indeed. Do you have any idea how stubborn my wife is? Ryu's gaze shifted to I am, who had finally dissipated his earlier attack. You just wait there for a second, I'm still talking. Like I said, you had better decide to bring out everything you have sooner rather than later. Ryu slashed out again, and this time an echo of 9 revolutions sky rumbled through his body and veins popped along his arm. But he completed the swing nonetheless before turning back to Silent Quibus. It just couldn't be, right? Ryu asked, blinking. The big bad, genocidal maniac, is actually an invalid who can't talk to women. Is that why you dismember and humiliate them? Is that the best form of communication you have? Silent Quibus's jaw clenched, his expression still hardly changing. It was an impossibly subtle change, and yet just how sharp were Ryu's eyes? Oh, did I strike a nerve? Unfortunate. Why don't you come and bite me? Having a piece of me is as close as you're ever going to get to touching her anyway. There was another ripple from Ryu's body, and this time, it was the aura of a primordial yin that radiated outward. A very specific primordial yin. Silent Quibus seemed to have turned into an entirely different man. His clenched jaw unhinged, his eyes turned into 2 dark orbs of abyssal light, and a wild, monstrous roar sent out shockwaves as powerful as a dragon's breath in all directions. His bones cracked and deformed, and then he lunged forward. Ryu looked away from him and into the distance, then spoke as though he was speaking to the audience of the world itself. You see this? This is what a real heart demon looks like. As for this, Ryu raised his hand, his black greatsword staff flashing. This is what dominance looks like. Ryu swung his sword down, slamming Silent Quibus into the ground. Chapter 2233 Pride. Silent Quibus rebounded against the ground, his body practically shutting down on impact. However, Ryu's sword didn't manage to cut through him. Ryu himself didn't seem surprised by this, nor did he care very much at all. Controlling a chi on the same level as embryonic chi was far from something that would be easily dealt with, especially not when the fairy had suddenly reached this state. By triggering a heart demon like this, Silent Quibus had actually become several times more powerful. The reason Ryu's black flame had become tar-like was because of how the rebounding of karma reacted with the laws of the world. It either swallowed or rejected. The end result was an exceptionally bouncy, but also sticky substance that had defenses like no other. Of course, if you couldn't control your mind, it also made you a complete madman as well, something that Silent Quibus was more than displaying now. Right now, the backlash that Silent Quibus was experiencing was far beyond anything Ryu had, and it showed. Ryu's sword blade rose into the air. All of a sudden, the tough, unbreakable substance was split in two by his white sword. Silent Quibus writhed on the ground, but couldn't move at all, as though an ant pinned to the ground. Holding onto the hilt of his greatsword staff, Ryu bent down, tilting his head and looking at the writhing form of the fairy that had pissed him off so much. "I really can't bear to kill you just yet." Ryu seemed to have entirely ignored I Am's presence, but not only had the Tao God not reacted with any offense to this, he just stood there, seemingly trying to calculate something. After suffering Ryu's last attack, I Am knew that it would be impossible to deal with this situation in his current state. He needed his real power. But if he used his real power, then the tidal steel would react and smite him. That wasn't something that even he could survive. There was no choice but to rely on the hodgepodge of skills, techniques, and otherwise that he had gathered up from Tidal Steel World. I Am suddenly met Ryu's gaze, only to see the latter's smile. It was the face of a man who had the world in the palm of his hand, of a man who could finally sniff the mountain peak that he had been chasing his entire life. The smile of a quasi-Tao lord who could look down on a Tao god as though he were an ant. At that moment, I Am felt something trigger in him. A feeling that he hadn't felt in a very long time, a feeling that he had suppressed for so long he had forgotten that he had suppressed it in the first place. How long had he felt that distaste on the tip of his tongue? How long had it been since something had triggered his boiling blood? How long had he been beneath the thumb of the Ruin Master Guild, suppressing his truest urges so that he could inch forward in life a little bit more? He turned his power onto children he found useful, weaklings he could easily manipulate into doing what he wanted. And then there was Ryu, someone he knew had summons, someone he was certain had a large and powerful army that he could summon right this moment to put an end to everything. And yet he hadn't, right up until the very end when he reversed everything. Now he stood there, his arrogance oozing out of him. Before he reached this point, how many people had told him that his inflated sense of ego was too much? How many people had looked down on him, thinking that he thought too much of himself? How many times had he been suppressed again and again, only to rise up once more? Not once had he compromised, not once. Had he lost his edge? That was the difference between the two of them. The light in I Am's eyes blazed bright and brighter. His arms suddenly flared out, the flapping of his heavy sleeves slapping against the wind. A pair of magic circles appeared around his wrists and the tidal steel rumbled. The skies split, arcs of karmic flames descended and enveloped I Am whole. As though replaying some time lost to the past, only a pair of eyes could be seen. It was something that Ryu had personally gone through just days ago in order to save his wife. But now, I Am was pulling out his full strength for no other reason than to save himself. His way of cultivation, he wasn't thinking about success or failure. He was thinking about rekindling the flame in the depths of his heart. Ryu's gaze flashed, and then a wild grin spread across his face. They both moved at the same time. Ryu's blades had vanished from his hands. One after another, runes lit across his bones, his white scales reflecting their dancing aura within their crystalline sheen. Boom, 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 boom. Crackles of thunder echoed as Ryu activated his 9-revolution skybreaker bone structure to the absolute max, cosmic fog billowing around him. His fist met I Am's and his arm almost exploded on impact only for it to be reconstructed. The strength I Am was outputting now was a completely different level. On the one hand, the karmic flames were stripping him of everything. But on the other, he was using his truest path now, and thus his strength was no longer artificial. It was every ounce of real it had once been. He was heavily injured, but he was a heavily injured Tao god on the verge of a breakthrough of a lifetime. And it was a challenge that Ryu embraced with every fiber of his being. Two resounding laughters echoed through the air shattering as they separated only for them to accelerate into a dozen more exchanges in the blink of an eye. Eternal Dawn. Chapter 2234. He refused. Ryu's body was enveloped by a radiant golden light. Time bent and his speed defied logic. He slipped through the countless runes and formations that had suddenly begun forming around I Am, his elbow connecting with the Tao God's nose without the slightest hint of fear for the karmic flames. Karma should fear him. I Am was sent flying, colliding on the ground below only to use the rebound to bounce to his feet with a flip. Gliding backward under the momentum, formations appeared beneath his feet to accelerate him back as he slapped his palms together. A roar came from his lips, a small formation appearing before his hands before a slightly larger one appeared before it. The third was formed even faster, slightly larger once again. They accelerated upward like a ladder of magic circles, the last so large it seemed to swallow up the skies themselves. Ryu was so small before it that he was barely half the size of a single rune that made it up. And yet, his grin remained, the calm coolness of his eyes belying how wild his aura was. If you want to battle me, I suggest you change your path. Using formations before me, even if you are a Tao God, only means death. Ryu pointed out a single finger, his Empyrean warframe activating for the briefest of instances. And yet, it was enough. The entire formation collapsed, but Ryu was far from done. Grabbing at the air, the formation suddenly reversed, the largest of the magic circles appearing right before I Am while the small one landed in Ryu's palms. The air solidified, the wild grin on Ryu's face practically dripping with blood. Eternal Dawn bloomed, a beam of concentrated light coming from Ryu's chest and entering the first. Everything else happened so fast that even a half blink would have caused you to miss it. It all rushed through in a single breath, growing large to the point it could have swallowed a moon in a single blast. I Am was swallowed whole. There was no place for him to escape, and the power was turned right back onto him. Those observing couldn't believe what they were seeing. The things that Ryu was doing with his eyes weren't methods that the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils should be able to apply. Death acupoint was meant to sense the death of a living being, not find the weakness in a formation. Fate reversal was supposed to undo damage suffered by the user from a specific opponent, not steal control of a technique cast by a Tao God of all things. Ryu was dancing between the line of animate and inanimate, gliding across the blade of fate as though he had forged it himself. And that he was. One half of his Tao dealt with life. The other half dealt with laws and their reality. Karma and Dharma intertwined, and now the line was no longer so clear. Who cared if death acupoint and fate reversal were only meant to be used on people? With his Tao, the difference no longer mattered. This was his strength. I Am stumbled back. It was hard to tell how much damage he had suffered, even after the beam of blinding light vanished. The karmic flames blazing across his body were far too plentiful. He coughed, but what blood might have come out burned away. Even so, he wiped his lip with a sleeve out of habit. A chuckle came from his mouth. Strong, indeed. Ryu's Tao could only be said to be the strongest he had ever seen. He never thought that a comprehension Tao could possibly be so powerful. Usually, in battle, their use was decided by what training the cultivator had already done. It didn't often impact the immediate situation. But Ryu's I Am had no idea how much effort it had taken for Ryu to reach this point, though maybe to others it might be a joke. How many years had Ryu truly spent cultivating? Was it even much more than 100? But it was now that the fruits of his labors were finally manifesting. How long had he spent trying to get his talents to synergize properly? They finally were. Ryu vanished, his fist driving into I Am's gut. Before the Tao God could even fly far, Ryu appeared behind him, driving a knee into the small of his back. Every time Ryu attacked, booms of thunder would echo. He withstood the shattering of his bone and flesh, using his replenished embryonic chi to heal himself and his cosmos fog to absorb much of the excess energy. This was the first time he had used his 9-revolution Skybreaker bone structure to its fullest extent, and its power was absolutely intoxicating. No, power in general was intoxicating. He had lost track of how many times he had been forced to suffer at the hands of someone with a stronger cultivation than him. Never again. He refused. Not even a Tao God this powerful. Jade-bound Clearheart. Ryu's leg kicked up to the skies, his heel driving up I Am's jaw and sending him flying to the clouds. Then he spread out his arms, the platform of rainbow clouds rumbling beneath his might. Shock peeled across the faces of those present akin to lightning across dark clouds. This was the platform of the tidal steel. There was no earth affinity strong enough to move it, let alone control it. And yet, a javelin formed out of it, wrapped in clouds of rainbow, sparkling with violet, blues, and pinks. Ryu caught it out of the air, stomping a foot that caused the world to tremble. His torso flexed, his shoulder rippling with veins and pulsing might. He released the javelin, sending it flying into the skies. Iam watched it approach, sighing on the inside. Change his entire Tao. He had tried, he had truly done the best he could. It just wasn't enough. His Tao was precisely the kind Ryu countered the easiest, but at least, he had found a little bit of his pride before he died. A rumble came from his back. The skies split in two, a golden gate opened wide. A blinding light followed it, making it feel almost as though the tidal steel itself was melting away. And with it, the javelin did as well. Chapter 22:35. Don't you think? Ryu looked up to the skies. Or rather, his eyes had always been there. He had already felt that this would happen. There was something odd in the air, or rather there had been for a while now. He knew that something else was coming much the same way he might if his intuition had triggered. It just didn't matter to him that much. Until he felt Ailsa's rage. His gaze shifted from the figure stepping out to his wife in the far-off distance still blocked out by the barrier. But it was clear that this door was spawning within the limits. For some reason, the tidal steel was still acting demure and reserved around this golden door. Yet, all Ryu could seem to focus on was the fact his wife was completely and utterly enraged by something. By him. Ryu raised an eyebrow. That seemed unlikely. The light was too blinding for others to see through, but it was nothing to him. It might burn the eyes of others, but he could see right through it to the young men within it. But there was only really just one of them of any sort of interest. The other two Ryu saw for what they were. Weak. Well, that was harsh. The two were stronger than any one of the geniuses that Ryu had faced here. They might have been interesting opponents to face before he triggered Heaven's Gate. Unfortunately for them, he already had. The one in the middle, though, the stronger of them, had quite the aura despite being a lord. And yet, Ryu's reaction was just the same. Him? No, that was unlikely. Ryu looked past the young man, but didn't see anything of interest. And then he sensed it. I see, so that's what it is. He could already feel the aura fading, but it should be whoever opened the door. There had to be someone with the strength to manifest that door. Him. Okay, Ryu said calmly. Ryu, don't. The words echoed in his ears, piercing through veils. Ryu could easily tell just how much effort it had taken Ailsa to reach him like that. It still didn't matter. Earth Gate, open. Ryu had realized something interesting long ago. These golden gates in the skies, while they seemed grand and imposing, in his eyes, they looked like a little toy replica of the real thing. An Earth Gate manifested before Ryu and he took a step forward. He hadn't forced it to manifest to this extent in a long while, but this time he had done it for a very clear purpose. The golden gate above dimmed almost as though all the fate swirling around it had dimmed considerably. A snort came from the inside, but it was more surprise than fury. I don't really know who you are, but you have quite some nerve, Ryu said calmly. Reaching out a hand, Ryu grasped at the air. The color drained from Ryu's face, but he didn't seem to notice at all. The snort stopped echoing as though the figure seemed to have realized something. Stop. The voice didn't seem panicked, but rather firm and completely unyielding, as though he was very much used to everything hanging on his word. But Ryu had never listened to anyone but his own parents. One would think he never heard a single thing. All of a sudden, it seemed as though Earth Gate and the Golden Gate above had swapped places. Ryu stepped through, a pressure from the world trying to hold him back and yet failing completely. From Tao Lord, Ryu stepped into Tao Sovereign. From Tao Sovereign, Ryu stepped into Tao God. From Tao God, he seemed to ram into a glass ceiling, his body's aura pouring over as though its vessel had reached its brimming point. Ryu's palm, still hanging in the air, suddenly swiped out. His hand exploded on impact, blood, sinew, ligaments, and flesh splashing out. Yet, all the world could seem to hear was the slap. Ryu's aura deflated almost immediately, the grasp of power brief and only a sudden spark. But it was still enough. You can go back and wash your neck now. While you do that, remember you just let a quasi-lord slap you. Thanks for delivering these geniuses to me, though. I'll be sure to turn them into nice summons. There was no cry of fury, no shuddering aura, there was simply silence, one heavy enough that the entire world fell into it as it faded. The aura vanished. It had no choice but to. All the fate of that gate had been stripped away. It would take a great deal before it could be opened again, and that figure had to decide whether it was worth it. All of that accumulation, used up in an instant, all so that Ryu could humiliate him. They call him the Almighty, is that so? Ryu asked. He had already stepped beyond the three geniuses at some unknown point. But even now, he wasn't talking to or looking at them, instead meeting his wife's gaze in the distance. He isn't so all or so mighty. Ryu's sensory perception made a clenching motion with a missing hand. His embryonic chi lagged behind, unable to reform it. Yet, this only made him chuckle. He had sensed the title the moment he touched the man. He was surely quite the powerhouse. The aura of the Almighty vanished and his hand regrew in an instant. Space quaked and shook, but Ryu constrained it all into a ball above his newly formed palm. Suddenly, Ryu slapped out. Solara's grandfather couldn't even react, it all happened too quickly. The ball collided with his chest and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He looked down at his chest in absolute horror. What just happened? It isn't fair, is it? Ryu asked. When someone so powerful comes down with their little petty tricks and ruins your life. I'll play with your granddaughter and your life the way you played with my fate star. It'll be nice, don't you think? The old man spit up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 2236. Not anymore. Solara's grandfather took a heavy step back, and then another, before he slowly stabilized himself. Oh, not bad. Half of Ryu wanted the old man to die right then and there, but another half thought that it would be far too easy for him to fall like this. Ryu wasn't satisfied with just this alone. If he was going to have his revenge, it was going to have to be far worse than this. It seemed that humiliating the man's granddaughter wasn't nearly enough for Ryu, but why would it be? As far as Ryu was concerned, what was the worth of Solara's life or that of her grandfather? Why should he bother with measuring his level of satisfaction just based on this alone? He wouldn't be done with them until he said he was done. The woman, where is she? Ryu blinked. He had almost forgotten that there were some people behind him. It seemed that they hadn't quite understood the situation they were in, and why would they? They didn't have his eyes. Was it even possible for them to understand a confrontation on the level of the one he had just had? The Almighty was on a level where he made even more Tao gods feel like ants. While Solara's grandfather, though he seemed to have been injured quite severely, had only truly suffered superficial wounds despite also clearly suppressing himself in some way or form. In terms of raw strength, at least when there was no suppression to consider, Solara's grandfather was probably maybe a half step beneath the Almighty in strength. In fact, if Ryu was correct, the only reason for the gap to begin with was the title. This made Ryu wonder if that was what Solara's grandfather was truly after, a method to bridge the gap between himself and that behemoth of a man. It also made Ryu wonder just what sort of strength the Phoenix Sky God had, because somehow, he still felt like these two were just ants before him, and that was hard to wrap his head around. All of these people were Tao gods, and yet the strength difference was massive. It wasn't a matter of being lower, middle, higher, or peak. Each one of these individuals had already reached the furthest extent of what the realm had to offer. This was a difference in Tao, in comprehension, in control. A difference that couldn't be explained in just a few words, because the definitions of those things were far from so clear. Eventually, Ryu looked back out of curiosity more than anything else. Woman, the one with the title of Xianxia. Bring her out. Ryu froze for a moment. The title of Xianxia, was he talking about Taedra? All of a sudden, countless puzzle pieces came together, and the final things that Ryu didn't quite seem to comprehend were carefully fit into place. Ryu's expression shifted. Any amusement that had been there vanished into the air, and for a moment it seemed as though he had become entirely disconnected from the world. Calm, unbothered, and yet frighteningly cold. Like someone separated from energy, he hardly moved at all, and the world down to its very atoms shifted into silence. The young man didn't seem to notice Ryu's change at all. Originally, we came just to deal with you since you've overstepped your bounds. But there is the scent of a title on you that we have been trying to find for quite a while. Hand her over, and we will give you a swift death. A head exploded. Ryu didn't even move, but the young man that had spoken shivered once before his body fell from the air. The only one of the three that Ryu cared to even look at looked calmly to his side, the splatter of blood that would have hit his face stopping a full meter away before gliding down a golden barrier. I wonder, Ryu said slowly. Number, there's really no need to wonder if I already know the answer. You must be the few that killed my great-grandmother. I wondered why it was that Primus always had a stick up his ass, why his methods never seemed to make much sense and his goals were never all that clear to me. A hum came from Ryu's lips. Now you seem to think you can do the same thing to me. Do you think I'm the same weak excuse of a man? I believe you've already proven yourself to be. A second head exploded. Now, only the young man in the middle was left. I'm not really sure what he was referring to, Ryu said calmly. It couldn't possibly be my wife, because she's quite cozy and safe at home. You'd be surprised what the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils can do when they have perfect synchronization with mutated truth pupils. Right about now, the truth clone my wife sent will probably collapse now that the gateway between the two worlds has collapsed. In the meantime, the fool I just slapped can simply calmly wash his neck. The only young man that was left continued to look at Ryu as though he was trying to understand something. You speak too much. Do I? Ryu asked. In the past, I didn't like to speak very much. But that quiet, stoic man was never the real me. I can't stand to explain myself to ants, but when my blade starts itching, my tongue also gets sharper. The two didn't seem to move, and yet there was a warp in space. Two blades manifested from nothing, clashing against one another before warping around each other's forms and collapsing. Space crumbled and there was a violent ripple outward. It is a sign of weakness, the young man said as though his words were truly so precious. You don't see the irony in that, do you? Ryu asked, taking a step forward. You come here, speaking of titles, trying to control the thoughts of people, putting so much stock in words themselves, and then claim that they should not be spoken. The young man involuntarily took a step back and then looked down at his feet as though he was shocked by his own actions. He looked back up to Ryu, a frown marring his once indifferent expression. It's precisely because of that words are so precious. Look at you, speaking in a full sentence finally. Would you like a reward for that? Ryu took another step forward and the young man took yet another step back. And now we're back to saying so little. It's a shame, you had so much potential. Words only have meaning because they are spoken. You wouldn't be able to understand a single thing about your path, even to communicate it to yourself, without words and understanding. Theoretically, you could if you built cultivation on your own from the ground up, but I think we both know you aren't nearly that caliber of genius. You built your foundation on the shoulders of giants, learning from their words, and piecing together information from their languages, only to turn around and pretend as though you're distilling knowledge by keeping your tongue chained to the roof of your mouth. Ryu took another step forward and the young man took another step back. There was a shuddering in the latter's Tao heart that he couldn't understand. His Tao wasn't even built on words, and his philosophy of speaking so little wasn't even something that he held dear to his heart. It didn't make sense for Ryu to be able to just latch onto this and give him such hell for it. The worst part was that even if he could feel that something didn't make sense was happening, he had no ability to articulate it or even pull himself out of it. He was stuck and could only watch Ryu ramble nonsense and feel his heart being chipped away, piece by piece. You probably think you're the strongest lord in existence, no? Ryu suddenly asked. The young man froze, not sure how to answer this question. But then Ryu's aura plummeted, falling from lord to quasi-lord, and for some reason, he found himself taking a breath of relief. The moment he did, he knew that it was over. Not anymore, Ryu said calmly. He raised a finger and the head of the last young man exploded. Chapter 2237 Concentration. The current level of Ryu's Tao wasn't something that lords could fathom. Blurring the line between animate and inanimate was far more powerful than the words to describe it alone suggested. When facing an expert like the young man, he could even take a concept that the latter only vaguely held onto and make it as real as life itself in the target's body. The fact that the young man thought it alone was enough. By the time he realized that he should be guarding his mind against Ryu, it was already far too late. The thoughts had weaved their way too far into his brain. The irony was that it was precisely because Ryu was using words to do it that made it all the more impossible for the young man to extricate himself. He was stuck in a loop. On the one hand, he didn't believe his position that words were precious all that much. But because Ryu was constantly proving how precious words were with every step, he was actually forced into believing it because the facts were playing out right in front of him. But then that forced him to accept his position that words could be scarce all the more, only for Ryu to continue to use a flood of them to continue to attack his Tao heart. The cycle was vicious and endless, so unrelenting in its mind warping that the young man hadn't known which way was up and which way was down by the end of it. He only got to launch a single attack, and the rest of the way, it was as though he was walked down in a game of strategy. If this young man wasn't the most powerful lord in existence, he would have at least been top 5. And yet, he didn't even get a chance before his head was shattered to pieces. Maybe if they had managed to make it here before he formed his title, they might have had a small right to make him sweat. But now, impossible. Ryu was untouchable at even a quasi-step beneath Lord, let alone at the same cultivation level. He wasn't yet at the mountain peak he had been looking toward all his life. But he could feel that he was close. Right now, however, his thoughts were swirling with the words of the now dead young men. Xianxia. And once he left this battle, he would more than prove that. It was the pivotal word in Taidra's poem, but he hadn't expected for it to be her title. More accurately, he hadn't been paying attention to such a thing because he never linked the two. Were titles the secret to mortals becoming gods in a single bound? In that case, just how important was a title on that level if it was paired with someone that had already become a god through normal cultivation? What were titles anyway? Did he really understand them to begin with? Was it really just the ultimate application of fate? That seemed to be the correct answer, and yet still just half of it all at the same time. It was making him wonder just what he was missing here. Thoughts swirled in his mind until it all eventually drifted to Primus, late wife. He had learned that his great-grandmother was a human who became a god through the arts long ago. What he hadn't known was how she had died. Until this moment, it was almost certainly related to the heavenly court. Ryu had no love for Primus. He didn't care for the man at all. However, his great-grandmother was the matriarch of the family, the one that had given birth to his grandfather, the man that sired his own father. For him to find out that her death was at the hands of these people. A fire suddenly blazed in Ryu's eyes as he looked toward where the heavenly court doors had vanished. For Ailsa, he would already raze them to the ground. For them to ask him to hand over Taidra, if for no other reason than his ego, he would humiliate them down to the last man, woman, and child. To have killed his grandfather's mother. To be the reason his clan had likely suffered so much. To have jaded Primus to the point he forgot what it meant to be a patriarch, a man at the head of a household, a true Tatsuya. Ryu would show Primus what the Tatsuya name really should have represented. Scree. Silent Quibus finally broke free of the sword that pinned him to the ground, launching himself up at Ryu. Ryu looked over casually, the auras of the Griffin Prince and Qilin Prince suddenly flaring up as the fairy passed through them. He finally felt Silent Quibu's Tao clearly, and he could see now why he had taken such a risk to capture Nemesis of all creatures despite knowing how important he was to Ailsa. It seemed that everyone really wanted to piss him off today, but he was long past the point of calm and patience. Ryu's aura returned to the Lord Realm seamlessly as though he had never left it. To him, the battle against an enemy rarely, if ever, got harder after they brought out their Tao. It only got easier. Even so, this time, he brought out far more strength. He could feel the fatigue from what he had done with the Heavenly Court's gate earlier, and he felt that it was only about time he ended all of this. The cultivation of the Griffin Prince and Qilin Prince were stripped from them, pooling into Silent Quibu's body in a torrent. It was strong, violent, and ruthless in a way. It was no surprise, though, that someone like Silent Quibus would have a Tao no less grotesque and twisted. It was clear to Ryu at a glance that he had been after Nemesis' adept talent. But somehow, even in a state of mental confusion, Nemesis had been able to stall his cultivation to the point that Silent Quibus had never gotten the chance. The question, though, was why the adept body talent would be of any use for a fairy. Wild beasts had bodies that grew exponentially in size with their strength, often making them cumbersome to use and actually dispersed their power more than they should. Humanoids obviously didn't have the same problem. But that was when it became clear to Ryu that Silent Quibus wanted it not for his body, but rather his soul. Silent Quibus looked small enough, but behind him, if one had eyes like Ryu, one could see a sea of souls chained to him. Bad karma swirled like the nightmares of a child, endlessly black and twisted, latching onto his shadow and refusing to let go. He wanted to shrink that karma, not to get rid of it, but rather to concentrate it into a more powerful mass that could summon corpse poison with greater ease. It was a unique path to be sure, and maybe even one that could be said to be somewhat similar to Ryu's perfect black body, if it was the case that they were even remotely on the same path of cultivation. Skukker Ryu reached out a hand. Silent Quibu's arm practically screamed through the air, the laws of the world struggling to keep up. But, Pa, Ryu caught his wrist, the world falling into silence for a moment before all of Silent Quibu's momentum caused a wave of air to rush out in all directions. Even now, Ryu really couldn't decide. How could he kill this man? Somehow, even forcing him to undergo all the tortures he had forced on those before him wasn't enough. But now, he felt that he finally knew exactly what to do. You want to concentrate them? How about I help you? Ryu asked, his voice almost gentle. For some reason, even in that state, Silent Quibu's pupils trembled. Unfortunately for him, Ryu had already acted. Reaching up with his other hand, Ryu spoke oh so lightly once again. Lines of fate. The world turned into a sea of black, white, and gray lines in his eyes. There was a ripple as Ryu moved his wrist in a wave-like motion, his eyes sharpening. Making him suffer the same fate wasn't enough. He would replace Silent Quibu's past lives with those of those whose lives he had ruined. Then, he would make him undergo the same test the dream wraiths had forced him to withstand. That was a form of concentration, wasn't it? Chapter 2238 No. The scream that echoed was unlike anything those present had ever heard. Let alone those present, even those that weren't even watching the proceedings from a far-off distance felt their blood curdle, their souls feeling as though they were trying to claw out from their very bodies. It was pain incarnate, hardship and grotesque discomfort distilled into the purest of liquids and forced down their throats. As painful as the sound was to hear itself, one could only imagine what the person in question was suffering through. Ryu didn't just want Silent Quibus to suffer normally. That was too good for him. He didn't want him to experience the same things as his victims either, at least not in the normal sense. A man like this, towing the line between life and death, had long since come to terms with the fact that he would either reach the pinnacle of the world or one day suffer no less than all those that had died at his hands. It was something that all those of his cult had long since become comfortable with. They were ready for this sort of death. So how could Ryu give him what he wanted? The truth was that Silent Quibus had never loved Ailsa, at least not in the conventional way. What he wanted was the experience, the pleasure, of ripping a woman of her caliber down from her throne. He wanted to see what it would feel like to make her suffer, to make her moan, to make her feel true humiliation. He fantasized about it, allowed it to soak his spirit and calm his soul. It was something he thought about every day, and maybe to him, this was the pinnacle he chased. To want his wife alone was already more than enough of a sin for Ryu to make a man suffer the worst of fates. But for something like this, he couldn't forgive it so easily. So he erased everything that was Silent Quibus, replacing it with the lives of those he had ruined. Did this also shatter the paths of reincarnation of these people? Yes, but Ryu didn't give a damn. And, this was a fate that Silent Quibus had long severed for them. These shadows that followed him were none other than their souls. They would have never had such a chance to begin with unless Ryu released them. That said, judging by their reactions, the pain they had suffered, for a chance at revenge like this, they would give up everything they had. The level of suffering these people had to endure to produce corpse poison was beyond what the concept of humanity itself could withstand. Many of the things that Silent Quibus had done, simply couldn't be written about at all. But now, in their own way, through the use of Ryu's strength, they were earning their path to their own revenge. Every time one of Silent Quibu's past lives was erased, it was replaced with the life of one he had killed. He wasn't just suffering the pain of their bodies, he was feeling their humiliation, he was experiencing the breaking of their hearts, the shattering of their souls. But worst of all, again and again, he was brought to that very same tipping point he had brought them to. There was no way to shut it out. They had become his own experiences now. They were him, and he was them. He couldn't remain indifferent because they hadn't remained indifferent. He couldn't close off his emotions because he had made sure to tear theirs open. He couldn't withstand the torture because he had never failed to bring even the most prideful of people beyond the point of no return. Do you feel that? Ryu asked as though Silent Quibus could hear him at all. I wonder what will happen when your cult sees this method. They're probably watching right now, don't you think? Do you think they're feeling a little bit of fear for the first time in their lives? Ryu crouched to the balls of his feet, pulling the slobbering Silent Quibus up by his hair. Tears, snot, and pain warped his features. It was probably the most pathetic a sovereign had ever looked in the history of existence, much less one as talented as Silent Quibus. I'd honestly prefer not to see this face of yours, but I think my wife deserves to, and I think it's best the world see it too. You see, I'm not a man with a great amount of patience. Today will be the last chance any one of you have to kill me. Because after I leave here today, I'll be crossing from quasi-lord to true lordhood. You sent your best geniuses, they died. You sent a sovereign, look at him now. You sent a god, he hasn't even dared to attack despite my back being to him. The heavenly court themselves descended, and their little mighty tyke got slapped and sent back to his little corner of the world. Honestly, if I were you all, I'd be doing my very best to rush here with all my might and make certain that I don't take a single step out of here. Ryu grinned a fiendish grin. What do you think, Silent Quibus? Kill me? Oh, no, no, no. I can't do that. You still have a few billion more lives to go through. You're only on what, the dozenth or so. My, you really have quite some bad deeds on your hands. You really have no one to blame but yourself for all of this. Silent Quibus keeled over, vomiting up mouthfuls of black blood, but because Ryu was still holding up his head, it pooled over his jaw and down his body, the scent of sizzling blood filling the air. You're a grown man, I know you just experienced being an infant again, but some propriety, please. Me. Ace. Ryu smiled a smile that could only be described as devilishly handsome. No, I don't think I will. Chapter 2239. Obviously. I am stood in silence. He had almost lost his life just now, and yet it felt like just another normal day, or rather, what a normal day had been before he lost himself in the Ruin Master organization. He felt quite free, but looking at Ryu's back, he couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. This world, its waters ran deep. Had he lost to Ryu? Of course, and he would accept his loss wholeheartedly. But that didn't mean that there were certain truths that couldn't be ignored. Not only had he failed to take that step, he was also suppressed by the tidal steel. And now, he was being burned alive by karmic flames. Even if Ryu did nothing at all, he would die. Maybe he should have been mad that Ryu seemed to have forgotten that in his little soliloquy, but he wasn't. Right now, despite the pain ravaging his body, he truly felt at peace. And then Ryu looked back to him as though he had only just now remembered his existence. For a loser, you sure know how to smile. I am blinked, his eyes flickering down as though he was trying to see if he really was smiling or not. However, the twitch of his lip alone seemed enough to prove the fact to him. Eventually, he shook his head. I'm dead, does it matter? Says who? I know a useful summon when I see one. People die when I want them to die. They live when I want them to live. The world is really that simple. You are arrogant, as have always been. It seems to have not gotten you killed yet. Ryu let go of Silent Quibu's head and the latter slumped over, falling in a pool of his own vomit, snot, and tears. The beautiful thing about the body of such a powerful cultivator was that most of that would just keep being produced. Ryu raised his head to the skies and laughed as he stood. If they believed him to be arrogant before, he would only be more so. He wouldn't rest until this world knew what the title Ryu Tatsuya truly meant. Watched Ryu laugh calmly. Even now, he wasn't angry. Maybe after a certain point, it wasn't arrogance at all, just confidence, just a powerful understanding of self-worth and what he could accomplish. Yet, maybe because of his own strong Tao heart, felt the same way he had before Ryu laughed. The world was too big. Do you know who that nameless immortal god is? Asked. Ryu grinned. Does it matter? Only insofar as it makes you realize there are people in this world that you cannot beat. There've always been people that I cannot beat. The difference has been the same every time. The only gap between me and them is time. Even if that is technically true, when you face someone truly immortal, and doesn't know the meaning of a bottleneck or an end to their potential, and they likewise have endless time on you, how could you ever catch up? It was a despairing thought. In the history of existence, just how many geniuses had been born? There were simply bound to be some of them that could stand toe-to-toe with Ryu. He couldn't possibly be the one and only, right? Well, no, at some point, a talent was truly so broken that it could never be matched. Ryu seemed to fit that criteria to its very ends. However, if time was infinite, and yet there were existences that had experienced significant portions of it, then how could Ryu ever match up to them even if he had all the time in the world? If the gap was significant enough, then Ryu could spend trillions of years improving at the same pace and yet still feel like he wasn't catching up at all. However, a question that should have stumped Ryu only made him raise an eyebrow. Is that difficult? I don't need to be stronger than them to beat them. Are you under the impression that I'm as strong as you are? Was I as strong as any one of the geniuses I just killed? My body had been burned through with karmic flames, my talents were suppressed, my body could hardly produce as much power as a transcended sky god. Did you think I was as powerful as that ant when I slapped him? He couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. That's because if I want something done, even someone arrogant enough to title themselves almighty has to lower their head. I am silently listened to Ryu, his expression changing only the slightest bit. And if they're more powerful than even that, more powerful than someone who titles themselves almighty. Interesting, interesting. Some people don't care to be labeled at all. It was clear that I am was referring to someone specific. The nameless immortal god. There were truly people that didn't care to be titled at all, no matter how much the title still wanted it, no matter how much the world begged for it. They existed outside the scope of reality and the bounds of the laws. They were the mountain peak beyond the mountain peak, standing so tall and loftily above that even infinite time might never be enough to catch up with them. Does it make a difference? Ryu looked toward the title stele for the first time since his name was etched into it. He doesn't seem all that special at all. I am felt his heart tremble as though he would be smited just for hearing those words. But the punishment he was expecting to come didn't. And what if it did make a difference? I am kept pressing, as though he was looking for something other than blind confidence, something to believe in truly for the first time in his life, another path. Chapter 2240 I stand alone. I am couldn't remember ever being more stunned in his life. But then his eyes glowed. They glowed so fiercely that he thought they might burn even brighter than the karmic flames still licking at his body. Going back in time, it was the most ridiculous thing that he had ever heard. It was the one thing no one had ever been capable of, or so it seemed. There had been one other person capable of it, but rather than using it to cultivate like Ryu seemed to be suggesting, this person did it for no other reason than to bring his wives and parents back to his side, using up all his attempts on reincarnations until he got the perfect life. Even if one could go back in time, it would be impossible to do it more than once, and for that reason, every such person would only have a single chance. In the history of existence, there had only been one man, a man that did it so casually he didn't even care to describe how amazing his feat, a man who didn't care very much for explaining himself. If not for I am's dedication as a ruin master, slowly but surely unearthing the details of all 108 lives this man lived through since time immemorial, he wouldn't know of this feat either. It would have been impossible for him to know. It was this very ridiculous thing, this thing that only a single man had ever done before, that was precisely the answer I am wanted to hear. It was such an outlandish answer, a ridiculous stroke of fate that was nearly impossible to stumble upon by coincidence. Okay, I am eventually said. Ryu's grin slowly faded, his eyes focusing on the man before him. There was something about I am that seemed off. He knew more than he probably should about many things a man of his caliber shouldn't. To his very core, I am was a ruin master. Maybe more of a ruin master than Ryu ever claimed to be. I hope you survive, I am eventually said. I already told you, those who I want to live, live. Those that I want to die, die. Ryu's response sounded like he was speaking for himself, but in reality, he was speaking about I am. I believe you, I am said with a smile. What was this man trying to get at, exactly? What was he missing here? You were wrong about one thing, though, I am said with his smile still plastered all over his face. I didn't attack you not because I fear you. Much like yourself, I don't give up until the very end. My Tao is inferior to yours and cannot stand up to you. My Tao heart is inferior to yours and I've let it cloud over under the shadows of others for far too long. My talent is inferior to yours. Though that didn't seem to be the case initially, the gap between us now has been shrunk and then reversed because of your comprehension abilities. But the truth of the matter is that I've never been the most prideful in my Tao, nor my Tao heart, nor my talent, or my cultivation, nor even my comprehension abilities, per se. I was born to be a ruin master. It is my passion, and there's nothing I love more than it. I allowed my Tao heart to be clouded because this pursuit has always meant more to me than anything else. But don't you think that the world we live in right now is quite sick? I am spoke in riddles, his eyes looking off into the distance. There's so much beauty to be found in the past, but the heavens themselves, even, seem so enamored with what the future might bring, constantly pitting races against one another, forcing evolution and progression, and for what, exactly? Just because that is the natural order of things. Why don't you think about it and consider it? Ryu Tatsuya, you seek the pinnacle of the world, but aren't you just another pawn of the heavens, doing exactly what it is it wants you to do? Ryu didn't respond, still staring at I Am with a focused gaze as though he was looking for something, searching. No response. Odd, you are normally very talkative. I wonder if my words are making you ponder or not, or if you're just trying to use this opportunity to understand what's going on. I can only say that even with your intelligence, there are some things you cannot understand without experience. And that experience, unfortunately, takes time. Today, I think I've finally come to understand something. Existence is quite sick. Maybe at the start of all things, the constant pursuit of power and a new peak was the right way, but what about now? We've already reached the end of cultivation, but powerhouses that don't know what's good for themselves keep trying to break a glass ceiling that doesn't even exist. In the future, you'll probably be one of them, destroying everything that once was in pursuit of what can't be. At the very least, that nameless immortal god knows what it means to be content. But you are insatiable. You have everything, and yet always want for more. You don't just want for more, you think that you deserve it. Ryu continued to not respond as though his mind was still working in overdrive. It'll probably be any time now, I Am said calmly, still speaking as though nothing at all could faze him. The karmic flames continued to burn him through, and yet he hardly reacted to them at all. If you really did succeed in turning back time like that man did, it will happen soon. But unfortunately, you won't realize that killing me will only set into motion things that you cannot fathom. You may have reached the pinnacle of the world along with that nameless immortal god, but I will be the pinnacle of ruin mastery. I stand alone. I Am's voice trembled with its first signs of pride, a true pride anchored deep into his bones. Chapter 2241 Confirmation. Ryu didn't move. He didn't rush the man, he didn't even seem to be doing much other than thinking. The entire world disappeared to him as he thought through something. And then it happened. I Am grinned as though he felt it before it came. And then, a palm descended from the skies above, smashing him into a bloody pulp. I Am was no more. His body, soul, and even the karmic flames that had once been burning him to ash from the inside out were all gone. Ryu continued to stand there, staring at the palm that ripped through the platform. That aura, was that him? He certainly hadn't moved just now, but he could feel when something was himself and when it wasn't. Had that palm come from the future? Or the past? And, why? I Am's words all seemed to imply that Ryu would kill him for some reason or another, but Ryu himself had a hard time fathoming why it was that he would just fall into the schemes of someone else just because. Logically speaking, Ryu didn't have the strength to do what was just done now. So it didn't matter if the palm came from the past or the future. Regardless, to the current him, it was some time in the latter. That was because even if the palm was from the past, it could only mean that some future version of himself had decided that going backward was worth his while. Ryu himself already knew that he would go to the past at some point as well. He had already figured out the Zhu clan ancestor was him. What he didn't understand just yet was why he had done that or what forced him to. Part of him felt that the likely answer was to save his master. He owed that man who helped him so much at the early part of his journey a great deal, and there was his wife as well, Eska, whom he likewise felt that he owed a great deal to. Maybe not in the same way, but he definitely cared for Eska in a way that a husband could only love his wife. He wanted her to be happy. After she had given up so much for the sake of the Zhu clan, how could he allow their memory to just fade without a word? He definitely needed to do something, and much like he planned to help Surreal revive her clan, he planned to do the same for Eska. In the future, while the Tatsuya name would be the umbrella that brought them all together, he didn't mind those clans flourishing on their own either. Ryu had never had the ambition to be some clan leader or emperor. He cared little for such things and didn't feel like he had the temperament to be a good leader at all. He was too willful, too arrogant, and too self-reliant on his own strength. He didn't care for anything a clan, sect, or empire could give him. But if that was what his wives wanted, when he grew powerful enough to stand at the peak of the world, wouldn't it just be a matter of a wave of the hand for him? But it was precisely because of all of that that this made so little sense. Like he had said, whether this palm came from the past or the future, it was most definitely some later version of himself regardless. That meant that that version of himself should have some recollection of this conversation. All of this meant that he recalled this conversation, knew I Am's words, and yet still decided to do exactly what I Am wanted him to do. It seemed like something that he was far too arrogant to do. He would probably rather die than do something like that. Unless, Ryu's placid expression, steeped in thoughts and heavy contemplation, cracked into a chuckle. Knowing him, there was one thing that could lead to such an action. No, there were two. The first was that he knew of I Am's scheme, had figured it out, and couldn't be bothered to give a damn. It was happening now. The second was that I Am had pissed him off so much that he couldn't be bothered to care. In this latter case, he wouldn't care about the thoughts of anyone else. He wouldn't even care that he knew of I Am's scheme either, or that this was precisely what I Am wanted him to do. He would just act according to his heart and do things as he pleased. That certainly sounded like something he would do. The question was, which one was the truth? And why did I Am want to die in this way? Ryu's gaze slowly shifted until it landed on the title stele. At that moment, silently, and without even the slightest hint of a fluctuation, a new title was being etched into being. Ryu's smile slowly faded as he saw it manifest, his eyes blazing with a fiery light. In that case, that meant that he not only remembered this conversation with I Am, he had seen it happen in the future, and yet he had still ended up making this decision in the end. He knew that it would elevate I Am to a whole other level, and yet he had still made the choice. Ha! At that moment, Ryu exhaled a breath and then began to laugh so uproariously the skies quaked. It was a laughter that came from the depths of his belly, the sort of vibrant, joyful laughter that belied the curse of death that hung over his head right at this moment. That was because right then, he had confirmed something that had been nothing more than speculation to him before. Now he knew that it was certain, now he was confident that his previous deductions had been nothing short of correct. It was then that the title finally finished etching into reality, standing above even Ryu's own newly formed title at the very top. A title that was surely I Am's own, and no less peculiar than his cryptic words. Grand Ancestral Bloodline, Chapter 2242 Grand Ancestral Bloodlines. AN. Accidentally uploaded the wrong chapter for the last one. If you can't see the updated chapter and still see a chapter from another novel, then go to your settings in app to clear cache, then try again. That will fix it. Also, important author's note below, Ryu turned away from the title as though he didn't care for it at all. But the moment he saw it, he understood. Grand Ancestral Bloodlines, wasn't that something he used to hang his hat on? It was the name of the very bloodlines that coursed within them. But this title, it was both the same and very different. I Am had said it himself. His aim was different from Ryu's own. His goal was to be a ruined master of ages, to honor the past in ways that the future didn't seem capable of doing. And wasn't that exactly what grand ancestral bloodlines were? Homages to a past lineage, a culmination of history, pain, and suffering in the way that few other things could. Ryu had experienced it personally. Maybe many of the things that he had suffered through he would have never had to if his bloodline had been different, had he been too weak for the martial gods to target, or even deeper, had his great-grandfather not been Primus but a much more benevolent man. A bloodline represented a lineage. A grand ancestral bloodline represented the pinnacle of that. The word ancestral was chosen for a very good and important reason. It was, at the core of its being, a call to the ones that came before yourself and all the hardship they had gone through to build up your talent to what it was. The fate that bound it, that moved it, that decided much of the path of its descendants, these were all things that were decided long ago, but they also held within them a story. A story that I Am wanted to take and distill, to preserve in his own way. To embody that sort of title, just what did it mean? To completely and fully understand the history of the most powerful to ever exist, the strongest across time, immortal from the infancy of the world down to its very end. From the start, time and time again, the very same bloodlines rose to the top. They had their hands on everything, and there wasn't a single point in history that they hadn't influenced in some shape or fashion. It could be said that I Am was using this to tap into what he truly wanted, the secrets of history, the path to fixing the heavens and creating the world he wanted from the start. A world that understood what contentment was. Honestly speaking, he couldn't describe just how little he cared even if he had all the time in the world, even if he turned back the dial to return to the very birth of the universe itself. He didn't care. He was ecstatic. It was no wonder he had killed the bastard. He deserved it, but that much was fine. He would do it again, and again. And when the time came, he would sever his head and crush him to pulp for the second time. Taking on such a title and then pretending as though it made you mighty. Ryu couldn't help but laugh. Complaining about power, and then relying on power to establish your title. What a pathetic excuse for a man. He had thought that I am might be worth his summon. But now, even if I am appeared before him, bowing in deference, even with what was surely a huge upgrade in power, Ryu wouldn't even give him a second glance. That sort of man would be better off losing his head than continuing to stain the title of cultivator and man itself. It was about time he finished all of this. Ryu reached out, and the Griffin Prince and Qilin Prince both were restrained. Since he was here, he might as well take them as well. It wasn't as though Silent Quibus could control them anymore anyway. Even before suffering this endless torture, Silent Quibus had been consumed by his own heart demon too much to even begin to control them properly. Whether it was them or Shade, capturing them was as easy as flipping over a palm. All of a sudden, the geniuses of a generation seemed to have all died or been captured by Ryu. With slow steps, Ryu approached the martial gods that remained. Well, the three of them that did. Alina's mother, her father, and her little brother. All three of them were silent, corpses littered around them all. Blood that was both their own and not coated their bodies, but ultimately, it was clear that whatever arrogance they had once had was no longer there to be seen. What did we all learn today? Ryu asked as though speaking to school-aged children. He got no response, at least not from Salvador, who looked like he was out for murder, or Aurelia, who had an expression as frosty as snow. Instead, it was Baron who couldn't control himself and lunged. "I'll kill you." Ryu waved a hand, slapping the top of his head. The kid's face slammed into the ground below, only to feel Ryu's foot on the back of his head. It seems that we haven't learned anything at all. You know, when you're not punished properly, it seems only natural that you'd still be so arrogant. You're very lucky that my wife has a soft heart. You see, if I killed you, she would never complain because she knows you're kind very well. But that wouldn't stop her from feeling sad. At that point, what kind of husband would that make me? Ryu asked them as though he was really waiting for a response. So, at least for an annoying brat like you. Ryu reached a finger forward and the connection between Baron's Dantian and Meridians was severed. A shriek came from the young man as he practically deflated like a balloon. Who knows, maybe if you're on your best behavior, I might reattach it for you. But I wouldn't hold your breath. I'm quite good at reading people. Ryu kicked him away and gave his parents-in-law a glance before vanishing. When he appeared again, he was just on the other side of a barrier, staring at his wife. Ailsa looked as though she had just gone through a roller coaster of emotions. Tears stained her face, her hair was a mess, and her aura was nothing short of chaotic. Ryu smiled. "What are you crying for? Aren't I here?" Chapter 2243 Power. Ryu took a step forward and grabbed his wife's waist. Her walls seemed to break down as she started to sob uncomfortably, her tears staining his chest. "What's all the tears for? You really didn't believe in your husband." I'm sorry. These seemed to be the only coherent words that Ailsa could get out no matter how hard she tried. It was like the weight of the world was lodged in her throat, and regardless of how she tried, nothing seemed to be working properly. The more of Ryu's gentle touch she felt, the more walls seemed to break down, and one after another, years of repressed tears, sadness, and grievance came pouring out one after another. Maybe in the history of existence, no one had ever seen such a powerful Tao God cry. Even more shocking than that, no one had ever seen one cry in the arms of a quasi-lord. And yet, somehow, they found themselves feeling as though it was right or natural in some odd way that they couldn't describe even if they wanted to. Ryu forgot about the world and the danger around him, gently cupping his wife's cheek and kissing her pink lips. Ailsa melted, her tears falling in a silent rain as she puckered to meet his lips. But the quivering of those two soft budding rose petals was enough to make even the manliest of men's hearts break. She seemed more like a nervous schoolgirl trying to prepare for her first kiss, taken off guard and yet more than willing. When she finally felt Ryu's warmth mix with her own, it felt like something she had longed for so long had finally returned to her in a way that only felt natural. Ryu pulled back almost too soon for her. She chased after his lips again, but the gentle stroke of his thumb across her cheek awakened her to the fact that he wasn't escaping anywhere. He was right here. He had always been right here. He had always been her rock. She had just not been able to see him for a while. "Never apologize to me again," Ryu said sternly. Ailsa's eyes trembled, but then she softly nodded, nestling her head into his chest. She had the power to shatter the world with a casual palm, and yet right now she felt safer than she ever had before. Ryu swept his wife into his arms and then took a step high into the skies. Her fluttering dress did nothing to cool his momentum. With a casual sweep of his gaze, his eyes landed on Solara's grandfather. I won't be killing your granddaughter, that would be far too easy. So if you want, you can attack me now. I won't use her as a hostage. The old man's lips were still drizzling with blood. There was a fierceness in his eyes right now, especially every time he thought of his granddaughter. But no matter how hard that half of him pushed, he continued to stand in place. There was too much riding on this, too much at stake, too much they had all given up to be right here. Ryu sneered. I've always hated pathetic excuses for men like you the most. Recently, I've learned of why Primus acts the way he does, but I think that makes me want to kill him even more now than ever before. A man who's incapable of protecting all that is his is unworthy to be a man. I'll tell you all this very clearly, my women aren't the sort of people you can afford to offend, my Tatsuya clan isn't the sort of enemy you want to make, and I, Ryu Tatsuya, will stand at the peak of the martial world. I know that you're all already scrying the fates, trying to decide when I'll be most vulnerable for an attack. You've realized that my momentum is too strong right now, so you'll pivot, probably thinking to target my coming tribulation instead. Then you'll realize that won't be enough because it'll put you all in too much danger. You wouldn't want to come to a battlefield under my control again, now would you? So what will you do? Target the birth of my son instead? Yes, that sounds like something cowardly rats will do. Ryu's smile became wider and yet more dangerous. Dripping with a killing intent that made the skies heavy and the earth waver, he looked down from on high. You're all very welcome to come and try. I, however, am not Primus. I do not forget my blood. I do not have limits. I am Ryu Tatsuya. Ryu vanished from the spot, his title burning so bright on the steel that many seemed to forget that there was a title that now sat above it. The world fell into silence, but they all knew that there wasn't a single word that Ryu had said that would prove to be false. But they also knew that he had to die. What were all of these powers scrambling for? Wasn't it all the same thing the Phoenix Sky God wanted? Power. They all wanted to peek beyond that veil, to see what stood beyond Tao God, to strip themselves free of the floundering heavens that seemed to forsake everything else for the sake of progress, and yet seemingly refused to allow anyone to step beyond Tao God. It was what the Corpse Poison Cult wanted, it was what the Ruin Master Guild wanted, it was what the Heavenly Court wanted, it was what the martial gods wanted. And today, Ryu had displayed a talent that broke their minds, a comprehension ability that was beyond the realms of reason, a path that just might carry with it a chance for them to peek beyond what the heavens had in store for them. They had to have it. Once again, the world seemed to want the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils to fall to their palms. Maybe history just might repeat itself and the number one heavenly pupils would disappear for yet another era. Chapter 2244 Oddity. You are having a son? Ailsa asked softly. I am, Ryu smiled, looking down at his wife. Do you want to have a baby too? I wanted to have your firstborn. Ryu bent down and kissed her forehead. Inwardly, he was quite happy. If Ailsa was still holding on to her former arrogance, she would have never said this. Even if he could feel it from her thoughts, she would prefer to reveal it like that than speak it herself. Maybe this is a little punishment for being so disobedient. Ailsa pouted. You said I don't have to say sorry. Ryu laughed, kissing her lips this time. This was the Ailsa he remembered, this was his life partner. He much preferred her to be like this. You can still have my first daughter if you are fast enough. Fast enough, Ailsa scoffed. I am a cultist fairy, in case you've forgotten. How can they outtrace me? Ryu grinned and then told Ailsa everything about Hope and the pill she created. Pa, I don't need such a thing. I can do it on my own. Hurry up, take your clothes off. Ryu was speechless. I am not betting my wife here. Do you have any idea? Ailsa shattered Ryu's robes with a palm. Hey, let me at least. Ailsa waved a hand and an aura more solid than a world's boundaries took shape. Then, one army of elite Tao gods after another filled the skies. Each one was a woman at least in spirit, and their backs were turned to them, at least it should have been. But Ryu could only speechlessly watch as several of these summons peeked over their shoulders to check him out. Why did he feel like a bull on the chopping block? At some unknown point, Ailsa's clothes had vanished and he barely had the chance to take it in before all his blood rushed out of his brain. At that point, nothing was under his control anymore. Well, the sex itself was. As for the fact he was doing it or the fact he had many important things to consider right now, that was left to a mind he had long forgotten. It seemed that maybe he would be having 2 babies, knowing Ailsa and her power, she just might have a method of accelerating the process enough to come out on top. At that point, Ryu could only accept it. There was a part of his mind shaking itself about as it tried to figure out something extraordinarily important. He had given his son a realm heart. Now he would need to give this new child something of at least equivalent value or else his wife might kill him. Damn it. Don't run, Veridia, I know what you've done. A fire dragon with scales so dark they almost looked more black than crimson scaled across the skies. As he moved, the land crashed beneath him, not just due to the strength of his wings and their powerful flaps, but the crystal dragon being dragged across the land with him. To touch upon the taboos, you have quite some nerve. The growl filled the skies like fiery ire falling from the heavens. Runes spontaneously formed in a cascade of combustion, a rain falling down and pelting against the earth. Many generations from now, this land would still be one of soot and ash. Veridia, Selhaira's mother, raced across the earth. One of her wings had long been ripped off and she could only race forward on all fours as though she was some kind of dog. The humiliation in her heart made the fire dragon in her want to snap and roar. But it was the wife in her that held it back. That crystal dragon was none other than her husband, a man who had always been the gentle water to her unbridled chaos. And yet, it was her fault for getting him into such a situation. Selhaira's father wasn't nearly so weak. In fact, he should have been equal to Pyrothos. Some even believed that Pyrothos' title of undefeated wouldn't be nearly so certain if Selhaira's father wasn't so passive. Unfortunately, the crystal dragons, after descending to the 8th plane, had chosen to remain there and never showed signs of returning until now. Veridia was simply too tired of it all. She knew that what she had been doing was foolish, but she also knew that all Pyrothos did was find reasons to target them. And recently, things had gotten even worse. For some reason, Pyrothos wanted the Crystal Dragon clan to descend even further, retreating from the 8th plane to the 7th. None of them could explain exactly why that was, but it was the straw that broke the camel's back for Veridia. Who would have known that Pyrothos was waiting for this exact moment? Not only did he use her to lure her husband in once more, but her husband had also suffered a near-lethal blow because of her. Half of Veridia was absolutely furious with herself, and the other half was a raging fire dragon bloodline deep within her that wanted to expunge Pyrothos from the world. How could this coward be their representative? How could this despicable dragon be their leader? Her scales themselves seemed to spit fire, but she knew that if Pyrothos wasn't making a show of dragging her husband through mountains and rivers, she would have been caught long ago. The world warped and a flash of silver appeared in the skies. A spatial dragon appeared, his wings flaring out wide. But when Veridia sensed the aura of a mere sovereign, all of her hope vanished. For some reason, she had hoped to see Ryu, and yet he wasn't here either. Lucard looked toward Pyrothos, his words of challenge dying in his throat. What the hell was happening here? But then something clicked and he blinked. Ever since he entered the true martial world quadrant of space, he had felt that something was, just a little bit off. He couldn't quite place why that was until this very moment. Chapter 2245 Reverse Scale. Everyone knew that almost 100 years ago now, there was a change. Because of Ryu, the true martial world seal was undone and everyone suddenly experienced one shocking breakthrough after another. The end result of that was many geniuses popping up one after another. But, for those of the highest echelon who had already reached the pinnacle of their cultivation, improvement was hard to come by. Just because the world changed, didn't mean that everything else did too. But Lucard sensed something odd on the way here. Honestly speaking, he didn't care much for Pyrothos anymore. What once had been his lifelong goal was shredded up all thanks to Ryu. Ryu didn't even say anything, but after seeing a wider world with a taller ceiling, it seemed almost silly to just want to become the emperor of this one piece of land. He would much prefer to become emperor of all dragons. But then that idiot Ryu went and slaughtered the dragon prince. Lucard couldn't even go and have his fun there, and the dragon emperor was still far too much for him, so he had decided to come here to vent a bit instead when he felt the oddity. As for what that oddity was, taboo. They're trying to reverse something. Put back the seal maybe. Or they're trying to, things clicked into place one after another. It was no wonder why Pyrothos was chasing after Selhaira's father. Crystal dragons were the ancient beasts of order and structure, and what Pyrothos and his cronies wanted to do was worse than just disrupting a little bit of that structure. They basically wanted to overturn the state of things, taking the potential that should have been given to the young and handing it over to themselves instead. It was a sinister method and honestly, quite pathetic, Lucard said indifferently. He looked toward Pyrothos with disgust. Was this the dragon he had spent so much of his life chasing after? What good was your Tao heart? Pyrothos looked up, his eyes narrowing. His maw opened, lines of striking red gold running through the gaps in his scales as fire accumulated. Lucard didn't even move. An explosion sounded as Pyrothos released the ball of fire, only for his head to explode. A barely perceptible flicker reflected in the air. Weak, Lucard scoffed. The roar of a dragon echoed. Oh, you're still alive. Dragon soul, interesting. Lucard was about to act when a half-naked Ryu suddenly appeared. His hair was a mess and he smelled of women. A look of disdain colored the silver dragon's face, but his words were caught in his throat. Ryu looked absolutely pissed. Who the fuck do you think you are? A dragon soul manifested in the air. It was a natural talent that Ryu hadn't considered or seen in much depth. That was because it wasn't very strong in most dragons. The dragon soul was actually connected to the reverse scale of the dragon and had little to do with their actual soul. After all, beasts didn't have souls in the natural sense. But it functioned quite similarly to a soul nonetheless, thus the name. However, because of this, it was also very vulnerable. Cultivating only made the reverse scale all the more vulnerable to attack. But Pyrothos had clearly taken a very unique path, as expected of someone who had grown himself into such a legend. The undefeated looked like a brute whose strength was entirely concentrated into his body, when in reality this was nothing more than a fraction of his strength. He had concentrated over 90% of it into his reverse scale, tempering it with his blood and refining his bloodline. Now, he just needed a single push to ascend to a completely new level. This power, he was just ready to release it when Ryu appeared, grabbing out at the air with a hand. All of a sudden, all the control over space Lucard had was overturned. Ryu ripped his arm back and Pyrothos was ripped from his reverse scale, the illusory body of a beast so large it blotted out the skies appearing. And yet, Ryu only raised his arm and then smashed down. Pyrothos' roars were suffocated into a silence, the remains of his soul being treated like a rag doll. Ryu had only been spending time with his wives when he felt that something was wrong. A strand of Selhaira's karmic strings had turned black. Even without paying much attention, Ryu picked out on it in an instant and crossed an impossible distance to get here as quickly as possible. He didn't even register Lucard's appearance, nor did he care that the latter was practically locked in place under his aura. The gap between them had opened up so large that Ryu didn't even care to take him as a mount any longer. Despite the situation, Lucard could feel the disregard. It infuriated him, and yet, he was completely calm, the sneer of disdain on his face vanishing as he watched Ryu turn a Tao god with a legend that towered into the skies into a ragdoll. Every smash came without word of profanity, crushing the pride that Pyrothos had once held so dear to pieces. Ryu was truly livid. Even the true Dragon Emperor wouldn't dare casually target his women's family like this anymore. Who the fuck was Pyrothos to do so? He didn't even realize he was an ant at the bottom of the true martial world totem pole, but he wanted to piss him off. Pyrothos' dragon soul teetered on the edge of destruction, filled with so many cracks and crevices that a single strong gust of wind could shatter him to pieces. Ryu raised him up again before stopping. If he smashed down one more time, Pyrothos would certainly die. But that was too easy a death for him. With a glance, Ryu's eyes landed on Veridia and he waved a hand. Shoo! The dragon's soul pierced into his mother-in-law's reverse scale. Chapter 2246 Livid. Even after this, Ryu was still livid. Enough people here had watched what happened at the title steal to understand not to cross him. Even if they hadn't, they should have seen what happened before the title steal event with his tribulation for sure. It had to be remembered that the title steal event was for the true martial world in the first place. The section of existence it took place in, as a result, was very much close to them, although things were a bit off compared to what they would usually be. As such, even if the Tao gods here were weaker than the Tao gods across the universe, they should still have been able to watch what happened. Others might not know of his relationship with Selhaira, but Pyrothos would have most definitely been able to figure it out. And yet, he still acted like this. It wasn't just a slight, it was the ultimate form of disrespect. Ryu already realized that they had begun to target him. Did they think that he was someone so easy to deal with? What were they going to do next? Go after his parents, his master, Sacrum? Ryu's face suddenly became eerily calm, the fury that had been on it dissipating into the wind. That was the only word he said. He looked down at his mother and father-in-law, both of whom were in states that seemed at the very edge of death's door. Veridia opened her maw to say something, feeling a scorching heat within her, but Ryu shook his head. Don't say a single thing. You are my family. Veridia's pupils trembled. Quite frankly, she didn't know how she felt about her daughter marrying a human, much less a human with more than just one wife at that. But the words just now meant a lot. She had been about to lay down her pride to ask Ryu to help her husband. She knew about his embryonic chi as he had used it to help her. In fact, her strength had soared beyond Pyrothos directly as a result of that. If it hadn't been for the fact Pyrothos had attacked her while she was trying to establish her taboo method, maybe this battle would have gone very differently. But she also knew that the embryonic chi was incredibly precious. If not for the fact her husband was in such a life-and-death situation, she would have never shamelessly asked for such a thing. Then there was the way Ryu responded. The demeanor couldn't have been clearer. If he had to hold up the skies with a palm, that was exactly what he would do. With a wave of his hand, it wasn't just a droplet of embryonic chi that descended, it was two streaming rivers. Veridia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Take your time and cultivate. Take advantage of the changes to this land and re-establish your foundations. I know that dragons are prideful, and I can accept that. But no one touches my family. This revenge, I'll have it myself. Ryu was about to take a step to leave when Lucard finally spoke. What, are you just going to ignore me? Ryu didn't look back. I came across a friend not long ago that I didn't dare to look at because it would mean we would have to fight. Do you want to fight? Do you think I fear you? If I turn back now, you'll be leaving here a mount. You think I'd lose to a little lord like you? No, you'd lose to a little quasi-lord like me. Lucard bared his teeth and unleashed a roar. The skies shook and Ryu vanished. Appearing right above Lucard's head, Ryu stomped down a foot. Somehow it both felt like the world was collapsing, yet being constrained all at once. Solid, unmoving, contained control that transcended the heavens themselves. Lucard's head slammed into the ground, his skull almost flattening into a patty. However, to Ryu's surprise, he managed to vanish at the last moment. A gaping wound was left behind in the earth as though an abyss had opened up to swallow him whole. And then a shadow appeared above. Lucard spread his wings out wide, their span dwarfing hundreds of meters. Mighty and looming, blood trickling down in rivers from his scales, his eyes glowed with a silver menace. Ryu looked up in time to see a claw that carried the weight of a black hole slamming down toward him. Space bent, twisted, and warped around it until all light vanished, leaving nothing but dense streaks of blackness cutting across the air. He raised a hand. Ryu seemed to be swallowed up, a claw the size of a mountain falling onto him from overhead. And yet, the hole beneath him didn't grow any larger. He held up his arm above his head. Not bad, Ryu said lightly. With a flex of his arm, Ryu's torso rippled with strength. He grabbed onto Lucard's claw and spun him over his head. As though a ragdoll, he tossed him around again and again. Every boom should have shattered the plane itself, and yet it remained intact. One would have thought that it was a pair of transcendents fighting instead. This was control. Ryu let Lucard go. Have you had your fun yet? Ryu asked. He received a growl in response as Lucard tried to stand to his feet. You should have gone to the title steel. Maybe you'd have a better chance. I don't need such a thing. No, I didn't need such a thing. I only went to prove a point. You, however, are weak. You became a sovereign and this is all the strength you have. Lucard roared and lunged, but the result was just the same. All right, be obedient. Since you wanted this fight, I gave it to you. Now you have to pay the consequences for wasting time I could have spent killing. Come, I have heads to take. Ryu knew that Lucard wouldn't obey, but he also had no intention of going easy on him. If anything, this would only make Lucard feel more insulted. In that case, a blooming line of chains took shape, wrapping around Lucard's neck. Ryu pulled hard, snapping his head up. Chapter 2247 Taboo. The ocean stretched out beneath Ryu and Lucard. The disgruntled spatial dragon was completely silent, not saying a word. None of this was a joke to Lucard, but he had also not wanted to take a step back. Every fiber of his being wanted to win. Was it smart of him to fight Ryu? No, But cultivation wasn't always about being smart. Unfortunately, the result wasn't what he was expecting. The gap was even larger than what he expected. But the worst part wasn't the gap in strength, it was the fact Ryu had suffocated him in the path that he was the most confident in. And did it with ease. Here, Ryu said lightly. Lucard didn't say a word as he stopped. At this point, acting defiant wouldn't make him a strong warrior, it would make him a toddler throwing a tantrum. In the past when he and Ryu were on relatively equal footing, that was fine. But right now, his pride wouldn't allow even that. He was a better man, a better dragon than that. Ryu didn't say anything in response to Lucard's actions. Instead, he spoke out toward someone else entirely. Are you going to come out? Or am I going to have to force you out? Rolling waves spread as far as the eye could see. There wasn't a single soul in sight, and except for the sun beaming down from above, there didn't seem to be the presence of anything else. Okay, Ryu said lightly. We can do things that way too, I don't mind. Ryu raised a hand, but before it descended, the voice came. If I had known you would grow so far, I would have killed you back then. The voice came calm, but gravelly and textured in an uncomfortable sort of way. It was almost sticky at the same time, latching onto the soul and scraping across it with its gruffness. There are a lot of people who had tried to kill me in the past. The only one that ever succeeded was myself. Now, I don't want to repeat myself. Come out or die. The waters slowly parted and an old man that Ryu had actually never personally met appeared. This was the very same old man that was an ancestor of one of the many taboo methods that Ryu had mastered. Back when Ryu ended up stuck at the bottom of the ocean and used the opportunity to grasp infinity mist, this was precisely the old man that had appeared back then. Ryu hadn't seen him or sensed him back then. But now that he had control over fate of time, Ryu could easily go back through points of his life where there were odd influences or twists in his fate. These moments, these so-called forks in the road, were interesting things to study and understand, not just so that he had a perspective on just how lucky he had gotten many times before, but so that he could also better understand his own heart and journey forward. To Ryu, reaching Tao God was as easy as a snap of a finger. The moment he crossed Lord, he had known that this would be the case. Although there was a tribulation waiting for him at every turn moving forward, there was nothing the heavenly court or the heavens could send down now to threaten him. If anything, their attempts would just give him more to add to his army. His momentum forward was too strong. This was why Ryu had also known that the next chance they would have to force him onto another fork in the road moment would be his son's birth. But out of curiosity, he also went through the other forks in his life, slowly teasing them apart. This was actually the real reason he had yet to complete his breakthrough into sovereignty. He felt that there were more interesting things to pick out and he still had time. The more deeply he understood his own Tao heart, the more he could understand what had been triggered under his own power rather than that of others or luck itself, the stronger his control would become and thus the stronger his cultivation method. This man was one of those forks in the world, the ancestor of the Nine-Pillar Flame sect. Before the new changes to his body and the formation of 10 bone structures, this method was actually something that Ryu heavily relied upon. Unfortunately for the old man, after Ryu abandoned this method to create his own, the fate he had been using Ryu to accumulate crumbled and his chance to take advantage slipped away. The unbalanced art sect was in an even weaker position than that, because right from the beginning, Ryu stifled their attempt to take control of him. But there was something curious about all of this. These taboo powers, their origins were truly an oddity. If the true martial world was under the control of the martial gods all this time, how did the taboo powers fit into it all? Ryu had already figured it out when he went through this particularly fork in the road moment, he just hadn't cared enough to take action until they decided to be stupid enough to target his family. The taboo powers were obviously not taboo at all. They were the true powerhouses of this world, which meant that when the seal was undone and things were reverted, the true martial world went back to its original state. A state where the taboo actually thrived. The irony of it all was that the true martial world wasn't the true name of this world at all. This was the false martial world, a world where the laws of cultivation were bent and twisted unnaturally. This was the martial gods' real play at an attempt to break through the glass ceiling they felt the heavens had artificially placed on them. In the past, you spared me. I really should just let this lapse in judgment go. The eyes of the old man widened. Wait, but I don't think I will. The head of the old man exploded to pieces. In his last moments, his eyes had been open in shock. Wasn't Ryu supposed to spare him now that he had appeared? Chapter 2248 I see. You aren't going to question him? Lucard asked. What is there to question an ant about? Lucard snorted. He knew that by that answer Ryu already knew everything he needed to know. The only reason he hadn't taken action before was because he couldn't be bothered to. He was letting the martial gods do as they pleased. But they had certainly crossed his bottom line already. Maybe they realized they needed a different sort of edge, but all they had really done was piss him off more. That much was fine. He knew that there was no point in going to the martial god clan right now. The figures that he wanted to kill had almost certainly already disappeared, while those left behind were just ants not worth his time. In that case, he would kill to his heart's content. That was precisely what Ryu did. The hidden ancestors of the taboo sect, so secluded from the world for so long, were found by him one after another. Each one was ruthlessly slaughtered, shattered on the very spot. Lucard pinned a pair of twin older women to the ground, his claw enveloping them entirely. Ryu looked at them from above. These two should be the ancestors of the taboo path Eska and Eismine followed. But this didn't mean that he would spare them. Instead, he found them curious. Eska and Eismine's path was still unique compared to them as they truly shared one body. By comparison, the original taboo method was used best with twins like these two. Okay, you can kill them now, Ryu said after he finished observing something. Lucard's palm descended, and the whimpers of the women were snuffed out. What exactly is going on here? Lucard finally couldn't help himself. I'm being targeted. This is what you being targeted looks like. Yes, I didn't say they were doing a very good job. Then why does it feel like a bigger deal than what you're making of it? You're going to have to make up your mind, Ryu said in reply. Am I being targeted well or not? Both. This is what a bitter dragon sounds like, huh? Just you wait, Lucard said in a dark voice. Those I surpass never have a chance to catch up again, Ryu said calmly. Though Ryu was saying this, his mind was a bit absent-minded. The martial gods were using the taboo. The heavenly court was relying on titles. The phoenix sky god was relying on a clash of fae and ancient beast. The corpse poison cult was relying on exactly that, corpse poison. The ruin master guild was what? Relying on the fiends. Something about that wasn't adding up either. I see, it seems that I am's roots are deeper than I thought. When you were dealing with time, nothing moved linearly. Whether it was the martial gods, the heavenly court, the phoenix sky god, or the corpse poison cult, their methods were quite elaborate. The fiends seemed like the odd ones out. This sounded like a weird conclusion to come to. After all, wasn't the phoenix sky god also relying on another race? And what about the martial gods? They were relying on an even weaker world. What was weird about the fiends in this situation? For one, the phoenix sky god wasn't relying on other races. They were quite literally forcing the hands of the heavens to create continuous clashes between these two races across time and space. The martial gods weren't relying on a weaker world. This world was a pinnacle existence in, well, existence. It had just been suppressed. And it was also probably the only world in existence that naturally deviated from the path of the heavens. It might even represent a new path that the heavens were setting out, in fact. These things were not the same at all. The fiends by comparison were quite sloppy, and their plans had been thwarted by a single Ryu all too easily long before he had the strength or comprehension abilities he did now. However, if Ryu was correct, and Iam had also used time to his advantage to establish the Ruin Master Guild and then spread them, then, what reason could he have? The fiend race did represent a period of chaos, but it was deeper than that. The shrines. Ryu recalled the false shrines that the fiends were using. False, huh, so that's his target. Ryu's lip curled. If Iam's goal was as he said, then he wanted the world to stop constantly chasing after endless progression, to relax. There were few better ways to do this than to place the world into a state of chaos. While this sounded counterproductive, if the world was in a state of chaos, then there would be no progress to be had in the first place. But in chaos, there was the perfect opportunity for one thing. A reset. The fiends just might have been nothing more than a proof of concept. But those false shrines, they were perfect replicas of the shrines of Sacrum for a reason. It was curious. Sacrum and the false martial world were in the same region of existence. All things considered, they would be considered one world, one being the main world, and the other being an orbiter. It made Ryu curious. I see, so the martial gods were misled in this regard. It's no wonder the Ruin Master Guild had their hands in the Sacrum Pie back then as well. Ryu remembered clearly that he had to kill quite a few Ruin Master Guild members back then as well during what he thought would be his final battle against Sacrum. How had the false martial world come to be in the first place? In this world, didn't it seem only natural that Sacrum would become the main world? But what if Sacrum was suppressed on purpose, and then someone with quite deep and extensive knowledge about fiends manipulated things to allow a world that should have failed at step 1 to thrive? If not for the fact the Phoenix Sky God had also set their eyes on Sacrum, maybe I wouldn't have had to go through any of this trouble at all. In the end, everything pointed in one direction. Sacrum. It seemed his final battle would be in his home world. He wouldn't have it any other way. Ryu grinned, murder radiating deep in his eyes. He couldn't wait. Chapter 2249 Patriarch. Ryu stood in silence high in the skies. The ice shrine was beneath him, its cool winds lapping against his skin. On his face, all his rage seemed to have vanished as he smiled lightly. Soon. If I'm correct, then soon. It was rare for Ryu to doubt his own deductions like this, but this time, even he didn't dare to confirm it with any 100% certainty. The disappointment he would feel if he was incorrect wasn't something he was sure he could take. Not when his momentum was riding so high right now. So close. Ryu reached up to the skies, grabbing at the sun's rays. He could almost smell that mountain peak. Shrine Mountain trembled. Ryu finally looked down below him, his gaze returning to its calm. You've always been there, trying to tell me something. Do you want to tell me who left that human skin tome at some point? The mountain trembled again and Ryu's lip curled. Me, that really does sound like something I'd do. I bet I made it with the skin of the martial gods, didn't I? The mountain trembled again. Ryu's laughter filled the skies. Sometimes, he really could be a sadistic bastard. But who asked them to come after his family? They got what they deserved. They wanted to treat his Tatsuya clan like some experimental subject they could suppress and control as they pleased. Well, he would use them in his own research. What better template was there outside of the martial gods for the growth of corpse puppets? Their bloodlines were the most pliable, least reliant on fate that Ryu had ever seen, able to change and warp as they pleased. He had quite the good idea if he did say so himself. I guess it's about time. Breakthrough. Ryu said these words as though he was commanding the world to give him power. But more shocking than that was the fact the world actually responded. The glass ceiling blocking Ryu shattered to pieces, his cultivation skyrocketing from quasi-lord to lord. Plumes of energy flooded toward him from all directions, his body greedily swallowing up everything. His Tao heart directed everything, far more powerful than it had been the first time. His control had already dwarfed that of a Tao god, and somehow, it only seemed to be growing stronger. When he first began his cultivation journey, he cared for no one. To him, the only difference between himself and them was time. Ironically enough, time itself had borne that out. After all these years, these decades, this just over a century, he had reached that step. The shrines of Sacrum trembled and energies flooded into his body even faster. As though he was a bottomless well, he moved from lower lord to middle, and then from middle to higher, and then from higher to peak. While the commotion was raging around him, Ryu couldn't hear it at all. The only things echoing in his ears were a heartbeat, not one that was his own, but rather one that was of someone else. His son. The thought brought a smile to Ryu's face. His parents were off having their own adventures, enjoying the time together they hadn't been able to have before. He was sure that they would be targeted. But after he realized this, how could he allow it to happen so easily? He shrouded their fates, protecting them from detection from others. But this also meant they wouldn't know their grandchild was being born either. Such a thing was enough for a sinister smile to spread across Ryu's face. His fingers itched, his blood rolling through his veins. To deny his parents such an opportunity, they surely had quite the boldness. Ryu took a deep breath and yet another glass ceiling shattered. It was time, reaching Tao God, to deal with these people. He had no need to do such a thing. Sovereign was enough. The skies swirled, dark gold pooling. But it had hardly formed when an armored arm descended from above. Heaven's Empyrean. Ryu shook his head slowly. The strength gap here was truly enormous. Back then, a sentinel was the strongest he faced, and yet that sentinel was already enough to stand with the geniuses of the title steel on its own. The only reason Ryu had struggled so much with them was because he had been injured by the karmic flames. Otherwise, getting his title would have been a walk in the park. The gap between himself and the geniuses of this world had opened wider than anyone could fathom long ago. An Empyrean, aspirant, knight, vanguard, sentinel. This was already the limit of what Ryu had faced. But then, herald, warden, luminary. And only then would one finally reach Empyrean. And yet, it was the first that appeared for Ryu this time. Scram, I don't have time for this. Veins of black suddenly appeared across the enormous dark gold gauntlet falling from the skies. Like a cancer, it spread rapidly until the arm shattered to pieces. But then it continued, the tumor pulsing and crawling across the laws of the heavens and piercing into the depths. Ryu's black flames commandeered the tribulation clouds for themselves, and then Ryu opened his mouth wide and inhaled. A cyclone formed in the depths of his chest, his Tao heart pulsing with life and vitality. Ryu felt some resistance and his sinister grin became wider. I'm winning this time, bastard. Little Rock hovered high in the skies, his wings so large it cast shadows over an entire star system. There was a gentle look in his eyes as he looked down toward his son, and then back up to the skies. If Ryu had dared to look at Little Rock back then, he would have known what the problem was immediately, and why Little Rock had chosen to grow so large. On Little Rock's once majestic, gorgeous, almost mythical countenance, there was a pulsing cancer of black, one filled with endless pools of corruption. Corpse poison. So tell me, Rock Emperor. I'll ask you again, have you agreed to be my mount yet? A figure stood in the depths of the endless shadows of the world, wreathed in black. Little Rock recognized the aura all too well, though. It was too similar to his best friend in the world, his brother. But this wasn't his brother. It was a twisted mirror image. And yet, just the same, it was him. Ryu Tatsuya. But that wasn't all he went by. He had another name, Patriarch of the Corpse Poison Cult. Chapter 2250. Not. You are not my brother, Little Rock said calmly. Am I not? Ryu laughed. That's very hurtful, after all we've been through together. Little Rock didn't reply. I would rather you choose of your own volition. Just come here, I can take the corruption away from you so you won't have to deal with it anymore. Is there a need to be so stubborn even about this? I do not need your help. Your speed is less than a tenth of what it was at its peak because of your stubbornness. If the rest of the world heard this, it was hard to say just how they would react. Little Rock could already cross universes with a single flap of his wings. How was he less than a tenth as fast now? It was just functionally true that he had grown too large in an attempt to fight off the corrupt poison. The larger he was, the larger his pool of bloodline strength and the easier he could pull on the power of fate to fight it off. However, this had also caused him to grow past his optimal size. While he was truly impressively enormous now, it was all form over function. He knew that, and Ryu likely understood it even better than he did. You've let your desire for power corrupt you. And now, you're willing to do anything. And now because you refuse to allow your timeline to close, you're allowing the women you swore to protect with your life suffer. You are not my brother. The smile on Ryu's face didn't fade. Those are not my women. They've slept with another man, how could they be mine? Another man? You mean your younger self? I thought I wasn't your brother. Ryu blinked innocently. But now he and I are the same. I was just going with what my brother said. You're leading me astray, Little Rock. Little Rock fell into silence. Winning an argument with Ryu had never been possible. Even if he realized he was wrong, something he would never admit in the first place, he would still be capable of talking circles around you. There was really only one way. You know the answer in your heart. I have nothing to say to you. Either you kill me here, or you can forget about crossing over. Ryu's smile slowly faded. He stood there in silence, the calmness in his darkened gaze eerie enough to turn a man's blood cold. There was a flicker on his forehead, but then it slowly ebbed into a calm as well. If you mean that my existence is what allows I am to continue living, you are correct. Indeed, if I just killed myself now, all of that would come to an end. But do you know how frustrating it is, Little Rock, to have all the power in the world and yet be unable to do what you need to do? Because of my own arrogance, I already went back in time once. Unfortunately, I cannot do it a second time, and because of that, my chance to revive my grandparents was thwarted. So if I don't completely break through the shackles of the world this time, then I will never reach that true pinnacle. If you know that it's because of your own arrogance, then you shouldn't make the same mistake twice. Ryu's lip curled into a smile. You know that I'm a hypocrite. Little Rock's pupils constricted. Before he could react, a fist had blown a hole through his throat. The majestic Emperor Rock shook, his blood falling in sparking waves of lightning. When they return by my side, so too will you. Father. From down below, the Rock Prince awoke from his meditation, his chi becoming volatile. Ryu calmly raised a finger and pressed down. The wild fluctuations of the Rock Prince's chi calmed and his near cultivation deviation was undone in a single breath. It all flowed easily from one to the next, like every movement was as natural as the heavens themselves, and yet beyond it. It was something that transcended the state of a child of chaos or order. It was the fusion of the two in a shocking way. She would be so disappointed in you, Little Rock said softly as the last of his life faded away. And she would be more than allowed, Ryu replied calmly as he closed his eyes. My women are allowed to be as willful as they so please. With a flash, Ryu crossed the enormous body of Little Rock and vanished into the distance. The cries of the Rock Prince filled the skies, but he turned a blind eye to them all. Who would have known that when I was asking what Ryu would do if he didn't have enough time to catch up to an enemy? He was actually talking about Ryu himself. How could a younger version of Ryu ever possibly catch up to an older version of his very own self? It is time. It was a scene unlike anyone had ever seen. A sea of Tao gods as far as the eye could see, not a single one of them following the same cultivation system. These existences were those of fallen worlds, ones that didn't have any chance to reincarnate again due to the actions of the Phoenix Sky God. The one that had spoken was none other than Ryu's master, Fading Star. By her side, her estranged husband stood. But at the moment, they might as well have been the greatest of lovers. When they faced off against their own mortality together, how was there anything else that they could be? This time, they would be certain to wipe out the Phoenix Sky God for good and make them pay for everything they had done. There would be no greater opportunity than this. Inwardly, she felt guilty. She knew that this opportunity rode on the head of her disciple being in great danger. Because of Ryu, the fate of the heavens would be up for grabs, on a teetering edge. It had been a very long time since a battle of this scale took place, and it was only when the heavens were the most confused and contradicted that an existence on the level of the Phoenix Sky God could be taken down. This was their chance. Then I guess I will be joining as well. The voice was calm and came from nowhere at all, and yet everywhere at once. Had Ryu been there, he would have recognized this man immediately. Primus Tatsuya. He had become a Tao god. Chapter 2251 Willful. Ryu stood in the air in silence. An enormous gauntlet and a dangling severed arm hung from the grips of his fingers. The devastation of the tribulation hung all around him, but Ryu's robes were unblemished, his countenance unmoved. One would have never thought that he had just faced off against maybe the strongest tribulation any sovereign in all of existence had ever faced off against. I wonder, Ryu said softly, releasing his grip and allowing the gauntlet to fall from the skies. A weight as heavy as a mountain crashed down below, lifting up the earth and causing it to roll out in waves. Ryu took a breath and exhaled, his aura settling into the lower sovereign realm. A hand slowly raised to his forehead. Unfortunate. It still wasn't ready. He thought that his sovereign tribulation would certainly be enough, but it seemed that this eye had far more potential than he could fathom. The echo of a cry resonated in Ryu's ears and he took another breath. The cry was Hope's. He knew that her childbirth this time would be quite difficult. She was a woman who currently wasn't tied to a cycle of reincarnation, while her husband was someone who had come into a great amount of fate now. Giving birth to a child that had also been tempered by embryonic chi, and was also gifted a realm heart before their birth, only made things even more difficult. The heavens had to struggle to birth such a child, let alone Hope herself. He really hadn't made things easy on her, but ever since the matters that happened with Old Juan, they had been set down this path, unable to retreat. In order to save her back then, he had had no choice. But by the same token, while he could have made it easier on her by not pouring so many resources into their son, that was unacceptable to both of them. Ryu wouldn't allow his son to be born with anything but the best of the best, and Hope wouldn't be able to face him if she couldn't withstand at least this much. As husband and wife, they had enough of a mutual understanding to not even have had a conversation about this. But the fact Hope was upset when she thought Ryu was ignoring her and their son said all that needed to be said. There was a flash by Ryu's side and Surreal appeared. You succeeded, she said. Lightly. Was there ever a doubt? A little one, Surreal said with a sweet smile. Her edge seemed to have been almost completely ebbed away. At least it seemed like that for a moment, until she grabbed Ryu's arm. I want to fight too. Do you? Ryu asked almost absent-mindedly, looking off into the distance. It feels like you have a great weight. I can help. It's my weight to carry, Ryu said lightly. Surreal fell into silence, remembering what happened with Ailsa. She wasn't sure if that was the healthiest thing. Was there really someone that could reach their full potential without any help at all? Not even from their wives. She had wanted to step out and help so many times before, but that would have made her and Ryu's plan to slip past the heavenly court all the more difficult. One part of her loved being that little princess Ryu came to save as much as she didn't want to admit it. But there was the other part of her that thirsted after battle and blood as well, to hone her sword against the strongest opponents. She knew that if she insisted, Ryu would let her fight. But his mind state also wouldn't change. He would be the palm that held up the skies no matter what. But it was likewise because of this that Ryu's problem now was the very same problem of back then, the very same problem that Aika had said he had all those years ago. A Tao heart that was too rigid was easily broken. Unfortunately, you couldn't even say this to Ryu as true as it was. He was a man who had just used the breaking of his own Tao heart to make himself stronger. And it wasn't even the first time in his life that he had done it. Was he truly so fragile? No, it was more complicated than that. I think I love you, Surreal said softly. Ryu raised an eyebrow and looked toward his wife. And you only decided that just now. Stop. Surreal ripped one of her eyes out. Ryu was reaching for her wrist to stop her, but there was a slip in his concentration, no doubt triggered by Surreal taking advantage of his trust in her and his absent-mindedness. The eye slammed into his forehead. Ryu felt a portion of his skull shatter and then a great amount of power flooded through him. The sound of a boundary shattering to pieces echoed in Ryu's ears and he felt his third eye suddenly fully form. Surreal stood by his side with a smile on her face, one of her eyes closed as blood poured down one side of her cheek. Remember what you promised me, she said softly. If you don't get me revenge and give me a bunch of babies to raise up my clan, I will cut it off. Ryu stood in silence. There was a great amount of rage pulsing through him right now, but he didn't even know who to direct it toward. His wife, she was just trying to help him to the best of her abilities. Himself, but he felt that he was strong enough to do what needed to be done even without this aid. The world, the martial gods, why the hell weren't they here yet, then? Surreal could feel Ryu's fury, but she only softly rested her cheek against his shoulder. Not once did she think her husband would harm her, and that was because he never would. You said I could be as willful as I wanted. You better listen to your own words, she teased. Chapter 2252 Name. Ryu slowly shook his head. There was no way he would do anything to her, but he was feeling frustrated nonetheless. There's someone else who wants to see you, by the way, Surreal said. Wobbling Fairy, you knew already. I did know. She probably knows quite a bit about what's happening here. But I didn't ask her on purpose. So stubborn. There's no need to worry about these things. Just wipe the enemies out and the end result will be what's expected in the end. I don't think it'll be that simple. Ryu's lip curled a bit with his anger. It seems that lesson 2 wasn't enough. Is that so? Well, too bad you don't have time for lesson 3. Ryu was about to reply when he looked off into the distance instead. Inwardly, he shook his head. The fact that Surreal had sensed it before him, even with her eye missing, was its own problem. It seemed that they were doing everything they could to tie his fate-scrying abilities down. But it wouldn't be enough. She's coming now. You're not allowed to reject her. We've built a united front. Ryu didn't even get the chance to respond before Surreal vanished and Wobbling Fairy took her place. In a rare showing, this most peculiar wife of his wasn't drunk. Of all his women, even including Taedra, Wobbling Fairy was the most enigmatic. Even to this point, he didn't know her name, nor had he ever forced her to tell him either. He felt like he would have all the time in the world to allow this wife to truly warm up to him. He didn't expect her to have already opened up to him no matter how shameless he was. So long as she understood what it meant to be his wife, that was more than enough for him. But he also knew that she had a story that she hadn't told him about as well. There was a great amount of pain this little woman had to have undergone for her to choose a path of constant drunkenness to escape it. But the words she said surprised him. I hate you a lot, you know, she said softly. To go from one wife that confessed her undying love to him, and then hop right to another that said such a thing, gave even Ryu whiplash. He wasn't sure how to react to it all, and he could only stay silent. You might think it's because of what you've done to me, but it's what you are going to do to me. Though, I would hope you understand that you haven't treated me the best until this point as well. What I will do, you can't sense it because they've targeted everything on you. Plus, the fate that's always the hardest to scry is your own, because the mere act of doing it changes it too much. Ryu frowned. He had always been able to see his own fate star, even back when he couldn't cultivate. There's a difference between vaguely glancing at fate and delving into it in earnest. Don't talk for a moment. You're more handsome when you're silent. I prefer my men stoic and cold, you know. You talk too much nowadays. Ryu's lip curled and he chuckled in response, not minding it. You know that I have control over the energy of the world no one wants. What you probably don't understand about the way my methods and body works is that the absence of something that should be there is as good as evidence of that something. Do you understand? Just nod. No talking. Ryu nodded. If you had the cutout of a shape, it was as good as knowing what that shape was. Wobbling Fairy had a rare bodily constitution that Ryu had never seen before. She could absorb the impurities of the world to empower herself. The very same impurities that everyone else wanted to get rid of, she relished in, using it to strengthen herself. But what wasn't considered enough was what it meant for that energy to exist in the first place. The impurities of all things, it might even be an energy form that existed beyond essence, chaos chi, embryonic chi, and corpse poison. Because it existed in them all, capable of restraining them all. An energy like this had no real form. It could be anything it needed to be, take any shape or being. And if you were talented enough, you could use it to comprehend basically anything by process of elimination. All you had to do was reverse engineer things from their impurities. Whatever could impede them and restrain them, just do the opposite. As such, it wasn't a surprise in the slightest that Wobbling Fairy was capable of seeing through fate. What could have more impurities than the uncertain path of a person? Clearly, she had seen something in the future that she very much didn't like. But that made it more odd that she was still by his side. Why was that? Since you understand, you should know that I'm not just speaking for the sake of speaking. Your road ahead is probably impossible, and your stubbornness will lead to your downfall. Which will be a shame, because you are quite handsome when you're not yapping. Ryu raised an eyebrow. Was Wobbling Fairy always so straightforward? Or was that just what she had become without the heavy depression that hung over her all the time? Why did she seem happier? As much credit as he wanted to take for it, he knew that he couldn't. You wanted to know my name? Wobbling Fairy suddenly said, completely changing the subject as though she had no intention of explaining any further. Ryu nodded again. My name is Rose B. Tatsuya. Ryu interjected before he froze, his pupils constricting into pinholes as a realization overcame him. Rosé, why was that name itching at him so much? Then it hit him. You're Yana's life partner. The Black Rose. Chapter 2253. Nicely. The Black Rose. It was a spiritual herb of legend, and yet it was the one spiritual herb that could easily be missed. Lurking in nature, it was the most inconspicuous of all natural treasures at this level. Even Ryu's eyes might not be able to pick one out with ease. Ailsa had explained to Ryu long ago just what this spiritual herb was capable of. The moment you touched a black rose, you would die. It was impossible to deny its strength. At least this seemed to be the case. In reality, if the black rose didn't acknowledge you, even if you plucked it, it would just simply wilt away and reincarnate elsewhere without a care in the world. But should it, you would not only certainly die, but when you reincarnated, you would have all your memories, all your talents, all your abilities, and you would be given a gift of karmic luck the likes of which you couldn't fathom. This was the power of the black rose, a deathly thorn, and yet all the more strong for it. Normally, the black rose would use the life it had taken to fuel its next evolution, growing stronger during its next cycle. But with Yana, something odd had happened. Because they were life partners, the black rose ended up getting attached to Yana, and rather than using Yana's first life as Nuri to fuel its own growth, it acted completely unselfishly, completely fusing with Yana instead. Thanks to this, Yana was able to reincarnate, and control her reincarnation so that she was as close to Ryu as possible. But that used up all of the karmic luck the Black Rose had, and as such it didn't have enough left over to help Nuri, now Yana, to recover her memories. In the end, the woman that had once been Nuri faded away, replaced by Yana and her own memories. It was no wonder Rose hated Ryu so much. Her life partner had chosen someone else, and on top of that, the woman she had loved was gone to the stream of time. At least in part, but now there was a huge gap in the story. Between Yana's reincarnation and her reunion with Ryu, just what had happened that allowed the Black Rose to return? What happened to Yana in the stream of time, and why was Wobbling Fairy, or Rose, alone? Where was Yana, and why did it sound like Ryu did something in the future that infuriated her even more? But, I guess I can't hate you too much, Rose eventually said, smiling again. Since I've decided to tell you this, I'll accept whatever comes next. What you mean to say is that you have physical form now thanks to me, Ryu corrected. No one likes a smart ass. You and my Yana are nothing alike, you know, Ryu said with a grin. You don't know Yana, you just think you know her. The girl you know has always been shy and reserved around you because she owed your parents a great debt, and then she fell for you for some ungodly reason. She's always felt restrained because of that. You do know that it should be impossible for a life partner to fall in love with anyone else until they meet their soulmate, right? I guess I just break the mold, then. I've already told you that you're very lucky to have me as a husband. That's part of the problem, Rose said softly, looking away. They're almost here, you know, shouldn't you prepare? I am prepared, and because Surreal is a little too willful, I'm probably too prepared now. I'm worried it will be boring. Boring is the last thing it will be. You're underestimating the powers of existence too much. They haven't given me much reason to respect them in the first place. Rose snorted, starting to feel annoyed with this supposed husband of hers again. She yelped as she felt a pinch at her ass. What are you doing? I'm just trying to make sure I remember the feel, don't mind me too much. Humph. Rose pouted and turned away, shaking her head as she tried to stifle her laugh. Just tell me one thing, Ryu said as the skies began to change color. What's that? She's still alive, right? Rose fell into silence. I don't know. Ryu gave Rose a glance. That answer seemed to have more layers to it than it seemed. Almost like, the answer would be more dependent on him than anyone else. Is that so? In that case, she's alive. Rose blinked, looking up at Ryu involuntarily. She didn't know why those words filled her with so much reassurance despite the fact she had seen far more of the future than Ryu had. All things considered, there was simply no way it would be possible for Ryu to come out alive. And by that, her hidden meaning was just as complex as her answer to Ryu's questions. There were far more ways for a person to die than just waiting for their heart to stop beating. Maybe it would be precisely because one's heart was beating for something completely different that one would die. Rose knew of this feeling so very intimately. It was how she had lost Nuri, and maybe how she would lose Yana. Rose looked away. Maybe a husband isn't so bad, she mumbled. Her waist was swept into Ryu's arms, and before she could react, a kiss was stolen from her. Startled and blushing, the moment Ryu pulled away she wanted to find a place to bury her head. Ryu grinned. Maybe you are my Yana's life partner after all. Rose only buried her head further, still trying to find somewhere to hide. Go now, help Hope through this, I'm sure that along with Ailsa, she'll make it. I will, Rose replied softly. Just wait patiently, I'll only return with tidings of victory. Ryu looked up with the beauty in his arms as the skies shattered. It looked like hell was descending from above, one army of martial gods after another manifesting. Ryu shook his head, finding it ridiculous. What the hell is this supposed to be? Buzz off. He waved a hand and all the armies vanished, being forcefully teleported out of Sacrum. Now, enter again, this time more nicely. You startled my wife. Rose snorted with laughter, unable to hold it back. Chapter 2254 Promise. The martial gods froze, many of them not knowing what just happened. They were the best of the best, the strongest of the strongest. Since the start of their cultivation journeys, they couldn't remember having ever been forcefully teleported anywhere in their entire lifetimes, let alone so many of them at once by one man. It was just a casual move, an almost careless flick of his wrist. And yet the dynamic was set in stone. They were inferior, so far inferior that they didn't know how to describe it all in words. A cold shiver set into their hearts, all of the momentum their armies had crumbling to ash right before their eyes. You see that, Ryu said casually, your man isn't bad, don't you think? Rose only smiled and looked away. Okay, maybe she liked a man who could speak just a little bit more than she thought. But that didn't change the worry deep in her heart. It wasn't the numbers she was worried about. Ryu had infinite stamina and rejuvenation. So long as he had enough time, he could defeat enemies no matter their number. Plus, with the internal structure of his path of cultivation, he could protect those he cared about well. The main issue was that his inner world wasn't perfect yet. It wasn't prepared to take on the birth of a talent at the level of his son. Because of that, he had no choice but to allow hope to give birth under the effects of the shrines, and this made her more vulnerable than she already was. This would be a weakness his enemies could take advantage of. But, even that wasn't what Rose was worried about. As difficult as Hope's labor would be, it would be a short frame of time considering how long this battle could truly go on for. She didn't believe that Ryu would slip up during that time, not unless something forced him to. Something unexpected, something they couldn't quite account for. But even now, that hadn't appeared. "Return my granddaughter to me." A booming voice came down from above, an old man standing among three appearing high in the skies. He was wreathed in chains, a heavy mask of them wrapping around his arms and legs. They slithered out of his back like wings and rose from his head like horns. "He looks ridiculous, don't you think?" Ryu asked. Rose bit the inside of her cheek to stop herself from laughing. This was a serious situation. Couldn't he see that she was worried? "Hey," Ryu called out. "Can you tell me how you let this idiot become your leader? You have a crown on your head and you're not even number one in your own clan." Ryu's gaze was on the hegemonic bloodline ancestor, an old woman that looked like she might keel over any moment now. He didn't know her name, and though he could have scryed fate to find out, he honestly didn't really give a damn. There was a flare of rage in the old woman's eyes, but Ryu only shook his head. "I really don't get it. How can you be the hegemon of anything if you can't even keep your own house in order? What did you build your Tao on, exactly?" "Verona." The voice of Solara's grandfather clapped like thunder. The old woman suddenly snapped out of her anger, a cold sweat pouring down her back. She had been that close to her Tao heart-shattering. "Guard your hearts." Ryu's smile didn't fade as his gaze landed on the third of them. A divine wing, an ancestor of wife and her father to be sure. Once again, it was an old man with a foot in the grave. Their auras seemed so depleted and fleeting that he wouldn't be surprised if any one of them truly died right this moment. And yet, they dared to stand before him here and come to fight. They were obviously relying on something he didn't quite understand. Since they are useless in this battle, there is no need to keep the majority of them. The Divine Wing Ancestor said calmly. "Indeed," Verona replied. The chains of the Divine Chain Ancestor flared, the wings of the Divine Wing Ancestor spread, and the crown of the Divine Hegemon Ancestor glowed. Chains of blue steel cut through the air, piercing into the bodies of one martial god after another as the rest had their very essence pulled out of their orifices. Half of the martial gods were wiped out in a blink of an eye, their vitality pooling into the bodies of the three ancestors. At that moment, the skies trembled, the doors of the heavenly court appearing once again, but struggling against the binds of fate. "Verona, Xerxes, Merculi, you traitorous scum," a familiar voice came from above, booming with a furious might. But not only did fate hold it back, but so too did the chains that extended from Xerxes. The doors were sealed in place, locked in a limbo of time and space where it could neither advance nor retreat. "The title of Almighty should be mine," Xerxes said coldly. His aging lines faded one after another until he returned to the countenance of a middle-aged man, a streak of white in his hair being the only signs of his former weakness. Ryu watched this scene without a word. His smile was still there, but it seemed to only be growing more sinister. He pinched Rose's waist and then let her go with a light pat. An anger that had been buried deep in his heart was slowly manifesting itself right this moment. "You know, if all you had done was seal me as a mere infant, I would have still killed you all, but I wouldn't hate you. But not only did you seal me, you actually had the audacity to treat me as a casual bystander in your little war instead of your main target. And then, you went and killed my grandparents in that same little war. I made my grandmother a promise. Little Ryu, I only want you to promise this Empress one thing." Ryu looked up to the skies, his third eye opening in a blaze of blinding silver flames as white scales erupted across his body. His robes shattered, a chiseled physique causing the air to collapse and waver. "I'll kill every last one of you." Ryu vanished. Chapter 2255 Die. Verona appeared in Ryu's path, her fist descending like a comet. The energies of the world formed around her naturally, even the shrines themselves trembling beneath the might as though prepared to be ripped out of the control of Shrine Mountain. Ryu almost felt his arm collapse, but then, a thunderous echo came from his bone structure, his power doubling and countering Verona's might. Merculi flapped his wings hard, the energies redoubling around Verona as Xerxes quickly formed one hand sign after another, a dome of chains forming in the skies. They weren't just powerful, but they worked together seamlessly. The laws of the world bent to Verona. The energies of the world bowed to Mercury. And all of them were sealed under Xerxes' control. Fighting just one of them was a nightmare. Fighting three of them at once was like facing off against the heavens themselves. It was a good thing then, that Ryu was quite good at that. His eyes flashed, there was a pulse at his third eye, and Xerxes suddenly felt as though his chains were splintering off into reality, trying to latch onto the energies and laws of the world only to find that there weren't enough chains to cover them all. Rob the world of its color. There was another flash, and Mercury felt his own control over cheese and energies slip away at the same time, as though the world had no energy to speak of at all. A second echoing boom came from Ryu's arm, and Verona was forced a step back. Ryu took a step forward to meet her, a second fist colliding against a follow-up. She met it with her own attack, only to be forced back by a third echoing boom. Taken off guard, she couldn't react to the kick that landed a heel right at the center of her chest. Her ribcage bowed and whined, almost snapping on impact. Mercury reacted quickly, a saber appearing in his palms. He swung down, his body teleporting at the same time. Ryu saw through the fact it came from Xerxes' help. While the latter was still struggling to seal the region after Ryu had somehow forcefully expanded the space, he hadn't forgotten to partake in the battle itself. He might not be able to get things to work properly on the large scale he was looking to. But on this small scale, Ryu took a steady step back, his head tilting out of the way and avoiding his nose being severed at the stem. His palm slapped out, slamming against the back of Mercury's elbow. The wind crackled, but outside of this, it almost looked like an exchange between normal martial artists. Or, it would have, had the residual swing of Mercury's saber not cut the chaos plane in two. Verona recovered at the same instant, her crown glowing with a fiercer light. She slapped her palms together, her eyes opening wide as a pair of 8 trigram diagrams took shape. Ryu noticed it immediately. He had once used this method, it was a clever method. It was just that, he had outgrown it. A pair of 8 trigram diagrams appeared in Ryu's eyes as Verona screamed as her own burst into a rain of blood. Ryu rounded to Mercury's back in a seamless motion, the latter still suffering from the blow to his elbow. With a stomp, Ryu kicked at the back of his knees and the man's legs buckled. He fell to a knee in the skies, placing his head right in line with a descending claw from Ryu. The cry of a phoenix filled the skies. Ryu should have used Dragon Claw, he could have called down the might of the Dragon Clan and sought the approval of the heavens themselves. But instead, his claws were wrapped in the red-gold heavenly patterns of the Emperor Phoenix for no other reason than his grandmother. As though it was her hand extending across the bounds of space and time onto Mercury's head, the pride of a woman who had once been wed to the Tatsuya clan shone through. But that was because that was precisely what was happening. Space, time, fate, it all layered into one, and Ryu embodied everything his grandma Tatsuya had once been. Mercury's head exploded into a rain of blood, his soul snatched out from the ether and ripped to pieces. An ancestor of a generation, dead. Just like that, Verona shrieked. She might have been blinded, but she could still sense what was happening. Just not for long. Fate reversal. Verona almost stumbled as she felt her eyes forcefully heal outside of her control. Ryu pulled at the air, drawing a line across it. Rob the world of its color, was pulled into a blade and Xerxes vanished. The divine chain ancestor had been fighting against Ryu's domain for so long that the sudden release into freedom caused him to shift out of reality for a moment. As though playing a game of tug-of-war he unexpectedly won, he was sent flying far away, leaving no one at all to protect his allies. One died before he could do much of anything at all. This one would die before he could even think to get back. The fate that injured Verona and robbed the world of its color fused into one. Die, Ryu said calmly. He swiped an arm across the air. Verona saw every moment of it. The irony of her eyes being healed was that she witnessed every single bit of it herself. There was no escaping this moment. Suddenly, Ryu's words well and truly settled into her. Had they made a mistake by focusing more on the heavenly court than him? My love, Verona thought to herself, her mind struggling to reach towards Xerxes. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time, because no time passed at all between the swipe of Ryu's finger and her death. He made certain of that. Before him, even pining for a loved one wasn't allowed. It would make each one of them suffer as his Tatsuya clan had. Verona. Xerxes' infuriated roar shook the skies, but he only returned in time to watch her head fall from the skies, her soul snuffed out to ashes. Chapter 2256 Taboo. Are you very angry? Ryu asked, the same sinister smile still hanging from his face. I can say that you can't fathom my own rage. The clumps of flesh that had once been Verona's head drizzled out from Ryu's palms, his indifference only fueling Xerxes' fury all the more. Why don't I make you angrier and do the same thing to your granddaughter? How would that make you feel? Ryu took a step forward, and in the far-off distance, hundreds of martial gods were shattered beneath the might of his momentum alone. Power oozed out of Ryu in waves. Even after his breakthrough, he seemed to be only growing more powerful, his power stabilizing more as the pillars of his cultivation weaved into one. By building his chi realm cultivation on the perfect concept of control, his mental and body realms came along with it. The more used to it he became, the more they melded into a single path, seamlessly transitioning until there was hardly a difference between them at all. Ryu's fist clenched and he lifted it up. All at once, the blood in Verona's body was violently sucked dry, forming a large mass that fused with that of Mercury's blood. Leave them be, Xerxes roared. You seem to have lost your temper. Ryu said, tilting his head to the side. Could it be that you forgot the advice you gave to your little Verona? It would have been fine if Ryu didn't mention it. But once he had, it was like pouring gas onto a lit flame. Xerxes was, of course, smart enough to know that Ryu was using his Tao to manipulate him, to make him more angry than he should be, to dredge up emotions he had long since learned to cut away from himself. But did it matter? If Ryu's Tao was so easy to handle, then it wouldn't be maybe the most powerful Tao in existence currently, long before he even stepped into Tao God. Pointing out how much it was affecting Xerxes only made him fall deeper. Ryu grabbed at the blood, his bloodmancy pulsating. Crimson runes were drawn across the air, the essence of the divine wing bloodline being extricated. Alina's primordial yin thrummed within him, and the fate of the two resonated. Interesting, Ryu said calmly. Even now, you still haven't attacked. Haven't you controlled this space enough already? What are you waiting for? For me to fully integrate with this? For me to humiliate them more? Or could it be that you're waiting for backup? Ryu's head tilted slightly as he observed Xerxes. Blood flowed into the meridians of his wings, his aura continuing to rise. Xerxes' veins bulged across his forehead. Looking at the young man across from him, he couldn't understand just what sort of monster he was facing. Ryu wasn't just strong, he was improving at a breakneck pace right in front of him. Since this battle began, his strength had increased by at least another 10%. If that was adjusted for changes Ryu made to his battle approach to counter them specifically, it was closer to 20%. At this cultivation realm, it took thousands of years just to improve a fraction of a percentage. How could anyone improve this fast? Not 10%, 15%. Xerxes' heart trembled as Ryu finished snatching what he wanted to from Mercury's bloodline. He seamlessly stripped it of its fate, scried its strength, and incorporated it into his own meridians, shifting the formations within himself. This ability was granted to him after he stole the Diva Prince's wings, and naturally flowed down from the layering of his bone structures. His bone structures were the perfect mirrors of every element, with the balance of his ice jade crystal body, and the fate control of his boundless cosmos bone structure laying the foundation for everything. As his three realms of cultivation became closer to just one, it was like he could change his body as he pleased on a whim. It was only a matter of whether his comprehension could keep up or not. This ability, wasn't it just a natural reflection of the copying abilities of his perfect black body soul and his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation? Now, with his Tao heart and exceptional control, Ryu's body was akin to the perfect blank slate for him to do and act with as he pleased. Not only did he have the means to comprehend it all, he had the talent to take it, and then the embryonic chi he needed to rewrite the very foundations of what made him, him. So long as he saw something he liked, he took it. Xerxes realized right then that Ryu's words weren't arrogant at all. He really didn't take any of them seriously from the moment he manifested his title. He wasn't a cultivator. He wasn't a sovereign. He wasn't a genius. He was a Tatsuya. The Tatsuya, the power of a title that was so flexible, was a cultivation path that was also endlessly flexible. It was an irony of ironies. Everyone thought that he would break because his Tao heart was too brittle, when in the end he became the most malleable of them all. The rain of blood shattered, what remained of Verona and Mercury falling from the skies. Each droplet was endlessly valuable, worth more than entire worlds. And yet, because they didn't catch Ryu's attention, he simply shattered it all. Are you fully prepared now? The air had begun to tremble, sacrum swaying on its fulcrum as though the world itself was about to burst at the seams. Ryu only lightly tapped a foot, and harsh swaying stopped, at least in the region around him. His wife was currently giving birth. Who said the world was allowed to sway like this? The skies split open, and one heavenly knight after another fell from above, subtle hints of what were clearly divine chains wrapping around them. Ryu understood without much more than a glance. This was the true purpose of the martial gods' research into the taboo. The best way to control the heavens was by using power even it didn't understand. And right now, the martial gods were turning the power of sacrum against Ryu himself. No, not just the power of sacrum, the power of a world that should have taken the true martial world's place in his quadrant of existence. Cute, Ryu said indifferently, but I asked you to bring out everything you had. This is still not enough. A God's Brush, Chapter 2257. Odd. Hope did her best to hold back her screams of agony, but at some point, fading in and out of a dark unconsciousness, she had lost the ability to stop. She wasn't even sure if she was speaking coherent words, but there were certainly screams. Hoarse and visceral, they came from the depths of her soul. She shook her head and tears fell from her eyes, but she held on nonetheless. She didn't want her child to die, and she knew that if she couldn't push through, that was exactly what would happen. A birth shouldn't have been so difficult for a Tao god. The problem she was facing wasn't the normal pain a mortal woman might go through, but instead the heavy weight of the fate that came with it. It was her 7 corporeal souls and 3 incorporeal spirits that couldn't withstand the birth of this child, as that of her and Ryu's son had to pass through her to make it to the world. Her path of reincarnation had been severed, but now she was trying to give birth to a child with one that was fully intact. No matter how you looked at the problem, the heavens were entirely opposed to such a success, because just the act itself would forcefully pull Hope back onto a new path of reincarnation. Because of this, she wasn't just experiencing pain in a normal sense right now. Her soul itself was being torn to shreds and reconstructed. Ryu's wives, including a very pregnant Ailsa, were rushing around following the latter's orders to the greatest accuracy possible. One would think that with a literal river of embryonic chi at their disposal, this would be easy, given the strongest cultist fairy in existence being by their side, but only when they were in the thick of things did they realize that the birth of this child was something no less daunting and shocking than any one of Ryu's other feats. It should be impossible for Hope to give birth at all. And yet, every few moments, something seemed to revive her, causing her to fight harder. Ryu moved through the battlefield like a spectator. The aura of a child of order hung around him, and it was as though he and the heavenly knights were choreographing a dance of death, one where only they died and Ryu survived. Xerxes didn't know how to react to this. The child of order constitution was something that basically never appeared at all. But to use it to such a shocking level that it could read and predict the attacks of heavenly knights themselves. This was well and truly on another level entirely. Logically, it made sense. The child of order could sense order, and their body moved naturally to follow it. Translating that to using it to deal with heavenly knights that were formed from heaven's might itself only seemed natural. But that required a child of order state that was absolutely perfect, one that mirrored the heavens, the world you were mimicking without the slightest hint of a flaw. Even a Tao god shouldn't be capable of that. How could a sovereign be? Xerxes could feel it. Ryu could kill him whenever he wanted. But he wasn't. He was toying with him. And it wasn't just for revenge either. Every moment, he could sense a subtle pulse of something coming from Ryu's soul. He was communicating with something. At first, he didn't understand, and then it all settled in. Ryu was putting on a show. Not for him, nor the martial gods, but for his wife. He was showing her that he was sweeping aside his enemies with ease, that he would hold up the skies for her. All she had to do was focus on what she could control. He wouldn't allow anyone to interfere, and he wouldn't shed a single drop of his own blood doing it. Rage settled into Xerxes' heart again. Ryu's control was at a point that if he didn't want him to sense this, he could have easily hidden it. But he hadn't. It was once again another taunt. Who cared if he was angry? What could he do about it? At that moment, though, there was finally a slight change to Ryu's expression. It wasn't surprise, or fear, but instead a slight narrowing of his eyes. Something in fate had just shifted a considerable amount, and his fate star had also slowed unexpectedly, its rotation taking a hit. What happened? Ryu looked back, and the shrine seemed to be just fine. But there was a sigh that echoed through his ears, one filled with reluctance and sadness. For some reason, he couldn't recognize the voice as male or female. It was a vague pulse of something that itched at the back of his soul, reaching deep inside of him. The last time he had heard this voice, Ryu's pupils trembled and his head snapped back. Another army. He hadn't sensed this at all, but it wasn't like he wasn't expecting it. But this army, it wasn't the one he was waiting for. Ryu understood quickly. The reason he hadn't been able to sense these people was because they, too, had been severed from the path of reincarnation. They were the victims of the Phoenix Sky God, Hope's clan, her race, and his master. Ryu's pupils concentrated into pinholes, looking into the far-off distance until his eyes landed on the woman that had helped him a great deal. He had only acknowledged 2 masters in this lifetime, both of whom had had a profound impact on him. His first master he had a much closer relationship with, but he had always been grateful to Fading Star for helping him find Ailsa. But why were they here? And why? This army should have been coming to deal with him. Or was it the Phoenix Sky God? Was the Phoenix Sky God here? But that wasn't the main issue here at all. Why did they look like slaves? Ryu's head slowly tilted up until he saw the man he probably hated even more than Xerxes. Primus. Chapter 2258, Pathetic. Ryu stopped the fist of a heavenly knight with a palm, his gaze still high in the skies. It was rare that he was confused by something, and though Rose had warned him many times that there would be things outside of his control this time around, he still didn't quite believe it. Maybe it was his arrogance. No, it was precisely his arrogance. There was simply no getting around that. However, his arrogance came from a place of true confidence. He was a sovereign, toying with the strongest gods in all of existence. If there was anyone who deserved to be arrogant, it was him. But right now, Primus, as far as he understood it, was weak. He certainly didn't have the power to do this. Ryu trusted his eyes, and he had gazed upon this so-called great-grandfather of his several times before. There were a lot of things that could be fooled, but his eyes weren't one of them. Even if one wanted to say that he was simply weak back then, too weak to see through the likes of Primus, he would be accepting of it, if it wasn't for the fact that logic no longer applied to his eyes. It was hard to describe exactly what level Ryu had reached now, but if he wanted to turn back the clock and experience a memory in real time, he could do that. So long as he had experienced something, he could reconstruct it perfectly, fate, time, space, and all, without missing a single detail. That was to say that any and everything Ryu had ever experienced in his life was something that he could go back to with his current prowess and comprehension to see through again. It was impossible for anyone to pull the wool over his eyes. That was to say that either this Primus and the one he knew weren't the same person at all, or it was the case that the Primus he had come to know had undergone earth-shattering changes in what was effectively the same amount of time Ryu had. But the odd difference here was that Ryu was someone who had only been in the wider worlds of existence for a fragment of the time Primus had, while Primus himself had left the Tatsuya clan billions of years ago. Granted, maybe he had entered a different flow of time. But one had to remember that one of the reasons Ryu's spacetime soul nature was so valuable was because he was capable of using time warps without suffering under the effects of distorted laws that resulted from that. While it was theoretically possible that Primus could have achieved the same thing at some point, Ryu honestly didn't believe it, because he was looking at Primus right now. He would know time affinity when he saw one, and Primus didn't have such a thing. In fact, even the stamp of time, or the imprints that one would undergo as a result of time, weren't there. I see. You really are a pathetic excuse of a man. Ryu stared at Primus for a full 3 seconds before he understood what had happened. Primus had actually relied on his great-grandmother's primordial yin. It hadn't been long since Ryu deduced the secrets of his grandmother. From the actions of the heavenly court, he realized that she must have had a title they wanted, birthed from whatever mortal art she had taken to absolute perfection. The reason Ryu knew this was because they had come asking for Taedra, who had only just recently reached such a realm thanks to poetry. Though, granted, Taedra and Ryu's great-grandmother were on 2 completely different levels. On the one hand, Taedra was highly unlikely to have succeeded on her own. While Ryu couldn't guarantee she would fail, he had certainly sped up the process a great deal. On the other hand, as far as Ryu knew, his grandmother had done everything all on her own. This was almost certainly more valuable. That said, the tidbits that Taedra lost by having Ryu's help were greatly minimized just due to how clever Ryu's own usage of his Tao was. But that was a story for another time. What was important here was that the value of a primordial yin of a woman with a talent to forge a path to godhood all on her own was truly shocking. What was pathetic was that Primus had practically built his entire path on using it. Primus had a proclivity for using various races as experimental subjects. Ryu had witnessed it personally when he took a fire giant and dissected it while he was following him around. This never really made much sense to Ryu outside of speculation. He assumed that Primus was just doing his best to improve his fire affinity. But as Ryu grew in strength, he found Primus more and more pathetic. His improvement was slow, his comprehension was lacking, and as prideful as he was as a dragon, it manifested in the most pathetic of ways. Ultimately speaking, Primus was a talent, but he wasn't a talent on the level of Ryu, not by a long stretch. It was to the point that after all of this, Ryu didn't even think about it, considering his life and death something that he would decide on when he had some extra time on his hands. He wanted Primus to suffer for what he had done, but the man wasn't worth enough of his time to consume his thoughts. But now he knew what was going on. His great-grandmother had reached Tao God through the Tao of painting. All this time, Primus had been trying to distill the essence of flames through this very same Tao, but he lacked the talent to do it. But then Ryu continued to grow, his power accelerating, and because of this descendant of his actions, all the time Primus thought he had slipped away in an instant. And his only chance to revive his wife, the Phoenix Sky God, was about to be hunted down by the rest of the world while he didn't even have the strength to participate. So he did something truly disgusting. He fused with his own wife's primordial yin. Chapter 2259 Little Boy. Primus had lost much of the edge he had once had. He still had the same lofty, imposing frame, but it lacked all the substance. It was hard to tell if he was even truly a man anymore. He had the wide shoulders, but his aura was delicate. He had the fierce eyes, but his eyes were soft. He had the large hands, but his spear almost seemed to droop in his hands as though alluding to something else entirely. After the death of a wife, the primordial yin should surely dissipate. This didn't have to happen immediately, especially if there was a substantial distance, whether in space or time, but given how long it had been since Ryu's great-grandmother had fallen, it was only natural that it should have. This meant that all this time, Primus was using some sort of special method to keep it alive. On the face of it, this was commendable. Maybe he was hoping that there would be some sort of method to revive her through it alone, or maybe it could help someone that could pinpoint the location of her reincarnation, or wherever it was she might be. But after seeing this, Ryu was pretty sure that it was another reason entirely. He had kept it for no reason other than in case he would need to use it in this way, to fuel his ego and reach the level he thought he deserved to. Primus was someone that was endlessly prideful, but not prideful in the way Ryu thought a man should be. It was a disgusting, selfish sort of pride, the sort of pride that made a man stand by and watch idly as his entire family was massacred. When Ryu heard Primus' reasons for doing so, he had already decided in his heart that he would slaughter this man one day. He remembered it all vividly, and he remembered the helplessness on his grandfather's face. Patriarch Tatsuya was a man who was stoic to a fault. Even during his last moments with Ryu, he had always been like that. So sharp, so focused, so unbothered by the world. The cracks to his armor were more subtle than anyone could grasp, unless you have the number one ranked heavenly pupils in all of existence. When Ryu saw his grandfather, he saw a man who was holding onto his childhood's vision of his father, the man he thought Primus had always been, and yet watching the sandcastle sprinkle through his fingers, vanishing never to return. A memory lost entirely to time. His grandfather hadn't wanted to believe it. Such a reason for things just felt ridiculous on its face. Primus didn't want to act because he didn't want to bully the weak. Because he was too prideful to lift his finger against those he could easily kill. That was his reason. Ryu didn't even know how to wrap his head around it even today. Personally, he never really cared whether someone was weak or not. If they pissed him off, he killed them. By Primus logic, he should be letting the martial gods live. That twisted pride, that arrogance that bent one's will beyond reason, it was something that Ryu had always hated, something he hated more than his soul could even put into words. And now, seeing Primus like this, tainting the memory of his great-grandmother just for the chance to stand on this stage. Ryu's expression went completely placid. As though a stone-cold vision of the past and future fused onto the face of a man who could gaze into the birth of the world without the slightest hint of change to his expression, he stood there unmoving. The words Ryu had spoken not long ago still hung in the air. As though the words themselves were resonating with the heavens, they echoed continuously. But maybe that was precisely because they were. In a chilled of order state, even Ryu's breath synced with the world, let alone his words. Primus looked down from the skies above, his expression not changing. Ryu didn't expect it to. A man with that much pride in his bones didn't really care about the opinions of others, much like Ryu didn't care. Primus didn't care to explain himself, nor did Ryu care to explain his words either. Both were entirely indifferent to the thoughts running through the other's head. But the main difference was that one stood here under power that wasn't his own, a power he borrowed from his wife to take a step he simply couldn't fast enough. As for the other, he protected his wife to his back, his gaze unbothered as it faced off against the world. Ryu, you need to move. The voice of fading star echoed in the distance. Heavy chains painted from a brush of Primus' spear hung around her much like they did everyone else. Ryu's gaze slowly shifted from Primus to his master. She looked beaten, but there was a light of hope in her eyes. It was the look of a broken woman, one that was willing to give up anything if it meant getting revenge against the Phoenix Sky God. The world shook, and the figures that Ryu had actually been waiting for started appearing. They hadn't coordinated at all. It was just that they had all sensed the shift at the very same time. They didn't know why, but Ryu's fate was particularly volatile right now, hanging on by a thread. Even Ryu's enemies were confused, but the more this happened, the more Ryu was certain. This battle is mine. It's not yet time for a little boy like you to reach the pinnacle. That familiar voice echoed, ambiguous as though being stretched across the bounds of time. And then a figure appeared, rising up from the depths of sacrum as though they had always been there. The army ahead bristled. The Phoenix Sky God had finally appeared. Chapter 2260 Arrogant. The figure suddenly flashed in front of Ryu. He could see a sea of red-gold flames forming hair so long it formed its own river, what was left of the figure's form obscured by majestic wings imprinted with so many heavenly phoenix patterns they didn't seem like patterns at all. In fact, the only reason Ryu sensed the patterns at all was because of his eyes. In reality, these weren't wings at all, they were runes alone. The heavenly phoenix patterns were so densely packed that they had manifested into true, tangible form, creating the wings that the Phoenix Sky God used to stand high in the skies. Ryu watched the back of this figure calmly. He didn't seem very surprised about where they had come from, nor did he seem all too eager to block the path of the Phoenix Sky God either. He just stood there, observing as though he was thinking through something. Finally, though, when the Phoenix Sky God appeared, he understood where the volatility was coming from. The Phoenix Sky God was simply too important to his cultivation journey. If one could pinpoint one moment that changed his entire life, it was that night he stabbed himself through the heart. It was what had started all of this. It was also the moment his fate was the most volatile. If the Phoenix Sky God chose him, then he would have a chance to cultivate. If the Phoenix Sky God didn't choose him, then he would be dead. This pivotal moment, so easily glossed over after everything he had been through, was without a doubt the most important moment of his life. It was amusing. Back before he understood fate and its intricacies, he had thought hard about just how much the Phoenix Sky God was controlling him. He had avoided using their power for as long as possible, trying to carve out a path for himself that was separated just enough that when the day came that he would inevitably have to fight this person, he would be ready. But reality was amusing, and it was capable of making fools even of himself. He had thought too much of himself. Why was it that blacksmiths wanted their weapons in the hands of the strongest warriors? Why was it that masters wanted to pass down their legacies onto the best of students? Why did sects want disciples? And why did clans want geniuses? Wasn't it all a way to generate fate? You didn't just generate fate by accomplishing feats on your own, you could wield and control fate, gaining large sums of it on your own just by supporting the right person. It was a concept that Ryu had always known and understood, and yet he amusingly had ignored what was in plain sight. The Phoenix Sky God was almost single-handedly the reason he was the man he was today. They had never needed to place any other chains on him because this mere fact alone was enough to control his fate. The reason he was so vulnerable right now, why these people even had a chance to kill him, wasn't because he, himself, was vulnerable, but rather because they had a proxy through the Phoenix Sky God to deal with him. This, though, still didn't quite make much sense. The Phoenix Sky God was the strongest being in all of existence as far as Ryu knew. With them standing there, he could still feel it, a pressure that no one here could give him, not even Primus. This was a truly strong person, someone that stood beyond the Almighty, someone who was likely approaching the level of that so-called nameless immortal god that stood beyond the bounds of existence itself, forming their own utopia. So why would they be able to use them to get to him? Ryu's head tilted to the side. Your father. Is he? I am. The wings of the phoenix sky god vibrated, spreading out in a sparkling rain of gold. There was no answer, but Ryu didn't need one. He already knew that he was correct, and yet the leap in logic he had taken to get there was something that only he and the phoenix sky god understood. You will come with me, Primus said coldly. Your life and death will be decided on whether you succeed. Not all life can be saved, the phoenix sky god said lightly. How dare you? Radiant Star's chilling tone belied the chains that also looped around his body. You are not the arbitrator of life and death. Am I not? Then why have you all come to me? The phoenix sky god replied just as gently. Veins bulged across the handsome man's forehead. He had no refute, but how could he accept that the person who had cut off their cycle of reincarnation was speaking to them about the morality of controlling life and death? If you are not willing, then we will just capture you, Primus said indifferently, his gaze shifting over to Xerxes. Will you join, or will I have to force you to? Do you think that just because your great-grandson can suppress me, that you can too? With what? Those fake chains of yours? Primus hardly reacted. Open the heavenly gates. I know that this is the final trump card you have. Pathetic. Scheming worms like you all will always choose benefits in the end. No matter how many times you and the so-called Almighty have butted heads, he will stand on your side now. Xerxes' eyes narrowed. The phoenix sky god isn't so easy to deal with. These were the final words Primus said before looking away. Xerxes' jaw clenched. None of this had gone his way at all. Was there really no other choice but to split these benefits with the man he had run away from all those years ago? He squeezed his fists hard and made a decision. The heavenly gates had only just begun to tremble when Ryu finally moved for the first time since the phoenix sky god's appearance. His steps were light and unhurried as he rounded their figure, stepping to them so closely their noses would have likely touched had he not been so much taller. He reached a palm forward, pressing against their forehead and smoothing the long streak of flaming hair back. Then, he kissed their forehead gently. It seems you came back as arrogant as Ailsa did, Ryu smiled as he looked down into those familiar eyes, the eyes of his wife, Yana. Chapter 2261 What cost? Ryu's smile was light, his eyes gentle. It didn't really matter how Yana's face was obstructed or how he couldn't see her usual soft cheeks and delicate button nose. He knew his woman when he saw her. Just like he had realized that she and the phoenix sky god must be one and the same during the title steal event. This was precisely what he had figured out. It was just that he wasn't sure if he was correct. Time was a finicky thing, but the one truth that had seemed to always remain steadfast was that while it was possible to travel forward, going back was impossible. This was the understanding Ryu had always had, and it was also this understanding that had made him question the Zhu clan ancestors' existence. It didn't make any sense to him. But those details, they didn't mean much to him right now. Yana looked up at Ryu, hints of helplessness in her eyes. She had hoped that it wouldn't end like this, but it always did, didn't it? Why was he so smart? The Ryu she knew would just let his enemy fight. He wouldn't help just for the sake of helping, he didn't care about any of that. But she knew deep inside that maybe even that was optimistic. Even if he couldn't figure it out, he would want to defeat the phoenix sky god personally. Because of that, he would probably be ahead of her to kill off all these people first. In the end, whether he figured it out or not, the end result would be the same. Just like her father planned. I missed you, Ryu said softly. I looked everywhere for you, but it seems if a woman as powerful as you doesn't want to be found, she won't be. Is that so? Did you have fun hiding from your husband? Yana's pupils trembled. She hurriedly shook her head, but seemingly realizing that she was supposed to be the phoenix sky god right now, she suddenly stopped. She had long forgotten what it felt like to have this feeling. For some reason though, despite the power she held in her hands, she had always felt like this in front of Ryu. Even during his first life, when he was a frail mortal, when she was his greatest protection in the world, she had still not been able to stop those nervous butterflies. She was a prideful woman in her own right, but different women reacted differently to love. And she, well, she couldn't control her desire to melt to Ryu's every touch and word. The flames faded from her hair, her wings fluttering off into motes of complex runes. Soon, her long length of black hair had returned, those dark eyes that carried the depths of the universe shimmering with a lustrous light. Her lips slightly parted, but Ryu shook his head. There's no need to explain anything. I understand. Just the same as always, you've been my silent guardian angel. Thank you, Yana. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Every time, it was just the same. His pride was too great. It was the same reason he struck I am dead every time. The same reason he returned and killed Little Rock every time. The same reason he would stand before the world and say the same words he said every time. Ryu smiled. My wife can be as willful as she wants. So what if she destroyed a few worlds? So what if she cut off your path of cultivation? So what if she doesn't want to use her strength to help you? With a tilt of his head, Ryu looked back to the sea of experts, feeling his own fate twisting and turning in his chest. The assuredness that had once been there continuously slipped away. He knew that this wasn't because of Yana. It was because of I am. He had already pieced everything together. Going back in time was impossible. The only way to overcome the paradox that came with it was a control that superseded the laws of the heavens. However, there were ways to do that came with less repercussions than others. The nameless immortal god's method came with the least ripples. He put his life in the hands of luck and the husband, hoping that his natural aptitude would eventually win out. It took him 108 tries, but in the end, on his final attempt, he stood at the peak of the world again. Despite this being a method that came with the fewest ripples, these ripples came nonetheless. The world was bent and twisted, one direction pulling toward the nameless immortal god, and the other pulling toward the heavens. In the end, these bends in the laws were what triggered the creation of the first taboo world, a world which, for the first time, went against all the rules of the heavens. However, even then, this wasn't completely natural. There was another man messing with time at the same time. In fact, there were three. The first was Yana herself. Trapped in the stream of time, and wanting nothing more than to see her husband, she did everything she could to get back to his side, but the result was her pissing off all the powerhouses in existence. The second time, it was just Ryu. He faced off against these enemies of Yana, one powerful existence after another that wanted to take his wife's life, and he realized that he alone wasn't enough, so he went back, much like he had told I am. If he faced off against existences too powerful for him because he didn't have enough time, then he would just make his own time. The third time, it was I am. Or so it seemed. It had to be remembered that Ailsa, Yana, and the others had all fallen victim to a wormhole, an unexplained gap in existence that caused them all to slip backward in time. A wormhole that connected the past and present, all because Ryu couldn't control his temper and insisted on killing I am no matter what. That very black hole, the one Ailsa and Yana fell victim to, was the result of Ryu attacking through space and time to shatter I am to pieces. As for why Ryu was so completely and utterly infuriated, disregarding everything to do this, it was precisely because I am was Yana's father. From the very start, to him, his own daughter was nothing more than a pawn to reach this very moment. I am was dead, he wasn't coming back, he had given up his life for this. He lived on as his title, the name he had chosen to give to Ryu's story, because in the end, he knew that Ryu wouldn't be able to escape his own arrogance. So, things would end exactly as he expected. Ryu would go on a rampage, killing as he pleased. He would eventually hit a roadblock he was unable to push past, too weak to overcome all the powerhouses of existence. He would go back in time, searching for what he was missing to increase his strength until he completed his magnum opus, the reconstruction of his very own visualization in the image of his fate star, allowing him to control everything with perfection. And then the first thing he would do when he gained that power, was kill I am. Lost in this cycle, he would rush back to the future, only to find the present a tangled mess of fate even he didn't have the power to undo. Stuck in a paradox of his own making, and wrapped up too much in his own control to undo. The more powerful he was, the more impossible it was for him to win. He had reached the peak. But at what cost? Chapter 2262 Ungrateful. Ryu's smile didn't fade, caressing Yana's cheek lightly. You just stand here and look pretty. Ryu, Yana's words trailed off as she saw the look in Ryu's eye. She knew that look. It was the same one that made her melt every time. So confident, so imposing, so indifferent to the thoughts of others. To Ryu, it didn't matter how many iterations Yana had been through. He was more than smart enough to understand what was happening, and yet to him, those men weren't him. They had never been him. This Ryu, was the only one that mattered. The only one that would ever matter. When he got like this, she was entirely unable to resist. Even though she could help, even though she wanted to help, she took a step back. Hope needs your help, Ryu said softly. Yana's pupils trembled, and she lowered her head. Yes. Ryu lifted her chin up and gave her a soft kiss. A single tear rolled down her cheek, and then in a flash, she had vanished. Looking up, Ryu smiled. It seems my wife is quite powerful. Maybe that was the only slight hint of defiance Yana would ever show him. When it came to him, her heart was simply too soft. But just now, he couldn't even track her movements. A light chuckle came from Ryu's lips, and then he turned to face off against the world of cultivation. His eyes landed on them one by one, many of whom had fury written into their very bones. After all, he had killed far too many of their geniuses. Every single one of them had suffered at his hands one way or another. The armies chained by Primus formed one faction. The top-level worlds that had sent their geniuses to the tidal steel formed another. Finally, there was Xerxes, who was by his lonesome. Or rather, he might as well have been, because Ryu completely dismissed the martial gods that remained as ants. I can't believe you, Fading Star said softly, her head lowered. It didn't take much for Ryu to understand her fury. He had married Hope, she would be giving birth to his firstborn, and yet he was protecting the woman who had all but destroyed her race and most certainly had wiped her world from existence. The only reason Hope was even suffering so much in childbirth now was because her path of reincarnation was cut off, and whose fault was that if not Yana's? True, you can put all the blame on me. It's my fault for burdening my wives in this way. Your anger, Ryu spread his arms wide, his fists clenching. The world shook, and the shrines sang. One swirl of energy after another pooled forth until they formed great sword staffs so long they eclipsed the 3-meter lengths of his wings. I'll take however much of it you can form. A wild grin spread across Ryu's face as he took a step forward. He had made himself clear already. His wives could be as willful as they wanted. For the sake of seeing him again, for the sake of helping him to survive, Yana had angered the world. He was nothing if not a man of his word. Not a single person here would be able to make his wife lift up a single finger. The slit on Ryu's forehead split open once again, an eye that carried the vicissitudes of life and the depths of the universe opening up. A formation seemed to form between his 3 pupils, and the world fell into a pool of black, white, and gray, a shuddering might descending over them all. A single man against an army of the strongest, and yet he didn't feel the slightest hint of daunt. Shoo! A single swipe of Ryu's sword shattered a legion. Swarms of Tao gods, the likes of which had ruled over their own corners, couldn't withstand a single blow. It was a strike of sheer audacity, of uncaring arrogance. It didn't matter to him that Primus looked on from above, that Xerxes held a plaque in his hands that could call down the heavenly court at any moment, that the master who had once impressed him enough for him to kneel before her was here. None of it mattered. A roar pealed through the skies. The Dragon Empire, and more specifically, the Dragon Emperor himself, seemed to have completely lost his patience with the grand display. He was akin to a wall of gold, his body formed of scales more reflective and beautiful than any series of gold coins. Even out of the corner of his eye, Ryu felt nothing more than disgust looking at this man. Say what you want about Pyrothos, but at least he looked like a true dragon, a beast littered with scars and battle wounds. You are the last person who should be calling someone else too pretty. A sneering voice echoed in Ryu's ears. I don't remember giving you access to my mind so that you could waste time with your little jeers. Shut up and let me out. I feel like battling more. We had a deal. The dragons are mine. Ryu's lip curled into a sneer, but he released Lucard nonetheless. By now, he could have released his entire army, but he didn't do so. Not yet, and not now. Instead, he seemed to be waiting for something. Something that, a pair of palms blocked Ryu's way, a rotating energy pulling from Fading Star and pushing from Radiant Star fusing together to cast shadows over the world itself while simultaneously becoming the only beacons of light that mattered in the slightest. Ryu rotated his great sword staffs, his Eternal Dawn and Dark Moon Veil bone structures activating at once in opposite directions. He met Fading Star with light and Radiant Star with darkness. It was like he had found their weaknesses in the single blink of an eye and countered in ways that only he had the versatility to do this. They'll call me ungrateful, but unfortunately, you really shouldn't have attacked me. The Tao God couple had their souls severed, their heads falling from their shoulders. Chapter 2263 Undefeatable. Ryu moved like a ghost, not even looking toward Lucard and the dragons at all. He hadn't just allowed Lucard to fuse into his mind, taking advantage of the master-beast connection. But he had also done so for all of his beasts and summons. There was no time for him to calmly allow them to increase their strengths. The only way forward was by taking drastic measures. Well, maybe they would be drastic measures for others. But for Ryu, taking on the computational comprehension for thousands of geniuses at once was as easy as flipping a palm over, especially since he understood their paths already even more intimately than they did. Lucard's roar filled the skies, and he clashed against the Golden Dragon Emperor. Their claws slammed into one another before the collision of their chests shattered space into a swirling black hole between them. However, this black hole only formed for the briefest of instances before even it was suffocated by their pressure. The long necks of the two arrogant dragons reeled back, their maws opening while breaths of space and metal took shape. Swirling silvers and blacks crackled almost akin to lightning within Lucard's jaw, his scales rippling and the worlds hidden within them sinking into a unique rhythm as his throat expanded and his chest pulsed like the echo of a booming cannon. The Dragon Emperor was furious that his path had been blocked from his son's killer to begin with. The echoes of swords, sabers, and spears came from deep within its own maw. Like a storm of blades, they twisted and bent reality before its own booming cadence came from its chest. The dragon breaths of the two were separated by hundreds of meters, but this was only due to their size. If they had been scaled down to the level of a human, it would have looked as though they were barely a half-foot from one another's faces, unleashing attacks that could level worlds and shatter reality at point-blank range. Ryu didn't even look up to see the result. There was a fluidity to his actions that melded into the heavens themselves, his movements so seamless that he seemed to reap a life with every casual step he took. Flowing and yet sharp, smooth and yet sudden. One would think that predicting his next action should have been easy with how his body moved so naturally. And yet, every time they found themselves using their years of experience to try and get ahead of his actions, the result was much the same. One death after another, one severed head and torn limb, one punctured heart after crushed skull. Ryu was absolutely ruthless, his great sword staffs becoming akin to reaper scythes in the air. Blood flowed in mysterious patterns, forming magic circles and formations in the skies that mimicked the paths of the Tao gods that he killed. Using his dead master's path, Ryu tapped into bloodmancy again. He asserted his will onto them, imposing control over their paths, taking from them what he could understand. Every time he killed someone, he stripped them of something he could incorporate into his own strength, amplifying his own power to the next level. But that was far from what he did alone. Not only did he take their strength to incorporate into himself, but the added understanding of their paths made dealing with the others of their race far easier as well. The lines of fate that etched across the skies became clearer in Ryu's eyes. He went from seeing 3 steps ahead to 4, and then from 4 to 5. By the time he had killed enough of a race, it was like he could see through the entire sequence of a battle before it even happened. Peeking into the future through fate was something lines of fate could always do. It was one of the very first abilities of his eyes that Ryu had unlocked. The problem was that in the past, it was too limited. Unless he had a strong fate connection with the target he was fighting, or if he fought them for long enough, he would never be able to see too far into the future and the probabilities would become muddled. But now, Ryu's paths had all synced enough that he could take matters into his own hands. Finally, he was feeling the effects of what it was like to have all of his paths working in unison. Who needed to have fate with his target when he could just create the fate link between them? If he didn't have the time to use his bloodmancy to reverse engineer that fate, then he would just kill them directly and then use fate reversal to bring them back to life. And then kill them again. If he couldn't be bothered to waste the focus chi on using fate reversal on an unworthy opponent, then he would just use death acupoint with his new spacetime mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, layering their death acupoints into the future to see exactly how their deaths could be mapped out. If he couldn't be bothered to do even that, then he could just directly crush and overwhelm them with strength, squashing them like bugs beneath his feet. Fighting against Ryu now truly felt like battling it out against a god. Fate, time, and space swirled in the palms of his hands as though returning to their father. His third perspective hung high in the air, lines of fate fusing along with it. He saw through not only all of their methods, all of their cultivations, all of their fates, but even what they would be in the future. And yet, despite using all of these abilities, all of these world-shattering powers, He showed not the slightest hint of fatigue. He was like a bottomless, unfathomable well, a mighty towering tempest of unmovable power. Undefeatable. He was Ryu Tatsuya. A spear descended from above, a swirling might of flames and the roar of a fire dragon echoing as Primus stepped in. Chapter 2264 Trash. Trash. Ryu's voice echoed with cold indifference. With a squeeze of his palms, his great sword staffs vanished. As though to prove a point, he reached out with nothing more than his empty palm, echoing booms already coming from his bones as his 9-revolution skybreaker bone structure came to life. The air around his arm shattered, his robe sleeves billowing in the wind with a shuddering momentum. Before the spear had even reached him, it had slowed down considerably. And by the time it was about to rest in his palms, it was practically a crawl compared to what it had been before. He swallowed hard, trying to control the changes to his body. But he inevitably spit out a mouthful of blood nonetheless. Ryu grabbed it out of the air, pivoted a foot, and slammed a palm forward. His hand landed perfectly on Primus' chest, his cold, indifferent, mercury-like eyes dripping with callousness. Primus's ribs bent and bowed, but his bone structure remained solid. He was a fire dragon after all, and he was probably at least partially responsible for the tyrannical emperor bone structure that Ryu's father and his grandfather before him were born with. But Ryu was indifferent to it all. All the effort and trouble he had to go through with the others, all the power he poured in to connect their fates and understand their paths. He didn't need to do any of that with Primus. He might have been more durable, but what chance did he stand? Did you think that you stepping in now would make a difference? Who do you think you are, exactly? Ryu's wrist twisted just the slightest bit the instant his palm reached its deepest connection with Primus' chest. A seventh echo sounded. Primus was sent flying backward, his heels skidding across the limits of space as he tried to stop himself. By the time he finally managed to, he had been sent flying thousands of kilometers away. Not bad, you didn't explode into a bloody mist, Ryu said indifferently. With a raise of his arm, Ryu's greatsword staff appeared again. Tatsuya Judgment. The howl of a sword filled the skies. Ryu had activated a god's brush long ago, turning the world into a complete scene of black and white. But since then, he hadn't actually activated any of its attacks. Right this moment, though, with the sword arc of Tatsuya Judgment gliding through the skies, it looked like the world had finally regained a hint of color again. The problem for Primus was that this color came from Ryu's strike and Ryu's strike alone. Ryu himself didn't even look to see how it would end. He didn't want Primus to die so easily, not just yet. This man had to suffer in the worst ways. Flashes of feathers surrounded Ryu and he found himself enveloped by a formation of devas. With a sweep of his eyes, he picked out 2 of them in the sea of wings, holiness, and devilish might. He could tell with a glance that these 2 were actually a certain diva woman's parents. Ryu shook his head. It seemed that today, he would just have to butcher, and butcher, and butcher until they realized that there was no path forward but death if they wanted to oppose him. He let out a roar before they could even begin their chant, their words almost being forced back into their throats beneath Dragon's roar. A chain fell from the skies and Ryu's voice was sealed for the moment. Xerxes took the opportunity to attack, slipping in from above to crush Ryu's momentum. As though released from the pressure of a mountain, the chant of the devas returned, their voices melding into a beautiful melody. Young Mistress Knightley's mother pulled out a lyre, her slender fingers plucking across its strings in a delicate cadence. The rhythm filled the air and the laws of the world moved in unison. Xerxes had already done his job and explosively retreated. He had fought Ryu once before and he simply had no intention of trusting the devas to protect his life in this sort of situation. In his once free palm, he still held a badge, hesitating again and again. He teetered on that edge of listening to Primus' words and still trying to do the rest of it all on his own. But he simply couldn't find it in himself to make a decision. Pa, 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 flowers of blood burst across Ryu, and for the first time, he suffered wounds in this battle. His body looked as though it was being peppered with rose buds, and yet these roses were nothing more than his own blood come to life under the suffocation of the devas. The devas were a race depicted as the heralds of the heavens. Their hymns were the stuff of legends, and in many ways, the divine wing clan of the martial gods gained many of their abilities from observing them. But since their peak is being known as the strongest race throughout existence, the devas had fallen by the wayside. Though, a starving camel was still far larger than any steed. Even having fallen, they still stood shoulder to shoulder with the strongest races across existence nonetheless. But their techniques, the mysteries behind their strength, contained more depth within them than maybe any others but the fiend race themselves. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling his own power and strength being turned against him in the worst of ways. It was like they had taken control of the laws of the world around him and made it so that the path he had taken was in direct contradiction to it. They were turning him into a taboo in real time, causing the world to reject him. In fact, because he was using his chilled of order constitution at the moment, it was like he was giving them a helping hand by making the problem worse. Xerxes' eyes blazed and he saw another opportunity. He waved a hand. At the same time, Primus recovered and his spear was replaced by a familiar, brush-like glaive. He drew across the air as though painting a stroke through the heavens. Chapter 2265 opened. Ryu felt all of the technique fuse into one being. The Devas changed the laws, Xerxes reinforced it with his chains, solidifying them, and then Primus came in from the distance, etching them into reality with a stroke of his brush. The space beneath Ryu's feet shattered, and in a single instant, it was as though he didn't have an unaffected part of his body. The world almost fell into silence around him, a hollow ringing booming in his ears that drowned out everything else. Hey, Ryu chuckled, blood pooling out from his lips. But there was a sneering, cold indifference in the depths of his soul. Weak. This time, he wasn't speaking about himself at all. Sure, his body was weak compared to these people. If they caught him in techniques that he couldn't immediately find the flaw of encounter, he was more than susceptible to ending up a bloody mess just like this. However, if they couldn't kill him in a single strike, what good was it? All they would do was give him time to read and react, to find the flaw he had missed the first time. And better yet, they had layered all of them like this, making it so convenient. Who asked them to present their necks like this? Ryu looked up, his body bloodied, but his countenance frighteningly calm. Earth. All of a sudden, the color Primus was drawing across the skies shattered to pieces and the ground shook. A mighty tempest of clashing wills filled the skies. The control that the Devas had on one hand pushed and pulled against it all. Ryu took a breath as his technique was suppressed from all sides. Expanding his diaphragm felt like he was near the bottom of the ocean right now, a pressure of millions upon millions of tons weighing down on him and compressing his ribcage to the extremes. Earth collapsed and Ryu coughed up another mouthful of blood. But there was a smile on his face nonetheless. And yet, he still took that deep breath in, his cadence calm as he slowly pushed against it, feeling out its peaks and crevices. Interesting. Earth. There was a flash in Ryu's eyes and suddenly, variations of all sorts began to appear in his technique. A sea of colors filled the earth, sweeping across like bleeding waves of browns, and greens, and blues. It was a gorgeous sight, the sort that many had never gotten the chance to see in their lifetimes. And it was more than enough for Ryu. A roar left his lips. Chains shattered, the hymns of the Devas were abruptly cut off, and Primus' brush-like blade cracked in his palms. Ryu was suddenly free as he shot into the skies, a sweep of his greatsword staff cutting an arc of sword chi right towards Xerxes. Xerxes hurried to dodge, but Ryu didn't even pursue him, landing in the same location in the depths of the skies that the man had just been standing on and pointing his blade toward the ground. Heaven. Ryu's voice rumbled akin to the call of an abyss. Deep and all-pervading, it swept through in a violent tirade that swarmed all those around him. And then the sea of colors that painted the earth gained a friend in the skies. The two rotated and ground against one another. The screams of the Devas filled in the once empty silence, only to be suffocated by the pressure and culled into obedience. They were ground to bone and dust, their bodies becoming fleeting memories in the depths of the battlefield. Xerxes accelerated back as quickly as he could, a depth of fear in his soul that he couldn't quite understand. Anyone else should be dead, he should definitely be dead. Those 24 were probably the strongest Devas in all of existence with very few exceptions. They had worked together to form a hymn, setting aside their differences, all for the sake of targeting a mere sovereign. And yet, not only were they countered, but their own power was used against them in a bloody, mangled mess. As someone sensitive to laws and how they worked, he knew exactly what Ryu had done. But even understanding it, he didn't want to believe it, not even for a single moment. Because that would mean that Ryu was a monster the likes of which couldn't be described or understood. Just what level of comprehension ability was this? How could you even fight against such a man? Xerxes didn't have the patience to wait anymore. There was no other decision that he could make in a moment like this one. There was only one path forward if he wanted even a semblance of a chance. When he saw the grievous wounds on Ryu sealing up one after another at a speed that didn't even make logical sense, the last bits of his pride crumbled to ash and he no longer cared about anything else. Open. Ryu looked up, his silver eyes reflecting the gold above. The heavenly court doors solidified once again and then began to slowly open up. But this opening, it just felt far different than it had before. Ryu had experienced something similar to this feeling before. It was what he had experienced when the true martial world broke free of its shackles for the first time. He had wondered in the past why the heavenly court doors reminded him so much of Heaven and Earth Gate, but it had long become obvious to him why that was. Why did the heavenly court gatekeep what sort of strong individuals could remain on the lower plane? Why did they want to take Cyril away? Why did they give him a time limit? It was all to limit the sort of strength on the planar worlds below so that more of the power of the heavens could be concentrated in the hands of the few. But also, when they opened, truly opened, all of the laws they had kept for themselves before suddenly returned to their rightful place. Ryu raised his head and laughed to the skies as he felt the Tao gods around him getting stronger and stronger, their control beginning to take more precedent. And then, a man who looked like nothing short of a deity took a step out. Chapter 2266 Open. The man was wreathed in golden armor, a sharpened trident of silvery gold resting in the palm of his hands. His hair looked like filaments of white gold stretching out into the world in a beautiful stream of milky light, and beneath his feet, a chariot of gold pulled by a duo of unicorns with horns that were equally as polished gold lay. Almighty. From his beard to his white hair, to the weapon in his hands and the beasts that pulled the vessel he chose to ride, it was a man who embodied that world in every sense of it. And then came the sea of warriors at his back. One after another, geniuses from this and past eras appeared. Off in a distant location, the tidal steel trembled as their titles returned to it, and the influence of fate in the world began to sway violently in return. Before, Ryu had practically had a monopoly on it all. When Yana returned, there was some odd, teetering balance to it that made his fate vulnerable. And now, with all of these geniuses returning and taking slivers of the pie for themselves, it was like the heavens were trying to forcefully rebalance everything. Ryu found that using lines of fate and his other heavenly pupils' abilities was becoming harder and harder. Not to the point that he couldn't use them, but definitely to the point where he was beginning to feel like his focus chi was taking a far more substantial hit. Even after finding a method to replenish his focus chi, it could be said that this was still his greatest weakness by far. He simply hadn't cultivated for long enough to raise it naturally, and as such, from his wounds in his chi, his embryonic chi was diverted the most toward helping his focus chi remain at decent levels. Now, Ryu could see how it would be possible for him to lose. His embryonic chi made him practically invincible. When it was matched with his continuous ability to read, react, and improve through comprehension, he was an opponent that was both unkillable and endlessly more difficult to deal with. But because of how overpowered his embryonic chi was, if he ever ran out of it, well, he had experienced that once before during the tidal steel. Even after fighting for days on end, he only managed to recover a few droplets. Now he had rivers running through him again. But at this pace of usage, he had gone from being able to fight indefinitely to a few months to years at most, if he really became judicious. It also seemed that the Tao gods he was facing off against were only becoming more powerful. Ryu should have been growing stronger as well. But unfortunately, when it came to favor from the heavens, Tao gods still had an advantage. These were literally heaven's gates. The control that Tao gods had took precedent because they were meant to be the true rulers of these gates before the Almighty monopolized them for himself. It could be said that the fate coming out of it now, as a result, was being directed by the very man on the chariot. And as such, if Ryu wanted some of it, he had to fight against a man with the title of Almighty to claim some. And that would only drain his focus chi and stamina even faster. Ryu took a breath as the last of his injuries slowly healed themselves. The pressure he was facing continuously increased, but none were more obvious than Xerxes and Primus. Xerxes reacted as though he had finally returned home. The last of his age faded from his face, and his hair began to shimmer with its own beautiful white, cascading down his shoulders. His chains, once still carrying the slightest hint of an illusory light, solidified. It looked like he was manifesting chains of black and royal blue, the dark and bright hues contrasting beautifully against one another. As for Primus, a manifestation slowly appeared behind him, taking the shape of a woman. She was gorgeous beyond what words could describe, and yet carried with her a gentle demeanor that made one's heart melt rather than filling it with the heat a woman of her caliber came with. She lowered her head gently, wrapping her arms around Primus and kissing the top of his head before she slowly faded away. Primus' aura began to climb. Deep inside, his blood was boiling and rumbling. From the lower Tao God realm, he entered the middle. And from the middle, he moved to the higher, and from the higher, he moved to the peak. And then, just when it seemed he had reached the very edge of his limits, his aura continued to spill over until it touched upon something Ryu had experienced once before. At the hands of I Am, the three powerhouses formed a trifecta in the air, so imposing that it was almost easy to forget the other powerhouses all around them. Ryu took a breath and exhaled. Raising up his greatsword staff, he rested one on his shoulder and calmly aimed the other toward the ground at a slight angle. He looked calm and relaxed, the blood that littered his robes having little to do with the state of his body. Right now, he was already long since back to his peak. The cries of his wife filled his ears, the weight of a clan that had yet to be born hanging in the balance. And yet, all he could feel was his blood boiling in his veins. All his life, moments like this right here, it was what he had always chased, it was what he had always wanted. The chance to fight to be the best, to stand on top of a mountain and look down arrogantly upon everyone else. He didn't just want to stand there though. He wanted to stand alone. He remembered looking out over Shrine Mountain, down to the world below, hoping for the day he could have sat there under his own power instead of that of his clans. Today, he would do that. Earth's gate, open. Ryu's voice rumbled, a shimmering light pulsing from his eyes. Heaven's gate. The world trembled at its very seams. Chapter 2267, Almighty. Ryu almost stood in perfect silence, unmoving. And yet, it was like the world itself was being shaped and formed around him, shifting and twisting, almost lusting after his form. His chilled of order constitution mapped onto his chilled of chaos constitution, the two forming a harmony that sang to the world as though serenading it into a lull. And then came that perfect silence once again. But this time, it wasn't just Ryu, but the world itself as well. The winds calmed, chi fell into silence, and the colors dulled. Ryu had once painted the world in black and white before layering with the colors once more with his abilities. But once again, it seemed to have fallen back into that state, as though the world had been stripped of all of its chi, or maybe rather that all of the world's chi had fallen into Ryu's domain. A true silence, the sort that came without the howls of wind or even breathing. And then Ryu clenched his fist. It was like crackle, the subtle grinding of skin against cool metal, a barely perceptible increase in the rush of blood and the flow of one's heartbeat. But then he vanished. In one moment, Ryu had been standing there just fine, facing off against the menace of the world. And in the next, he had already appeared before the Almighty. A look of disdain and careless disregard was on his expression. A large part of him was wondering how it was that the title Steel had even allowed this sort of man to get a title like Almighty. But another part of him hardly cared for the title at all. All words were too empty for him. Filled with so many meanings, twisted across so many cultures and thought processes, it just wasn't worth it. As a linguistic expert who loved studying languages, Ryu had realized long ago that if he wasn't going to pick a title for himself, it would be incredibly difficult to distill his whole meaning down to the very root. It was why he had chosen the path of picking his very own name. In this way, it simply didn't matter what others thought the word should mean, he would ensure that when they thought of Ryu Tatsuya, they only thought of one man, of one legend. But it was also deeper than that. What was right and what was wrong? The moral compass of one tribe versus the laws of one clan. Sometimes words themselves could decide all of these things. Did the word adultery mean something closer to mistake or something closer to sin in one language? Did the word murder mean something closer to closing a chapter or snuffing out a life? Did the word sky mean something closer to a glass dome or a deity above them all? Those subtle differences could not only dictate the meaning of the words themselves, but how the people using them perceived the word. Was adultery easier to accept in this culture or not? Was killing another something that could be easily shrugged off or not? Was the sky something to be admired and chased after? Or was it something you only had the right to observe from a bottom position of the world, never to challenge or blaspheme? No one noticed, but from the very time you were a child, these sorts of things influenced you. It was hard to find out what sort of person you truly were, to shed all of the societal impacts on your life and understand. Who was Ryu Tatsuya? Today, though, Ryu had a feeling that he would figure it out. And he would figure it out by making rivers of blood run so far that they dried beneath the sun. He would split the skies open and force down the tears of the heavens. He would sunder stars and collapse legends, rip out the hearts of men who deemed themselves to be above everyone else. Who deemed themselves to be almighty. Trident and greatsword staff met in the air. Booming claps of thunder, and tearing and ripping cheese rippling out in all directions. It should have been the sort of clash that shattered space for countless miles, and yet the world was forcefully stabilized beneath the might. Almighty control. Ryu felt as though his body had been gripped by the heavens themselves and he was sent flying far back. It was like the clash itself was close enough before he was plucked up like a puppy from a litter, unable to resist even with his control. Xerxes reacted in kind, his chains lashing out toward Ryu's back and forcing the latter to quickly turn, slashing out continuously to face off against the rain of chains. But that was when Primus acted. The disgust in Ryu's heart seemed to have reached the deepest depths it possibly could. If before he already couldn't stand the presence of Primus alone, right now he had to make a conscious effort not to vomit. Did he understand what happened? Of course he did. The fool had overextended himself, melding his soul with the personality of another and causing changes that he hadn't calculated for. As much as Ryu wanted to kill the former Primus, the man was certainly too prideful to gang up with others for the sake of defeating him. But now, this current Primus didn't seem to have thought through that very far at all, practically attacking on instinct as though driven by nothing more than a chance for victory. To him, he needed the Phoenix Sky God to fix everything. And Ryu was standing in the way, so Ryu had to die. Ryu was suddenly bombarded from three sides. Every time he tried to regain control over the situation, a telekinetic sort of control would come from the Almighty, shattering the momentum he was building and sending him flying into the arms of another attack. A slash of chain barely grazed against the side of Ryu's neck, and yet it still ripped a ghastly slash nearly down to his throat. Chapter 2268 Simple. Ryu tilted his head to the side, his gaze becoming more focused. These three weren't using great attacks. The Almighty wasn't even forming up powerful waves of control. It was akin to throwing light jabs rather than all-out roundhouses. Whether it was Xerxes or Primus, the two of them were only painting in the lines, the former sending out chains that restricted movement and attacked, while the latter was drawing strokes of runes into the air that carried similar and amplifying effects. The well-roundedness of the three combatants was probably the scariest part. Not one of them was solely focused on control, or defense, or attacks. They were all doing all three, and because of that, there was no easy and obvious weakness to target. At most, Ryu could rank them in terms of difficulty to deal with Almighty being first and Primus being dead last. But that alone wasn't enough to change things at all. There was nothing to exploit. Worse of all, the armies in the surroundings seemed to have come to a complete stop. One would think that they would take this opportunity to rush after Ryu's wife, but they didn't move a single inch, just boxing. Ryu in. It really did feel like a world of billions was standing around with just one singular purpose in mind. Kill Ryu. Kill. The echoes thundered in Ryu's ears, his blood almost flowing in reverse. He felt what that pressure was instantly, the feeling of the fate of existence itself being against him. Too many wanted him dead, Yana had pissed off too many trying to get back to him, and he had gone and pissed them off even more. Ryu crossed his great sword staffs in front of his body, the clang of chains rebounding against him once again. His own blood drizzled down the wound recently closed in his neck, the pain lingering as though marking a brand on his soul. A glaive appeared to his back, slashing down to the bone. He felt his blood being drawn out again, pulled into the brush-like blade of Primus' weapon and used to paint the skies once again. He felt fate shifting once more, the link between his blood and Primus' strokes solidifying. Grand Ancestral Bloodlines. The title was seared into his mind. Even dead, I Am's presence loomed overhead. It wasn't just a matter of ensuring that he was remembered, but it was a matter of ensuring that Ryu's story ended exactly the way he wanted. I Am had already penned the ending. Ryu was too arrogant, too full of himself, too wrapped up in his own ego to ever change, to ever become a better version of what he could be. Primus pulled his glaive across the skies and a scythe of energy formed. Ryu tried to move, but the Almighty casually reached out a hand once again. But this time, his palm flipped, forming a casual blade as he too slashed down. With a twist of his body, Ryu did his best to block and shift out of the way, only to find his connection between his mind and soul, his body and flesh, to be disconnected and ripped apart. Primus' scythe cut into Ryu's body, sending one of his arms flying into the skies. The blade ran through 3/4 of Ryu's chest, right through his heart at the same time. Blood spurted from Ryu's mouth and there was a hint of shock in his senses. He knew that his enemies had found his greatest weakness. It wasn't just that they were holding back on their special methods, their dows, their powerful techniques, just because they didn't think they needed them. No, they were using the simplest methods of attack because that was precisely how they had come to realize the best method of stopping Ryu was. When all they were using were foundational methods of striking and control, methods that they had been refining for countless billions, trillions of years even. What flaw was there to find? Ryu didn't have the experience to find the chinks in their armor right now. There was no place for him to apply the pressure of his comprehension onto them at all. He was being whittled away, step by step, as though an infant being tossed around by a group of adults. And truthfully, that was exactly what was happening. Even with the severe injury Ryu took on, the three didn't show any signs of stopping. Calm, cool, and collected, they continued their attacks as Ryu flailed practically akin to a fish out of water. He hardly had the time to seal the wound to his chest, not even having had the breaths necessary to reform his arm before chains took the opportunity to wrap around his ankle. He was sent flying upward, his body twisting as Primus gathered even more of his blood from the bloody wound. But this time, Ryu felt that there was something different about Primus' blade. He hadn't just taken Ryu's lifeblood, but after cutting across his heart, he had even tapped into much of Ryu's realm heart and his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. With a wave of his arms, he began to wave his glaive almost as though it was some sort of flag, each swipe across the air, layering another beautiful intricacy to the bloody painting. Ryu felt a palm slam against his chest from a far-off distance, the Almighty having casually waved another hand. The pain was bad enough, but it was the disruption to the circulation of his embryonic chi that was the biggest problem. He didn't even have the chance to heal his arm this time at all before Primus' bloody painting formed from his own bloodlines and spiritual foundation finished forming. There was no dodging. They had made sure of that. The chains around his ankles tightened so hard that his bones crumbled just as Primus swung down. Ryu felt as though a layer of his skin had been peeled off. And yet, that was just the most exterior layer of the attack. Chapter 2269 Anchor. Ryu could remember feeling like an impossible task was before him many times in his life before. Most times, he climbed beyond it, staring arrogantly down at it as though it wasn't worth much of his time at all. But he would be lying if he said he had never been broken by a challenge before. He had been, hadn't he? The day he heard Ailsa's voice again for the first time since he left Sacrum, that day had truly broken him. It was truly the most pathetic day of his life. Today, it felt like he was experiencing that again. Not in his heart, because it remained firm and unwavering. But instead, it was a simple calculation. It was just as I had said. There were certain gaps that simply couldn't be crossed. As Primus' glaive swung down, the bloody painting flagging into a stream of shades of red behind it, Ryu felt like his life was on the line from the mere presence of the attack alone. His fate was flagging itself, and every moment that passed, he found that controlling his fate-soul nature and his eyes was becoming more and more difficult, a greater burden not just on his focus chi, but his comprehension as well. He was so used to computing everything he came across with such speed and fervor, and yet right now it was like no amount of brain power was enough to accomplish the task that was laid out before him. Ryu crashed into the ground, barely managing to tilt his head to the side to avoid his skull being run through down the middle. But that didn't stop the rest of his body from suffering such a fate. The shrine plane itself was split in two, the world no longer able to manage a battle of this sort of caliber. Ryu would have coughed up a mouthful of blood again if it was even possible. But right now, with his body laying out in two halves, he couldn't even manage to breathe. Any blood he would have spit out pooled from the halves of his lungs instead. Laying on the ground below, his body separated by a trench with the depth of a fathomless abyss, Ryu looked up into the skies to see those three figures standing there and looking down at him. The moment was just a little bit amusing to him if for no other reason than the fact they were working together so seamlessly, and yet they were separated by so many thousands of kilometers even now. It was clear they didn't trust one another, and yet there was still nothing for Ryu to exploit, no holes or chinks in their armor to pluck at. It seemed that he had run into the very same experience gap that I had spoken about. It was no wonder he had slapped that man to death no matter the consequences. He was an annoying prick. But maybe so was he. I can't, Ryu said calmly, seemingly speaking to no one in particular. If I take a step back, it's all over. The skies seemed to blur into a fork in the road, one where he laid down his pride, and one where he didn't. What would it even mean to be Ryu Tatsuya if he chose the former? The answer didn't really matter, because he knew that his Tao heart wouldn't survive that choice. It was funny. All those years ago, Ika had told him that a Tao heart that was too brittle was too easily broken. He thought that by openly embracing his hypocrisy, he could fix that issue. But in the end, there were limits to how far he was willing to push that hypocrisy. Even killing his master just now left a bad taste in his mouth that seemed to be lingering into a heart demon once more. 2 heart demons in a single lifetime. How pathetic. Killing Fading Star was the easiest way to test just how far he could push himself through hypocrisy. And the result was enough to tell him the answer quite clearly. Not far enough. It wasn't the band-aid he thought it would be, and the answer seemed to be much the same as it always would be. Turn to time, vanish into the stream, and return what should be moments later with a power-up that could crush them all. But he could feel it quite clearly, how hard the heavens were fighting against it, how hard He was fighting against it. He must have done this more than once already. Every time he did it, it became harder and harder to succeed. Bundled into a paradox of his own making, he was trapped in this endless time loop. Could he step out of it? Yes, he could, but he also knew what the sacrifice would have to be. His son, his wives, his family, sacrum, he would lose it all in exchange for sitting at that mountain peak. The only way to balance out all of his karma was lying in the bed of his own making. Ryu's gaze shifted and landed on Primus. The only way was to become the man he hated the most. How could he accept that? How could he ever accept that? Go back. He should go back again. This time, he would definitely succeed. This time, Ryu coughed as a palm struck down from above. A series of chains followed suit, and Primus began to gather up another large segment of his blood. There was no time to think. If he didn't, then he would die before he could even make one. No. If he lingered too long, he wouldn't even have the strength to go back in time even if he wanted to. Once again, he was facing off against that same decision, that very same fork in the road that appeared every time, and he was ready to make the very same decision he always made. I just need an anchor, or else I'll be late again. I can't be late to save them, I can't be late to save them again. Ryu began to slowly peel his perfect blackbody soul away from himself, pushing it toward the death shrine. Chapter 2273. The attacks fell from above in a continuous rage. Ryu had neglected one thing. Or maybe it was because it was impossible for him to have possibly taken it into account in the first place, especially when his own fate was being twisted and changed so far around himself that tracking what was happening was becoming impossible. Every time he reached this point, he always made the same decision, because it was the smartest decision to make. If he was struggling with getting back on time in order to fix things, then he needed a stronger and stronger anchor. The best anchor he could think of was his soul itself. But the stream of fate and time was fighting hard against him. Logically, it should be easy to make it back on time. He was literally going back through history in order to have enough time to train to reach this point. If he was going back trillions of years in order to train, then he should have all the time in the world to make it to this point. But if things were so simple, then how could it be a paradox? Why was it that Ryu had to suffer the death of his family and clan again and again? It was precisely because he was going back in time in order to save them in the first place. But this point in the timeline was too pivotal, too important. If the paradox was allowed to continue, it wouldn't just be a matter of one section of existence being ruined, it would ruin the entirety of existence itself. The heavens wouldn't be able to allow such a thing to happen. At this point, Ryu wasn't fighting against just a single heaven, from one corner of the world, but he was instead fighting against every single one of them at the very same time. This was the sort of plight he was in right now. It had to be remembered that originally, Ryu had only gotten his perfect blackbody from the death shrine in the first place. Before, he had been born with what seemed like an extraordinarily weak soul until everything changed that day. What Ryu didn't know was that it wasn't the Phoenix Sky God that had left his perfect blackbody soul there for him, but rather that it was an action on his part and his part alone. But by now, Ryu had left his soul behind, pushing it through the stream of time more times than he could count. One failure after another was building up until it grew to the point that it was too much. And this time, Just when Ryu thought that he would simply send his soul through the stream of time again to act as an anchor, trying to push it back further so he would have longer to fight against the heavens, unwillingness. He had finally stretched himself too far. It was abrupt and cruel, savage and unexpected, much the same way things in the cultivation world always were. Ryu died, his soul couldn't make it, and because he had left himself open, thinking that he would have the time he needed to place his perfect blackbody soul where it was needed, he didn't consider defense. He was ripped to absolute shreds, and the irony of it all was that he didn't even have the time to react to it. Ryu had lost count of the number of times he had done this to opponents, ripping their hearts and dreams out of their very chests and crushing them just when they had the faintest light of hope. And yet, this time, it was he that died in this way. High in the skies, the three men stood there in silence. Though their expressions hadn't changed, there was a shock there in their hearts. Half of them was still expecting another foot to drop, another devious scheme on Ryu's part to flip and change everything. Before they had known it, there was the indelible mark of Ryu's title on their souls. They had already begun to intimately understand just what the title of Ryu Tatsuya meant, and it made them feel fear in ways they honestly never expected until this moment. But after a long while, with the world still in silence, they realized that everything was truly over. There was no other foot coming. It was just them and their armies. Slowly, their gazes turned toward one another, and then to the shrines down below. The Phoenix Sky God was finally forced to make her appearance, expecting much the same ending as always. But she had no idea that her husband, the man she thought had probably sent himself back in time once again, was no longer among the living at all. Kill. No one knew who spoke the word, but another bloody battle descended onto the plain. And she didn't know even until she and the others breathed their last breaths. Time was too warped, fate was too scrambled. But in the end, Ryu had learned a valuable truth. When he first started his life, the heavens were his greatest enemy. Their unfairness was the reason he had never succeeded down the path he truly wanted to. As he matured, he realized that the heavens were just a neutral judge, standing high above everything else and simply watching it all unfold in silence. But he had still been arrogant, thinking that he could take from the heavens what he wanted and accept what it gave when it was convenient. Today, he had learned something else. The heavens were patient. They might not win immediately, and they might not win resoundingly, but they would certainly always win in the end. No matter how powerful you were, the ultimate paradox of everything that was lay right in front of you. How could you become more powerful than what birthed you? Than what had birthed everything? The irony was that I Am, who seemed to have won now, would probably have to watch his title crumble sometime in the future as well. After all, the heavens were the only almighty that there was. In the depths of a space disconnected from time and reality, two men stood across from each other, both huffing out heavy breaths. On one side, there was the nameless immortal god. On the other, there was Ryu Tatsuya. Ryu stood there, his body dissipating slowly, not because he had lost the battle, but instead because the nameless immortal god had stalled him for long enough. He had finally stretched himself too thin, and the paradox was causing him to crumble. How could he live when his younger self was now dead? It seems you've lost, the nameless immortal god said calmly. Pulling me out of retirement to fight like this, you really do have some nerve. Lost? Huh. Ryu looked out into the distance, silent for a long while. Why did you come to stop me? Your existence is an inconvenience for me. My daughter is out there living her best life. If you make the heavens crumble and everything restructures itself, I'll either have to break my promise to my little girl, or let her sort through the chaos herself. I don't feel like doing either. So ruining your day is the obvious option. Ryu nodded slowly. Sounds like something he would say. Why would he care about someone else's family over the security of his own? They were similar enough. But then Ryu smiled as the last wisps of him became an ashy storm fluttering into the wind. Unfortunately for you, you're also just as arrogant as me. So you didn't bother to lift a finger until I was this close to succeeding. The nameless immortal god's eyes narrowed. Then, he understood something. Releasing a sigh, the nameless immortal god turned and vanished, his voice echoing from a distance. Luckily for you, I'm not mad enough to kill you. My daughter will be fine. Sacharos don't lose. What a coincidence. Neither do Tatsuya's. As these last words of Ryu echoed, his pupils were the last to vanish into a wispy storm of ash. Then, it all began to swirl into one another before dispersing through the range of time. The perfect blackbody soul, a talent born from the heavens, known for its endless ability to adapt, change, and take on new abilities. Spacetime was the first, fate and karma were the second. And now, after having been stretched through a perpetual, endless time loop, paradox was the third. Chapter 2271. The first. Ryu's eyes shot open. Hubby. Elena awoke to a set of cold lips on hers. Yet, she felt a sense of warmth and comfort when she saw that set of familiar silver eyes looking down at her. Tenderness, loving emotion, and all in a single instant of time, Ryu was transported back to the moment. He remembered it well, the day he lost his virginity to this woman he loved so dearly. He had forgotten how long he had made her wait for this moment, and then he remembered the sheer inadequacy of the moment. He had done his best, but the strength between their bodies was too much. He could give her as much pressure as she wanted, but he couldn't go as fast as she was craving. He couldn't sense and react to the shifts and changes in her mood with enough sharpness. Looking back, had Elena enjoyed it at all? The thought came and left his mind just as quickly. He knew the answer was yes. He was Ryu Tatsuya, he wielded the number one heavenly pupils in all of existence. As many disadvantages as he had enough sharpness of mind and refinement in wit to make up for it. But that didn't change just how small he felt looking back on this moment. He had wanted his first time with his wife to be him caring for her, coddling her, but instead, he had a hard time remembering it as anything other than pity Elena took on him. Laying on top of her, Ryu gently stroked her cheek. "I love you," he said softly. Elena's eyes widened. They were words that Ryu never said. He always had this sort of poetry and flair to what he spoke, always wanting to be as precise as possible, and feeling like words like, "I love you," were too bland. Ryu couldn't remember having ever said those words out loud. He remembered exactly what he had said to Elena back then. "You, Elena Tatsuya, will forever be my, Ryu Tatsuya's wife. In life and in death, we walk together. In sadness and happiness, we feel together. In this reincarnation and the next, our souls will always be one." Ellipsis. They were beautiful words, and somehow, although Ryu didn't speak them in this iteration, Elena felt them echoing in the back of her mind. Only to be swallowed up by these far simpler words. Tears fell from her eyes, sparkling like silvery droplets of moonlight. They caressed the side of her cheek as they fell, but they too were swallowed up by the touch of her husband, a strong, pulsing light that overwhelmed the night coming from him. Warmth. "I love you, hubby, I love you so much it hurts." Elena held onto Ryu as tightly as she dared to, not wanting to crush him. She had been so worried something bad would happen tonight, so worried that something about her and Ryu's relationship had changed. But those words that Ryu spoke just how settled down that weight on her chest and made her feel alive again. "Let's have our first tonight," Ryu said softly. Elena looked up at Ryu with red eyes, hints of expectation overwhelmed by love in her eyes. She nodded almost a little too eagerly. Hurry, put it in me. I've been waiting for so long." Ryu smiled, gently gracing her lips with his own. "There's no rush. Let's enjoy the night. Let me warm you up a bit." Elena's eagerness faded to heat, and then that heat faded into feverish moans that filled the skies and rocked their palace. Luckily, cultivation or not, he was the best formation master in Sacrum. Ryu stood beneath the moonlight in the very same place he took his life that night. That moment was truly the most pathetic of his life. Part of the reason he took Elena's virginity that night was because he really was being selfish. He didn't want to miss out on the chance just in case he really was wrong about all of this and wasn't the Phoenix Sky God's successor. Another part was because he wanted to make sure that Nuri wasn't there to stop him. She always gave them their privacy, and she would have done doubly so in such an intimate moment. But right this moment, Ryu called her. "Nuri," he said softly. He only whispered it, and yet he felt the flash by his side instantly. Then he felt her nearly stumble out of the pocket she had hidden herself in because he was entirely naked. Ryu chuckled. "What, are you shocked to see your husband naked? It's the first time, but it certainly won't be the last." Nuri gagged on air. What happened? What happened just now, husband?" She was so distracted she didn't have the time to see how Ryu reached his hand through the spatial fluctuations she hid in to sweep her waist in his arms. The kiss that swept her off her feet moments later took the last bits of rationality she had and threw them out the window. Her heart seemed to flutter open, her cascading black hair flowing like reflective spots of chaos in the beginning of time itself. She was more than prepared to let Ryu do whatever he wanted, until he suddenly pulled back. "I won't take you tonight, it wouldn't be fair to you. Don't you want a grand wedding?" Misty-eyed, Nuri looked up at Ryu and slowly shook her head, almost as though hoping Ryu would change his mind as she squeezed her thighs together. Ryu chuckled. He knew that Yana was the most sensitive of his wives, and it seemed that Nuri was much the same. It was nice to know that they truly were one in the same. In that case, let's hold the wedding in 2 days from now, a small ceremony just for our family. Otherwise, it'll be my parents that kill me for not giving you proper status. There was a hint of disappointment in Yana's eyes, but then came a wave of tenderness. She leaned into Ryu's chest, feeling a safety and warmth she had been chasing after for so long. Ryu looked up to the moon today. To control paradox didn't give him endless freedom. Just like the nameless immortal god had said, his actions this time would probably rip existence apart. He just didn't care. It was time to close this loop. And if he wanted to complete it properly, he would have to carve out a path of cultivation that didn't rely on the Phoenix Sky God at all. If he didn't, how would he have had the strength to send Yana back in time with a fury-filled palm strike in the first place? Where would his perfect blackbody soul have come from if he never had the strength to send it back? Originally, this would have been the very first life he ever lived, but now he would rewrite his own story and make it his very first instead. He would rise to the peak of the world once again under his own power. And without his reincarnation right in the middle, he had about 1 billion years to succeed. To the cultivators of the world, 1 billion years was a blink of an eye. To Ryu, you might as well have given him all the time in the world. Chapter 2272. They called it, "Who the hell are you?" A goddess of a woman with flowing golden hair and sparkling ruby eyes stood across from Ryu. It could be said that the entire ethereal plane was up in arms. Not only had a human entered their territory unannounced, but he had even infiltrated the cultist empire. "I think you know that already," Ryu said calmly, a smile pulling at his lips. Ailsa's eyes narrowed. "This isn't a place you can be. Leave, or else. Ryu calmly pulled out a spear. Then, as though changing his mind, he opted for a single dagger instead. The common blade glistened beneath the sparkling rainbow clouds of the ethereal plane. It truly felt like a paradise on earth. The patriarch and matriarch of the cultist clan both shot out from their abode, but the latter was so sickly that she had to be caught by her husband long before she made it very far. But the angriest of them wasn't the two parents at all, but rather a young man that Ryu had never seen before, at least not any place but Ailsa's memories. Ailsa's elder brother, Barya. This point in time was long before the death of Barya, a death that inevitably set Ailsa along a completely different path than she was expecting. Right now, she wasn't the woman who had abandoned her place as princess to chase after a human. Instead, she was the Ailsa who would one day be betrothed to a martial god, an Ailsa who was part of a culture that didn't seek after their life partners any longer. Ryu's gaze shifted from Ailsa for the first time since he arrived, landing on the young man that would soon die. This young man was truly a pivotal backbone to everything. If not for his death, the fairies wouldn't have fallen victim to the machinations of the martial gods so easily, and Patriarch Cultist just might have maintained a backbone. But it was also this very same personality of this young man that would make taking Ailsa out of here all the more difficult. The same stubbornness that made him such a great cultivator, and a target the martial gods had to take out, was the very same stubbornness that would stand in place to protect his sister from an outsider. "Tell you what, let's fight around first." Ailsa sneered. "Why, so you can prove yourself. Do you believe I'm weak enough to lose to you?" "Yes," Ryu smiled. "If I'm not stronger than you, then how could I possibly hold up the skies for you?" Ailsa's gaze flickered, feeling her heart skip a beat. A slight hint of a blush colored her face, but it was only for the briefest instant before she regained her calm. She had read about this in a book. It was a matter of obvious truth that you would be highly compatible with your own life partner. Ryu would be exactly the sort of man she liked most, but that didn't mean that she had to live with him. The fairies had long separated from the outside world. She also didn't like the idea of her husband being decided by the heavens of all things. If she fell victim to this, then how would she fight against the tide of cultivation in the future? Ryu might even become a bottleneck that weakened her. The irony of it all was that she was correct. Ryu had once been that bottleneck. But no more. "You don't stand a chance," Ailsa said coldly, her palms stretching out as 2 8-trigram diagrams formed, one of resplendent white gold, and the other of heavy darkness. Ryu's smile deepened. This wasn't actually the first time he had seen Ailsa in this life, but the first time he hadn't interfered much other than to stop her parents from sealing away the other half of her bloodline. Or, more accurately, he stopped it from being necessary. As such, in this timeline, Ailsa had been raised as both a cultist and quibus fairy from the very start, and as a result, the skies were soon filled with summons and corpse puppets. Then came the spirits and nymphs. In the far distance, there were even some plants of prey, carnivorous monstrosities brought back from the depths of near extinction to fight for Ailsa. Then, shall we begin, my lovely wife? I don't know who you think you're talking to, but I've married no man. And should I one day, it certainly wouldn't be you. What, do you think I'm not handsome enough? Ailsa grinned. Handsome enough, maybe, but are you more handsome than I am beautiful? Ryu's eyes lit up as though flames had been ignited. I'm not sure. How about you let me take a closer look? Ailsa didn't even realize that had anyone else said this, she would have already spiraled into a furious rage. But instead, she continued the banter as though it was only natural, as though it was only right, as though this was what felt best to her. How about you take a closer look at the blades of my puppets instead? A great battle erupted on the scene that day. The ethereal plane practically turned upside down under the actions of one young man. A legend had long begun to spread in Sacrum, tales of a young man without a spiritual foundation that managed to find a way to grow his own. He took the method he created for his parents, allowing them to evolve and improve their spiritual foundations, and formed his own method of absolute control, one that allowed him such dominion over the heavens that he could replace the function of a spiritual foundation itself. And then, taking it a step further than even that, he finally succeeded in forming his own. It was a spiritual foundation of legends, one capable of continuous improvement, of continuous evolution, of always being able to take things to an extreme and go just one step further. The beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, they called it. Chapter 2273 Poetry. Poetry is beautiful, don't you think? Ryu smiled, looking at Taedra. She sank into his arms beneath the moonlight, feeling a little bit dazed. She had heard of this Ryu Tatsuya before, a genius from the pinnacle plane, a man who could have everything and anything he wanted. When he appeared here, he hadn't done so as Ryu at all. He had come as a humble farm boy, living a life completely separate from himself. She remembered falling in love with him, and just how much her father disapproved. She was the little princess of the Loom clan, and he wasn't much at all. Honestly, she couldn't remember Ryu ever having much of a temper, but that day, he razed the city to the ground just to prove a point. She had always felt that while he was very gentle and reassuring with her, he carried an arrogance with him that was impossible to disguise. But she never expected that his arrogance was so great. When she learned that he was actually Ryu Tatsuya, she had no idea how to feel. The things he taught her about poetry had allowed her cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds, and it seemed to only make logical sense that he would come from such a great background. But why her? Why this little insignificant princess? When she asked Ryu that question, he smiled and said, "Because I can." It was a simple three-letter phrase that should have made her feel terrible, almost as though she was a conquest, a flower he picked up by the side of the road. But she knew Ryu now, she could feel him. She knew that wasn't what he meant. These were the words of a man who believed he was above everyone else. There were a sea of women in Sacrum, across existence, even. But he had come here to be a little shepherd boy for her. The weight of that was something she could only feel so distinctly precisely because he was so arrogant. She leaned into him, softly closing her eyes. "I don't know how much attention you will give me, or if you will ignore our children in the future, but I know I'll never be able to choose another man." Taedra felt something pick up her chin. "Ignore my seed." Ryu's eyes flashed with hints of dominance, the skies crackling above. "Never." Taedra shuddered and a spring of warmth flowed through her. After reaching Tao God in this life, she had still chosen the appearance of a more mature woman, and yet it only seemed to make her more enticing. A beauty with a delicate touch that only the grace of heaven could bring. It was the virtue and luck of a woman that had reached Tao God through a path all their own. And this one was even more perfect than the last. "Please take me, Ryu." Ryu smiled and kissed her lips softly. "Were you under the impression that I would just let you do whatever you wanted?" Ryu spoke to a sea of martial gods. "You're quite lucky that I'm still refining some things, otherwise, I would go and wipe you out at the source right here and now." Ryu waved a hand and half the martial gods died on the spot. Of course they did. They had practically mutilated their foundations and strengths so that they could fit into Sacrum, while Ryu himself had been building his foundations based on the peak estimations of the world from the very start. He had been the strongest existence on Sacrum for more years than he cared to count already, let alone now. Hurry up and scram, I have a date to get to. Ryu turned his head, and his gaze peered through the layers of the planes until it landed on a certain duo. Seeing Granny Miriam and Melody fighting side by side on their cultivation journey, he found a smile creeping up on his face. Well, Granny Miriam wasn't much of a granny now, anymore. Instead, she was quite young and spry, a beauty just like her little sister. But this wasn't his date at all. He couldn't see Granny Miriam like that at all. There was a reason he still called her by that name. Instead, his date was right here. He grabbed out a firecracker of a woman who was pulled out from the crowd of martial gods. What are you struggling so much for? Ryu looked down at Aizmine. She was hardly in the immortal ring realm at this point, but given the years it took her to cultivate to that point under the effects of Sacrum, she had long since matured. Let me go. Do you have any idea how dignified the martial gods are? Who do you think you are too? Ryu tapped at the air and ripples of space and time warped around them. Tell you what, Ryu said after the world was blocked out from them. I can give you one chance. If you can resist my touch for an hour, I'll let you go and even let your little martial god clan have some fun in my territory. If you can't, you become my wife. How about it? Aizmine was taken aback. What is wrong with you? This is war, not a game. I knew your race of people was inferior, but I didn't think you'd be such apes. Ryu lightly grabbed Aizmine's waist, embryonic chi sinking into the softness of her flesh. She froze and then her body almost immediately became flush. Ryu's lips covered hers. Aizmine forgot about everything else. At some point, she tugged on Ryu's robes herself, trying to get him out of them faster. Just fuck me already. What are you doing? Ryu's laughter filled the skies. The path that Aizmine and Eska had taken, he passed it on to Miriam and Melody instead. With their karma-linked bone structure, they could take it in an interesting direction. But for Eska and Aizmine, their relationship was one of necessity in the first place. Although they grew to accept it, Ryu wanted them to be their own women. Now, he just had to go back in time and ensure the Zhu clan survived to this day. After all, he missed his arrogant wife in her ample chest. Chapter 2274 Battle Intent. Ryu sat in silence on the back of a steed with a mane of crimson, flowing almost like the flares of a red sun in the depths of the night. Across from him, a majestic bird with a long, pride-filled neck stood. Its feathers were almost akin to metal-plated scales, shimmering beneath the moonlight. Hey, buddy, Ryu said with a smile. There seemed to be an age to his eyes now that had never been there before. Little Rock opened his wings wide, sparks of silvery gold lightning dancing across its body and its eyes. Ryu hopped off of Nemesis' back, his gaze calm and unhurried. Honestly, it would have been unfair for me to fight you before. That's why I've helped until this point. But I think it's about time we have another battle for old time's sake, Little Rock's maw opened wide, and a cry to rival that of a phoenix's pierced across the skies. His chest opened wide, his scale-like feathers fluttering up and down like the panels of a revving engine. Good, Ryu said calmly. He took a step forward, his heart thrumming with life. Familiar mountains of obsidian were layered all around them. The two moved at once, a fist of lightning meeting a beak wreathed in the very same. Ryu felt an odd weight as he moved across his life. He could feel the unhappiness of the heavens as he trudged forward, pushing and pulling on things as he pleased. The more he moved forward, the more difficult it was to take the next step. Every person he saved, every life he rearranged, every shift and change he made in the plans of the heavens was like another mark on his life. That weight, he took it onto his shoulders. It was his responsibility, and he wouldn't have it any other way. Did he care to save the heavens? Not even the slightest bit. But he would take whatever punishment it had in store for him with a grin on his face and an indifferent look in his eyes. There was nothing that would stop his momentum. Standing high in the skies above, watching his grandparents continue to be the loving people they had always been, he felt a great sense of calm. This was how things were meant to be. He had never considered bringing them back to life before. But now, standing here, he just wondered why not. His grandpa Kunin deserved a chance to become the strongest archer in all of existence, no longer burdened by the weight of his failure as a much younger man. His grandpa Tatsuya deserved the chance to shed the weakness in his Tao heart his very own father had left. His grandma Kunin deserved to find her peace, to live a life without knowing her husband had been taken advantage of and could never give him his full heart. His grandma Tatsuya deserved to rest her arrogant heart at ease, knowing that there was no longer a darkness shrouded over her own husband as well. Why did they deserve such things? Simply because Ryu said so. And that was all that ever mattered to him. It seems that I'll have a little sister soon. It's good. I put my parents through so much, it's about time they have the chance to raise a child in earnest. Ryu smiled. Back then, he became an adult overnight, closing himself off at 7 years old and ignoring the rest of the world as he chased after a dream he thought he would never be able to grasp. No, he was far weaker than that. He wasn't chasing after that dream but was instead trying to cover for it, ignoring it as though it could be forgotten just by replacing it with other accolades. He was no longer that man. He wasn't any of those other men either. He would rewrite his own history. Ryu vanished, and for the first time in this life, he set foot into the true martial world. Walking forward, he crossed through the plains, reaching the location of the Frost clan's inheritance. You helped me a great deal. So I will do something for you. My son will only carry my own bloodline. Instead, I will give you something you cannot fathom right now. Ryu hardly let Flowing Frost speak as he waved a hand, taking everything away. He moved forward, soaring through the incomplete heavenly path until he landed beneath a familiar staircase. The Dao Heart challenging steps of the Dream Asura clan. A light smile pulled at the corner of Ryu's lips as he took his first step, and then his second. Cracks began to pool across what should have been the unfazed step. The Dream Asuras sensed the change and began to scramble, their violence coming down in full force. A familiar father-in-law came out with a vengeance, wielding a halberd as black as night that slammed down toward Ryu's head. Yet, Ryu only reached out, lightly grabbing it and stopping it completely in its tracks. His head tilted to the side, a smile tugging much harder at his lips as he looked toward the mature woman behind him. This time, he had waited for Mei to grow much more. He had always felt that she needed time to become her own woman without him. When he found her in the fiend world, he realized that she had done a great deal of growing, but even so, he had stunted her growth. Now, things were very different. He could already sense the aura of the dream wraiths on her. She had successfully become a disciple of that woman all on her own, beating out Empana without his help. Well, that wasn't entirely true. But she didn't need to know that just yet. Who are you? She asked with a cold tone. How about we have a battle? Ryu asked. If you can beat me, I'll answer your question. And if I lose? Mei asked coldly. Well, you've already experienced so much life and yet you haven't fallen for a man yet. How about I show you exactly what that's like? Mei's blood began to boil, not in lust, but in battle intent. Chapter 2275 My wife. A gentle woman lifted up a teacup and then set it down. She frowned a little bit, her cut-button nose belying her large stature. She must have been at least 6 feet 3 inches, and yet she had a dainty demureness to her that made her feel like a petite, refined woman. She picked up the teacup again, but then set it down once more. Something felt off. It's interesting. I didn't think that you'd end up choosing the path of tea, but I can understand it. It seems my wife is quite the genius. Selhira suddenly looked up, her blue eyes dancing like an exploding sapphire nebula. You, who are you? She felt something deep inside that she immediately pressed down. That was the bestial side of her. She was trying to ignore it, but it was hard to deny just how strong her initial attraction to this man was. So much so that she could hardly control herself. Was this normal? Not at all. She had simply never felt like this before. Tea is a uniquely human thing. To savor the herbs of earth, to steep them in patience and surround them with warmth. It's not something that beasts can usually understand. Why do all of this when you can just eat the herbs directly? It's interesting. We humans don't have nearly the same sensory perception as you beasts, whether that's literally or in a more figurative, cultivation sense. Our instincts are limited, but what we are very good at is finding meaning in things where there is none, or making the simple overly complex. Following the path of tea is perfect for you. Selhira's mouth opened. The tone was suddenly commanding, and Selhira stood to her feet. Before she knew it, she was in Ryu's arms. She shuddered a bit, and then tears began to fall in her eyes. Even after all that effort, she was still so weak. She fell to her bestial side so easily. Facing a man who suppressed her in all ways, she seemed to lie down in obedience, willing to let him have his way with her. Do you feel broken? Ryu asked softly, picking her chin up with a delicate touch of his fingers. Selhira's tears reflected his image, her lips trembling, half with desire, half with unwillingness. She didn't have the strength to say the words. Why are you running from your heritage? Ryu asked another question. I have no control. Ryu raised a hand to the skies, and a bolt of lightning pierced the dome of the heavens. All of a sudden, the entire true martial world was cast in darkness. Your husband is the heavens. Do you still feel broken? Selhira looked up to the skies in a daze, shock coloring her features. Suddenly, all the fetters on her bloodline seemed to have been stripped completely. She trembled from head to toe and then leapt onto Ryu. Ryu crouched on the ground, holding up the soil of a black rose. He shouldn't even be able to see it right now, but his cultivation had finally reached the point where even Rose couldn't hide from him. Are you still being stubborn? The black rose swayed in the air, but made no attempt to change. Ryu smiled. What if I gave you some black vein spirit-seeking lilies? That's your favorite snack, isn't it? You know, I was wondering how Sacrum produced such a rare spiritual herb. It must have been you, The black rose swayed again, then its petals turned away from Ryu as though turning its back on him. Ryu chuckled. I didn't steal your wife, I just took my own back. But if you come with me, I might be able to let you taste her from time to time. Don't blame me if she prefers a man's touch, though. The black rose swayed back and forth angrily. You'll prefer my touch too. Ryu raised a finger and a droplet of embryonic chi fused into one of Rose's petals, causing her to shiver from head to toe. The black rose stopped swaying, partly in defiance, partly because it didn't trust itself to move anymore. You know, you probably shouldn't forget that I'm an origin-grade herbologist. I could let you off this easily, or I could plant you in a very special location, perfectly curated by me, and send you over the edge over, and over, and over. All right. The black rose spun into a naked woman who seemed part furious and part filled with anticipation. Is this how you get women? Just abuse your embryonic chi and touch them places they didn't ask to be touched. Ryu looked down at the beautiful lips between Rose's legs. Seeing how they were almost gorgeously red and swollen, he realized he had touched a far more intimate place just now than he thought. A grin spread across his lips. Rose's waist was in his arms before she could even react. Hey, let me go. Is that really what you want? I could let you go right now. Ryu loosened his grip slightly, but Rose shifted up toward him a little bit more. Ryu's grin widened. Come on, let's go see my wife. My wife. No, my wife. And you're also my wife. Don't get confused. The dominance radiating off of Ryu made Rose's eyes wide for a moment. It wasn't just a masculine scent he was radiating, but something beyond that. As a spiritual herb, she could feel it more intimately than practically anyone else. He was the heavens, and the heavens were him. Ryu seemed to collect his wives across the span of space and time with ease, but every time he acted, he could feel that heavy karma weighing him down. Standing in the depths of space now, he saw the sea of corpse poison following after him. Decay, hurt, pain, the worst existence had to offer all bundled up right before him, unfettered in its grotesque, twisting mass. Ryu reached out and touched it. His body seized, black veins pulsing up his arm and ripping through him with a vengeance. He raised his head and roared into the skies, the bounds of space and time shattering as his pain echoed across the timeline. Chapter 2276 Oozing Arrogance. Ryu stood high in the skies, the heavens gates of the heavenly court standing tall behind him. Down below, his father rained fists down only on a half-dead Salvador, his grandfather practically mirroring the actions blow for blow on an arrogant Primus that seemed to have not given up just yet. As for Ryu, it almost felt as though this matter had nothing to do with him, the veins of black still layering his body. There was a deep darkness to him in his aura at this moment. From time to time, he would sense Primus look in his direction, the latter's gaze filled with rage and unwillingness. But Ryu couldn't be bothered to raise a finger to deal with this man personally. This was his grandfather's battle, and it was a victory that he would allow his grandfather to have on his own. This was the only real way that Saint Tatsuya could ever truly lay the burden on his heart to rest. As for Salvador, well, he was an even more insignificant character. Though he was Alina's father, there were some lines that shouldn't be crossed. Whether Titus would spare him or not, that would be up to him. Ryu had no intention of interfering. I guess that it's time, Ryu thought to himself. Cultivation, it was an endless stream of struggle against the tide, a suffocating process of climbing up when there was little air to give and not even the atmosphere itself to push against. Ryu had experienced this feeling time and time again in these near billion years. He had lost count of how many times the pressure on his shoulders had increased. But he had done everything he wanted. He brought his grandparents back, he repaid those he owed, he pulled his wives together again. Now, it was time to take that final step. Ryu had built his entire cultivation path on control. But in a lot of ways, that path was a paradox in and of itself, and maybe that was the real reason no one had truly unlocked this path of cultivation before. In the entire world, he was also probably the only one that could perfect it truly. The only way to perfect his path of cultivation, ironically enough, was to not be able to cultivate at all. It was only because he was born with a false spiritual foundation that he could take this path. It was quite ironic. He thought that his spiritual foundation was originally sealed by the martial gods, and he blamed them, and then the heavens for the unfairness of it all, when in reality it was the opportunity of a lifetime. In the end, it was his fate that was taken into his own hands. What was the secret to his success? Ryu looked up to the gate looming above his head. Earth Gate. All Ryu needed to do was crack it open just the slightest bit. With it, he was able to step a foot into the pulse-opening realm as a mortal. Then, he began to refine its aura, slowly forming what became the root of his spiritual foundation. The trouble was that he hadn't been able to open Earth Gate before because he hadn't awakened the ability. His body couldn't withstand the opening of nodes in the first place, so how could he use Earth Gate? In the end, that became his largest roadblock, and finding a way past it wasn't easy. There was only so much he could do with the body of a mere mortal. Ryu smiled. He had obviously figured it out, though. How? He forged his own Earth Gate. If the Heaven Gate could be crafted into a treasure, then why not Earth Gate? Ryu's mind couldn't help but travel back to the prayer mat that rested in the depths of Shrine Mountain, connected to the nodes of all there was. And then he recalled the human skin tone that was the product of countless years of research into the bodies of the human race and refining them. It should have been obvious to him by now that both were him. The human skin tone was his way of deepening his understanding of bodies and how to properly make use of them, but the prayer mat. How could he form the gate of earth without intimately understanding life itself? And then, he refined it, condensed his Shrine Mountain natural enlightenment into the essence of the Earth Gate. It was the only thing he didn't need cultivation to do, the one thing that could be accomplished with nothing more than comprehension alone. When he succeeded in surpassing the upper limit of his natural enlightenment, stepping beyond the realms of natural breath into something grander, that was the day he succeeded in forming the Earth Gate and stepped onto the path of cultivation. It was a long and arduous journey, taking him thousands of years to complete, but he had done it in the end. And since that day, it was like he had taken a meteor into the stars, his cultivation improving by leaps and bounds every moment of every day until he truly stood above it all. But now, he was a bundle of bad karma, corpse poison eating him up from the inside out. So he would need a method to make it no longer his problem. Ryu's smile widened as he looked at the Heaven Gate above him. He had wondered why it always looked exactly like the gates his eyes produced. Now, the answer was obvious to him. It sealed away such a large part of the heavens, closing off so much strength and selfishly keeping it for itself. It sounded like the perfect place to throw all this bad karma away. As for what corruption that would leave in the heavens, he didn't particularly care. He had always done whatever he felt like without regard for others. So long as his family was safe and happy, who cared about anything else? Ryu took a step through time, soaring through trillions upon trillions of years. When his vision cleared, he looked up with a smile at a woman with arrogance oozing down to the depths of her bones sitting on a throne above. In this rare instance, he didn't mind someone looking down at him at all. Chapter 2277 Damned. Ryu's smile was gentle and filled with care. Eska's, however, narrowed the moment she saw him. Sizing him up, she immediately felt something she couldn't fathom. What she understood the least, though, wasn't Ryu's power, but the care and affection in his eyes. However, she had long become used to ruling the Zhu clan. The burden of it all had always rested on her shoulders. She could feel the end of their time coming, the same struggle that all powerful clans went through. It was the inevitable fall of everything. When you reached the peak, there was nowhere else to go but down. That was the irony of reaching that goal Ryu had been chasing after all his life. "You're tired," Ryu said with a gentle smile. Eska's pupils trembled. Who are you?" Her heart was beating rapidly, so hard that she couldn't control it. There was a longing deep within her that she couldn't describe. Ryu wasn't surprised by this. Of all his wives, Eska was the one who had become the most powerful without his help. She could feel the stream of fate far clearer than the others. Even though she had no memories of him, she knew her husband when she saw him. What was peculiar was that Eska in this timeline should have been raised in sacrum, and because of that, the concept of Tao God shouldn't exist at all. Because of that, though she was technically the most powerful, she shouldn't have been able to feel it so clearly. Things had obviously changed, but he also took credit for that. Time was a complicated thing. Where he started, and where he ended. What version of himself came back and which one died? Did he die at all? Was he even still living? These were things that mere mortals weren't meant to wrap their heads around when they couldn't even comprehend what the universe was like before their little Big Bang. What did it mean for there to be nothing? If your only concept of nothingness was the absence of something, then maybe the plane of thought Ryu had reached simply wasn't for you. Let me carry the burden for you. Eska's hand gripped her throne's armrest tighter with a subtlety she didn't even notice herself. Ryu extended a hand and she found herself warped toward him. She stumbled, her eyes widening. At that moment, the roar of several Zhu clan members came from the surroundings, but Ryu simply waved a hand, putting a stop to it all. Come with me. Taking Eska's small hand, he pulled her along, crossing the stars. Eska didn't know why, but she couldn't find the will within herself to resist at all. This should have been the first time she ever even held a man's hand, so why did it feel so natural and yet so foreign at the same time? Ryu came to a stop, and Eska barely registered that they had crossed several worlds in the blink of an eye. High above, there was a silver star slowly rotating, and down below, there was Hope's world. This race is very interesting, don't you think? They have a fascinating cultivation system that relies on stars. One of their techniques, Domain, is a truly special and impressive movement technique that relies on memorizing star charts. I remember relying on it once. But like most things, I never realized that it was actually my own creation. Eska's lips slowly parted, but she couldn't understand what was happening, so she fell into silence once more. It's cruel of me to do this. My wife Yana tried to save me from this fate, destroying their path herself so that I wouldn't have to carry the guilt around with me. Or, rather, so that Hope wouldn't hate me. But this is something that I have to do myself. I've tried to think of other methods, but it seems that this is the only one that I can take. What do you have to do? Eska softly asked, wondering why it was she cared at all. I used a mountain to forge the Earth Gate. I need a star to finish the Heaven Gate. But this world spontaneously formed beneath the star I crafted for you all. Eska's eyes widened. You. She looked up at the star, her heart skipping a beat. You're my ancestor. Ryu sputtered with laughter. No, I don't have a fetish for marrying those related to me. I just helped you all out a bit and left this star here to be nurtured by the fate of the Zhu clan. When it was ready, I planned to finish the final steps of the refinement process. I used the connection the Shrine Mountain had with the people to forge the Earth Gate, and I needed another natural phenomenon strong enough to forge the Heaven Gate and also have its own strong connection with as many people as possible. What I didn't calculate well enough was how the decline of the Zhu clan would cause my star to be lost and shine down on this world, creating this race. Now, I have to take it back, but that will cause their path of reincarnation to crumble. This world here shouldn't exist at all, but now I need all of their fate. Doesn't that mean that you plan to do this to our Zhu clan? Ryu smiled and looked at Eska. The natural decline of your Zhu clan would have made this process seamless. But they are still at their peak right now. Plus, your Zhu clan existed already without me, I just helped. But in this case, I created them. The weight is different. In the end, I still can't escape karma completely. I'll have to hurt my wife in order to protect her. Eska lowered her head, falling into silence. Ryu raised his palm and his fate star trembled. Down below, it was as though they were watching a planet die in real time, foliage turning from vibrant greens to dull browns, oceans drying up, and Earth splitting at its seams. Millennia later, Ryu rose up from a dead planet, a grieving woman cuddling in his arms. She held onto him as though he was the only one that mattered in the entire world. Ryu bent down and kissed her forehead. He hadn't killed anyone he cared much for. He had even managed to save his master and Hope's parents, but her pain was written into her very name. Of his wives, Hope had always been the most fragile. He still remembered the mental breakdown she had when she realized that his fate star didn't spin. If he could have helped it, he wouldn't have put her through this at all. But as much as he had tugged on fate in the heavens, there was only so much rope left on the other side. I'll help you build a life full of happiness. Everything you've lost, I'll give it back to you tenfold. Hope tucked into his arms tighter, the bundle of a little hint of joy squirming in her arms. Ryu's eyes became especially tender as he looked down at the two of them, his wife, and his son. He reached out a hand and took Eska's. I only have one more thing to do. Then, heavens be damned, Ryu said to the two of them before crossing the vastness of time once more. Chapter 2278 The End. The Almighty stood across from Ryu, huffing for breath. It felt like everything had flipped in an instant. One moment, he had cornered Ryu, teaming up with Xerxes and Primus. In the next, it was like the world had been stripped down around him, reversed, and flipped on its head. Ryu, who should have been dead down below, suddenly appeared in the skies, standing quite calmly. The world fell to silence. Ryu did only have one thing to do, and that was to end this loop. The Almighty held his trident, looking around him. Xerxes was still there, but his momentum seemed to have been completely neutered somehow. The Almighty felt the same, like he was beaten and broken. And yet, there wasn't a single wound on him at all. Confused, Ryu asked, but he wasn't looking at the Almighty at all. His gaze was instead aimed toward the skies. I am too. I really am a bad husband. I'll probably have to spend a lifetime making up for it. As for what happens to the world in my absence, well, that won't have anything to do with you either. Ryu shook his head. It was his fault that Yana and Nuri had suffered so much. It was his fault that Eska had to carry the burden of a declining clan all on her own. It was his fault that Black Rose lost the love of her life. It was his fault that Hope's race was no more. It was his fault that Ailsa had suffered so much at the hands of the heavenly court. If he didn't have to create the Heaven's Gate, then none of what she had suffered back then would have happened in the first place. He sighed. How ironic. In his journey to the top, he had put his loved ones through quite an ordeal. He had lost count of the number of things he was responsible for. In return, the least he could do was give them repayment in the form of his love and concern. He had accomplished almost everything, almost. At the very least, he could give them some of his time. Ryu took a step forward. It was just a simple step, but the world solidified. Xerxes fell to a knee and the steeds that pulled the Almighty's chariot shattered into a rain of blood, the chariot cracking slowly but surely. Ryu appeared before Xerxes, reaching down and pulling him up by his neck. I might have cared enough to give you a long spiel about how you deserve this, but honestly I can't be bothered right now. Just die. Ryu squeezed down and Xerxes' head shattered into a rain of blood. A soul quickly tried to escape, but Ryu lightly plucked it out of the air. With a passing wave of his hand, it flew up to the Heaven's Gate above, fusing into one of its two doors. Taking another step, Ryu appeared so close to the Almighty they were practically nose to nose. Maybe since the birth of this man, he had never been forced to be so close to someone looking down on him. The Almighty is an interesting title. But if you're just Almighty over something I created, what does that make me? Ryu asked with a light smile. Me, indeed. Ryu's punch ripped through his gut. Blood gushed through the surroundings, a sputtering pain coming from the Almighty. With another pluck, Ryu took his soul and launched him into the Heaven's Gate above. Ryu's arms trembled, and he unleashed a roar. All of the bad karma accumulating in his body rushed up to the skies, slamming past the doors and into it. Darkness, all the horrid atrocities of the world, rushed up into the skies. The more Ryu poured into it, the more of the heavens seemed sealed away, fate being pulled and stretched out from various locations across existence until those doors suddenly slammed shut. Ryu huffed out breaths, beads of sweat falling down his brow. He truly couldn't remember the last time he had struggled so much. Ever since he successfully forged his new path of cultivation, everything had been easy. No, everything had always been easy for him. When had he ever truly struggled in his life? He looked up into the skies as the doors faded away. He was Ryu Tatsuya, he did as he pleased. An echo of broken glass rippled across the dome of the heavens as Ryu stepped beyond his self-imposed time loop. Ryu turned to leave, only for his steps to pause. His eyes narrowed, and then he flickered and vanished. Ryu stood across from the nameless immortal god once again. There was a silence between them for a long while before the latter spoke. It seems that our situations are reversed. Last time, it was me who was so tired after I forced my way into your time loop. Now, you're tired. Is that your excuse for losing to someone with so much less cultivation experience? I don't make excuses, and I also don't lose. If I cared enough to finish the battle, there would only be one outcome, even if I only had one breath left to live on. What a coincidence, I happen to know that if you start a battle with me right now, there'll also only be one outcome. Your daughter will be without a father. The nameless immortal god's eyes narrowed. My temper isn't very good. Neither is mine. The both of them vanished at the same time. Their fists broke the lines of reality around them. It wasn't a simple shattering of space, but things seemed to cease to make sense entirely. They both took a single step back and Ryu felt something he thought had waned within him sparking again. But then he remembered his promise, he had to make it up to them, at least for the time being. How many are there like you? Ryu asked. Like me? The nameless immortal god looked at Ryu like he was looking at a fool. There is only one me. Ryu grinned. How many are out there that would say those exact words? Not enough. Hearing that response, Ryu understood it completely. He lowered his fist slowly and looked off into the distance. In my life, I've never had a rival. Everyone is too weak. I don't care to hear about your sob story. I don't need such external motivation. Ryu said indifferently, not bothering to correct the nameless immortal god. Even against a man this powerful, he didn't care about his thoughts. If he wanted to think that Ryu was sobbing, then so be it. I plan to spend the next several trillion years with my wives and children at least. After leaving them stuck in a time loop for so long, I owe them at least that much. That's a promise I've made to them that I plan to keep. I hope you continue to improve in that time. If this is what I've done with less than a billion, I fear what I'll become by then. If there's no one left to fight, I will be bored. You think too highly of yourself. So do you. They fell into silence once again. There is something else out there. They both said at the same time. Neither seemed surprised by the words of the other, their gazes looking off toward the same location in the distance. Someone tried to write my story, tried to limit me, grand ancestral bloodlines, he called it. So I rewrote it however I felt. Ryu said calmly. Idiot. The nameless immortal god sneered. There's a reason I never played the games of that little title steal. My story is written by my own pen. Idiot. When he sleeps at night, he'll remember the name Ryu Tatsuya and know that I'll eventually be coming for him. Fool. Fool. I don't care if he remembers me or not. A weakling who hides behind their words and treasures isn't worthy of knowing my name. I'll sever his neck just the same. Do you think I need him to know who did it? The two stopped looking off toward the distance, their gazes suddenly sparking as they met one another's. Their clash in ideology seemed to spark another war between them, but instead, they both turned away and drifted off into the distance instead. Inwardly, they knew that another story was being written. This time, though, they would pierce that final veil. These stories had nothing to do with them. They wouldn't fight just to be dancing monkeys for someone else's entertainment. When they were finished paying back their wives for everything they owed them, then they would fight to their heart's content. As for the collapse of the heavens themselves, who knew? Maybe that would make that bastard squirm for a solution. Chapter 2279 Epilogue, Surreal's Redemption. You waited to come and get me last. The voice was slightly annoyed, the post-sex glow not doing very much to help the situation at all. Surreal looked as though she wanted to blow another hole through Ryu. Take it as a little punishment, Ryu said with a grin. It was funny and more than a little bit cute that she was trying to be so angry with him, but it was also a little bit impressive that she managed to still put on such a stern face when her knees were literally pinned to the sides of her ears right now. If nothing else, this little wife of his sure was stubborn, and it seemed she was getting better at resisting the effects of his skills. For now, anyway, Ryu pulled back and bit, then dropped in. Surreal's legs trembled out of her control, her eyes almost snapping back to their whites, but she just barely managed to hold onto some of her rationality. I was trying to help you. And you punished me for that. You were being willful. I could have beaten them all without you doing that, but even now you're still so stubborn. I just had to teach you another lesson. Yeah, is that why you're fucking me on the back of a star right now? How very romantic of you. Flares of red, yellow, and gold danced around them, but the two were entirely unaffected. It was true that Eska had grown to be the most powerful on her own, but that was because Surreal technically wasn't on her own. In fact, she was the only one of Ryu's wives that had a piece of him the entire time, because he had returned the eye she'd given him and formed a new third eye. Because of that, Surreal actually ended up with the ability to see through fate and karma. From the time she was born in this timeline, she knew exactly who her husband would be. But funny enough, that made her stubborn in a way that was much more abrasive than Ailsa was. Ailsa knew she had a life partner, but the culture of the fairies made that the norm. By comparison, the Fae weren't like this at all. In her stubbornness, Surreal wanted to go out and find the perfect man on her own, but every time she compared them to the memory of Ryu that was seared into her mind from the time she was a child, she realized that none compared. Ironically enough, that journey led to her falling deeper and deeper in love with Ryu every moment of every day. Every figure she thought might be close to him just ended up being so wholly inferior that there didn't seem to be a point in competing at all. Then, at some point, she began to just wait for Ryu to finally come around and pick her up, but the asshole never came. And she was far too arrogant to come to him, so instead she began to stay as far away from him as possible. The two ended up punishing each other, but it was Surreal who was the most annoyed by it all, while the irony of it all was that either of the two could have found the other whenever they wanted. "I'm sorry," Ryu said softly, kissing her forehead. He stopped pinning her legs back and allowed them to fall to his waist. They wrapped around him seamlessly as he pulled her up. Kneeling on the back of a star, Ryu wrapped her waist up in an arm, brushing her hair back slowly. "I needed a piece of myself in the outside world to finally break out of the time loop. You were the only one strong enough to do it, you were the link of truth I needed. Together we fooled the heavenly court once, and then this time we fooled the heavens together." Surreal pouted and looked away. Of course, she could understand this as well. Much the same way, Ryu truly owed her a lot, and he planned to spend a lifetime rewriting that wrong no matter what. He would give her happiness. "Then you need to make it up to me by giving me a baby," Surreal said softly. "Of course, I'll give you hundreds," Ryu grinned. "Thousands. Whatever my wife wants, she will have." Surreal smiled, wrapping her arms around Ryu's neck and kissing him deeply, her hips beginning to move almost involuntarily. But then she suddenly pulled back again. "I've suddenly realized that you're a huge source of trouble in my life. If we were ranking you, would you be the worst husband of all time?" Ryu's lip twitched. "That's not true. It's not. If you weren't hogging all of Sacrum's fate, would my Moon clan have even fallen in the first place?" "Ah, semantics. There's nothing semantical about the extinction of a race, husband. Why don't you tell me how many other races you've exterminated? How about we talk about the races I've created instead?" "What, you mean like the fiends? That's all you?" Ryu rubbed his nose a little bit. "Were the fiends him? Well, if all his good karma and accumulation of fate formed Hope's race, it was inevitable that all that bad karma would form something else." "More semantics." Surreal burst into laughter, her breasts rippling beneath the fiery light. It was truly a sight to behold, one that Ryu quickly found himself getting entranced by. "Look at you, slobbering like a little baby boy. You just destroyed the heavens and now you want to pat your ass and be on your way as though you did nothing at all." Ryu grinned, giving one of Surreal's nipples a peck and a slight flick of his tongue. "The heavens can wait, I have to please my wives first. So what if it collapses? I'll hold up the skies." While everyone else died, Ryu's grin only widened. "It's okay, we'll have enough babies to replace them all." "That sounds a little incestuous. You know, that's the second time I've been accused of something like that. I think another punishment is in order." Surreal squealed and the star beneath them shattered beneath their passion. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.